Chapter 1. The year 1468 of the Ocean Circle calendar. Approximately 50 years since the original works Luffy set sail. In the New World, in a certain sea area, the sea lay tranquil beneath a clear sky. On an unknown island, at the harbor, a small sailing ship was anchored. Upon this vessel stood two men, one towered at a height of 2.8 meters, his extravagant red hair cascading like the tentacles of an octopus. His muscular form exuded an intimidating presence, his visage marked by an unapproachable aura. This was none other than the future great pirate, the man who nearly toppled the celestial dragons, known as the maritime overlord, Wang Zhi. Yet, at this moment, Rox was merely a young man, yet to embark on a journey across the seas. His age barely surpassed 20. Nevertheless, he had already awakened the conqueror's haki. A regal aura emanated from him, compelling others to submit to his will. Many lacked even the courage to meet his gaze directly. "Lorn, are you ready? This voyage leaves no room for retreat. What we are about to undertake is a fight against the world." Despite his fearsome appearance, a rare gentleness graced Rock's countenance as he addressed the young man named Lorn. For Lorn was no other than his beloved brother, Lorn Zhi. He was also Rock's sole family in this world. "Of course, brother. I cannot rest easy knowing you sail alone." At this moment, the other man, standing at a similar height of 2.8 meters, with the same striking red hair as Rock's, spoke with a smile, his features deep and handsome, reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures. This man was Lorn, a time traveler who had arrived in the world of One Piece 18 years prior. To his astonishment, he found himself the younger brother of Rock's. Moreover, Lorn had uncovered a deeply concealed secret: the lineage of Rox. Once, Rox had been a slave to the celestial dragons. Both Rox and Lorn's parents had also been enslaved by the celestial dragons. Their parents met and fell in love in the Holy Land, giving birth to both Rox and Lorn. Upon learning of this, the celestial dragons were not angered, but rather delighted. It was the first instance of a slave birthing a child in the Holy Land. Shortly after Rox and Lorn's birth, the celestial dragons branded them with the mark of the celestial dragon's hoof. This signified their intention to claim the young Rox and Lorn as their slaves. This moment shattered the hearts of their parents. They had resigned themselves to their fate of servitude, yet they desperately wished to spare their children from the same destiny. Thus, when Rox was 6 and Lorn was 4, their parents plotted to escape the Holy Land. That very night, a great fire engulfed the Holy Land. The flames spread rapidly, plunging the entire sanctuary into chaos. Their parents, intending to flee amidst the turmoil, were discovered by the celestial dragon's minions. Tragically, they fell victim to the cruel hands of the celestial dragons, tortured to death. At the tender age of 6, Rox witnessed this harrowing scene, triggering a profound awakening of his conqueror's haki. And not just any conqueror's haki. In that moment, Rox unleashed haki instilled fear in the guards present, including CP0. Immediately thereafter, Rox fled the Holy Land with his brother, escaping the clutches of the celestial dragons. Thus, two desolate youths began their arduous journey of self-sufficiency. They subsisted on scraps left by others, donned tattered garments discarded in refuse. They served plates, labored in harsh conditions, and toiled under unscrupulous employers. They even faced the threat of being sold into slavery once more. Yet, through it all, the two brothers supported one another. Now, as the time was ripe, Rox resolved to exact vengeance upon the celestial dragons. After all, during their youth, both Rox and Lorn had often heard a proclamation in the Holy Land: the D-Clan is the natural enemy of the gods. This phrase was frequently uttered by the celestial dragons, indicating their profound dread of the D-Clan. Rox and Lorn were both members of the D-Clan. "Ha ha ha, do you doubt my abilities? What bold words you speak, Lorn." Upon hearing his brother's words, Rox burst into hearty laughter. Had anyone else spoken such, the volatile Rox would have unleashed his conqueror's haki in retaliation. But how could he do so against his own brother? After all, Lorn was his only family in this world. He was also Rox's soft spot. Embarking on a pirate's life, standing against the world government and the celestial dragons was a perilous endeavor fraught with danger. I would prefer if you stayed here. After all, the uncertainties of the sea are vast. Rox turned to Lorne, his eyes filled with a complex mixture of emotions. Rox wished for his brother to remain by his side. After all, the two had been inseparable since childhood. The thought of parting drove Rox to the brink of tears. Yet, becoming a pirate and seeking vengeance against the celestial dragons was fraught with peril. To speak of a 9 lives risk, or even 10, was no exaggeration. Rox himself held no assurance of victory. Thus, he wished for his brother to distance himself from danger and live a good life. Best to remain here, marry, and have children. Give me several nieces and nephews. This way, our bloodline may continue. At this point, a gentle warmth radiated from Rox's eyes. After all, he was human, with flesh and blood. The image of their family united in the Holy Land had long been a tender memory in Rox's heart. Many times, he dreamed of the past, of their parents alive and well in the Holy Land. Although those days were harsh, they were sweet as well. But now, only the two brothers remained. Rox could endure the dangers of the world, but Lorne should not have to share that burden. Ha ha ha. Brother, do you think I am still that little brat who merely follows you around, relying on your protection? I have grown strong. Perceiving Rox's concerns, Lorne smirked mysteriously. He then clenched his fists, his eyes widening slightly. A surge of intangible energy erupted from Lorne's being. In an instant, the surrounding world seemed to bow in submission. The hurried passers-by at the harbor all fell to the ground, eyes glazed, frothing at the mouth. Seems I have yet to master this power. My apologies, townsfolk. Lorne remarked sheepishly, scratching his head as he regarded the unconscious crowd. Since childhood, Rox and Lorne had lived on this island. They had long since considered it their homeland. The people here had always treated the brothers kindly. In this small town, the brothers had gained a degree of notoriety. After all, there was only one small town on the island, not affluent by any means, much less a member of the world government. Thus, it often fell prey to pirates, human traffickers, and other nefarious elements. Occasionally, criminals would descend upon the town, only to be driven away by the formidable Rox, sparing the townsfolk from pirate harassment. As a result, Rox and Lorne held considerable esteem within this town. It would not be an exaggeration to say that their reputation surpassed even that of the mayor. Lorne, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, Rox's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in incredulity. Was this not Conqueror's hockey? When did Lorne awaken such power? How about it, brother? Do you see me in a new light? Lorne beamed at his brother's astonished expression, thoroughly pleased. In 18 years, this was the first time he had witnessed such a reaction from Rox. Just yesterday, on Lorne's 18th birthday, the standard system for time travelers had awakened. The system bestowed a novice gift pack, granting Lorne the simultaneous awakening of all 3 forms of hockey, the Marine 6 powers, and various martial skills. His physical attribute speed, strength, and stamina had significantly improved as well. Though he had gained these abilities all at once, they were all at the beginner level, the lowest tier anchored by the system. The system categorized all abilities into 6 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, royal, and king. Despite being merely the most basic forms of hockey alongside various martial arts techniques. For Lorne, this was undoubtedly a substantial enhancement. Not to mention, the mere basic forms of hockey would suffice for Lorne to establish himself in these waters. Moreover, these abilities could be continually upgraded through the system's specific methods. The system was known as the Bountiful Progeny System, as the name suggests. Simply by acquiring more wives and bearing more children, various abilities will continuously flourish. When a number of wives and children reaches a certain threshold, one may even gain extraordinary abilities. These so-called extraordinary abilities refer to powers beyond the realm of pirates. Ha ha ha! Truly worthy of being my brother. Ron. Upon witnessing Ron awaken the Conqueror's hockey, Rox could not contain his elation. He excitedly clapped Ron's shoulder with fervor. Brother, you're going to break my shoulder, Ron exclaimed, dodging while expressing his helplessness. His elder brother was inherently endowed with immense strength and remarkable talent. Even though Ron's body had undergone systematic enhancement, he could still not withstand the affectionate blows from his brother. Isn't that the laughter of Lord Rox? What joyous event has transpired in their household? The boisterous laughter resonated throughout the entire town. Ha ha! I am utterly overjoyed. Ron, I always said that my younger brother's talent couldn't possibly be inferior to mine. Now we can set sail together as brothers. No need to part ways. Rox was filled with excitement, lifting Ron into the air and tossing him skyward, only to catch him again. After several repetitions, Ron nearly vomited his last meal. The Conqueror's haki is a testament to one's royal disposition, an indication of possessing the innate qualities of a king. Typically, among a million souls, only one may awaken such power. Moreover, this remarkable ability can only be innate, it cannot be cultivated through training. If one is not born with it, they're destined to remain forever distant from the Conqueror's haki. Possessing such qualities signifies that Ron has the potential and temperament to ascend to kingship. Ron, as his younger brother, would undoubtedly be no less formidable than himself. The same blood coursed through their veins. By the way, brother, do you have any plans for setting sail? The celestial dragons possess profound influence. With the world government's nearly 800-year history, the Holy Land surely harbors some formidable entities, and opposing them will not be a simple endeavor. At that moment, Ron adopted a serious demeanor. As Rock's brother, Ron understood his brother's character best. This elder sibling was akin to a luxurious, high-spec version of Doflamingo. Past experiences had shaped Rox into a naturally cautious individual, one who seldom places trust in others, relying solely on strength as his guiding principle. Consequently, Rock's fate in the original narrative was tragically grim. Overly reliant on strength, he entangled himself with the most powerful monsters of the time, launching an assault on the celestial dragons in God Valley. Yet, the disjointed Rox pirates ultimately perished in God Valley. Rox himself was entirely erased from existence by the world government. Ron even speculated that during the battle at God Valley, Rox may have faced betrayal from his own crew. Otherwise, with the strength of the Rox pirates, how could they have succumbed to the world government if they had united as one? Surely, his elder brother had been betrayed by his crew. Isn't this simple? Let's find the most formidable monsters in this world and have them serve us. I refuse to believe that gathering the world's strongest cannot overcome a single world government. Rox confidently articulated his plan, even eagerly anticipating Ron's praise. The law of the jungle dictates that the strong consume the weak. This remains the fundamental logic of the world. In Rox's eyes, his plan was flawless, without a single flaw. Brother, such a plan is impractical. You are far too naive. To his surprise, Ron shook his head, completely refuting Rox's viewpoint. Oh, Ron? Why do you say that? Rox was neither angered nor offended, rather. He was puzzled. His younger brother's denial of his plan surely had its reasons. Ron would only assist him, never harm him. Rox was acutely aware of his own extreme temperament and impulsiveness, often acting without forethought. Yet Ron was different. He frequently perceived angles that Rox could not. Thus, Rox inquired of Ron, "Let's not forget, the strong in this world are rare, often 1 in a million, or even 1 in 10 million. Will they willingly submit to you and share life and death together?" Ron pointed out the crux of the issue. Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, John, and others those whom his brother deemed powerful were legendary figures. These individuals were proud and lofty. How could they possibly accept a subordinate role? Why not? All that is required is to subdue them, is it not? Rox clenched his fists, producing a thunderous crack. Sigh. Ron exhaled, believing wholeheartedly in his brother Rox's capabilities. Yet, sheer force could only compel the strong to submit momentarily. It would not foster genuine loyalty, let alone inspire them to devote their lives to him.
At crucial moments, refraining from betrayal can already be deemed as upholding principles. Ha ha ha. Lorne, you have nothing more to say, do you? You must heed my wise counsel. It is settled. We shall seek out the most formidable monsters across the globe and persuade them to join our pirate crew. Together, we shall overthrow the world government. Rox observed Lorne sighing and mistakenly assumed that Lorne had lost his words. My dear brother, ponder this carefully. Can sheer force truly subdue all? Setting aside all else. If someone were to surpass your prowess and defeat you, compelling you to join their crew, would you acquiesce? Lorne had no choice but to present an example to Lox. Naturally, he was reluctant. Lox became agitated. But if you cannot defeat him, and he forces you to join, what will you do? Lorne continued to inquire. I would feign allegiance to his pirate crew, diligently strive to grow stronger, and await the opportune moment to usurp that scoundrel. In any case, I shall never resign myself to being subservient. Rox contemplated for a moment before exclaiming, isn't that precisely the case? My dear friend, if you entertain such thoughts, surely other formidable individuals will harbor similar intentions. Can you truly assure that they will devote themselves wholeheartedly to your cause? If they refrain from stabbing you in the back at a critical juncture, that would be the height of benevolence. Lorne reminded him. Upon hearing this, Rox fell into deep reflection. How infuriating. It indeed seems to be the truth. Rox smacked his thigh, realizing that his brother's words held profound wisdom. A moment of introspection made it clear. How could a formidable individual willingly accept subservience? Even if one were to leverage power to force a strong adversary into submission, they would undoubtedly seize the first opportunity to usurp their position. How could he have overlooked such an obvious truth? It was utterly infuriating to recognize that he had made such a naive error. Yet, without the extraordinary strength of the world's most formidable beings, he and his brother alone were powerless against the colossal entity that was the world government. Rox found himself engulfed in confusion. He discovered that the creed he held in such high esteem was effortlessly dismantled by his younger brother's mere words. Truly, brother, this is not at all like you. Lorne observed that Lox was engulfed in confusion and offered him encouragement, saying, but, Rox was thoroughly defeated by Lorne. After all, Rox is merely a 20-year-old youth, not yet the formidable maritime sovereign he would become after traversing countless trials. Fear not, my brother, for I am here, Lorne confidently asserted. Tell me, what is the most dependable relationship in this world? Without hesitation, Rox replied, of course, it is family. Anyone may betray you. But Lorne would never betray his own. This elder brother would do everything within his power to protect Lorne, even at the cost of his own life. I believe Lorne shares this sentiment. Family is indeed the most trustworthy bond in existence. By the way, crew members may betray you, allies may betray you, subordinates may betray you. Only family will never betray you. Lorne nodded, wearing an expression that suggested he believed his younger brother was indeed worthy of guidance. Only family will never betray you. Lorne spoke with deliberate clarity, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell in Rox's ear. My dear brother, your words are absolutely splendid. You are entirely correct. How utterly lamentable that I had not considered this sooner. With this realization, Rox gave himself a resounding slap across the face, the sound echoing loudly. Lorne is indeed correct. Anyone can betray you, but family will never forsake you. How could I have overlooked this truth? I nearly made a grave mistake. Yet, you are my only kin in this world. Is it possible that we have other relatives? Did our parents perhaps have other children in the past? Rox stared blankly at Ron, pondering how wonderful it would be to have another family member. Nothing could bring greater joy. What are you thinking, brother? Our parents were executed before our very eyes. Lorne cast a piercing glance at his elder brother. Since their birth, their parents had always been by their side, and they had witnessed the harrowing execution of their mother and father. How could there possibly be any surplus siblings? What were they to do? Lox furrowed his brow in deep distress, utterly perplexed. Are you foolish, brother? Without family, can one not create their own? Lorne gazed at Lox with an expression akin to that of a fool. Two vigorous young men, brimming with vitality, could easily find some young ladies to indulge in their desires, couldn't they? After all, there remained nearly 2 decades before the Valley of the Gods, ample time indeed. To create one's own pleasures? Why, of course, my dear brother. Lorne gazed at the expression of Lox as if he harbored some unspoken secret. A foreboding sensation suddenly surged within Leon's heart. Could it be? Could it truly be that his elder brother harbored such issues? Or perhaps, Rox was a master of disguise, perpetually masquerading as a man? Alternatively, could it be that his elder brother had an inclination towards men? What absurd thoughts are these, dear brother? Rest assured, your elder sibling is not of that persuasion. Rox's observation hockey discerned Lorne's thoughts, delivering a sharp blow to his head. That hurts, brother. Lorne groaned, clutching his head and rolling on the ground. To create children by oneself? Does that not entail engaging in such activities with a woman? How dreadfully mundane. I find myself utterly disinterested. Rox, upon contemplating this, wore a look of disdain. It must be noted that he was neither a crossdresser nor a gender-bending individual. His disinterest in matters of romantic affections between men and women was absolute. His sole ambition rested upon one aspiration, to bring down the contemptible celestial dragons. At this juncture, Rox appeared to have an epiphany, turning his gaze towards Lorne, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Dear brother, although I harbor no interest in such matters, I have you. You must not decline this request of mine. Otherwise, I shall be quite displeased. Rox was anxious that Lorne might share his disinterest in women, hastily exclaiming. He bore an expression that suggested Lorne would be displeased if he declined his request. Yet, dear brother, Lorne wished to express more, but was abruptly silenced by Rox. Enough, Lorne. Let this be settled. From now on, you shall be solely responsible for creating our family, while I shall take it upon myself to care for you. As for matters concerning women, feel free to confide in me about anyone who catches your eye. I will undoubtedly assist you in securing her. Rox exuded an air of unwavering determination, for he firmly believed that women were nothing but a source of trouble. Such troublesome matters could easily be entrusted to his younger brother. In light of his elder brother's enthusiasm, Lorne had no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce. Thus, our objective was set in stone. Rox was exhilarated, radiating an overwhelming aura of conquering ambition. Splendid. With the objective firmly established, it was time to put the plan into action. Let us embark. Lorne, we shall set sail. Rox and Lorne made their way towards the harbor, where an exceedingly rudimentary wooden raft lay anchored. Is this how our journey begins, with but a mere raft? It bears a certain resemblance to that fellow, Luffy. Upon sighting the remarkably simple vessel, a smile crept upon Lorne's lips. It seems that those men, who possess the qualifications to stand atop the pirate world, often exhibit such a carefree demeanor. Just as the two were about to embark, a throng of youthful individuals suddenly surged forth from the harbor. These young people, their eyes brimming with tears and excitement, exclaimed, "We overheard your conversation. Lord Rox, Lord Lorne, we had no idea you shared such a past. How could you wish to depart without a word to us? Lord Rox, Lord Lorne, you are being far too distant. Indeed, I wish to accompany Lord Rox and Lord Lorne on this journey. What are mere celestial dragons to us? Those scoundrels. Take us with you. Lord Rox, Lord Lorne, over the years, you have rid our town of countless pirates and villains. It is time for us to lend our support to you." These young individuals hailed from the town on this island, idolizing Rox and Lorne. Upon hearing their dialogue, rather than feeling fear, the youths were emboldened. After all, the reputation of the celestial dragons is far from favorable. Moreover, this town had become a den of lawlessness due to its inability to meet the exorbitant demands of the celestial dragons. Ironically, they too were victims of persecution by the celestial dragons. Were it not for the vigilant protection of the brothers Rox and Lorne, they would have likely fallen prey to human traffickers and pirates long ago. In the hearts of these youths, Rox and Lorne stood as their spiritual totems. After all, the righteous Navy had never set foot in this town. It is somewhat ironic that, in the eyes of these young people, Rox and Lorne embody justice more than the Navy ever could. Our adversaries are the celestial dragons. This journey is fraught with peril and not a mere game. Are you truly prepared? Before Rox could respond, Lorne turned to those familiar faces and declared, "They are merely celestial dragons. For the sake of Lord Rox and Lord Lorne, let us vanquish them. Indeed, let us destroy them." The young people shouted with fervor. "Excellent, then let us follow in our footsteps," Lorne stated. Exchanging a knowing glance with Rox, the brothers shared an unspoken bond. After all, they had supported each other for over a decade, each fully understanding the other. Rox and Lorne embarked on a small raft, drifting away into the vastness. The young individuals who had just contemplated following them exchanged perplexed glances. What does this mean? Was it not agreed that they would take us along? How could Rox and Lorne depart alone upon the raft? To accompany us, one must possess the resolve to face imminent peril. Those lacking even this minimal conviction are not the companions we desire. From the drifting raft, Lorne's voice suddenly resonated. "This is a test from Lord Lorne. Indeed, if one lacks the determination to risk their life, what right do they have to follow Lord Rox and Lord Lorne?" The individuals on the shore swiftly comprehended Lord Lorne's intent. With a resounding splash, several young souls plunged into the water, striving valiantly towards the raft. Yet, there were those who hesitated, and the hesitant constituted the majority. This was not a placid zone. The waves roared fiercely, even violently. Many had perished in these waters. Even the most adept swimmers could quickly succumb to fatigue, facing the grim reality of death. In the face of true mortality, the contrast between cowards and the courageous became starkly evident. Before long, some who had jumped into the sea began to falter, their breaths growing labored. Several even succumbed, vanishing beneath the surface without a trace. Witnessing this scene, many on the shore gasped in horror, grateful that they had not acted impulsively, for it could have cost them their lives. At that moment, Rox and Lorne intervened. "I thought I was done for," one exclaimed. Indeed, it was perilously dangerous. Soon, Rox and Lorne had rescued all those who were struggling, hoisting them onto the raft. "Well done, young ones. You have demonstrated the invaluable courage and ambition worthy of risking your lives." Lorne gazed upon the group of young individuals with admiration. "Indeed, you are true warriors. I hereby declare that you have successfully passed the trials and are officially welcomed as members of the Rox pirate crew." Rox expressed admiration for these courageous young men. In the realm of piracy, apart from innate talent, the willingness to risk one's life and the ambition to succeed are equally crucial. In fact, to a certain extent, ambition holds greater significance than mere talent. Take Trafalgar Law, for instance, who boldly proclaimed that he possessed a strategy capable of bringing down the four emperors. Though he may not possess the royal qualities inherent to Doflamingo, Law would never be so intimidated as to break into a cold sweat at the mere mention of Kaido's name. He does not settle for being merely one of the 7 warlords. Rather, he strives for progress and continuous growth. In stark contrast, Doflamingo, who prides himself as the most cunning among the 7 warlords, has become complacent in his status. Shielded by the title of warlord, the Marines dare not confront him, and the world government regards him as a puppet, thus leaving him unscathed. By becoming a middleman in the underground world and aligning himself with the 4 emperors, he has secured his position as a vital trading partner, free from their wrath. Indeed, such a life is immensely comfortable and indulgent, ensnared in a cozy nest, devoid of ambition. maintaining favorable relations with various factions while reaping abundant rewards. What a splendid existence. After all, he is a noble descendant of the celestial dragons. Why should he toil like the common rabble? This very aspect delineates the ceiling of Law's potential, which far surpasses that of the clownish Doflamingo. These brave warriors, prepared to face the specter of death, may currently lack formidable strength, yet their invaluable ambition will undoubtedly foster rapid growth, evolving into a reliable force in the future. Most importantly, their near-worshipful attitude towards Rox and Law renders betrayal almost impossible. These individuals lay the foundation for the nascent formation of Rox's crew. What an honor to follow Lord Rox and Lord Law. The rescued individuals cheered with exuberance, their excitement palpable. The prospect of following their idols filled them with unparalleled joy. How insidious. So, this is the trial? Then I too shall follow Lord Rox and Lord Law. Witnessing the earlier group being saved by Rox and Law spurred others on the shore, who could no longer contain themselves, to leap into the sea. After all, should they falter, Lord Rox and Lord Law would surely intervene. Yet, Rox and Law could hardly concern themselves with these cowardly souls. Some opportunities arise, but once in a lifetime. Once lost, they are never regained. Ignoring the cowards, the raft set sail into the vast expanse of the sea. Brother, have you decided what our next objective will be? Law inquired of Rox after their departure. The world of piracy is exceedingly vast. The waters here are more than tenfold broader than the world Law traversed before. Encounters between pirates are rare, especially given the significantly fewer number of pirates compared to the great pirate era that would emerge decades later. In the original narrative, figures like Whitebeard and Roger encountered one another only once every decade or so, illustrating the vastness of these seas. Now, with a crew of over 10, the Rox pirates find themselves bereft of resources and funds. Furthermore, their vessel, a mere raft, is far too inadequate. It cannot sustain such a multitude for long without collapsing. Establishing a goal to seize essential supplies and a proper ship is imperative. Ha ha ha, of course we have a goal, my brother. The nearest destination is Larkta Island, the territory of the Hungry Wolf pirates. We shall seize that location first. Rox's eyes emitted a piercing glimmer. He had meticulously planned this endeavor for an extended period and had even secured the permanent pointer leading to that island. To think he had set his sights on the Hungry Wolf pirates right from the outset. Rumor had it that their captain's bounty exceeded 100 million berries, placing him among the dominators of these waters. I had even heard that their captain was a towering giant, standing over 4 meters tall, possessed of immense strength, and that any target marked by the Hungry Wolf pirates met a grim fate. Upon hearing the name of the Hungry Wolf pirates, the newcomers found their breaths quickening. It is essential to note that in this era, pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million are a rarity. After all, Crocodile, with a bounty of 80 million, was invited by the world government to become a warlord of the sea. Similarly, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock was invited to join the ranks of the warlords when her bounty reached 81 million. This current era is, in fact, 20 years prior to that of their invitations to become warlords. Undoubtedly, it is fair to assert that pirates with bounties surpassing 100 million possess strengths comparable to those of the future warlords of the sea, or even surpass them. Such formidable pirates could easily be regarded as sovereigns of their domains. Oh, the Hungry Wolf pirates? Immediately setting their sights on a bounty of over 100 million. Truly impressive, my brother. Lorne seemed to grow excited upon hearing of Rox's target. To venture forth into the seas and declare a bounty of over 100 million as the objective was a display of courage Lorne had not anticipated from his elder sibling. However, upon reflection, who was his brother? He was none other than the future ruler of the seas. The man whose legendary tales would compel countless pirates to bow in submission. He was the very man who nearly toppled the celestial dragon's 8th century reign, Rox D. Zebek. A mere pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million was hardly a concern. Lorne too was filled with excitement. What was transpiring between these two brothers? Look at that. The smiles of Lord Rox and Lord Lorne. Their confidence is palpable. Truly magnificent. No wonder they are Lord Rox and Lord Lorne. The newcomers, initially daunted by the reputation of the Hungry Wolf, found their resolve bolstered upon witnessing the assured demeanor of Rox and Lorne. After all, these were warriors prepared to embrace death at any moment. Their fear was merely a fleeting sentiment. If that is the case, let us proceed to Larkta Island and embark on our own legend. For 3 consecutive days, we drifted upon the sea. Those 3 days saw a dozen individuals crammed together on a small raft, testing the limits of the Rox Pirates members. Fortunately, the Rox Pirates finally spotted their target, Larkta Island. From a distance, the flag of the Hungry Wolf Pirates could be seen waving atop the island. This was undeniably a veritable pirate haven. The island was remarkably affluent, far surpassing our homeland in wealth. No wonder the captain commanded a bounty exceeding 100 million. Even the most ordinary crew members adorned themselves in gold and silver, exuding an impressive aura. On the rickety raft, the lookout from the Rox Pirates was nearly drooling at the sight. Upon hearing his words, the other members craned their necks, desperately gazing toward the island. They beheld the pirates on Larkta Island, each sporting lavish gold chains and embracing beautiful women, exuding an air of power and prosperity that was utterly enviable. The members of the Rox Pirates were left awestruck. It is worth noting that they had always lived on an impoverished island, one where even the sky seemed unattainable. They had never encountered such grandeur, Coupled with the fact that they had spent 3 days cramped on a raft, subsisting on fish caught from the sea, their bodies ached from fatigue and malnutrition. In contrast to the hungry wolf pirates, the Rocks pirates were the true hungry wolves at this moment. Ha ha ha, my comrades, charge forth. Eradicate the hungry wolf pirates. This shall be the first step in establishing the illustrious name of the Rocks pirates. At that moment, witnessing the scene, Rocks was ignited with excitement, delivering a rousing pre-battle speech to bolster their morale. After all, with such riches and so many women at stake, how splendid it would be for his brother to seize them as wives and bear children, to take their wealth, to claim their women. Charge forth. Valiant warriors of the Rocks pirates, let us engage in a grand endeavor. Lorne was particularly forthright. Having lived 2 lives, he understood how to maximize morale. The key lay in appealing to their interests, especially for those of modest means. Indeed, upon hearing mention of wealth and women, the members of the Rocks pirates crew gleamed with fervor, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves. Following Lord Rocks and Lord Lorne, they cried out in fervent enthusiasm. Indeed, we too shall command a grand ship. We too shall indulge in fine food and attire. I desire women to surround me. Let the name of the Rocks pirates resonate across the seas. Let us vanquish the hungry wolves pirates. The morale of the Rocks pirates soared to unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, this commotion caught the attention of the hungry wolf pirates on the island. Has there been an invasion? Am I not mistaken? Just a small raft? A dozen individuals crammed onto a tiny vessel? Who are these madmen? Are these people truly pirates? Upon witnessing the Rocks pirates, the members of the hungry wolf pirates stood frozen in disbelief, soon bursting into derisive laughter. After all, such a ragtag group of pirates. Yet their spirits were remarkably high. It was a sight they had never encountered before. There was no need to report this to the captain. A few cannonballs would suffice to sink them. A pirate resembling a cadre playfully teased the woman in his arms, too arrogant to lift his eyelids. In his view, dealing with such destitute pirates was hardly worth the expenditure of cannon fire. Boom. 2 cannonballs were fired, hurtling toward the raft. In the next moment, boom. The 2 cannonballs inexplicably returned intact to the island. Catching cannonballs barehanded? The members of the hungry wolf pirates were astonished at the spectacle they had just witnessed. They had seen with their own eyes a fearsome man with octopus-like red hair on that raft, who caught the cannonballs and hurled them back with great force. Boom. The cannonballs, thrown back by Rocks, proved to be several times more powerful than ordinary cannons. The return projectile struck the harbor with ferocity, resulting in several unfortunate members of the hungry wolf pirates perishing in the explosion. Which bastard is responsible for this? The cadre-like pirate spat in fury upon seeing the devastation. However, before he could finish his tirade, a figure resembling a red lightning bolt descended upon the island. Like a shadow eclipsing the sun, the fearsome man, muscular and intimidating with his crimson hair, now stood before the cadre-like man. A massive hand completely enveloped the cadre's head. With just a slight exertion, the cadre's skull would burst like a ripe watermelon. Simultaneously, thud, 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 with the arrival of the red-haired man, every member of the hungry wolf pirates around them fell to the ground, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. The overwhelming aura of dominance rendered the cadre speechless with fear. Hey, tell your captain to come out. Rocks grinned widely, yet to the eyes of that officer, his smile was as terrifying as that of the Grim Reaper. Brother, why are you scaring this fellow? He's already so frightened that he has lost control. At that moment, Leon and the others approached the island. Noticing that the officer's trousers were completely soaked, exuding an unpleasant odor, Lorne could not help but pinch his nose. His elder brother was once again in pursuit of amusement. After all, Lorne understood that with his brother Rock's mastery of observation hockey, locating the captain of the hungry wolf pirates on an island would be an effortless task. His brother delighted in such antics, deriving enjoyment from them. Isn't this just exhilarating, Lorne? This marks our inaugural voyage. The exhilaration of Rocks was palpable as he exerted a gentle force with his wrist. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed. A crimson liquid, reminiscent of watermelon juice, splattered everywhere as the head of that officer was instantaneously crushed. How revolting. Brain matter was scattered all around. I felt nauseous, as if I might regurgitate my dinner. The newcomers who had just joined the Rocks pirates, upon witnessing this gruesome scene, quickly fell to their knees, unable to contain their retching. In contrast, Rocks and Lorne remained unfazed, their expressions calm and composed. The brutality of the celestial dragons is renowned throughout the world. Having been enslaved since childhood and raised in the Holy Land, the two had witnessed scenes far more sanguinary than this one. They had long since become accustomed to such horrors. The crushing of a mere human head was, in their eyes, an ordinary occurrence, stirring not even a ripple of emotion within them. Have you finished retching? The enemy is already perilously close. Rocks and Lorne gazed at the retching crew members, unable to suppress their amusement as they inquired. After all, their own initial encounter with the brutal acts of the celestial dragons in the Holy Land had not been much different from that of these newcomers. Thus, they could empathize with the crew's distress, refraining from excessive criticism and instead choosing to wait for them to acclimate psychologically. However, it appeared that these individuals were witnessing such a gruesome scene for the first time, struggling to regain their composure for quite some time. Well then, Lorne, you tend to them. I shall proceed. With the observation hockey sensing the approaching enemy, they could even discern the silhouettes of the hungry wolf pirates drawing near. Rocks resolved to no longer wait. He deemed it sufficient to handle this group alone. After instructing Lorne, Rox vanished in an instant. Who are you? The red-haired individual exuded a terrifying aura. Who could this formidable being be? Nearby, the members of the Hungry Wolf pirate crew gasped in astonishment. Despite their encounters with numerous fierce battles against other pirates, they had never before witnessed a presence as fierce as that of this red-haired young man. I am known as Rox. Remember this name well while you still draw breath. With a fierce grin reminiscent of a war deity, Rox charged directly into the throng of hundreds, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Members of the Hungry Wolf pirate crew fell one after another, lifeless in pools of blood. The island reverberated with heart-wrenching cries, as if hell itself had descended upon the earth. My brother is indeed brimming with vigor. Witnessing Rox's actions firsthand, Lorne's lips curled into a faint smile. In this bygone era of piracy, a crew with a bounty exceeding 100 million could be classified as a formidable pirate faction. Their power and influence comparable to the future 7 warlords of the sea. Yet, before my brother, they remained as fragile as parchment. Who among these blind fools dares to cause a ruckus on my territory? Seeking death. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Almost immediately, a towering figure descended from the heavens, halting Rox's relentless advance. The captain of the Hungry Wolf pirate crew, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 137 million berries, stood before him, standing roughly 4 meters tall. His bare torso showcased muscles that radiated immense strength. The captain has arrived. Hungry Wolf Captain, you have finally come. Prepare to meet your doom, intruder. Upon witnessing their captain's arrival, the crew members wept with joy. Had he arrived even a moment later, they would have been slaughtered by this red-haired monster. Finally, a capable fighter has come. Rox gazed up at the imposing man before him, a glimmer of intrigue sparking in his eyes. This was the first time he had encountered a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. For the countless lives you have taken from my crew, perish. You red-haired scoundrel. The captain, upon seeing the multitude of corpses, felt fury swell within him, igniting a primal rage. In an instant, his form darkened, his already formidable physique expanding further, transforming into a hybrid beastman form. Half human, half beast. Those who consume a zoan-type devil fruit experience 3 distinct transformations: human form, half-beast form, and complete beast form. As he underwent this metamorphosis, his head morphed into that of a wolf, and his hands transformed into razor-sharp claws. He was evidently the wielder of the zoan-type wolf fruit. A power user? Nearly a wolf in essence. Rox sneered at this. Previously, numerous pirates and nefarious individuals had ventured onto his island to commit misdeeds, some of whom possessed extraordinary abilities. They all met a swift defeat at his hands, reduced to a pitiful state. Ha, you audacious little brat. Die. Witnessing his disdain from a mere novice at sea ignited a primal fury within the captain of the Hungry Wolf pirate crew. With a pair of razor-sharp claws capable of severing iron, he aimed directly for Rox's head with deadly intent. Boom, boom. Locke gently tilted his head, extending his right hand to effortlessly intercept the claw strike. The clash between the two was adorned with the unique fireworks of Conqueror's hockey. There is no need to speak of Rox as a formidable figure from the bygone era of pirates, known for bounties exceeding 100 million. The captain of the Hungry Wolf pirates undoubtedly possesses the Conqueror's hockey. How can a mere child like you also wield such power? The captain's eyes widened in astonishment, for he sensed that the Conqueror's hockey emanating from the youth surpassed his own. In terms of spirit, he was entirely overshadowed by this red-haired boy. How could someone so newly embarked upon the seas possess such formidable Conqueror's hockey? With a roaring fist, Rox raised his free left hand, clenched tightly into a fist. A flicker of Conqueror's hockey danced around his fist as he ferociously struck towards the captain's head. Clang. The captain of the Hungry Wolf pirates extended his other claw to intercept Rox's left punch. Newcomer, you are still a century too early. Gripping both of Rox's hands tightly, the captain prepared to deliver a fatal blow with his heavy wolf hammer. Something's amiss. Soon, the captain's movements came to an abrupt halt. He sensed an anomaly. The ground beneath his feet began to crack and sink. A formidable gust of wind transformed into a tempest, emanating from the two of them in a wild expansion. Boom. The captain's pupils constricted sharply. Within his body, his organs were suddenly struck by an unknown force. His heart, kidneys, and liver were violently displaced, causing excruciating pain. With a spurt of blood, the captain of the Hungry Wolf pirates coughed up a mouthful of dark crimson. His massive wolf form dropped to one knee, raising a cloud of dust. A shadow swept past, and the captain was forcibly reverted from his half-beast form back to his human state, appearing gravely injured and utterly disheveled. What is happening? Why did the captain suddenly spit blood? What is the meaning of this? Observing the scene, the members of the Hungry Wolf pirates were filled with astonishment. Utterly bewildered by the situation, they could not comprehend how the captain had suddenly become injured when neither had landed a blow. And the clash of Conqueror's hockey was still ongoing. The newcomers of the Rox pirates were utterly bewildered. After all, it seemed that neither party had struck a critical blow. So how could one suddenly be spitting blood? Only Lorne among those present understood the situation, his face alight with amazement. If he was not mistaken, that recent encounter revealed his elder brother had employed Conqueror's hockey, enveloping it in a profound mastery. Thus, even after the captain of the Hungry Wolf pirates absorbed his brother's punch, he still sustained severe internal injuries. To possess such a skill so soon after setting sail, what manner of being is his brother? Even the formidable Straw Hat, the son of destiny, had to endure 2.5 years of hardship and near-death experiences before mastering Conqueror's Haki under the tutelage of the great teacher K. Yet here was his brother, nearly at peak mastery right from the outset. Is this truly a testament to innate talent? Is this the caliber of a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million? I had initially considered inviting you aboard, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Rox had never anticipated that his opponent would be so easily vanquished, and he expressed his disdain openly. He had initially hoped to extend an invitation to this formidable individual, but it now seemed entirely unnecessary. Perish, Baji. Time swiftly passed. Nearly 2 months had elapsed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Rox had relentlessly urged Lorne and Sherry to conceive a child. In addition to this, he had devoted considerable effort to recruiting various essential personnel such as female ship doctors, nutritionists, chefs, and skilled sailors. For a pirate crew to endure over time, these roles are indispensable. Rox diligently sought out a physician reputed to possess a secret formula for childbirth, respectfully inviting him to the island. Since being influenced by Lorne, his approach to forming the pirate crew shifted from a focus on strength to one centered around lineage. Rox, in a frenzy of ambition, ardently sought to amplify the might of the Rox family. Consequently, it was only Lorne who would bear the burden of this endeavor. Alongside him were those loyal members who had followed Rox and Lorne since their homeland. These days, they have not remained idle. Rather, they have toiled day and night to hone their abilities. Many among them have diligently mastered the 6 forms of the Navy through rigorous training. Exceptional talents, under Rox's personal tutelage, have even grasped the art of Haki. The entire Rox pirate crew is currently experiencing a flourishing phase of vigorous development. At long last, one fateful day, the crew received magnificent news. Sherry had successfully conceived. The Rox family will have a worthy successor. Wow, this is splendid. Everyone, prepare a grand feast and celebration. Upon hearing this news, the one most exhilarated was not Sherry, nor was it Lorne, but rather Rox himself. I shall have a nephew or niece. I shall welcome another family member. Upon receiving this news, Rox erupted into a frenzied laughter that echoed towards the heavens. His mirth seemed poised to pierce through the very clouds. In this harsh and unforgiving world, blood ties are the most dependable of bonds. Lorne is the beloved younger brother of Lox, and he stands as Lox's sole family member. The imminent arrival of Lorne's child signifies that Lox is about to gain a charming little nephew or niece. How could Rox not be exhilarated? Witnessing Rox in such a nearly frenzied state left Lorne and Sherry utterly astonished. Is everything all right with Brother Rox? After 2 months of interaction, Sherry no longer approached him with the same caution as before. After all, Lorne had shown her immense affection. In this vein, Rox regarded Sherry as a beloved sister-in-law. The members of the Rox pirates also held Sherry in high esteem, treating her with great respect. Naturally, being of royal lineage, Sherry was a woman of unparalleled intellect and emotional intelligence. She understood that the respect she received from the entire Rox pirates stemmed from her connection to Lorne. Should Lorne's attentiveness to her wane, her status would undoubtedly plummet. Thus, she resolved to work even harder, dedicating herself to serving Lorne with utmost devotion. Her brother must genuinely feel joy from the depths of his heart, wouldn't he? Lorne gazed at his elder brother with a mix of excitement and a tinge of bittersweet sorrow. Despite the audacious facade that Rox presented to the outside world, embodying the image of an invincible and fearsome devil, it was merely a resilient armor crafted by Rox himself. They had fled from the Holy Land at the tender age of 6. 2 defenseless boys who understood that displaying even a hint of vulnerability would render them prey to the cruel whims of others. It was only in Lorne's presence that Rox would reveal his softer side. Lorne alone understood that his brother was not born invincible. He too had endured beatings, wept bitterly, and harbored an intense longing for family and belonging, akin to the feelings of Whitebeard. Perhaps it was this deep-seated yearning that fueled Rox's exuberance, even surpassing that of Lorne, who now bore the mantle of fatherhood. After ensuring that the ship's doctor would care for Sherry, Lorne departed the room, retreating into solitude to delve into the intricacies of the system. Just moments prior, upon learning of Sherry's pregnancy, the system had emitted its resonant notification. It detected that the host was on the verge of welcoming his first offspring and commenced the issuance of rewards. The host was granted Intermediate Observation Haki, Intermediate Conqueror's Haki, and Advanced Armament Haki, Flowing Sakura. Additionally, the host received enhancements in swordsmanship, stamina, strength, and speed, all doubled. Proficiency in the Navy's 6 forms increased. The host was awarded the passive skill Never Fatigued. Furthermore, the passive skill Golden Eyes was bestowed upon him. A special reward was announced, as this was the host's first experience of fatherhood. He was granted the SSS-level talent of free-spirited cultivation for both himself and his progeny. The final note encouraged the host to strive diligently, aspiring for a lineage abundant in descendants to revel in familial bliss. The cascade of system notifications left Lorne momentarily dazed. What an astonishing array of rewards! It took several minutes for the notifications to cease. His 3 forms of Haki had all advanced, with Armament Haki soaring to an advanced level, and he had even comprehended Flowing Sakura. Moreover, his other capabilities had seen varying degrees of enhancement. Lorne eagerly opened the system panel. Host: Lorne gender, male age, 18 speed, advanced strength, advanced stamina, advanced swordsmanship, intermediate armament Haki, advanced. Awaken Flowing Sakura Observation Haki, intermediate conqueror's haki, intermediate devil fruit, none other abilities, never fatigued, golden eyes, effortless cultivation upon gazing at his panel. Lorne felt a surge of satisfaction. The mere act of giving birth could yield such significant enhancements. It was truly exhilarating. By the way, system, what do the skills never fatigued, golden eyes, and effortless cultivation entail? Lorne began to explore the system's rewards associated with 3 skills. Subsequently, through the system's elucidation, Lorne comprehended that eternal fatigue is classified as a life skill, ensuring that he would never tire in the realm of procreation. Indeed, only a dead horse might tire, but never the field it toils upon. This skill is a thoughtful precaution against Lorne becoming that dead horse. The golden eye is also categorized as a life skill, granting him the ability to discern a woman's auspiciousness in bringing fortune to her partner. In simple terms, the higher a woman's auspiciousness index, the more delightful surprises she can bestow upon Lorne. The system classifies this index into 6 tiers, E, D, C, B, A, and S. Meanwhile, a child's innate talent is divided into 8 levels, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The offspring born from a union with a woman of a higher auspiciousness index will inherently possess greater talents. A child born of an E-tier woman will have an EB-level talent, while one from a D-tier woman will have a DA-level talent. Only through a union with an S-tier woman can one hope to bear a child of SSS-level talent. This mechanism also mitigates the risk of Lorne being indiscriminate in his affections, thus avoiding the birth of prodigal offspring. It is indeed a remarkably humane skill. As for the child's innate abilities, they can be shared with Lorne. This implies that the higher the child's talent, the greater the benefits Lorne will accrue. The SSS-level talent of effortless cultivation is truly extraordinary. As the name suggests, it allows one's abilities to cultivate themselves autonomously. In essence, Lorne need do nothing, and all his capabilities will naturally enhance. Not only that, but children born with this talent will also see their various formidable abilities rise without any effort on their part. The system reports that the host conqueror's haki is autonomously cultivating, current level, intermediate, progress, 5, 2. The host's observation haki is autonomously cultivating, current level, intermediate, progress, 6, 1. The host's armament haki is autonomously cultivating, current level, advanced, progress, 2, 6. The host's swordsmanship is autonomously cultivating, current level, intermediate, progress, 8, 3. The host's stamina is autonomously cultivating, current level, advanced, progress, 7, 5. The host's strength is autonomously cultivating, current level, advanced, progress, 7, 9. The host's speed is autonomously cultivating, current level, advanced, progress, 6, 6. As Lorne sensed the myriad transformations occurring within him, he felt an unprecedented sense of elation. Effortless cultivation is indeed an astonishing and unparalleled talent. To grow stronger without moving a muscle, could there be a more splendid prospect? It seems that his future endeavors should solely focus on selecting women with a robust auspiciousness index. If he can unite with a woman of high auspiciousness and bear children of great talent, his own power will surge exponentially. At last, Lorne grasped the essence of the system. The more children he bears, the more talents he acquires, leading to a ferocious and rapid enhancement of his strength. More children, more blessings. Truly, this adage rings true. Should he be fortunate enough to bear several children of SSS-level talent, he might one day become an even more formidable entity than his elder brother, Rox. Moreover, these children, endowed with SSS-level talents, represent a formidable force in their own right. With the bond of blood, such power will not harbor treachery against him. Perhaps the tragedy of the Rox pirates in God's Valley can be entirely averted. History is indeed poised for a rewrite. With over a decade remaining until the events of God's Valley, there is ample time. Soon, Lorne found Rox, who at that moment wore a flushed countenance, excitement still coursing through him. He was merrily indulging in hearty drinks with the core members of the Rox pirates. Brother, I wish to discuss something with you. Lorne settled beside Lox, lifted a bottle of wine, and downed its contents in one go before addressing Lox. Ha, my dear brother. Upon learning of Shelley's pregnancy, do you find yourself in need of nourishment and professional medical guidance? Fear not, for these elder brothers have long been prepared. The newly recruited female ship's doctor and nutritionist are both exceptionally skilled. Shelley will undoubtedly be just fine. Upon seeing Lorne's arrival, Roxas mistakenly presumed he had come to discuss Sherry's pregnancy. Of course, I am aware of that, Lorne replied. Brother, I wish to take several more wives and bear numerous children. Roxas stood there, momentarily stunned. What, brother, is there an issue? Lorne inquired. And no, there is no problem. You have finally come to your senses. Lorne, I was just pondering how to broach this matter with you. After all, with Sherry's pregnancy, we will be unable to add to our family for quite some time. I was troubled about how to convey this to you, and yet here you are, bringing it up first. Haha, what an extraordinary day this is. One good fortune after another. Am I dreaming? Rox delivered a resounding slap to himself, realizing that he was not ensnared in a dream, and his laughter grew even more jubilant. He even lost control of his conqueror's haki, inadvertently stunning many of the crew members around him. Today marked the most joyous occasion of his life. From Rox's perspective, being with women was an exceedingly troublesome affair. Entrusting such matters to Lorne truly seemed to burden his brother. He had deprived Lorne of a single day of joy, subjecting him instead to a relentless cycle of hardship. Truly, he was an utterly incompetent elder brother. Having endured such considerable injustice, Lorne felt somewhat hesitant to repeatedly urge Lorne to seek out additional assistance. Now, with Lorne unexpectedly taking the initiative to request this burdensome task, Lox was, of course, immensely delighted. In light of this development, my dear companions, we shall set sail tomorrow. Capture any woman we encounter. Rox raised his goblet and downed the contents in one swift motion, experiencing immense satisfaction. Upon hearing this news, the members of the Rox Pirates were equally exhilarated. For the past 2 months, they had diligently honed their skills, significantly enhancing their strength, yet had not been afforded the opportunity to demonstrate their prowess. Now, finally ready to set sail, they could showcase the fruits of their labor from these past weeks. My brother, it appears that I desire all that is not female. Upon hearing the proposal from Lux, Lorne found himself in a state of bemusement. He was certainly not a desperate stallion, indiscriminately welcoming all. What would he do if a horde of wastrels were to be born? Ah, indeed. Lorne, your words have reminded me. Upon hearing this, Lux slapped his thigh in excitement. To be worthy of you, one must at least be a globally renowned beauty or a princess of a nation. How could one simply seize any woman at random? Thus, it is settled. Tomorrow we shall seek out the princesses of the member states of the world government. Rox has come to a realization and resolved to take direct action against the nations allied with the world government. Over the past 2 months, the expenses incurred for procuring supplies, recruiting crew members, and catering to the basic needs of numerous individuals have been substantial, regardless of the underlying motives. It is high time to embark on a plundering expedition. My friend, I did not mean it in that way. Lorne chuckled lightly, clearly amused that his brother had entirely missed his point. Let us head directly to the pirate black market tomorrow. It is teeming with people, and I wish to see if there is something suitable to be found. Lorne addressed Lox, stating that according to the system's interpretation, a woman's ability to bring prosperity to her partner is inherent and not necessarily tied to her advantageous background. Lorne harbored no desire for the Rox pirates to exert substantial effort in assaulting the world government's allied nations, only to capture a woman with a mere D or E rating on the husbandry index. Such an outcome would be utterly unprofitable. Thus, Lorne resolved to venture directly to a locale abundant in women, allowing him to confidently select those with a high husbandry index rather than resorting to indiscriminate captures. Where, then, are women most plentiful? Undoubtedly, the black market. It is well known that female slaves are the easiest to procure, the most advantageous to handle, and yield the highest profits among all slaves. Consequently, the majority of transactions in the black market involve women. Moreover, when contemplating black market dealings, Lorne harbored another ambition, to seek out Charlotte Linlin, a woman of potentially unparalleled talent in the pirate world, possessing the formidable innate ability known as the steel balloon. She was capable of slaying a giant bear at the tender age of 5 and injuring a member of the giant tribe, regarded as a demon by the giants. She was dubbed the Natural Destroyer. Given Charlotte Linlin's prodigious talent and future potential, Lorne surmised that she undoubtedly possessed an S-level husbandry index. The offspring she bore would likely inherit an SSS-level talent. Even more critically, Charlotte Linlin was currently in her prime, a paragon of beauty. In this era, it is unlikely any woman would dare claim superiority over her in terms of appearance and physique. At this moment, Linlin stood comparable to future figures such as Empress, Shirahoshi, and Nico Robin. This juncture represented the most opportune time to take Charlotte Linlin as a wife. Should he delay, she might transform into a less desirable version of herself in the future, rendering even the highest talents unattractive to Lorne. Regrettably, Charlotte Linlin was not yet renowned, having not appeared in newspapers for the past 2 months. After all, Rox had only just set sail. Thus, Lorne was unaware of her whereabouts. However, the black market, a chaotic assembly of pirates and ruffians, offered the greatest likelihood of locating this future empress. Even if he could not find her, he could procure information regarding Charlotte Linlin and the black market. Very well. Since my dear brother wishes to go, we shall set sail for the pirate black market tomorrow. In response to Lorne's request, Rox was always accommodating, never questioning his brother's motives for visiting the black market. If his brother desired to go, there must be a reason. Moreover, since Lorne had willingly shouldered the burden of interacting with women, it was the duty of Rox, as the elder brother, to cater to his brother's every need. Early the next morning, the Rox pirates set forth. After an entire day of sailing, they arrived at the black market. From a distance, the bustling scene was evident. The island was teeming with people, a veritable spectacle of prosperity. However, any ordinary person witnessing such a sight would likely be terrified and promptly turn their ship around to flee, for the island was primarily populated by fearsome pirates and outlaws. Disagreements often erupted into violent confrontations, leaving blood and brains strewn about. It was a chaotic realm far more tumultuous than the lawless regions of the Sabaody archipelago. Such is the nature of the pirate black market. As the term suggests, the black market is an illegal marketplace. It encompasses all the illicit demands that cannot be satisfied above board, including human trafficking, arms dealing, and the trade of biochemical weapons. Hey, isn't that the recently prominent Rox pirates? The Rox pirates? Aren't they the newcomers who annihilated the Hungry Wolf pirates? I've heard. The Hungry Wolf pirates were completely wiped out. Captain Rox has a bounty of 200 million berries, and his brother Lorne has a bounty of 80 million. To debut with such astonishing bounties, 200 million and 80 million? Good heavens, what is the story behind these two brothers? Moreover, I've heard that both brothers possess Conqueror's Haki. Two wielders of Conqueror's Haki on the same ship? This certainly does not seem like the typical rookie pirate crew. Upon disembarking, the Rox pirates garnered the attention of several onlookers. After all, having vanquished a major pirate crew like the Hungry Wolf Pirates, the Rox pirates were enjoying a moment of glory. In this era, a bounty of 100 million berries already signified a considerable pirate. To debut with a staggering bounty of 200 million was nothing short of remarkable. Lox is undoubtedly the foremost figure. He is truly the emerging star of the pirate world, with potential that knows no bounds, perhaps even poised to alter the very landscape of piracy in the future. It is quite astonishing to find ourselves so renowned. Truly remarkable. Lord Lox and Lord Lorne. As soon as we landed, we overheard discussions surrounding the Lox pirates, and each member couldn't help but wear a smile of joy. Even Lox and Lorne displayed a hint of delight upon their faces. After all, they are merely in their teens and early 20s, in the prime of their youth. To become the center of attention right after setting sail is undeniably exhilarating. It is merely a stroke of good fortune. This fellow is indeed the most talked about newcomer. Lox. If I were to eliminate him, surely I would gain fame as well. Yet there are those envious souls who find the Lox pirates exceedingly irksome. A newcomer garnering such attention leaves these seasoned pirates with nowhere to save face. In no time, a number of fearsome pirates began to encircle the Lox pirates, including several formidable individuals with bounties around 50 million. Step aside, you worthless scoundrels. Rox sensed the ominous presence surrounding him. By unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, he instilled fear in the hearts of the pirates, rendering them motionless. It is essential to recognize that Conqueror's Haki varies in intensity, having mastered the advanced form. Rox's prowess undoubtedly ranked among the elite. In that moment, the pirates comprehended the true worth of the initial bounty of 200 million berries. This was not merely a stroke of luck. This individual possessed the innate qualifications to stand at the pinnacle of piracy. The future seas would undoubtedly be tumultuous. Lord Rox, do you see the slaves here? Each one is strikingly beautiful. Would you care to purchase a few? Lord Rox, I have a selection of exquisite blades. Would you care to take a look? They are perfectly suited for a figure of your stature. Lord Rox, I also possess a range of weaponry. Would you like to equip your pirate crew? Soon. Several merchants recognized Rox and Law. Having annihilated the Hungry Wolf pirates, it was clear that Rox had also acquired significant wealth. Consequently, the merchants began to fervently promote their wares. Come, let us explore the slaves. Before long, Rox and Law arrived at a specialized slave market. The variety of slaves was vast. Men, women, and others, including the long-armed tribe, long-legged tribe, fur tribe, and snake people, were all available. Lord Rox, if there is anything that catches your eye, please let us know, the merchants offered, their faces brimming with sycophancy. Is there a human princess among them? Rox inquired, surely. There must be some. The merchant's expression brightened as he summoned 5 or 6 timid women. It is worth noting that the price for these human princesses is quite steep. After all, they hail from royal lineage, possessing exquisite beauty and figure, which naturally inflates their value. The cost of a single princess can be as much as tenfold that of an ordinary woman. Are these truly princesses? Rox asked, his skepticism evident as he glanced over them. Indeed, they are authentic. I wouldn't dare deceive you. The merchant replied, adopting a sycophantic demeanor, fearful of offending Rox. One cannot deny that these princesses exhibit remarkable beauty and stature, suggesting their noble origins. However, Lorne shook his head upon examination. The fortune-bringing potential of these women was disappointingly low, with the best merely rated at AC level. Acquiring them would yield little benefit. As the system indicated, the ability to attract prosperity bears no relation to one's lineage. Despite their royal backgrounds, these women exhibited a dismal fortune-bringing capability. After all, many princesses, accustomed to a life of luxury, possessed difficult temperaments, making the notion of them attracting fortune rather implausible. Bring forth all the female slaves you have for me to inspect. With a grand gesture, Lorne declared, excellent. Excellent. Hurry up. The merchants, not daring to delay, swiftly displayed all the female slaves within their establishment, including those of various races. To Lorne's astonishment, there were indeed several hundred, creating a scene reminiscent of a royal selection of brides. This one possessed beauty, yet lacked the auspicious qualities, that one, on the other hand, was indeed fortunate, though her appearance left much to be desired. One by one, the women paraded before Lorne like a revolving lantern. Lorne continuously shook his head. Among all women, the highest fortune-bringing index only reaches an A grade, and she is an exceedingly unattractive woman. Lorne would never compromise his dignity for such trifles. Even with an S-level fortune-bringing potential, excessive unattractiveness is unacceptable. Soon, Lorne's gaze settled upon a woman. She possessed a striking appearance and an alluring figure, with flowing golden locks and captivating, doe-like eyes. She exuded the charm reminiscent of the character Stella, the white rose of the Golden Emperor from the original work. The only drawback was her pallid complexion, which bore a sickly hue, accompanied by persistent coughing, indicating a severe ailment. Nevertheless, her fortune-bringing potential was a remarkable S-level. This was the only S-level woman Lorne encountered today. An S level represents the pinnacle of fortune-bringing potential as designated by the system. This woman shall be mine. How much? I shall take her. Ron's eyes sparkled with sudden realization, and he promptly made the decision to acquire the woman before him. After Lorne finished speaking, the shopkeeper displayed an expression of difficulty, which provoked the displeasure of Locks. What seems to be the problem? My brother desires this. Do you dare to refuse the sale? Rox cast a menacing glare at the merchant, his presence exuding an intimidating aura. Terrified, the merchant collapsed to his knees. No, Lord Rox, I dare not. He stammered. To be frank, this woman suffers from a grave illness that necessitates exorbitantly priced medicinal herbs for her recovery. Each herb alone is worth hundreds of thousands of berries. To cure such a dire ailment would require at least several million, if not tens of millions, of berries. Otherwise, she would perish shortly after being taken home. Under ordinary circumstances, a merchant would delight in profiting from a sick woman, but Rox is no ordinary buyer. Should he discover that she would not survive for long, it would be a disastrous loss for him. Thus, the merchant dared not withhold any information, hastily laying everything bare. You need not concern yourself with those details. I have taken a liking to this woman. Please, name your price. With a grand gesture, Lorne dismissed the merchant's counsel without a hint of concern. After all, what could be more profitable than exchanging a mere sum of berries for an S-class woman? There was nothing in the world that could rival such a lucrative deal. If it pleases you, my lord, I shall offer her to you, the merchant declared, gritting his teeth and sweating profusely, as though resolutely committing to a difficult decision. After all, he was negotiating with a man on the brink of death, and determining a fair price was no simple task. What if he set the price too high and incurred the wrath of Locks? Conversely, if he priced her too low, he wouldn't suffer the loss of a few thousand berries. Moreover, the woman's background was rather humble. She appeared to hail from a destitute nation, a commoner at best. Given these circumstances, it would be wiser to extend a favor to the gentleman. Such prominent figures were beyond the reach of a mere small-time trader. Very well. In light of your understanding, I shall procure an additional 20 maids, he conceded. It became evident that merchants who thrived in the black market were shrewd and astute individuals. Upon hearing these words, Locks was filled with joy and swiftly waved his hand, promptly acquiring 20 female slaves. After all, with Sherry's pregnancy and Lorne having found a beloved wife, the need for professional maids was undeniable. Excellent, exclaimed Lord Lorne and Lord Locks. These 20 individuals were esteemed servants from various noble families. Each was priced at 100,000 berries, a sum that seemed quite reasonable. The merchant, beaming with delight, hurriedly presented the 20 diligent and skilled maids. This transaction alone would yield at least 1,000,000 berries in profit. Following the purchase of the maids, Locks led his pirate crew directly to the neighboring armory. Many members of the Rox pirates find themselves lacking suitable weapons, and now is the perfect opportunity to replenish their arsenal. If you wish to acquire fine swords and guns, do so promptly, for today I shall treat you. Once you leave this village, this shop will no longer be available. With a boisterous roar, Rox declared, Captain Rox is treating. Then I shall not hold back. He exclaimed. Boss, please wrap up this splendid 50 blade for me. That Naginata looks appealing as well. I would like that too, boss. I'll take that exquisite pistol. And I want that sniper rifle as well. In an instant, the members of the Rox pirate crew clamored to equip themselves with weapons and gear. After all, with Captain Rox footing the bill, when could they afford to hesitate? Brother, what has put you in such high spirits today? Lorne chuckled. Hee. I've set my sights on another potential sister-in-law. How could I possibly be in a bad mood? Rox replied with a hearty grin. However, I inquired with the slave shop owner, and the medical expenses for that woman's ailment are quite exorbitant. How much do we have left? Lorne harbored some concerns for Bailey. After all, maintaining a pirate crew demands a considerable expenditure. Moreover, his brother's extravagant style was well known. The 500 million berries seized from the ravenous wolf would likely be diminished significantly. Fear not, dear brother, will I allow you to be impoverished? Your sole responsibility is to bestow upon me several more nephews and nieces. The rest shall be of no concern to you. Locks remained entirely unconcerned. Once this task was completed, it would be time to contemplate a significant venture. My friend, I intend to visit the information shop to see if there is anything intriguing available. After procuring a considerable arsenal from the arms dealer, Lorne headed straight to the information shop. In the underbelly of the black market, there are numerous emperors. Some wield control over weaponry, others oversee transportation, some engage in usury. And naturally, there are those who command information. Boss, I inquired, I seek knowledge about a certain individual, Charlotte Linlin. Do you know her whereabouts? Lorne inquired directly and without preamble. Upon hearing that Lorne was once again seeking information about a woman, Locks couldn't help but burst into laughter, appreciating his brother's audacious spirit of sacrifice. I am not certain, the shopkeeper replied, shaking his head, before swiftly changing his tone. However, if you are truly eager to know, I could certainly make some inquiries on your behalf. With that, the shopkeeper cast a knowing glance at Lorne. As for financial matters, you need not worry. A sum of 50 million berries will suffice, provided you can furnish me with the precise location of Charlotte Linlin. That should be ample, though payment will be due upon your success in locating her. Rox hastily declared, exuding an air of affluence. Rest assured, I will spare no effort, even if it means digging 3 feet into the earth, to convey any information regarding Charlotte Linlin. Upon hearing Rox's words, the merchant was filled with immense excitement. This was indeed a lucrative venture. Moreover, both Leon and Rox had garnered considerable renown, leaving no room for concern about debts, despite the underworld nature of their dealings. Reputation held paramount importance. Even if one were a deity, lacking credibility would deter any business transactions. Once Leon concluded his affairs, the crew of the Rox pirates meandered through the black market once more. They found little interest in organ trafficking or biochemical weapons, prompting their return homeward. Upon arriving at their base, Leon promptly summoned the ship's doctor to attend to the newly acquired woman, endowed with an S-rank fortune-bringing aura. Presently, she was in such a weakened state that she could scarcely utter a word, appearing perpetually on the brink of death. Lorne was unwilling to let go of such a fortuitous S-rank wife. While her illness was not difficult to treat, the medicinal materials required were somewhat costly. The experienced ship's doctor provided a prescription. Rest assured, she is the woman my brother has set his sights on. I shall spare no expense, even if it costs billions, to ensure her recovery. Soon after, Rox dispatched crew members to procure the medicines as instructed by the doctor, spending tens of millions of berries in the process. After 2 months of treatment, this S-rank woman, who brought fortune, was finally on the verge of recovery. The gratitude she felt for Lord Lorne would be forever etched in her memory. As she sensed her health returning, the woman, who bore a striking resemblance to Stella, expressed her heartfelt thanks to Lorne. Originally, she considered her life worthless, never imagining that she would be purchased by a pirate. During these 2 months, Lorne frequently inquired about her well-being, which deeply moved her. Moreover, Lord Lorne had spent a substantial sum to treat her illness. Without him, her life would likely have come to an early end. By the way, where do you hail from, and what is your name? Once the woman regained her health, Lorne was eager to inquire. After all, she was an S-rank fortune bringer, and he was quite curious about her background, homeland, and name. He wondered which renowned woman from the original story she might be. My name is Edward Jasmine, and I hail from Sphinx. Upon hearing her self-introduction, Lorne's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Edward? Sphinx? Could it be that this woman is connected to Whitebeard? Just as Lorne and the woman were getting to know each other, in the New World, at the pirate black market, a tall, muscular man with flowing golden hair wielding a large naginata strode aggressively into the port. This man was none other than the infamous pirate of the future, Edward Newgate, who would stand at the pinnacle of piracy. Of course, at this time, Newgate lacked his iconic white beard, and even had no beard at all. Hey, isn't that the supernova pirate Edward Newgate, who was just recently offered a bounty exceeding 100 million? Someone remarked. Why does he look so furious? As soon as Newgate set foot on the shore, he was recognized by those in the pirate black market. If Rox was the most dazzling new star among pirates, then Edward Newgate was certainly the second most brilliant supernova. Both were newcomers, both had bounties exceeding 100 million upon their first appearances. Presently, Newgate's bounty reached an astonishing 110 million berries. Is this the place? Are you certain you are not mistaken? Upon arriving at the island, Newgate headed straight for the slave trading shop, inquiring of a nearby subordinate. Lord Newgate, I am absolutely certain. Miss Jasmine was indeed sold to this shop by traffickers. His subordinate affirmed confidently. Boom. Upon hearing his subordinate's confirmation, Edward Newgate was instantly engulfed in a fiery rage. His eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed his conqueror's haki. Shopkeeper, get out here immediately, or I will destroy your establishment. Newgate slammed his naginata onto the ground, creating a massive crater. The commotion startled everyone present. Meanwhile, on Larkta Island, my Lord Lorne, what is the matter? Upon seeing Lorne's astonishing expression, Jasmine was momentarily taken aback. And nothing. Lorne slightly tempered his expression before continuing to inquire. By the way, since you hail from Sphinx, do you happen to know someone by the name of Edward Newgate? Edward Newgate? Upon hearing the name, Jasmine was momentarily taken aback before responding. To be honest, my brother is named Edward Newgate. Your brother? Edward Newgate is your sibling? Indeed. Is he not of considerable stature, adorned with a white crescent-shaped mustache? Considerable stature? Crescent-shaped mustache? That does not seem to fit Newgate, Jasmine replied, clearly perplexed. Cough. I had forgotten. During the old era, Whitebeard was likely still a youth, so where would he have acquired such facial hair? Lorne, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked that he was so astonished he had momentarily forgotten the era in which he found himself. The current Whitebeard is likely around 17 years of age, roughly the same age as Luffy when he first set sail. Could you describe to me what he looks like at this moment? Lorne must confirm whether the Edward Newgate mentioned by Jasmine is indeed the Whitebeard from the original work. It would be quite awkward if they share the same name and are of the same gender. I'm not entirely sure what Newgate has become. He seldom returns home, and it has been many years since I last saw him. Due to the severe poverty at home, survival has become a challenge. Newgate left Sphinx at the tender age of 10, occasionally sending some money back. Jasmine spoke with a hint of melancholy. The dire circumstances in Sphinx compelled young Newgate to venture out to sea to support his family, burdening him with hardships that were far beyond his years. Oh, how did you end up in the slave market then? A few days ago, human traffickers invaded Sphinx, and I was captured. After inquiring further, Lorne began to piece together some details. However, with this limited information, he could not ascertain whether Jasmine was truly the sister of Whitebeard. Nevertheless, she was undeniably a woman with an S-rank fortune-enhancing aura, which would surely bring him considerable rewards. By the way, you need not address me as Lord Lorne any longer. Simply call me husband. This. Jasmine stood frozen upon hearing these words. What is the matter? Are you unwilling to become my wife? Lorne asked with a light chuckle. No, not at all. How could I possibly refuse? I never dreamed it would turn out this way. Jasmine was utterly astonished, feeling as though she were in a dream. She had initially thought that being purchased by Lord Lorne meant she would serve as a maid, only to find herself elevated to the status of a lady. The surprise was simply overwhelming. Sister, our task now is to increase the progeny of the Jaibeck family. I am currently with child and will need some time to rest. The coming days will rely on you. At that moment, Sherry entered the room, displaying no signs of displeasure regarding Lorne's intention to take another wife. This was a testament to Sherry's astuteness. Indeed, I shall do my utmost to serve my husband well. Hearing Sherry's words, Jasmine felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Lorne's attentive care for her in recent days has not gone unnoticed. She has taken it to heart. He is not only handsome and considerate, but has also spent a considerable fortune to save her life. Now, the prospect of uniting in matrimony with Lord Lorne is truly astonishing and unexpected. That very night, Lorne successfully took the first step toward becoming husband and wife with Jasmine. Before long, a week had passed. Today, Rox convened a meeting with the members of the Rox pirate crew, primarily to discuss matters of plunder. The crew has grown in number, and expenditures have surged. Continuous acts of piracy are essential to sustain the daily expenses of the pirate crew. Lorne, this time you need not attend. Remain on the island to accompany Jasmine and Sherry. Sherry is with child, and it is imperative that you care for both her and the baby within her. After Lox made arrangements for the personnel, he set off immediately. All right, I understand. Ron nodded, acknowledging that the pirate world was far from tranquil. The Rox pirates have invaded numerous nations, forging many adversaries along the way. Over the past 2 months, this island has faced multiple assaults from other pirates and military forces, all of which were successfully repelled by Rox and Lorne. Currently, Sherry and Molly remain on the island, necessitating the presence of protectors for their safety. Subsequently, Lorne returned to his quarters, while Rox summoned his crew to gather at the port. Captain Rox, a ship is approaching. Just as the assembly was completed, one of his subordinates immediately spotted a vessel drawing near to Larkta Island. It's a pirate ship. Could it be another band of reckless thieves? The members of the Rox pirates had become accustomed to the impending battle, each preparing to confront the oncoming threat. Boom. Several cannons were aimed at the rapidly approaching pirate ship, unleashing their projectiles. Thud. A wave of sword energy swept through, intercepting the cannonballs mid-air and causing them to explode. Following this, a towering figure wielding a massive naginata stood at the bow of the pirate ship, swinging his weapon with a single stroke. Crack, crack, crack. Where the sword energy traversed, the very fabric of space seemed to fracture, creating gaping rifts that extended from the ocean to the island, heralding a simultaneous earthquake and tsunami. What on earth is this? Witnessing this, the members of the Rox pirates were taken aback, hastily retreating. Everyone, stand back. Rox also sensed the impending danger and took a step forward. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a powerful punch, infused with the profound aura of Conqueror's Haki, forcefully dissipating the tsunami and tremors. This astonishing scene left the imposing figure at the bow momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, utilizing an extraordinary speed, that towering figure swiftly surged from the sea's surface. His resplendent golden hair sliced through the air like a bolt of yellow lightning. With a thunderous crash, so. You are Rox, huh? Prepare to meet your demise. In an instant, the man, propelled by his remarkable velocity, arrived directly before Rox and raised his naginata, striking down mercilessly. Crack. Rox's gaze widened slightly as he extended a single hand to firmly grasp the naginata. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the terrifying shockwave swept through the air, shattering the ground beneath their feet. You are Edward Newgate? With a vice-like grip on the naginata, Rox immediately recognized the figure before him, an emerging pirate whose notoriety had surged recently, with a bounty surpassing 100 million. Edward Newgate. Truly, he was a pirate worthy of a 200 million bounty. Edward Newgate attempted to reclaim the naginata, only to find it utterly immovable. Is Rox's power truly this formidable? Is this fellow not merely a novice pirate? Humph, daring to charge straight at me. I presume you have prepared yourself for what lies ahead. Rox gazed intently at the figure of Newgate before him, his eyes brimming with a fierce determination. In truth, the disparity between Newgate and Rox at this moment was quite considerable. After all, Newgate was merely 17 years old. Far from becoming the strongest man in the world, he would eventually grow to be. Although Rox is also a newcomer, his aptitude far surpasses that of Newgate. After all, he is destined to become the sovereign of the seas, the man who will gather countless legendary pirates under his command. Even when Newgate reaches his peak, he may not stand a chance against the pinnacle of Rox, especially at this point in time. Having already mastered the Conqueror's Haki, Rox finds it quite effortless to deal with the mere 17-year-old Newgate. Had it not been for the appearance of Lorne, which altered the timeline, their first encounter might have been postponed by several years. With a crack, Rox exerted force on his wrist and astonishingly snapped Newgate's naginata in half. At this moment, Newgate was wielding only a regular naginata, yet to acquire the legendary Supreme Blade, that Song Yunxia. What terrifying strength. Newgate felt a surge of fear and quickly released his grip, retreating several paces to avoid being ensnared. In an instant, Rox had already closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch to Newgate's face, distorting his features and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, Newgate was not to be underestimated. After enduring Rox's formidable blow, he managed to remain upright instead of being sent flying. Instead, he pivoted and retaliated with a fierce strike aimed at Roxchen. Infused with the powers of the Tremor fruit, Rox clearly did not anticipate that this newcomer, whose bounty had just surpassed 100 million, could withstand his full-force strike, sending him soaring into the air with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Fascinating, this young lad. In midair, Rox regained his balance through sheer physical prowess, leaping high and preparing to unleash a devastating palm strike from above. What sort of monster is this? Newgate was equally taken aback. He had employed his devil fruit abilities, yet his punch had not inflicted substantial damage. Surely, his internal organs should have been shattered by the tremors. What is this fellow's body made of? With a powerful push from his feet, Newgate exerted every ounce of strength to evade Rox's assault. Conqueror's strike. Seeing Newgate narrowly escape, Rox was not one to show mercy. He immediately activated his Conqueror's Haki. What is happening? I clearly wasn't struck. Newgate's pupils dilated in shock as a wave of pain coursed through him, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood. Boom. Despite his grievous injuries, Newgate swiftly rose to his feet, a translucent energy shield forming around his fist. Void break. With a mighty swing of his bulging muscles, the very fabric of space seemed to shatter. Following this was a terrifying tremor that rippled across the island. The creatures of the central jungle were thrown into chaos, fleeing in all directions. What is occurring? Has there been an invasion? At that moment, in the room, Sherry, Molly, Lorne, and the other maids sensed the disturbance. It seemed there was a battle taking place on the island. You all protect the ladies. I will investigate. After giving instructions to the maid, Ron swiftly exited the room. Although pirate incursions were a frequent occurrence, it was the first time such a commotion had arisen. Before long, he beheld his elder brother engaged in a spirited scuffle with a burly man. What sort of invader was this? Capable of enduring for such an extended duration under his brother's formidable prowess? Lorne arrived at a location not far from the battle and inquired of a subordinate. Typically, invaders were swiftly dealt with by the elder in a matter of minutes. However, this time, the tumult was so intense that it resonated throughout the entire island. My Lord Lorne, it is Edward Newgate, one of the notorious supernovas. The subordinate hurriedly reported. Oh, Edward Newgate? Upon observing the two combatants at the epicenter of the conflict, Lorne found it difficult to associate the imposing figure before him, with his towering stature and flowing golden hair, with the legendary Whitebeard of the future. After all, Newgate appeared remarkably disheveled at this moment, his visage marred by blood, and his naginata had been shattered by rocks. Furthermore, he lacked his characteristic crescent-shaped mustache. He bore little resemblance to the formidable man who would one day be hailed as the strongest in the world. Could it be that this fellow was seeking out Jasmine? Lorne speculated within himself. In the original narrative, Whitebeard harbored a profound yearning for family and kinship. His dream of venturing out to sea was, after all, in pursuit of a family of his own. If Jasmine truly is Whitebeard's sister, then the possibility indeed exists. Brother, Newgate, cease this. Just then, Lorne, leveraging his strength, intervened in the battle between Rox and Newgate. Lorne, what brings you here? I can handle this scoundrel alone, Rox exclaimed, halting his assault at the sight of Lorne, fearful of endangering his own brother. So you are Lorne? You are the one who took my sister, aren't you? You scoundrel, what have you done to her? She is gravely ill. Newgate questioned Lorne with palpable fury. Just days prior, he had inquired with the proprietor of the pirate black market, and discovered that it was not Rox, but rather his brother Lorne who had primarily acquired Jasmine. Indeed, he had been thoroughly beaten. Newgate. Lorne, upon witnessing Newgate's bloodied visage, could not resist taunting him. The sight of the Whitebeard, battered and covered in blood, was utterly inconceivable in the original narrative. Enough of this idle chatter. Where's my sister? Have you lot reduced her to slavery? Newgate raised his fist, aimed menacingly at Lorne. Seeing his brother threatened, Rox was filled with fury, ready to dismember Newgate on the spot. Do not be hasty, brother. Lorne intercepted his elder brother. He is destined to become the strongest man in the world. Although he is merely a novice at present, one must invest in the original stock. It would be a tremendous loss to take Whitebeard's life now. Whitebeard, let me assure you, your sister is doing well and has fully recovered. Would you like to see her? Lorne spoke to Newgate. Are you truly speaking the truth? Upon hearing this, Newgate momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Of course it is true. If you wish to meet, I can escort you there. Lorne smiled pleasantly, exuding a warm demeanor. This is quite delightful. Observing the amiable Lorne, Newgate found himself at a loss, hastily lowering his raised fist. In truth, Newgate harbored a flicker of doubt regarding whether Lorne was employing some sort of trickery against him. However, having awakened his observation haki, he sensed an exceedingly familiar aura. Lorne, are you implying that this individual before us is the brother of Jasmine? Rox understood and relaxed his tense body. Indeed, he was the brother of Jasmine. Come, Newgate. I shall take you to meet your sister. With that, Lorne led Newgate towards the room where Jasmine resided. Soon, Lorne brought the bloodied Newgate, whose face was nearly unrecognizable, into the chamber. Monster! A ghost has arrived. Upon entering the room, Newgate terrified several maids, prompting their shrieks. After all, Newgate's towering height, now approaching 6 meters, combined with his bloodied visage, was undeniably unsettling. Do not fear. He is a man, not a ghost. I have brought him here to see Jasmine. Lorne, caught in a mix of emotions, offered a sympathetic reassurance. This might be the most harrowing sight Whitebeard has ever encountered in his life. Sister, how wonderful that you are still alive. Upon entering the room, Newgate immediately spotted his sister, Mary, and spoke with a voice thick with emotion. After all, nearly their entire family had perished, leaving Mary as his sole blood relative. She was his only remaining family. Just days prior, he had heard from someone in their hometown that his sister was afflicted with a grave illness and had little time left. Alarmed, Newgate hastened to return to Sphinx with his pirate crew at the utmost speed. To his dismay, he discovered that his sister had been kidnapped by a group of human traffickers and was being sold into slavery. In a state of desperation, Newgate sought answers at the pirate black market. There, he learned from a shopkeeper that his sister had been purchased by the Rocks pirates. Hence, he made his way to Rurukta Island, leading to the scene that had just unfolded. Who is your sister? Mary, visibly startled, gazed at Newgate, whose face was smeared with blood, resembling a fiend. It is I, sister. I am Edward Newgate. Do you not recognize me? Whitebeard hastily proclaimed his name. Edward Newgate? Is it truly you, brother? Upon hearing Newgate's words, Mary stepped forward, scrutinizing him closely from left to right. After all, the last time they had seen each other was several years ago. At that time, Newgate was merely in his teens, of an average height. Years apart had transformed him into a towering figure. It truly is you. Newgate, I never imagined I would see you here. With the realization that her brother had indeed come, Mary embraced Newgate, tears of joy streaming down her face. Oh, sister, how wonderful. I never thought I would see you again. Newgate, disregarding the presence of Rocks, Lorne, and the others, found himself weeping. Let us leave this room first. Allowing these siblings to reminisce. Lorne observed the two weeping in each other's embrace, and he too felt a profound sense of empathy. He could deeply understand the emotions of witnessing the only family member in this world. Even Rocks, usually stoic, found himself genuinely touched. A glimmer of tears shimmering in the corners of his eyes. The bond shared between the siblings mirrored that which he had with Lorne. Soon, Rocks and Lorne, along with others, departed from the room. The siblings remained locked in their emotional embrace for a while, and as their feelings began to subside, they commenced their conversation. So, is it true that Lorne, my elder brother, insisted on purchasing my sister from the black market, and that he expended considerable wealth to treat her illness, thus ensuring her survival? After hearing his sister Jasmine's account, Newgate grasped the situation at last. Indeed, Lord Lorne has treated me with utmost kindness. I am now his wife, Jasmine affirmed with a gentle nod. Is that so? Then Lorne, my elder brother, is my brother-in-law? Newgate felt a wave of bewilderment. The progression seemed astonishingly swift. He suddenly found himself with a brother-in-law. Yes, my sister's life was saved entirely by Lord Lorne. Jasmine expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards him. Oh dear, I nearly Newgate's face flushed red upon hearing Jasmine's words. So, this is how it stands. I had nearly caused a scene and was on the verge of confronting Lorne just moments ago. How embarrassing. You really must temper your impetuousness, Newgate. Fortunately, Brother Rocks was present. Otherwise, you could have escalated the situation beyond redemption, Jasmine reproached lightly, noting her brother's unchanged impulsive nature. Why are you still standing there? Go apologize to your brother-in-law and Brother Rocks, she asserted with the authority of an elder sister. Understood, sister. Even without your prompting, I would have done so, Newgate replied, exchanging a brief nod with Jasmine before hastily exiting the room. Upon stepping outside, he encountered the bustling crew of the Rocks pirates. After all, his earlier confrontation with Rocks had been quite intense, particularly given Newgate's tremor fruit abilities, which had collapsed numerous structures on the island. The members of the Rocks pirates are presently engaged in the repair of these houses. Brother Lorne, Brother Rocks, I sincerely apologize. This has indeed been a misunderstanding. My impulsiveness has led to this situation. Newgate approached Lorne and Rocks, kneeling on one knee to express his heartfelt remorse. It is quite all right, young man. I can comprehend your actions for the sake of family. Moreover, you are Jasmine's brother, which makes you Lorne's brother-in-law. Strictly speaking, I could be considered your elder brother-in-law. Rocks graciously accepted Whitebeard's apology and expressed admiration for Newgate's prowess. To have endured so long under his command at the tender age of 17, this young man holds great promise for the future. Observing the other's magnanimous forgiveness for his own impulsiveness, Newgate felt an even deeper sense of embarrassment. So, have you heard what your sister said? At this moment, Lorne cast a glance at Newgate and smiled. The current Whitebeard seemed too naïve, a stark contrast to the character portrayed in the original narrative, which felt rather peculiar. Indeed, I am immensely grateful to you, Brother Lorne. Had it not been for your intervention, that dreadful illness might have claimed my sister's life. Newgate expressed his heartfelt gratitude. If it weren't for Lorne's unwavering determination to purchase Jasmine and his considerable expenditure on his sister's treatment, she would have long since succumbed to the grave. Having saved his only family member, Newgate's appreciation for Lorne surged like an unending river. By the way, I am responsible for the damage to these houses. Allow me to repair them. At that moment, Newgate found himself at a loss for how to repay Lorne, so he decided to first remedy the losses he had caused. There is no need for that. Since you have already heard from your sister, we are family from this point forward, are we not? Lorne also hindered Newgate's goodwill. At this moment, if one does not seize the opportunity to win hearts, when else will there be a chance? No, brother Lorne, these are all consequences of my actions. I must take charge. Newgate, feeling embarrassed, insisted on taking matters into his own hands. What? Are you being so distant as to disregard me, your brother-in-law? Have you chosen to ignore my words? Lorne feigned anger and remarked, No, you saved my sister and even took her as your wife. How could I dare to act distant? Brother Lorne. Upon hearing these words, Newgate hastily waved his hands, fearing Lorne might misunderstand. To say nothing of marrying my sister. Even allowing her to serve you would be an immense kindness. After all, life is but a single journey, survival is paramount. And yet you still call me Brother Lorne? Oh dear, my mind is slow to catch up. From now on, you shall refer to me as brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, Newgate exclaimed, promptly slapping his forehead and correcting himself. Indeed, now that sounds more appropriate. Upon hearing this, Ron nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. He had unexpectedly acquired such a valuable brother-in-law. It was truly impeccable. Based on Ron's understanding of Whitebeard, this was undoubtedly a remarkable stroke of fortune. The fact that Whitebeard could show profound care for a foster son, devoid of any blood ties, assured that he would treat his actual brother-in-law as though he were a true family member. In times of trouble, Whitebeard would undoubtedly be the first to charge forth, unwavering in his support. Was this not akin to having gained a warrior of royal caliber? Truly, she was a woman of exceptional fortune, with an S-rank affinity for prosperity. So, dear brother-in-law, is there anything you believe I ought to undertake? After causing quite a ruckus, Ron felt a twinge of embarrassment and was eager to contribute to the Rocks Pirates. Never mind, you should catch up with your sister. It has been many years since you last met. Moreover, it seems your pirate crew has suffered quite a bit at the hands of our members. It would be wise for you to check on them. With a smile, Lorne remarked that the members of Newgate's pirate crew were rather inexperienced, lacking the caliber of the meticulously chosen warriors from the Rocks Pirates. This observation further validated the rigorous trials they had faced when embarking on their journey. Oh, how could I forget? Newgate exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he recalled the state of his own crew. After all, he had been overwhelmed with concern for his sister's whereabouts, rushing headlong onto the island without a moment's thought for his crew members. Fortunately, his crew proved resilient, avoiding any fatal incidents. In the realm of piracy, as long as one did not perish on the spot, even the most grievous injuries could be healed with time. Even a blow from the world's strongest creature, infused with conqueror's hockey, would leave one rejuvenated after a few days. After a bustling afternoon, evening soon descended. At Lorne's suggestion, a grand banquet was organized by the Rocks Pirates and the Edward Pirates, celebrating the newfound alliance with a formidable ally. As the wine flowed freely, the faces of the guests flushed crimson, clearly intoxicated from the revelry. Lorne and Newgate found an immediate camaraderie, engaging in profound discussions over drinks. As they exchanged stories of their backgrounds, the conversation took a poignant turn. Upon hearing Lorne recount the harrowing tale of witnessing the brutal murder of his parents by the celestial dragons during his childhood, Newgate could no longer contain his fury. How could those vile celestial dragons dare to enslave such innocent children? To kill their own parents before their very eyes? Were they even human? Newgate's indignation erupted in a vehement tirade, revealing that the subject of family was his Achilles heel. Even through Lorne's narrative, he felt an undeniable kinship with the anguish expressed. Indeed, they were not human. They perceived themselves as deities, elevated above all, creators of the world in the eyes of mortals. Yet, what is divinity? No one is born a god. Before ascending to such heights, they, too, were mere mortals like you and me. We set sail with a singular purpose, to topple the celestial dragons and avenge our parents. Lorne's words echoed with a fierce intensity. The events of that fateful night would forever remain etched in his memory. Beside him, Rox's body was taut, his overwhelming presence causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Indeed, the brother-in-law was right. They were far from any divine beings. They were scum, parasites, beasts. This wretched group deserved nothing less than death. Newgate joined in the vitriol, fully aware that the world's perception of the celestial dragons was well established. They truly deserved to perish. Let us not forget, Newgate, that the plight of our homeland stemmed from our inability to pay the heavenly gold, leading to our abandonment by the Navy and the world government. What justice exists is merely a fade. Jasmine was acutely aware that her hometown of Sphinx had fallen into lawlessness solely due to the lack of funds. Sister, you speak the truth. I have always known that the true culprits behind my family's demise were not merely those criminals. It was the Navy and the world government, who regarded us as nothing more than livestock. Had it not been for the brother-in-law's intervention, I can only imagine what fate would have befallen you. Moved by Lorne and Jasmine's impassioned words, Newgate felt his own emotions swell. What say you, Newgate? Will you join us in our quest? Let us rise against the celestial dragons, to avenge our families and our homeland. Lorne seized the moment, directly extending an olive branch to Newgate. Newgate, stay with us. Remain by your sister's side, alongside your brother-in-law. Do not forget how our father and mother perished. At that time, the fleet of the world government and the navy were in close proximity, yet they turned a blind eye to the heinous acts that claimed our parents' lives. At this moment, Jasmine was also stoking the flames nearby. I understand now, sister, brother-in-law. My initial venture onto the seas was driven by the desire for family, and now, my family is right here beside me. I am willing to join my brother-in-law and sister in overthrowing the celestial dragons. Witnessing the fervent resolve of his sister and brother-in-law, Newgate made up his mind. He prepared to ally himself with Lorne and Rox, just as Jasmine had articulated, when his family was mercilessly attacked. The navy and the fleet of the world government were within sight of the Sphinx. He had desperately called out for help, only to be met with utter disregard. From that moment forth, Newgate's goodwill towards the navy and the world government evaporated entirely. Thus, he chose to set sail at the tender age of 10, embracing the life of a pirate. Excellent, splendid. To celebrate the brotherhood of Newgate, let us raise our glasses, everyone. Rox raised his glass, and everyone followed suit. Cheers. In the pursuit of toppling the celestial dragons, they toasted. On this night, the clinking of glasses did not signify the shattering of dreams. Rather, it solidified them further. With Newgate's inclusion, Lorne's resolve to pursue his path grew ever stronger. That path was to forge alliances with the powerful through the bonds of blood. The Rox pirates shall never replicate the failures of the original narrative. With the addition of Newgate, the potential of the Rox pirates has surged once more. The following day, an elated Rox led all his crew to plunder a prosperous nation allied with the world government. Pirates have invaded. Soon, the allied nation became aware of the Rox pirates' presence. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of cannons were fired at the Rox pirates. However, these projectiles posed no threat to the Rox pirates, as they were effortlessly intercepted. Fire the arrows. The allied nation swiftly organized 1,000 elite soldiers to unleash a volley of arrows from the port. In many respects, the dense rain of arrows proved more effective than the cannons. Shatter the sky. Dominate the strike. Armament hockey, flowing cherry blossom. Rox, Lorne, and Whitebeard each wielded their formidable powers, successfully repelling the onslaught of this elite battalion. The Rox pirates have successfully landed. Charge, my comrades. Let them witness the might of the Rox pirates. Upon disembarking, Rox grinned malevolently, akin to a devil. The members of the Rox pirates behind him were eager for the fray. With a bounty of 200 million, the notorious Captain Rox, and with a bounty of 80 million, his first mate, Captain Law. Upon the arrival of the Rox pirates, the soldiers were astonished to discover that they were facing the recently infamous Rox pirates. However, the names of Rox and Law had been obscured by the initial D, indicating the world government's keen interest in the D lineage. Moreover, there was also the formidable supernova Edward Newgate, with a bounty of 110 million berries. Upon seeing Edward Newgate, the soldiers were further taken aback. When did the Rox pirates acquire another supernova with a bounty exceeding 100 million? Pirates, cease your actions. This is a member nation of the world government. Your brazen invasion will surely provoke relentless pursuit from the Navy and the world government. The commanding officer shouted at the arriving Rox pirates, hoping to dissuade them. Then let them come after me and see what happens. Locke sneered, dismissing further dialogue with his adversary, and unleashed his conqueror's hockey. A tempestuous wave of energy surged forth, akin to a tornado, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Newgate, together. I understand. Concurrently, Lorne and Whitebeard also manifested their conqueror's hockey. A series of formidable waves of energy swept across the battlefield, fierce and relentless. The simultaneous eruption of the three conquerors' hockey overwhelmed the thousands of soldiers present. In an instant, only a handful of resolute warriors remained steadfast. Damn it! Quickly, inform the world government and the Navy. Request their military support. Urgently notify the king and the nobles to take cover. They must not be discovered by the Rox pirates. How dare these lunatics assault a member nation? The commander, taken aback by the audacity of the enemy's assault, hastily issued orders before turning to flee. He had no intention of meeting his demise here. The audacity of the leader attempting to escape was utterly disgraceful. With a tone of utter disdain, Rox swiftly approached the commander. What astonishing speed! The commander, not one to be trifled with, retaliated with a swift jab. Yet, as his strike landed upon Rox's flesh, it was as if he had struck solid steel, yielding no effect whatsoever. Perish, you worthless fool! Rox sneered. With a powerful punch, he pierced through the commander's chest, painting the scene in a gruesome tableau. Witnessing such an effortless demise of their leader, the soldiers who had come to provide support fled in disarray, abandoning all resolve. Ha ha ha, what a pack of imbeciles. Brothers, charge into the city. Our objective is treasure. There is no need to waste time on ordinary civilians. Let us strip this kingdom bare. Rox laughed heartily, then turned to issue commands. After all, having emerged from humble beginnings, Lorne and Rox had established a rule within the Rox pirates. They must not lay hands on ordinary civilians or the impoverished. Indeed, There is little profit to be gleaned from the destitute and common folk. However, this principle holds true only under normal circumstances. Should some deranged individuals insist on obstructing the path of the Rock's pirates, they must not be surprised by the ruthless actions of Lorne and Rox. Charge forth, my brothers. Let us plunder this kingdom to its very core. The Rock's pirates and the newly joined Edward pirates, brimming with enthusiasm, charged into the city. Indeed, as a member state of the world government, it exuded opulence. Surely, there must be an abundance of treasures to be discovered. Upon entering the city, the group was astounded by the wealth displayed by the world government member state. Towering skyscrapers and wide boulevards surrounded them, a stark contrast to their homeland, characterized by rows of humble cottages and farmland. At this moment, Lorne, Rox, and Newgate made their way directly into the royal palace. As fate would have it, they collided with the fleeing nobles in a chaotic encounter. It was already evident that this group of aristocrats would be the first to flee at the hint of trouble. Reveal the locations of your treasures at once. I may consider sparing your lives. Lorne was all too familiar with the nature of these nobles, which is why he rushed to the palace. And indeed, he found them. Quickly, someone called for the guards. Inside the palace, hundreds of soldiers emerged to protect the royal family. Get out of the way, you worthless fools. Newgate's fist sent all the approaching soldiers reeling, leaving some dead and others wounded. How dare they? These lunatics actually have the audacity to invade and attack. At that moment, several soldiers of the kingdom appeared, among them users of hockey and those with devil fruit powers. After all, being a member state of the world government, it was only natural to possess such formidable warriors. Brother, Newgate, leave these fellows to me. Rox displayed a devilish grin, single-handedly halting the advance of several soldiers from the kingdom. The notorious pirate, Rox D. Zebek, with a bounty of 200 million, was recognized by them. Aware of his formidable strength, the soldiers summoned their utmost power. Armed with swords, axes, and firearms, they imbued their weapons with hockey. Meanwhile, those possessing Zoan-type abilities began their transformations. Die, you insignificant insects. Yet, these efforts were as trivial as children's play before Rox. In the very first moments of combat, lives were extinguished by Rox's hand. How could this be? Witnessing the valiant soldiers, the kingdom's finest, faltering against this band of pirates. The king, along with his queen and children, found themselves pale and trembling, rendered speechless by terror. You have 1 second to reveal the location of your treasure. Time us up. Lorne brandished a steel dagger and swiftly struck down the king's concubine. Blood gushed forth in an instant, splattering the faces of those nearby. Oh, father! Mother has been slain. A piercing scream suddenly erupted. How utterly unbearable. Grant me some peace. Newgate emitted a powerful shockwave, rendering the clamor of several shrieking princesses into unconsciousness. Their fates unknown. The worth of these women was merely rated at E and D. Even if they perished, it would bear no consequence. Both Lorne and Newgate harbored no fondness for these nobles, and thus, they showed no mercy in their actions. I shall speak prompted by such provocation. The king trembled as he surrendered the location of the treasury along with its keys. At least you have some sense. I shall grant you a complete corpse. Lorne scoffed, declaring that the moment they stormed the royal palace, these nobles would no longer have a chance of survival. You treacherous scoundrel. You have no honor. The king exclaimed in a fit of rage. Honor means nothing to pirates, Lorne retorted disdainfully, raising his blade. To dare to attack a member state is the height of arrogance for a pirate. At that moment, several men wearing masks and uniforms suddenly emerged from the side. These individuals must be agents of the world government's secret intelligence agency, CP. Reinforcements have arrived. Upon witnessing the arrival of CP, a glimmer of hope appeared on the faces of the king and the nobles. Indeed, such a hefty sum paid in heavenly gold was not given in vain. Oh, the government's lackeys have finally shown up. Their response time is impressively swift. It seems that a hefty bribe ensures exceptional treatment, Newgate remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Upon recognizing the three formidable figures, Rox, Lorne, and Edward Newgate, CP was drenched in cold sweat. How could these three have united? They immediately called for naval and governmental support, prioritizing the safe escort of the king above all else. Aware that they stood no chance against the combined might of these three, the commanding officer swiftly devised a strategy. Newgate, let us unleash our fury. Lorne chuckled coldly, summoning Newgate to engage in battle against CP. You two will hold off Lorne and Newgate while we escort the king. Remember, your task is merely to buy us some time. Soon, the commanding officer dispatched 2 CP agents, while the remaining personnel were tasked with escorting the nobles. A swift resolution was imperative. No one must escape. Point your guns. Shake the air. Lorne and Newgate exchanged knowing smiles, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. Each of them faced a CP. Iron block, steel. Iron block, condense. The 2 CPs executed their iron block technique. With a resounding thud, one of the individuals struck by Lorne fell to the ground, while Newgate's target remained standing. What is happening? Both Newgate and the remaining CP exclaimed in astonishment. Newgate, it seems you have been outdone by your brother-in-law, Lorne remarked with a triumphant grin. Currently, Whitebeard had yet to unleash his conqueror's hockey. relying solely on the external striking power of the tremor fruit. In contrast, Lorne's haki was capable of internal destruction. One was external, the other internal. Their respective powers were not comparable. Garra-la-la-la, truly worthy of being my brother-in-law. Newgate bellowed with laughter, fully aware of his brother-in-law's formidable strength. However, I shall soon catch up to you, brother-in-law. With another punch, Newgate finally overpowered the CP, who collapsed under the force. The two hastened to pursue the fleeing nobles. You two are rather slow, Lorne, Newgate. You nearly allowed these worthless individuals to escape. At that moment, several individuals were stacked atop one another and brought in by Rox. Indeed, you never cease to amaze, brother. Well done, Rox. Lorne and Newgate exchanged awkward glances, scratching their heads in embarrassment. In comparison to Rox, they felt woefully inadequate. Reinforcements from the Navy and the world government were already en route. Quickly, retrieve the treasure. I shall ensure they are well entertained. A sinister smile crept across Rox's face. He then personally took it upon himself to dismember those CP agents, severing their heads and displaying them prominently atop the palace. Years ago, his own parents had fallen victim to the CP, captured and subjected to unspeakable torment. As for the noblemen and aristocrats, Rox bore them no ill will. Hence, he spared them the same fate, allowing them to retain their bodies intact. Soon after, Lorne, accompanied by the members of the pirate crew, located the treasury based on the king's provided coordinates. It must be said, the wealth of the world government's member states was indeed incomparable to that of smaller, impoverished nations. The treasury was filled to the brim with gold and silver, towering like a small mountain. Brothers, we have achieved a great victory. Let us empty this place and make our retreat. Lorne commanded, amidst the jubilation of victory, as the excited pirates ransacked the warehouse. This single raid yielded over 1 billion berries in cash, along with 2 fully laden ships of gold, silver, and jewels. This wealth would sustain the Rox pirates for quite some time. Retreat, my comrades. After plundering all the treasures, the entirety of the Rox pirates withdrew. The assault was remarkably successful. Apart from a few minor injuries, there were no casualties among the crew. This was largely due to the inclusion of Edward Newgate, which significantly enhanced the strength of the Rox pirates. Although Newgate was far from his prime, the destructive power of the tremor fruit combined with his conqueror's haki was already formidable. In terms of overall destructive capacity, Lorne at this stage likely could not rival his own uncle. Damn it, this lawless rabble, the Rox pirates. Meanwhile, reinforcements from the world government and the Navy, who had rushed to provide support, were met with the horrific sight of severed CP heads and the corpses of nobles hanging in the royal palace. Enraged, the world government and Navy reinforcements erupted in fury. It was unprecedented for a world government allied nation to be brazenly attacked by pirates. Furthermore, the entire royal family had perished and the dispatched CP operatives were annihilated. Such a heinous act was beyond comprehension. Upon receiving this news, in the holy land of Mariawa within the Hall of Authority, the 5 elders gritted their teeth, their eyes aflame with rage. They ordered an immediate blackout of all information. This incident must not be allowed to spread. Suddenly, one of the elders, as if recalling something, exclaimed, the attack on a world government allied nation by pirates, resulting in the complete annihilation of the royal family, will have dire repercussions. This is unprecedented. It should be noted that the allied nation targeted in this assault was exceedingly affluent, having paid substantial protection fees, known as heavenly gold. If news of their downfall reached the public, other nations would undoubtedly succumb to panic. The credibility of the world government would suffer greatly. There is no time. One elder interjected. Many kings and nobles from various countries are sending messages, demanding that the world government station troops to prevent pirate incursions. These nations certainly were not naive. They possessed their own intelligence networks. While they might deceive ordinary citizens, they could not fool the terrified nobility. Upon learning that members of the royal family had been slain by pirates, they immediately implored the world government to dispatch permanent troops. Fools. The 5 elders seethed with impotent fury. Although the world government held immense power, certain lines must not be crossed. If they continued to collect heavenly gold without taking action, their reputation would inevitably suffer. Damn it. First, we must pacify those nobles. Then immediately notify the Navy headquarters to dispatch an admiral within a week. The Rox pirates must be eradicated. The repercussions of this attack on the world government allied nation were exceedingly severe, particularly in terms of the humiliation inflicted upon both the world government and the Navy. After all, these allied nations had contributed substantial sums of heavenly gold, and the world government bore responsibility for their safety. With such an incident occurring, the world government's dignity could not withstand the fallout. The 5 elders also pressured the Navy, demanding that they cease all current operations to focus on the extermination of the Rox pirates. The Rox pirates are the source of widespread trepidation. Although they are newcomers, their recent heinous actions are sufficient to incite the 5 elders to take severe measures against them. Moreover, the bounty on each member of the Rox pirates has once again surged. Rox bounty surged dramatically from 200 million to an astonishing 430 million berries. Lorne has successfully crossed the threshold of a bounty exceeding 1 billion, with his reward now standing at 170 million berries. Edward Newgate's bounty has also risen to 160 million berries. Following this battle, the reputation of the Rocks pirates has surged once more. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the news from the world government reached the headquarters without delay. The then Fleet Admiral immediately convened a meeting. Initially, there was a bounty of 200 million berries, which has now escalated to 450 million berries for Captain Rocks. His brother, the formidable Jybeck Lorne, who also possesses the Conqueror's Hockey, has seen his bounty rise to 170 million berries. For reasons unknown, the notorious pirate Edward Newgate seems to have joined the Rocks pirates and participated in this operation. With a current bounty of 160 million berries, it is noteworthy that all three individuals possess royal qualities and are bearers of the Conqueror's Hockey. Soon, the adjutant displayed the profiles of the main members of the Rocks pirates on the large screen in the conference room. Remarkably, a single pirate ship boasts 3 awakened wielders of the Conqueror's Hockey. This pirate crew holds tremendous potential. If I am not mistaken, Rock's name only emerged in the seas a few months ago. The speed of their growth is truly frightening. The more seasoned naval officers felt a chill run down their spines. In just a few months at sea, their bounty has reached an astounding 450 million berries. The other two, Lorne and Newgate, also boast bounties exceeding 100 million. All three are newcomers. Such a rate of advancement is unparalleled. If left unchecked, the seas will surely be thrown into chaos. Most critically, the Rocks pirates have committed unforgivable crimes. The voice of the Fleet Admiral, though calm, commanded authority. As pirates, they brazenly attacked a world government-affiliated nation, slaughtering its nobility. The CP forces sent to assist suffered grievous losses as well. This assault has plunged the affiliated nations globally into panic, casting doubt on the world government's ability to provide adequate protection. The Holy Land is seething with rage. In response, the 5 elders have personally issued orders for us to prioritize monitoring the Rocks pirates. Ride on, this mission is entrusted to you. You must decisively annihilate the Rocks pirates. Is that clear? At this moment, the Fleet Admiral turned to a tall man beside him. Ride on, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. His abilities are as formidable as his title, being the user of the Thunder fruit. Ha ha ha, fear not. They are merely a few fledgling pirates. Leave this operation to me. Admiral, I will ensure that the Holy Land is satisfied. Radon's tone was remarkably relaxed. After all, he is one of the public faces of the world government's highest combat power, possessing the nearly invulnerable Thunder fruit. It is no exaggeration to say that Rhydon resembles the future Kazuru. In countless battles, he has sustained almost no injuries, at most getting his clothes soiled. He is also a strong candidate for the Navy's next Fleet Admiral. Excellent. Observing Rhydon as confidence, the Fleet Admiral nodded in approval. Admiral, I have several candidates I wish to recommend for this mission. At that moment, a man suddenly stood up. He was the then Rear Admiral, who would later become the Supreme Commander of the 3 armed forces, Steelbone Kong. Of course, he was simply Kong at this time. Kong, what is it? Asked the Fleet Admiral. Admiral, the pirates on the seas have suddenly surged. I have an ominous premonition that the seas may become increasingly turbulent. Therefore, we in the Navy urgently need to cultivate talent. I recommend 4 individuals: Carp, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Zephyr. They are the finest seeds among this generation of Navy newcomers and will be the backbone of the next generation of the Navy. I believe we can take advantage of this operation led by Admiral Rhydon to train them well. Kong's speech resonated with the Navy personnel present. Indeed, the recent seas have been quite tumultuous. Many formidable newcomers have suddenly emerged. Aside from the New World S Rocks, Lorne, and Edward, there are others who have entered the Grand Line from the 4 seas, such as Shiki, John, Wang Zhi, and Roger. Each newcomer possesses remarkable strength, having already defeated many of the older generation pirates in just a few months. The pirate world is undergoing a frenzied transformation. The Navy must cultivate talent to keep pace with the times. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. The Fleet Admiral nodded in strong agreement with Kong's assertion. Rhydon also nodded in agreement. They had all heard of these 4 names, recognized as the strongest among the new generation of Navy recruits. Except for Tsuru, Sengoku, Carp, and Zephyr are often referred to as monsters by many in the Navy. Although Tsuru may not match their combat strength, she has demonstrated exceptional judgment and strategic prowess in several operations. Her tactics have yielded unexpected successes for the Navy. She is indeed a rare talent. In fact, Tsuru, a strategist, holds a higher rank than the other 3. These 4 are certainly worthy of substantial investment in their development. The CP has already begun investigating the movements of the Rocks pirates. Upon receiving the news, you are to act immediately. Have you heard? Rear Admiral Kong has recommended us for this operation led by Admiral Rhydon. Soon, the 4 members of the Navy received this news. They were all quite surprised. Finally, they could unleash their sense of justice. I hear the target is the Rocks pirates, Tsuru remarked, ever composed. This is splendid. I can finally make those villains feel the force of my iron fists. Those scoundrels who bring suffering to the people. I will cast them all into the depths of the sea prison. Carp exclaimed excitedly, rolling up his sleeves as if to showcase his robust muscles. Carp, don't be impulsive. Do you understand what the Rocks pirates signify? They are an exceedingly vile crew that actively attacked a world government-affiliated nation. I hear their captain Rocks has, in just a few months, amassed a bounty of 450 million berries. We must not underestimate them as mere fledgling pirates, Sengoku calmly analyzed. The notorious pirate Rocks, with a bounty exceeding 400 million, poses a formidable challenge that these newcomers cannot yet face. Caution and vigilance are imperative. Moreover, the bounties of both Lorne and Newgate have surpassed 100 million. No wonder this operation is personally led by Admiral Raylong. Carp, given your temperament, refrain from acting impulsively. You must heed Admiral Raylong's instructions and refrain from taking matters into your own hands, Zephyr cautioned his friend Carp. Hey, Carp, are you even listening? After their exchange, they were left dismayed, realizing that Carp had already wandered off. There's no time to waste. I must intensify my training to apprehend these ruffians disturbing the seas. Carp declared to himself, leaving behind Tsuru, Sengoku, and Zephyr in a state of bewilderment. Merely a day later, CP had already traced the whereabouts of the Rocks pirates. Consequently, Admiral Raylong promptly assembled his naval subordinates. With the formidable presence of 1 admiral, 3 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and 2,000 elite soldiers, they set sail from Marine Ford into the New World. This time, having seized territory from the world government's allied nations. Neither the Navy nor the world government would let this transgression go unpunished. It is likely that they will soon dispatch an admiral in response to the massacre of so many nobles and CP agents. Upon returning to Larkta Island, the Rocks pirates celebrated for an entire day. Rocks, Lorne, Newgate, and several other cadre members convened for a meeting. A general, you say? How intriguing. I wonder which general will be dispatched this time. Upon hearing the mention of a general, Rocks displayed an expression of eager anticipation, his fists clenched, producing a series of explosive crackling sounds. Brother, now is not the time to confront a general. Sherry is already with child, and the terrain of this island is exceedingly unfavorable. Even if we were to triumph over the Navy's pursuing forces, reinforcements would undoubtedly continue to flood in from the Navy. Lorne maintained a remarkable composure. It was not that he doubted his brother Rock's formidable prowess. Given Rock's current strength, he would undoubtedly not be outmatched by an admiral, and there was a considerable chance of victory. After all, his brother had mastered the Conqueror's hockey. However, the terrain of this island was exceedingly unfavorable. It was completely flat, allowing for easy landings from all directions, making it nearly indefensible. Moreover, the well-being of the child within was paramount. After all, it was a child of SSS-level talent. And any mishap was absolutely unacceptable. Brother, you are indeed correct. Let us depart. I have long harbored discontent towards this wretched island. With pirates frequently launching incursions, it is high time we seek a true treasure trove. Rocks nodded, acknowledging the dire topography of the island. Engaging the Navy at this juncture seemed utterly futile, given their incessant reinforcements. Furthermore, the imminent threat to his unborn nephew and niece loomed large. Soon, a consensus emerged among the group. They would decisively abandon Rakelta Island in search of a more defensible stronghold. As they prepared to depart, it was only fitting to leave the Navy with a parting gift. I have already reached out to the pirate black market, and they will promptly deliver a substantial shipment of cannonballs and weaponry. Lorne smirked wickedly, and soon everyone displayed their sinister smiles. In the New World, at the harbor of Larkta Island, what is happening? I feel as though I have been poisoned. I can hardly breathe. My consciousness is gradually fading. Beware of the landmines. The members of the Rocks pirates had laid an elaborate ambush early in the day, eagerly awaiting the Navy's arrival. A multitude of landmines, traps, and chemical weapons procured from the black market ensnared the Navy the moment they landed. Many soldiers were caught in the blast of bombs, losing limbs in the process. Some were afflicted by toxic gases, experiencing severe poisoning and facing imminent death. This unexpected onslaught caught the Navy completely off guard, resulting in a staggering loss of personnel even before they could engage the enemy. Fortunately, the operation was led by Admiral Rydon, who swiftly cleared the area with a powerful bolt of lightning upon discovering the ambush. However, while Rydon could eliminate mines and shells, he found himself helpless against the pervasive poison. Curse them. We must retreat. These pirates are utterly despicable. And what are those CP agents doing? Are they utterly incompetent? As the Navy continued to suffer from the effects of poisoning, Admiral Rydon had no choice but to urgently evacuate the island and call for reinforcements from headquarters. This operation was undeniably a dismal failure. Meanwhile, the Rocks pirates had long since departed from Larkta Island, abandoning the unremarkable location. Those scoundrel pirates. How shameless to lay such a trap. To be outmaneuvered by a mere band of pirates is a profound humiliation. Carp, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Zephyr, who had initially sought to hone their skills, were equally filled with indignation. The Navy, caught in the pirates' ambush, had suffered grievously without even laying eyes on their foes. The embarrassment was unbearable. Quickly, tend to the wounded. Contact headquarters for medical assistance. Yet, despite their anger, they could not pursue. The ensnared Navy had to swallow their disgrace, focusing on contacting headquarters for aid. Rocks pirates. Ride on. Will not rest until we are adversaries no more. One day, I shall personally dismantle you piece by piece. Just after calling headquarters, Admiral Rhydon unleashed a terrifying storm of lightning that soared into the heavens. Upon reporting the situation, the fleet admiral unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Rhydon, employing every possible expletive. After all, if the Rock's pirates managed to escape, the five elders would not take kindly to it, and the admiral would bear the brunt of their wrath. Frustrated and seething with rage, Rhydon had no outlet for his fury but to vent at the empty air. He had been thoroughly chastised by the admiral, and he knew full well that upon his return, he would face severe reprimands. The scene left Karp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Suru, and other Navy members feeling uneasy. The tremendous commotion even reached the distant Rock's pirates, who had already left Larkta Island far behind. It appeared that the Navy had deployed one of their three admirals, Rhydon. Upon witnessing the soaring lightning, a member of the Rock's pirates commented, "Oh, Rhydon, has the Thunder Fruit now fallen into the hands of the current admiral?" Ron was somewhat taken aback. He had initially believed that the Thunder Fruit lay quietly in a corner of the Sky Island, only to discover that it had been consumed by the current admiral of the Navy. In truth, Ron did not harbor many thoughts about the Devil Fruit. Haki was the supreme power that transcended all else. Every top-tier warrior meticulously honed their Haki, while the abilities of the fruit merely served as an auxiliary. Possessing fruit abilities without Haki rendered one ineffectual. However, should the opportunity arise, Ron would gladly partake of the Thunder Fruit, for its capabilities were truly formidable. And when combined with powerful martial arts and Haki, it would undoubtedly render one invincible. Yet, it appeared that such an opportunity was now lost. "What is this, little brother? It seems you have a keen interest in the Thunder Fruit," remarked Rox, who had been inseparable from Ron since childhood, immediately discerning his brother's thoughts. "Hee, big brother. It seems you have seen right through me, yet it appears there is no chance left. I shall focus on diligently cultivating my Haki instead." With a mischievous smile, Lorne remarked that even in the absence of it, he held no regrets. As long as he cultivated his own formidable aura, he could still stand at the pinnacle. "Ha. Lorne, rest assured, the Thunder Fruit is indeed a remarkable treasure, and I shall find a way to secure it for you. I am well aware of the methods to seize a devil fruit, you know." Rox smiled faintly, exuding confidence. His years spent in the sacred land were not in vain. There, he had encountered numerous classical tomes of knowledge. Lorne was too young at that time to comprehend. Rox has reached an age of sufficient maturity, having once surreptitiously perused the illustrated compendium of devil fruits. He is aware that this tome catalogues the various types and abilities of these extraordinary fruits. Among them lies a particular fruit known as the dark fruit, classified as a natural type fruit, renowned for its exceptionally malevolent power. This fruit possesses the formidable ability to seize other devil fruits. After departing from Larkta Island, Rox and his crew steered their vessel toward the pirate black market. With the loss of their stronghold, the Rox pirates were in dire need of a new base of operations. The experience of sailing was arduous for someone like Shelley, who had been pregnant for several months. The discomfort of the voyage was palpable and could lead to dire consequences if not carefully managed. Beyond Shelley, it was inevitable that Lorne would have more wives and progeny in the future, which necessitated an absolutely secure environment. Thus, it became imperative for the Rox pirates to locate a suitable island post-haste, ideally one that was nearly impregnable. This was where Lorne's advantages as a time traveler would come into play. As a traveler, Lorne was well acquainted with an island in the New World that fit this description, Wano country. The geography of Wano is exceptionally unique, as the island lacks any coastline and is instead encircled by raging waterfalls. To reach Wano, one must navigate through perilous cascades, presenting an undeniable geographical advantage. In the original narrative, one of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, led a multitude of elite officers into Wano, only to be repelled by one of Kaido's top executives, one of the calamities, named King. This incident did not merely highlight King's strength. Rather, it underscored the immense difficulty of accessing Wano. A single calamity-level warrior could effectively guard half of a Yonko crew, illustrating that Wano possesses a heavenly perilous situation. Such an island, characterized by its impenetrability and ease of defense, is exceptionally rare, presenting an ideal stronghold for a pirate crew. Moreover, Wano harbors another resource that greatly entices Lorne. The island is rich in the raw materials for sea stone. It is estimated that 80 to 90% of the world's sea stone originates from Wano. Were it not for Wano's isolationist policies, it could easily become one of the wealthiest nations allied with the world government, solely by monopolizing sea stone. Even the world government must lower its stature and engage with Wano through intermediaries like Don Quixote da Flamingo. Should the Rox pirates succeed in conquering Wano, they would effectively possess a relentless money-printing machine and an indomitable fortress, amalgamating two formidable advantages in one. Lorne naturally regarded the Land of Harmony as the primary target of the Rox pirates. Upon sharing his thoughts with Rox, he received immediate assent. The reason the Rox pirates ventured into the pirate black market was to procure a particular item, the permanent log pose of the Land of Harmony. In the Grand Line, due to the complexities of magnetic fields and weather, ordinary compasses have become ineffective. To locate an island, one must rely on two methods: the life card of the island's inhabitants or the permanent log pose. With their objective in sight, The members of the Rocks Pirates swiftly acquired the permanent log pose in the black market for a mere 200,000 berries. The merchant selling the log pose from the Land of Harmony was beaming with joy, as such items are seldom sold due to the nation's isolationist policies. Who would have imagined that the Rocks Pirates would purchase it at such a premium, yielding an extraordinary profit? Rocks and Lorne were indifferent to this matter. Having recently plundered the member nations of the world government, they were flush with funds. After securing the permanent log pose, the Rocks Pirates continued to explore the black market. They first visited a human auction house, where Lorne once again sought potential brides. However, this time, there were no women of particularly high fortune-enhancing potential. Instead, Rocks procured several maids for Shirley and Molly. Subsequently, Lorne accompanied Edward Newgate to a weapon shop. After Rocks had effortlessly snapped Newgate's naginata during their last encounter, he had yet to find a suitable weapon. Soon, the two spent 3 million berries on a grand naginata crafted by the esteemed Wokai, one of the most expensive weapons in the shop. After all, both the Supreme Great Blade and the Great Blade of the 21 Crafts are exceedingly rare, with most being classified as national treasures, making them unlikely to be sold. To obtain such a weapon, one must rely on serendipity. Fear not, Newgate, you shall undoubtedly possess the Supreme Great Blade. Lorne gently patted Whitebeard on the back as a gesture of encouragement. Thank you for your auspicious words, brother-in-law. Rest assured, even if I do not acquire the Supreme Great Blade, I shall make the blade in my hand resound throughout the world. Newgate laughed confidently. The blade, after all, can be tempered with haki. In fact, as the wielder's haki nourishes it, the blade can continuously grow in strength. Some legendary swords have become Supreme Great Blades precisely because their masters were immensely powerful, constantly infusing their haki into the blades, allowing them to endure through the ages. This phenomenon is akin to the celestial dragons. Before a sword becomes a Supreme Great Blade, it is merely an ordinary blade. Ha ha, you are indeed my ambitious brother-in-law. They both erupted into hearty laughter as they departed from the weapon shop. Brother, we have completed our tasks and can set forth now, Lorne said after locating Rocks and reuniting with him. At that moment, Rocks was intently scrutinizing the items displayed at a stall. It was quite rare that Rocks did not respond to Lorne's words, which surprised Lorne, as this had never occurred before. Has brother found something extraordinary? Just as Lorne pondered this, Rocks spoke up. Shopkeeper, how much for this treasure map? The shopkeeper immediately recognized that this was the infamous pirate, Rocks D. Zebek, whose bounty had recently skyrocketed to 450 million berries. He quickly bowed respectfully and replied, Lord Rocks, if you wish to purchase the treasure map, there are some important matters I must explain first. I cannot vouch for the authenticity of this map. If it turns out to be a fake, please do not hold me accountable. Moreover, if it is genuine, others may also have their eyes on the treasure it describes. Should anything happen, I cannot bear the responsibility. The shopkeeper hurriedly clarified the rules, fearing that any unforeseen circumstances might provoke Rock's wrath. This formidable figure was not someone he could afford to offend. Rest assured, I understand the rules. Here are 100,000 berries, Rocks replied calmly. Rocks, uninterested in further conversation with the shopkeeper, tossed down a sum of 100,000 berries and eagerly seized the treasure map, carefully stowing it away in his pocket. A flicker of excitement unexpectedly crossed Rock's face. What a remarkable find, he mused, intrigued by its mysterious allure. Observing everything with keen interest, Lorne quickly approached to inquire. It was a rare sight to witness Rocks so animated. The last time was upon learning of Shelley's pregnancy. Indeed, it is a splendid treasure. Did you not express a desire for the thunder fruit? The contents of this map could very well lead you to it. A hint of smugness appeared on Rock's face. The reason was simple. The treasure map detailed the location of the dark fruit. A treasure map that records the existence of the dark fruit? Even without having seen the devil fruit encyclopedia firsthand, through his understanding of the formidable Rocks and the advantages of being a traveler, Lorne speculated about the method Rocks mentioned for seizing the thunder fruit. It was none other than the notoriously malevolent dark fruit, which possesses the ability to nullify all powers. It can even absorb the devil from the fruit after the user's demise, attaching it to a mundane fruit, thus forming a new devil fruit. The cost, however, is that as a Logia-type devil fruit, the dark fruit cannot become elemental and cannot evade physical harm. Moreover, the pain from the damage inflicted is doubled. Yet, compared to the capabilities of the dark fruit, these side effects are hardly fatal. Lorne, let us set aside matters concerning Wano until we have acquired the dark fruit. Rocks has decisively altered his course, choosing to prioritize the acquisition of the fruit before seizing the island. After all, there exists more than one treasure map. Who can say if others possess it as well? Should someone else arrive first, it would certainly complicate matters. Furthermore, Lorne has expressed significant interest in the thunder fruit. Given that my younger brother has articulated such an intention, it is only fitting that I, as the elder sibling, dedicate myself wholeheartedly to this pursuit. Indeed, it is prudent to do so. After all, Wano country is home to numerous formidable warriors. Thus, before claiming the island, we must first strive to enhance our own strength. Lorne nodded in agreement with Rock's perspective. Wano country had always remained isolated, and not only Rocks and Newgate. But even the Navy and the world government were entirely ignorant of its circumstances. However, as a traveler from another world, Lorne was aware that Wano housed numerous formidable warriors and esteemed families, representing a power not to be underestimated. Kazuki Oden was likely already born at this time, though he would still be quite young. In any case, the best strategy was to strengthen oneself before attempting to seize control of Wano. Speaking of personal growth, after days of unrestrained cultivation, Lorne's abilities had seen notable enhancement. Host, Lorne gender, male age, 18 speed, advanced, progress, 41. 2 strength, advanced, progress, 43. 9 stamina, advanced, progress, 47. 5 swordsmanship, advanced, progress, 5. 95 armament hockey, advanced, awakened flowing sakura, progress, 48. 3 observation hockey, advanced, progress, 4. 58 conquerors hockey, advanced, progress, 3. 64 devil fruit, none other abilities, never fatigued, golden eyes, unrestrained cultivation. His swordsmanship, along with observation hockey and conquerors hockey, had all reached an advanced level. The remaining abilities, armament hockey, strength, speed, and stamina, had also seen significant improvements. At this very moment, unrestrained cultivation continued to take effect, with each ability steadily advancing. Coupled with the armament hockey flowing sakura, Lorne's strength was likely comparable to that of the current Newgate, with the only distinction being that Newgate possessed the formidable tremor fruit as a devastating weapon. However, Lorne does not possess a formidable devil fruit. Therefore, in a one-on-one confrontation, he might have the upper hand over Newgate, yet in terms of collective destructive capability, Newgate surpasses Lorne by a considerable margin. Nevertheless, it matters little. Jasmine has been fully recovered for at least half a month now. With Lorne's unparalleled endurance, she should be nearing the end of her pregnancy. One wonders what kind of abilities their offspring might inherit. Lorne is quite eager to find out. Following the coordinates indicated on the treasure map, the Rocks pirates sailed across the ocean for 2 days and finally arrived at their destination. What a desolate scene it is. Upon gazing at the island, Lorne, Rocks, Newgate, and the others could not help but express their astonishment. This island is exceedingly barren, overgrown with weeds, and appears devoid of human habitation. It is the remnants of the Kingdom of Creek. Once, there existed a prosperous kingdom known as the Kingdom of Creek, which was ultimately destroyed for some absurd reason. As Rocks ventured deeper into the island, he expounded to the gathered crowd. It is only the celestial dragons who possess the capacity to annihilate a prosperous nation. Newgate snorted dismissively. The affluent allied states are not so easily conquered. Even if formidable pirates set their sights on these nations, they would only plunder for riches, never seeking outright destruction. Such devastation can only be wrought by the celestial dragons. You are indeed correct, Newgate, he continued. The kingdom of Crete was obliterated by the celestial dragons, merely because its king failed to prostrate himself before them at the first opportunity. In their wrath, the celestial dragons reduced this bountiful nation to ruins. Locke spoke with great familiarity. How terrifying. The celestial dragons. Is it truly for such a trivial reason? What a misfortune for this nation. The younger companions behind him expressed their disbelief with exclamations. Brother, how do you know all this? Lorne inquired, filled with curiosity. The celestial dragons themselves revealed it, Locke replied. When did this happen? During my time at the Holy Land. I chanced upon the diary of a celestial dragon and discovered this unexpected information. Well then, Lorne could only nod in acknowledgement. Truly, such coincidences do exist. Thus, the group advanced while murmuring in astonishment. After approximately half an hour, a scene of shattered walls and ruins emerged before the Rocks pirates. Moreover, amidst the debris lay the remnants of a skeletal frame and uncorrupted corpses. It was evident that a fierce battle had taken place here not long ago, for the bodies had yet to decompose. Upon witnessing these cadavers, Lorne immediately heightened his vigilance. Clearly, a violent conflict had recently transpired in this locale, evidenced by the multitude of bodies strewn about. It is quite possible that these individuals had come here in pursuit of the fruits. Newgate, stroking his chin, speculated that this must be the remnants of the royal palace of the Creek Kingdom. According to the treasure map's inscriptions, the dark fruit lies beneath the ruins of the palace. Rocks surveyed his surroundings, commencing his search for the precise location of the dark fruit. At that moment, he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the front. Simultaneously, both Law and Whitebeard instinctively directed their attention in the same direction as Rocks. Someone approaches. The three of them exclaimed in unison, upon catching sight of the corpses. Rocks, Law, and Newgate promptly activated their observation hockey. Indeed, they were not the only ones coveting the powers of the dark fruit. The adversaries they faced this time were quite formidable. Sensing the presence of the enemy, Newgate couldn't help but remark. This was the first time since setting sail that Newgate felt such an overwhelming sense of pressure. It appeared that this encounter would prove to be exceptionally intriguing. Lorne was brimming with anticipation. The aura of the enemy was formidable. Undoubtedly the most powerful he had encountered on the high seas. Yet, Lorne remained undaunted. After all, who was his elder brother? He was none other than the maritime sovereign. Rocks. What was there to fear? Thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps approached, imparting a suffocating sensation as if a colossal weight were descending. Gulp. Many members of the Rock's pirates swallowed nervously, bracing themselves for battle. Rox entered battle mode and promptly issued his orders. Soon, the owner of the footsteps appeared before the Rock's pirates. The figure stood approximately 4 meters tall, imposing and formidable, with a bare upper body that showcased perfectly sculpted muscles. His physique resembled molten iron, every inch of his musculature impeccably defined, emanating an aura of invincibility. A powerful presence radiated from him, his eyes gleaming with intensity, sharp and penetrating like those of a hawk. Even those with less resolute spirits found it challenging to meet his gaze. This was the notorious pirate with a bounty of 550 million berries, the unyielding guard. The members of the Rock's pirates immediately recognized the newcomer. It was none other than the infamous Rock Gade, a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 500 million. In this era, pirates with such a staggering bounty are truly a rarity, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It is no wonder that he exudes such an overwhelming aura. Both Newgate and Lorne were evidently aware of the formidable reputation associated with the name Rock. A bounty surpassing 500 million undoubtedly resonates throughout these waters, echoing like thunder. It is hardly surprising that Lorne and Newgate have heard of them. Meanwhile, the members of the Rock Pirates also simultaneously discovered the presence of the Rock's pirates. A newcomer of monstrous proportions on the high seas, Jibek Rox. Who would have imagined encountering him here? With a meteoric rise to fame upon the ocean, within a mere few months, his bounty has surged to an astonishing 430 million. Alongside him stand Lorne and Edward Newgate, both of whom could easily form their own pirate crews and ascend to superstardom in their own right. The members of the Rock Pirates gasped in astonishment upon sighting the Rock's pirates. Although this crew is relatively new, their composition is indeed enough to make many long-established pirate crews blush with embarrassment. Aboard this vessel are 3 formidable supernovas, each with bounties exceeding 100 million. Furthermore, all 3 legends possess the qualities of kings. Such an assembly surpasses that of numerous veteran pirate crews. After all, individuals of royal caliber are seldom willing to bow to others. Who can fathom why this ship is graced with 3 men endowed with the Conqueror's haki? It seems that all have gathered for a singular purpose. As such, thundered Rock Gade, let us not waste words. The victor shall claim all, shall they not? A sinister smile crept across Rock's face, and in an instant, his aura erupted with tremendous force. The Conqueror's haki surged forth like a tempest, transforming the once tranquil island into a tumultuous sea of hidden currents. Boom. The formidable Captain Gade also unleashed his powerful Conqueror's haki. The 2 forces clashed, giving rise to dazzling black and crimson lightning in the air. Remarkably, Rox matched Gade's haki with equal intensity. The members of the Rock's pirates were astonished by the strength of this newcomer, who could stand toe-to-toe with their formidable leader's Conqueror's haki. Truly deserving of the title of a 500 million berry pirate. Lorne was also secretly astonished. The bounties for pirates in this era were indeed substantial, devoid of any embellishment. After all, in the future, a pirate with a bounty of 500 million would merely be at the level of the supernovas 2 years hence, far inferior to the 7 warlords. As the Conqueror's haki could not determine a clear victor, Gade took the initiative to strike first. With a resounding crash, Gade unleashed his ability, causing a multitude of stones to coalesce into a colossal hand that aimed to strike down upon the entire Rock's pirate crew. With a thunderous roar, he launched a punch imbued with formidable haki, shattering the immense stone hand into fragments. A deluge of sand and stones cascaded down, as if rain were pouring from the heavens. A controller of stone? Is it the stone fruit? Rox displayed a devilish grin, propelling himself toward Gade with a vigorous leap. Bang! Bang! Gade, with a cold smirk, extended his finger, effortlessly manipulating the stones to transform at his will. In an instant, numerous stone spikes erupted from the ground, thrusting towards Rox. Is this all you have? Locke disdainfully remarked, showing no intent to evade, allowing the debris to strike his body unimpeded. What formidable physical strength! Witnessing this scene, Gade narrowed his eyes, conjuring a stone wall. Yet, in the next moment, Gade's eyes widened as if he had glimpsed the future. He abruptly altered his course of action, merging himself with the earth, becoming one with the stone. Is it possible that he foresaw a fleeting glimpse of the future? A faint smile graced the corners of Locke's mouth. Goodness, that Gade could actually foresee the future. Lorne discerned the truth. Truly, as a formidable pirate of the bygone era, with a bounty of a mere 500 million, he has already mastered the pinnacle of observation haki, enabling him to foresee the future. What an extraordinary character he is. Indeed deserving of the monstrous reputation that has led to his bounty soaring to 430 million in such a brief period. Gade's voice resonated from the ground, and suddenly a sharp stone spike formed beneath Rock's feet. It was revealed that Gade had employed his future-seeing observation haki to perceive that the stone wall would not impede Rox in the slightest. Remaining stationary would undoubtedly result in injury. Thus, he altered his course and melded with the earth, becoming one with the stone. Do not assume that you alone possess the ability to foresee the future. Rox smirked, having already discerned Gade's impending action. In an instant, he leapt upon the ground repeatedly, appearing dozens of meters away. Remarkably, the elder brother could also foresee the future. Lorne was once again astounded by Locke's. Just how terrifying was his elder brother's talent? Reaching the astonishing level of 999 upon venturing into the sea, with a thunderous sound, Geed emerged from the ground, transforming into a colossal stone giant towering several dozen meters high. Rocks fearlessly charged towards Garp, and the two engaged in a furious struggle. The Rocks pirates rallied, urging, "Let us join the fray." With a sweeping gesture, Ron charged boldly into the enemy ranks. Raging storm, flowing cherry blossom. With a single strike infused with the power of armament hockey, he rendered an opposing officer unconscious. The man with a bounty of 170 million berries, Jibek Ron. Be cautious of this fellow. He is a man of supernova caliber. Do not engage him alone. Let us confront him together. Upon witnessing Ron's presence, several members of the Rock Pirates banded together to face him. It is rather embarrassing that, as an established pirate crew, only the captain of the Rock Pirates boasts a bounty exceeding 500 million, while none of the officers have ever surpassed the 100 million mark. After all, in this era, a bounty over 100 million signifies a formidable character. To dare to harm my brother-in-law is akin to courting death. Observing this, Newgate leaped high into the air, wielding a newly acquired Naginata and activating the Tremor Fruit's powers. With a thunderous slash, several members of the Rock Pirates were instantly felled by the destructive force, intermingled with sword energy. Is my brother-in-law unharmed? Newgate landed steadily beside Ron, expressing his concern. Newgate, do you underestimate your brother-in-law too much? Lorne's tone bore a hint of reproach, yet his expression was one of cheerful delight. Having such a formidable younger brother-in-law was indeed a remarkable experience. Charge forth with Lord Lorne and Lord Newgate. As Lorne and Newgate surged ahead, the Rocks Pirates also launched their assault. Unfortunately, the members of the Rocks Pirates lacked the explosive talent that Lorne and Newgate possessed. In fact, they were mere novices, and when pitted against seasoned pirate crews, they appeared quite inexperienced. Fortunately, with the two supernovas leading the charge, the two sides were evenly matched, and at times, the Rocks Pirates even held the upper hand in the fray. Who could contend with Lorne and Newgate? These two truly were monsters. How could a rookie pirate crew boast such formidable individuals? Despair echoed among the members of the Rock-Solid Pirates. Indeed, the Rock-Solid Pirates had no lieutenants capable of confronting these two men, each with bounties exceeding 100 million. Consequently, the Rock-Solid Pirates began to retreat in disarray. Meanwhile, Captain Gade of the Rock-Solid Pirates found himself at a disadvantage in his confrontation with Rocks, appearing rather flustered. After all, Rocks had mastered the advanced technique of Conqueror's Hockey, a skill typically wielded by the strongest of the future. Although Gade had a bounty of 500 million, he was still eclipsed by the prowess of future emperors. He could only rely on his observation hockey to foresee Rock's movements, using the mobility granted by the stone fruit to evade the onslaught. While it seemed as though the two were evenly matched, Gade was, in truth, desperately fleeing. Had it not been for the exceptional agility of the stone fruit, he would have long since succumbed to Rocks. Cursed be it. It appears I must resort to that technique, despite its complications. Realizing that defeat was imminent if he continued on this path, Gade resolved to make a desperate gamble. With a sweeping motion, he transformed all objects within the vicinity into stone. This was the power of his awakened fruit. An awakening, you say? Lorne, Newgate, be cautious. Seeing the awakening ability unleashed by his opponent, Rocks quickly issued a warning. As expected, the ground beneath Lorne, Newgate, and the members of the Rocks Pirates began to tremble and turn to stone. Take to the skies, came the urgent cry. As Lorne and other members of the Rocks Pirates, including Newgate, regained their composure, they leaped upwards. Did they think they could escape? How naive. Dancing stones. Soon, Gade manipulated the rocks to form sharp spikes that surged skyward. Stormfoot, flowing cherry blossoms. Lorne crushed the sharp spikes before him with a single strike. Quake the sky, Newgate exclaimed, cleaving through the stones, shattering them entirely. Nevertheless, the spikes continued to surge relentlessly toward Lorne, Newgate, and the members of the Rocks Pirates. Following the awakening of the fruit, the majority of the island had transformed into stone, allowing Gade to unleash his spiky projectiles at will. Dominating strike. Observing that Lorne and the others had fallen under Gade's gaze, Rocks grew increasingly impatient, sensing Gade's true form and launching a powerful punch in its direction. Yet, Gade had anticipated Rock's assault, evading by retreating to another location through the stone. You cowardly scoundrel, always fleeing. I will certainly uncover your true form and tear you to shreds. Rocks bellowed in anger. In truth, he was not as fully developed as Lorne had envisioned upon setting sail. Currently, Rocks was still a considerable distance from his peak prowess. Not to mention, Rock's most fatal weakness mirrored Lorne's, an absence of devastating, large-scale attacks. Faced with Gator's awakened fruit abilities and his exceedingly evasive tactics, Rocks found himself momentarily at a loss for a solution. Ha ha ha, then come at me. Gator's sinister voice echoed from the stones, revealing his evident satisfaction. Million stone spikes. After a brief lull, hundreds of stone spikes surged into the sky. How infuriating. If only I had the dark fruit in my possession. I could dispose of such rabble in a mere minute. Rocks felt a surge of irritation, compelling him to leap into the sky to assist Lorne, while Newgate countered Gade's assault of stone blocks. To vanquish Gade, they must tirelessly deplete his stamina. Only when his strength is entirely exhausted will they have the opportunity to defeat him. Brother, do not concern yourself with us. We can endure. Go and slay his crew. Let him witness the annihilation of his comrades. At that moment, Lorne interjected with a reminder. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Upon hearing this, the enraged Rox regained his composure and responded. Boom. Rox plummeted from the heavens like a shooting star, landing fiercely beside the members of the Rock Pirates. Devastating strike. A single punch was capable of dispatching one of their own. How infuriating. Someone stop him. Yet they were utterly powerless. The members of the Rock Pirates attempted to confront Rox, but if they could not withstand the likes of Roan and Newgate, how could they hope to challenge Rox? This was a one-sided massacre. Cursed Rox. How dare he lay his hands upon my subordinates? He exhibits no sense of martial ethics. Stone shatter. Gade, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. The sound of the rocks grew piercingly sharp, clearly indicating his fury. He summoned 2 large boulders to encircle Rox, attempting to crush him into a mere pulp. However, it was evident that such rudimentary techniques could be effortlessly repelled by Rox's sheer physical strength. In desperation, Gade employed the stones to form a colossal hand, lifting all his crew members to safety. An opening has revealed itself. The corners of Locke's mouth finally blossomed into a radiant smile. The stone fruit is not of a natural type. The essence of the user must inevitably be concealed within during the transformation of forms. At this moment, Gade's true self is hidden within the colossal palm. Overlord. With a single strike, Rox severed the giant stone hand, sending it soaring into the air. This action effectively thwarted Gade's potential escape into the ground. It's over. Gade realized Rox's intent, though it was too late. You who can only flee, prepare to meet your doom. Destruction. Channeling his energy into a powerful punch, Rox unleashed his might against the colossal hand. The terrifying force coalesced into a single point before erupting forth like a torrential flood. The punch expanded into a massive shockwave, accompanied by the ominous black lightning of Conqueror's hockey swirling around. Boom. The shockwave surged forth, instantly obliterating the stone hand. With a resounding crash, Rox's punch shattered the enormous stone appendage. Gush. Gade spat blood, his true form finally revealed as he plummeted from the sky. Despite being a pirate with a bounty of 500 million, he was gravely injured but not easily vanquished by Rox's fist. Simultaneously, his awakened abilities faded due to his injuries, restoring the island to its former state. Retreat. Wounded, Gade recognized the heavy losses that would ensue if the battle continued. Thus, he decisively chose to flee with the remaining crew. Do you think you can escape? The Rock Gade has harmed so many of our crew. Brothers, pursue them. We cannot let the Gade pirates slip away. They are at their wits' end. Seeing this, the Rock's pirates were unwilling to let them go. There is no need to chase. Rox interjected, halting his crew. Pursuing them to mutual destruction serves no purpose. Gade, no matter his reputation as a 550 million bounty pirate, would exact a toll if pushed too far. After this battle, Rox recognized his own shortcomings. His immediate priority was to locate the dark fruit. Once in possession of the dark fruit, Gade would pose no threat whatsoever. Rox picked up the treasure map and examined it closely before proceeding to a patch of land. This must be the very spot. He would dig down 3 feet if necessary to uncover it. Rox tapped his foot upon the ground, affirming that the marked location on the treasure map was indeed this very spot. Thus, let the excavation commence. With a commanding shout from Lorne, the members of the Rock's pirates sprang into action. A dozen robust men, armed with tools they had meticulously prepared, commenced their labor. Digging. After several minutes of relentless effort, they had excavated nearly 100 meters below the surface and finally unearthed an unremarkable box. They had found a box. Swiftly, it was transported to Rox. With a decisive click, the box was opened, revealing a devil fruit in the shape of a pineapple, emanating a dim, eerie glow. The fruit was a deep shade of purple, adorned with the characteristic spiral patterns unique to devil fruits. Indeed, this was unequivocally the genuine dark fruit. There was no doubt about it. Upon seeing the fruit in his hands, Rox could not suppress his excitement. The illustrations of devil fruits he had perused in his youth at the Holy Land unmistakably depicted the dark fruit, perfectly mirroring the one he held. Brother, what are you waiting for? Eat it, Lorne urged, equally exhilarated. But it really tastes awful. After taking a bite, Rox nearly retched but managed to swallow it down. Observing this, Leon eagerly inquired, So, brother, have you noticed any changes? Let me give it a try. Rox extended his right hand, and as his will unfolded, it transformed into a swirling mass of black smoke. This was a manifestation of elementalization. The dark fruit is not incapable of elementalization. Rather, its elemental form cannot evade physical attacks like other natural types. Due to the unique gravitational effects of the dark fruit, its abilities are inclined to absorb all incoming assaults rather than evade them. Consequently, the wielder must endure excruciating pain multiple times over. However, for Rox, these drawbacks were not particularly significant. In terms of physical strength, he far surpassed the future Yonko, Blackbeard teach. Even in his battle against Gade, who had a bounty of 500 million, Gade failed to leave any marks on Rox. Whoosh. Rox aimed at a nearby colossal boulder, which was irresistibly drawn towards him. Engulfed by the encroaching darkness, he then released the boulder, now reduced to mere powder. Unsatisfied, Rox proceeded to envelop an entire forest on the island into the shadows. Upon release, the forest was entirely pulverized. Gravitational and distorting forces, perhaps? The exceptionally gifted Rox grasped the principles of the dark fruit with merely a fleeting demonstration of its power. However, this ability was not what Rox valued the most. Newgate. Unleash a punch upon me using the powers of the Quake fruit. Rox turned to Whitebeard and said, "All right." Though Whitebeard hesitated momentarily, he complied. A translucent halo manifested upon Whitebeard's fist as it struck towards Rox. Whoosh! As the elementalized right hand of Rox made contact with the halo of Newgate, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The halo was seamlessly absorbed by the encroaching darkness, eliciting no ripple of disturbance. What is this? Newgate could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. He sensed that the moment he came into contact with Rox, his abilities felt as though they had been frozen within him, rendering him utterly incapable of manifesting them. This bizarre sensation was one he had never before experienced. Indeed, this was the most formidable power of the dark fruit, the ability to nullify all powers. Upon touching a user of abilities, it renders them powerless. It is precisely for this reason that the dark fruit has earned the most malevolent reputation in the annals of the Devil Fruit Compendium. Rox discerned Newgate's confusion and elucidated. After all, Newgate is now considered part of the family, and there is no need for concealment. I see, Newgate replied, acknowledging the truly terrifying nature of such an ability with a solemn nod, as it was his first encounter with such a power. That fellow guard is indeed fortunate. Had I possessed such an ability earlier, he would have surely met his demise today. However, that is of little consequence now. He had best pray earnestly never to cross my path again. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. At this moment, Rox is filled with exhilaration, laughing with unrestrained fervor. Rox is acutely aware of his long-standing deficiency in large-scale destructive capabilities. However, with the acquisition of the Thunder Fruit, this shortcoming has finally been addressed. Henceforth, when faced with any formidable adversaries, he shall no longer find himself in such a disarrayed state as today. Ha ha ha, my dear brother, congratulations. This is truly splendid. Witnessing Rox's exuberance, Lorne felt genuine joy for his brother. By the way, Lorne, at that moment, Rox suddenly ceased his laughter and turned to face Lorne. Aren't you particularly concerned about the Thunder Fruit? Rest assured, I shall certainly procure it for you. Rox clenched his fists, exuding an air of confidence. Ha ha ha, my friend. I shall await your good news. Lorne smiled with great delight, despite the fact that the Thunder Fruit was now in the hands of a naval admiral. However, he held unwavering faith in his elder brother, Rox, who had always been a man of his word. After acquiring the dark fruit, there was no need for Rox and his companions to linger on the island. They returned to their ship instead. Captain Rox, Lord Lorne, have you both returned? Inquired the ship's doctor, who had important matters to discuss with Captain Rox and Lord Lorne. As soon as they boarded the vessel, a maid who had been waiting eagerly approached them. The ship's doctor is looking for us? Could it be that something has happened to Shirley? Quickly, take us to her, Lorne said, a sense of urgency washing over him. The sudden request from the ship's doctor left both Rox and Lorne on edge, uncertain of the situation at hand. Oh, by the way, the maid added, if Lord Newgate is unoccupied, he may also accompany us. It seemed she had just remembered something. Turning to Newgate with this information. Oh, is there something concerning me as well? Whitebeard Newgate responded, looking equally bewildered. What could the ship's doctor possibly want with him? Nevertheless, the three of them followed the maid into the cabin. The ship of the Rox pirates is an extraordinarily opulent large sailing vessel. This magnificent craft was seized from a member nation of the world government, capable of accommodating over 1,000 souls. Within the vessel, the most lavish chamber belongs to Sherry and Molly. Congratulations to Lord Lorne, congratulations to Captain Rox, and congratulations to Lord Newgate. After our examination, we are delighted to announce that Lady Molly is with child. Upon entering the room and encountering the ship's doctor, the physician joyfully conveyed this news to Rox, Lorne, and Newgate. What? In unison, the three exclaimed, their astonishment palpable. Once they regained their composure, an overwhelming joy enveloped Rox, Lorne, and Newgate. Ha! How splendid. Truly, a double blessing. I am to have another nephew and niece. Lorne, you've done marvelously. No wonder you are my brother. You are simply brilliant. Simply splendid. Rox laughed heartily, overwhelmed with joy. Today has truly been a succession of delightful events. First, he acquired the dark fruit, and now Jasmine is expecting. This day is simply magnificent. Rox began to doubt whether he had consumed a fruit of fortune. Oh, how splendid. Brother-in-law, sister is with child. Does this not signify that I shall have a nephew? Hooray, I have gained another family member. Hooray. Whitebeard Newgate also found himself overwhelmed with excitement, laughing heartily. In his exuberance, Newgate's laughter inadvertently triggered a moderate tsunami, a spectacle both terrifying and magnificent. Jasmine, you have worked hard. At this moment, Roan joyfully approached Jasmine, tenderly stroking her hair. The long-anticipated second offspring has arrived. Beyond his elation for Jasmine's pregnancy, Roan eagerly anticipated the potential gifts this child might inherit. It is well known that Jasmine is an S-rank fortune-bringing woman, and thus, their offspring is destined to possess at least S-rank talents. Surely, he too would receive a gift of at least S-rank. Last time he acquired the ability to cultivate freely, he wondered what formidable talent awaited him this time. It is no burden, these are only natural responsibilities. With a blush, Jasmine nestled into Roan's embrace. Very well, let us speak no further. Jasmine, take good care of the child. You must ensure that Miss Jasmine is well looked after, without any mishaps. To celebrate this marvelous day, let the preparations for the feast commence immediately. Rox first instructed the maid and then proclaimed the commencement of a grand banquet this evening. With so many joyous events, how could one not celebrate? Hooray! My sister is with child. Brother-in-law, allow me to assist as well. The exhilarated Newgate promptly exited the room to prepare for the festivities. I, too, shall make my preparations. You all take good care of Miss Sherry and Miss Molly. At this moment, Lorne also took the opportunity to leave the room. Finding a secluded spot, detection indicates that the host is about to welcome a second offspring, commencing the issuance of rewards. The host is granted Advanced Observation Hockey, Advanced Conqueror's Hockey, and Advanced Armament Hockey. It has been noted that the host already possesses Advanced Armament Hockey. Thus, the reward will be converted into progress. The progress of Advanced Armament Hockey has increased by 50. The host's swordsmanship, stamina, strength, and speed have all been enhanced. Proficiency in the Marine's 6 powers has been elevated. Following a series of notifications, Lorne's strength has substantially improved. Host, Lorne gender, male age, 18 speed, advanced, current progress, 94. 3 strength, advanced, current progress, 97. 5 stamina, advanced, current progress, 97. 9 swordsmanship, advanced, current progress, 81. For armament hockey, elite, awakened flowing cherry blossom, progress, 0. 31 observation hockey, advanced, progress, 6. 82 conqueror's hockey, advanced, progress, 4. 31 devil fruit, none other abilities, eternal fatigue resistance, golden eyes, unfettered training. Lorne's strength has once again been significantly enhanced. With the elevation of his 3-colored hockey to a new level, his stamina, speed, and power are on the verge of reaching their pinnacle. However, these aspects are not what occupies Lorne's mind the most. A particular system notification captures his utmost attention, the reward of an SS-level talent capable of nullifying the side effects of the devil fruit. Indeed, what he received is an SS-level talent, just 1 tier below the highest SSS-level talent. This newfound talent is remarkably straightforward. It alleviates the adverse effects associated with the devil fruit. According to the system's explanation, should Lorne acquire the abilities of a devil fruit, he would not incur the ocean's disdain and transform into a landlubber. He would also not be constrained by sea stone. Moreover, this talent that negates the drawbacks of the devil fruit is not merely limited to protection against the ocean. For instance, some devil fruits possess formidable abilities, but also exhibit glaring weaknesses. Take the sand fruit, whose vulnerability lies in water. Upon contact with water, even blood, its powers are rendered ineffective. Additionally, the poison fruit forces its user to endure incessant bouts of diarrhea, relegating them to the restroom for hours on end each day, significantly curtailing their combat time. With this talent, all such vulnerabilities would be eradicated. Even the thunder fruit, which Lorne holds in high regard, would receive a substantial enhancement. It is well known that the thunder fruit's abilities are formidable, yet its greatest weakness is its inability to affect insulators. However, with this talent, lightning would no longer be impotent against insulators. The intense heat generated by the lightning itself could directly scorch insulating materials. This represents an extraordinary boost. Not only would he remain unafraid of seawater, but he would also be able to exert his powers effectively against insulators. Should Lorne ever obtain the thunder fruit, he would be nearly invincible. In terms of practicality, this talent undoubtedly qualifies as an SSS-level gift. Yet, Lorne is perplexed as to why the system has classified it merely as SS level. Come on, anyone who can't finish their drink must pay a fine of 10,000 berries. What is left in your cup? Are you raising fish? Bring out 50 more plates of grilled fish. 50 plates. Hurry, the wine is running low. Bring out another 50 barrels. 15, 20, 15. Drink up, drink up. That evening, the Rocks pirates hosted a grand banquet. Everyone reveled in merriment, and the camaraderie among them flourished, starkly contrasting with the treachery that characterized the original Rocks pirates. Lorne's thoughts may indeed possess the potential to alter the course of history and change the outcome of the Battle of Goddess Valley. The banquet lasted merely a day, after which Locks rallied his forces, poised to instigate further endeavors. This time, the target was unmistakably the Land of Harmony. According to Lorne, the Land of Harmony is fortified with a formidable natural defense, akin to a lone warrior guarding a pass against 1,000 foes, rendering it an ideal stronghold for the Rocks pirates. Furthermore, with Sherry and Molly both expecting, it was imperative to find them a tranquil island conducive to nurturing their pregnancies. Such matters could not afford the slightest delay, particularly for Sherry, whose condition had progressed significantly. It was essential to secure a stable refuge away from the tumult of the sea. It was said that the Land of Harmony was an exceedingly insular nation, having remained isolated for centuries, with even the world government and navy unaware of its precise details. During the morning assembly of the Rock's pirates, Rox, while savoring his breakfast, addressed the gathered members. I have heard tales of formidable warriors residing in Wano country. Many have wandered into its territory, yet none have emerged alive. Coupled with the natural defenses afforded by its rugged terrain, it seems a daunting challenge to conquer. Newgate, taking a bite of his meal, furrowed his brow slightly. His sister was currently with child, necessitating the search for a suitable island for her confinement. Unfortunately, the exact strength of the warriors within Wano remains shrouded in mystery. A rash assault could result in significant losses. During Wano's golden era, a legendary warrior known as Ryuma emerged. His prowess was unparalleled, as he vanquished numerous invading pirate crews and world nobles to safeguard Wano, establishing its reputation as a nation not to be trifled with. Ryuma was also rumored to have slain dragons, solidifying his status as a hero of Wano. This legacy has cultivated a martial spirit among its populace, where the aspiration to become a warrior is held in high esteem. Thus, it is evident that Wano's military might is formidable, perhaps exceeding our expectations. As Lorne indulged in his breakfast, he spoke fervently, while nearby, Rox, Newgate, and other members nodded in agreement. They, too, had heard tales of the Dragon Slayer, a legend that, despite being centuries old, had rendered Wano synonymous with the samurai. The supreme ruler of Wano is referred to by the populace as the shogun, a position maintained through hereditary succession. The shogun commands immense respect within Wano, with a mere call eliciting a swift response. A rash assault would undoubtedly provoke unified resistance from the entirety of Wano. However, it is my understanding that the upper echelons of Wano are not entirely monolithic. At the very least, there are factions within the leadership that harbor ambitions of usurping the shogunate. Perhaps we could leverage this to our advantage to achieve our goals. After finishing his breakfast, Lorne wiped his mouth and remarked, "Oh, Lorne, is that truly the case?" Upon hearing this, Rox was filled with excitement, yet maintained a degree of vigilance. It was not that he doubted his younger brother, but rather that the intelligence regarding Wano country was exceedingly scarce. Where could such intricate information possibly originate? Could it be that those unscrupulous information brokers were deceiving his brother? In truth, I am not entirely certain either, but we could venture to investigate, could we not? Lorne smiled, realizing that he had traversed into an era far too early. At this juncture in the timeline, he was quite unaware of the internal affairs within Wano country. After all, this period was still at least 50 years prior to the original narrative. Kazuki Oden, along with the Akazaya Nine and Orochi, had likely just been born not long ago. However, it is often said that like father, like son. Conversely, the nature of a son often reflects that of his father. Orochi, with his ambition to usurp the title of shogun, leads Lorne to doubt that his father harbored no such aspirations. If his father had truly been a loyal and steadfast vassal, it is unlikely that he would have fathered a rebellious offspring like Orochi. Nevertheless, all of this remains mere speculation. Whether Lorne's assumptions hold any truth still requires validation. "Brother-in-law, how do we go about testing this?" inquired Newgate, who had just devoured a large chicken leg with curiosity. "It is quite simple. Although Wano country has isolated itself, the production of sea prism stone necessitates exportation. This, in turn, requires interaction with merchants from beyond their shores. We can masquerade as merchants seeking to procure sea prism stone and venture into Wano for an exploration." Lorne spoke eloquently. The notion of isolationism is merely relative, with such a dense population in the Land of Harmony. The necessity for sustenance and clothing precludes any genuine severance of ties with the outside world, at least to Lorne's knowledge. The Land of Harmony must sell sea tower stones to procure belly, as well as purchase essential goods such as food and clothing from abroad. This situation presents Lorne and his companions with an excellent opportunity to penetrate the Land of Harmony. Very well, let us proceed with determination. Rox, filled with vigor, prepared to embark towards Wano. "Hold on, my brother. I shall promptly contact the black market merchant of sea prism stone. They will guide us into Wano. This time, we need not a large company. Just you, me, and Whitebeard will suffice." Lorne picked up the telephone bug and promptly dialed the number of the stone merchant from the underground market. At that time, the clandestine black market had yet to evolve into a realm dominated by intermediaries like Doflamingo, as it would in later years. Many of the unsavory transactions still required face-to-face interactions between buyers and sellers. This presented an opportunity for the Rox pirates to infiltrate Wano country. With the esteemed reputation of the illustrious Rox pirates, the black market merchant had no choice but to comply. A remarkably low price was established, and a time was agreed upon, allowing the merchant to escort Lorne, Rox, and Newgate into Wano country. Before long, the appointed hour arrived. Rox, Lorne, and Newgate, having disguised themselves, boarded a merchant vessel alongside a sea stone trader, setting sail towards Wano country. Notably, Newgate was unable to bring his naginata, as it would arouse suspicion among the inhabitants of Wano. Thus, the trio boarded the ship unarmed, venturing into the waters of Wano. Truly, this island is fortified by nature's own defenses. The waterfall here serves as a natural fortress. Upon first glimpsing Wano, Rox and Newgate couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The terrain of Wano is formidable, with the entire island encircled by a tumultuous waterfall, which, by estimation, towers at least 1,000 meters high. To enter Wano, one must ascend the waterfall against its current, not to mention traversing the waterfall itself, without a genius navigator. It would be impossible to navigate the water's patterns and gain access to Wano. One could either fly up or scale a 1,000-meter peak by hand. No wonder Lauren has consistently praised Wano. Such a waterfall is indeed a natural barrier, easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Everyone, please remain calm. The people of Wano will soon arrive to receive us. The guide, stationed at the base of the waterfall, reassured the merchants on board. These merchants hailed from various nations, all eager to procure sea stones from Wano. In no time, the samurai of Wano descended from the waterfall and boarded the vessel. With a splash, the adept samurai directed the helmsman, swiftly mastering the intricate water patterns of Wano's waterfall. The merchant ship, utilizing the waterfall's momentum, began its rapid ascent at a steep angle of 90 degrees into Wano. Do not panic. The only way to enter Wano is by riding this waterfall. We have experienced navigators on board, and there is no danger. The guide continued to comfort the anxious faces. At these words, a satisfied smile crept upon the lips of Rox and Newgate. How splendid! The geography of Wano is truly unparalleled. Such a steep terrain requires only a minimal force to repel invaders. This is indeed the most perfect sanctuary for nurturing. Before long, they reached the entrance to Wano. Guided by the merchants and samurai, Rox, Lorne, and Newgate followed the merchant group directly into the sea stone factory. 80% of the world's sea stones are produced in Wano. We also boast the finest craftsmen in the world, and our quality is unrivaled globally. The inhabitants of Wano enthusiastically extolled the virtues of sea stones, causing Rox, Lorne, and Newgate to lose interest and nod off. Soon, the tedious introduction came to an end. That evening, the people of Wano had even reserved the most opulent brothel for the merchants' enjoyment. We shall not partake in that, they declared. After all, it is not every day we visit the secluded Wano. Here is a tip of 1,000,000 berries. Please take us on a tour of Wano. Thus, Lorne, Rox, and Newgate insisted that the guide show them around Wano. Very well, esteemed guests, this way, please. The guide, overjoyed to accept the 1,000,000 berries, devoted himself to ensuring that the trio experienced all of Wano's wonders. Unbeknownst to them, the guide was leading them into the most perilous whirlpool. Secretly noting the critical geographical locations of Wano, Lorne, Rox, and Newgate returned to their designated residence in Wano country, thoroughly satisfied. They awaited the deepening night. As the city fell into tranquility, Wano, the flower capital, stands as the most prosperous district within the realm, rivaling any affluent nation under the world government. It is also the abode of the ruling class. Besides the current general of Wano, another prominent clan, the Kurazumi family, resides here as well. As night enveloped the land, the entire Wano country lay in peaceful slumber, with only the sound of cicadas breaking the silence. Within the residence of the Kurazumi family, the current lord, Kurazumi Orochi, the father of Kurazumi Kaido, was deep in slumber. The bedroom was shrouded in darkness, impenetrable to the eye. Who goes there? Suddenly, Kurazumi Orochi awoke with a start. As if from a nightmare, his heart racing in terror. He could distinctly sense the presence of an intruder, an ominous feeling settling within him, akin to a beast invading his sanctum. Light the candles, he commanded his servants, urgency lacing his voice. The oppressive darkness only heightened his foreboding, an overwhelming dread of death looming over him. Are you the lord of Wano, Kurazumi Orochi? The expected illumination did not materialize. Instead, a dark and unfamiliar voice resonated within the chamber, amplifying Orochi's fear. There is an intruder, he gasped. Yet, before he could utter another word, he felt a chilling sensation upon his neck. Kurazumi Orochi, I advise you to remain silent, or else. The ominous voice dripped with murderous intent, leaving Orochi too frightened to breathe. At that moment, the candle was lit, casting a faint glow. The light, though dim, was sufficient for Orochi to discern the figures within his chamber. 3 individuals stood before him. 2 were approximately 3 meters tall with striking red hair, while the third was a towering giant, around 6 meters, boasting a magnificent mane of golden hair. The candle flickered in the hand of the 6-meter giant. The presence of all 3 was nothing short of imposing. After a moment of silence, Kurazumi Orochi finally managed to croak. May I inquire as to your identity? Jibek Lorne. At this moment, Lorne stood at the center, a smile gracing his handsome features. The dim light cast an eerie shadow, rendering even his striking visage reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. Lorne, are you not the renowned vice-captain of the Rocks Pirates? The voice of Kurazumi Kinemon trembled with trepidation. Though Wano country remained isolated, it was not entirely devoid of information. Many merchants visiting Wano spoke of a formidable pirate crew that had recently emerged upon the seas, known as the Rocks Pirates. Captain Rox commanded a bounty of 430 million berries, while Vice-Captain Lawrence's bounty exceeded 100 million. Moreover, a cadre member named Edward Newgate boasted a bounty surpassing 100 million as well. Observing the 3 individuals before him, each characteristic aligned perfectly, Kurazumi Kinemon swiftly comprehended the identities of his visitors, Jibek Rox, Jibek Lorne, and Edward Newgate. He realized that the Rocks Pirates had set their sights upon him. Do not panic, Korazumi Kinemon. Our arrival in Wano is not to seek your demise. Lorne smiled gently, speaking eloquently. I have heard of your keen interest in the position of general in the land of Wano. How fortuitous. For our rocks pirates hold a profound interest in your country's sea prism stone. We would be willing to support your ascension to the rank of general. On the condition that once you assume this esteemed position, we shall require 50% of the profits derived from the sea prism stone in your land. Pray, what are your thoughts on this proposal? With a cheerful smile, Lorne observed the reaction of Black Charcoal Cicada. Why should I believe your words? Indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Black Charcoal Cicada remained skeptical of Lorne's statements. He even suspected that Lorne might be colluding with General Kazuki Oden to test him. After all, Black Charcoal Cicada had previously harbored thoughts of rebellion. However, it seemed that Kazuki Oden had sensed something amiss, yet lacked any concrete evidence. Consequently, Kazuki Oden found himself at a disadvantage regarding Black Charcoal Cicada. The rift between the two had long since widened. Perhaps Lorne and Rox were indeed hired by Kazuki Oden to probe into his intentions. If he were to utter any rebellious sentiments, he would surely fall into Kazuki Oden's trap. Black Charcoal Cicada, do you really think I am here to negotiate with you? Lorne let out a cold laugh, then clapped his hands. Newgate. Understanding immediately, the Whitebeard lit all the lamps in the bedroom with the candle he held. In an instant, the room was ablaze with light. Upon seeing everything clearly, Korazumi Kinemon was rendered speechless with fear. For within the room, all of Korazumi Kinemon's subordinates and servants, both inside and outside the estate, lay unconscious. Their eyes glazed over, devoid of awareness, save for Korazumi Kinemon himself. Observing the pallor of Korazumi Kinemon's face and the whiteness of his lips, Lorne revealed a satisfied smile. Like father, like son, indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to his son, Korazumi Orochi, in character. Do you comprehend? Korazumi Kinemon, you lack the standing to negotiate with me. My ability to enter your home grants me the power to take your life. I could even eradicate the entire Korazumi clan at this very moment. What could you possibly do about it? Lorne's tone was not particularly harsh, yet to Black Charcoal Kichan, it resonated like a devil's whisper. How terrifying these three individuals are. Not only did they evade all surveillance, silently infiltrating his residence, but they also discreetly incapacitated everyone within and without the premises, just as Jibek Lorne articulated, if he desired. The entire Black Charcoal estate would have undoubtedly been drenched in blood by these three, all without a trace of awareness. This starkly illustrates that Lorne, Rox, and their comrades were not merely hired by Kei Gitsu Sh Yaki to test him. They possessed such formidable prowess that Kei Gitsu Sh Yaki could have easily employed them to eliminate him directly, rather than to merely probe his resolve. Very well. I concede to your demands. Assist me in ascending to the position of general, and upon the successful completion of this endeavor, I shall share 50% of the profits from the Sea Prism Stone of Wano with you. Upon regaining his composure, Black Charcoal Kichan seemed to have made a resolute decision, uttering, through gritted teeth, "Ha ha ha, Black Charcoal Kichan, it appears you have misunderstood something. As a consequence for your earlier rejection, I have resolved to increase your share to 70%. Should you refuse again, I shall elevate it to 90% next time." Ron's eyes curved into a crescent moon as he smiled and said, "Very well. A 70% share it shall be. You must ensure that Kazuki Oden does not survive." Though Black Carbon Kiku felt a twinge of discontent, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced to Ron's demands. After all, he recognized his lack of standing to negotiate with the other party. 70% was certainly preferable to 90. Moreover, having witnessed the formidable prowess of Rox, Ron, and Whitebeard, Black Carbon Kiku perceived that this was indeed an opportune moment, given that Kazuki Oden had already developed a rift with him. Failing to act now would undoubtedly lead to his own demise at Oden's hands in the future. It was better to strike first. Excellent, Black Carbon Kiku. I have indeed made a wise choice in you. You are truly a clever individual. I shall grant you 1 week to gather precise intelligence on all military forces and warriors within Wano country. After 1 week, we will arrive with the full might of the Rocks Pirates. Together, we shall surely conquer Wano. Should any matters arise during this week, contact me using this transponder snail. With that, Ron handed a transponder snail to Black Carbon Kiku. Understood. Rest assured, I shall cooperate fully with the Rocks Pirates. Black Carbon Kiku replied as he accepted the transponder snail. Very well. I await your news. Lorne chuckled and then departed the estate of the Daime alongside Rox and Newgate. Do you think that Black Charcoal Onikes will truly follow through? Upon returning to their quarters after leaving the Daime's mansion, Rox expressed his unease. Rest assured, my brother. I have everything meticulously arranged. Black Charcoal Onikes is eager for our assistance in his rebellion. Lorne harbored unwavering confidence regarding the Black Carbon clan's potential for rebellion. Was there any possibility that they would refrain from treachery? Unless the celestial dragons underwent a miraculous transformation overnight, renouncing their self-proclaimed status as world nobles. To ensure caution, Lorne had previously clandestinely visited the general's residence, leaving behind a note to warn Kazuki Oden that Black Carbon Kitchen was plotting a coup. When the time came, even if Kitchen wished to abstain from rebellion, he would be compelled to act. Otherwise, Kazuki Oden would undoubtedly seek retribution against Kitchen, or even the entire Black Carbon family. Given Lawrence's assertions, Rocks no longer harbored doubts. The three departed from Wano country, returning to the Rocks pirates. Brother-in-law, we are on the verge of launching an assault on Wano. My sister is also expecting, and this endeavor must succeed. You mentioned previously that one could disrupt the enemy's haki from within, utilizing flowing cherry blossoms. Could you impart that knowledge to me? One evening during dinner, Newgate approached Lorne. Scratching his head, feeling somewhat bashful. This marked Newgate's first instance of seeking guidance from another. He had been deeply impressed by Lawrence's demonstration of flowing cherry blossoms during their last encounter. In truth, with Newgate's innate talent, he could have deciphered it independently. However, with the imminent campaign against Wano and the necessity of finding a secure location for his sister, Jasmine, Newgate resolved to master flowing cherry blossoms as quickly as possible, prompting his inquiry to Lorne. Haha, Newgate, are you certain you wish to seek my instruction? Lorne found it astonishing that the illustrious Whitebeard would come to him for guidance on haki. This was the renowned Whitebeard, destined to become the strongest man in the world. Seeking his counsel? Of course, I aim to ensure the successful capture of Wano, Newgate remarked, misinterpreting Lawrence's mischievous grin as reluctance to teach him. Little did he know. Lorne was overjoyed at the prospect, envisioning a future where he could boast that the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, had been his pupil. Teaching you is certainly no problem, however. You must first address me as master, Lorne replied with a sly smile. The notion of having Whitebeard acknowledge him as a mentor was undeniably appealing. Let us not go that far. I'll handle it myself. Whitebeard, proud as he was naturally reluctant. The term brother-in-law held a different connotation than master. If you're hesitant to call me master, surely you can refer to me as teacher? As Whitebeard prepared to depart, Lorne quickly stepped back, not wanting to squander such a golden opportunity for boasting. Very well, teacher Lorne, please impart your knowledge of haki to me. After a moment's contemplation, Newgate ultimately decided to seek Lorne's guidance. Your attitude is commendable. Thus, I shall teach you, Lorne responded. Lorne, embodying the essence of a mentor, promptly imparted the principles of flowing sakura to Whitebeard. True to his future reputation as the world's mightiest man, Whitebeard grasped the technique with remarkable swiftness, demonstrating it almost immediately, albeit with a touch of inexperience that could be refined with a bit more practice. 2 days swiftly elapsed. Meanwhile, the other members of the Rocks pirates, including Rocks himself, diligently honed their skills in preparation for their conquest of Wano country. In stark contrast, Lorne lounged alone on the deck, basking in the sun upon a reclining chair. Relishing the ease of his own training, why exert himself when he could grow stronger simply by resting? Gulalala, brother-in-law, I have mastered flowing sakura, Whitebeard proclaimed with a hint of boastfulness. I can even imbue it onto my sword's aura. I have surpassed you, brother-in-law. It must be said, Whitebeard's talent was indeed extraordinary. To master flowing sakura in just 2 days, and to be able to attach it to his sword's aura, was rather astonishing. Is that so? You've only just begun. And you already wish to challenge your brother-in-law? With a smile, Lorne remarked that Jasmine had become considerably stronger since her pregnancy, though she was uncertain to what extent. It was the perfect opportunity to spar with her brother-in-law, Newgate, to assess her current abilities. As they prepared to engage, the atmosphere became charged with anticipation. Suddenly, the transponder snail at Lorne's waist began to ring. Lord Lorne, the snail mimicked in a tone filled with exaggerated fear as soon as the connection was made. Oh, has Kineman managed to acquire the intelligence from Wano? Lorne inquired upon recognizing the voice of Kineman. I have acquired it, but it seems that Kazuki Odin has learned of my rebellion and is gathering his forces to march towards the daimyo's residence. Might I implore the Rocks pirates to come to Wano in advance? I fear I may not survive until the appointed time. My entire family could perish. Kineman's voice trembled with despair, a quaver of desperation evident in his tone. Little did he know, it was Lorne's own machinations that had led to Kazuki Odin's awareness of his treachery. Truly, what a pitiful figure Kineman had become. Lorne sighed and spoke. The phone bug imitated the expression of Korizumi Kika with remarkable vividness, leading Lorne to surmise that Korizumi Kika was so frightened that he might have lost control of himself. How many troops has Kazuki Odin gathered this time? Lorne inquired. The population of Wano country is approximately 300,000, with an army strength of about 30,000. This time, Kazuki Odin has gathered around 30,000. I only have about 3,000 men under my command. Lorne, when will you arrive? They are about to reach our doorstep, Korizumi Kika said with a tremulous voice. Do not worry, we shall be there shortly. Lorne scoffed, hung up the phone, and immediately summoned Locks and the other members. Is it time to commence so soon? Rocks is somewhat eager. Indeed, news has arrived from the Black Carbon Ghost Cicada. The betrayal has commenced. Lorne nodded and then shouted to the members of the Rocks crew. Everyone, gather immediately and set course for Wano. Lorne directly issued the captain's orders in place of Locks. Rocks is indifferent to this matter, even relinquishing the position of captain to his younger brother without a second thought. Lorne displayed little concern for the captain's position. In their quest to seize Wano, the Rocks pirates anchored in the waters adjacent to this land. Within less than half an hour, they arrived at the majestic waterfall of Wano. Quake. Newgate raised his fist, enveloped in the radiance of the Tremor fruit. With a single powerful strike, the fabric of space shattered, triggering a colossal tsunami. Taking advantage of this tidal wave, they surged toward Wano. This was the audacious method employed by the Rocks pirates to land upon Wano, simple yet brutal. In the next instant, the tsunami roared to life, with waves soaring thousands of meters into the air. Charge forth, Rocks pirates. This time, victory over Wano is imperative. Rocks raised his arms in exultation as the ship surged upward with the force of the tsunami. Meanwhile, within the borders of Wano, the sound of heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoed throughout the flower capital. At this moment, a formidable army of 30,000, led by Kazuki Odin, had arrived at the gates of Kaido's estate. Kaido, surrender now, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, your entire clan shall face annihilation. Odin, clad in a general's cloak, called out to Kaido. Inside the estate, the members of the Kaido clan, led by Kaido himself, were in a state of frantic disarray. Kaido's son, Kinemon, along with other prominent clan members, including the young Orochi, were anxiously deliberating their next move. Lord Kaido, if it comes to it, we should fight. As long as we can eliminate Odin, the rest of them are no threat. Kinemon, now empowered by the barrier fruit, asserted with youthful vigor. After all, his barrier had never been breached. Do not act impulsively. Odin has gathered formidable allies, including prominent samurai. We cannot confront them head-on. Kinemon's sister, who had consumed the mimic fruit, cautioned. A direct confrontation with Odin's forces would surely lead to their doom. Otherwise, the Kaido clan would have rebelled long ago. Father, I'm scared. Young Orochi cried, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. What shall we do? Odin's army is upon us. Kinemon snapped at him, exasperated. The situation had escalated beyond their control. As a user of the mimic fruit, she possessed no extraordinary combat prowess. Unlike Odin, who was in the prime of his life. Damn it, where are those fools from the Rocks pirates? Kaido fumed internally, frustrated that Odin had taken the initiative to strike before he was ready. The Rocks pirates had yet to arrive, leaving him in a precarious position. Perhaps surrender is our only option. After much contemplation, Kaido reluctantly considered capitulation, recalling Odin's earlier statement about being spared if he surrendered. Should he wait for Odin to attack, his family would surely perish. Do not trust Odin's words. A rebellion is a capital offense. He would never let you live. Kinemon urged. If we are to rebel, we must commit fully. Surrendering midway is akin to signing our own death warrant. Enough, Kinemon. My mind is made up. I shall surrender, Kaido declared solemnly. He was acutely aware of the consequences of rebellion, but the overwhelming might of Odin's forces left little room for resistance. Surrender might provide a glimmer of hope, while fighting would guarantee their demise. Meanwhile, he cursed the Rocks pirates for leading him to this dire strait. Suddenly, the grand gates of the estate were kicked open, and Kaido stepped out, poised to surrender. Just then, a colossal shadow loomed over the flower capital, casting a pall over all present. The sky darkened as a monstrous wave surged towards them. What is this? Is it a tsunami? As the realization dawned, shock gripped the crowd, including Odin and Kaido. How could a tsunami occur in Wano, with its depths far below sea level? The wave thundered forward, threatening to engulf the entire capital. Destroy it. Cut it down. Although the red scabbards had yet to be born, Wano still boasted numerous powerful warriors who swiftly drew their swords, unleashing brilliant arcs of energy to mitigate the tsunami's force. Yet, their strength paled in comparison to that of an emperor, merely reducing the tsunami's impact by half. The remaining force swept over Odin's army, claiming at least half of their numbers. Once the tumult subsided, a pirate ship appeared unexpectedly in the heart of the flower capital, leaving both Odin and Kaido's forces in stunned silence. What is this? A pirate ship? The sight of the vessel drew their collective gaze. It was the Rocks pirates. The emblem on the ship was unmistakable, leading some of Wano's warriors to recognize it instantly. Is that the infamous Rocks pirates? They murmured. The captain with a bounty exceeding 400 million? The warriors buzzed with excitement, as even in their isolation, whispers of the Rocks pirates had reached Wano. Well done, Whitebeard. You've decimated the enemy's forces. The voices of Rocks, Law, and others rang out aboard the ship. Kaido stared in disbelief at the approaching vessel, realizing that the Rocks pirates had arrived, riding the very tsunami that threatened to consume them. How had this come to pass? Are the Rocks pirates merely a band of lunatics? Black Carbon Onichuan suddenly experiences a twinge of regret for allying with the Rocks pirates. Brothers, charge forth. Drive this rabble out of Wano, Rocks exuberantly proclaimed, elevating the morale of the pirate crew to its zenith. Charge forth. Onward. Though the Rocks pirates are comprised of merely a few hundred warriors, each has been meticulously chosen for their valor. They resolutely charge towards the vast army of Wano, a force of thousands. Oh, are they invaders? How dare they encroach upon Wano, a land untouched for centuries? It is a fool's errand. A mere 100 shall slay them. The forces of Kazuki Sukiyaki were initially taken aback, but soon realized that the members of the Rocks pirates were indeed launching an assault upon them. This band of pirates dares to confront the grand army with just 100 men. It is the height of absurdity. With a swift motion, the samurai and soldiers of Wano drew their gleaming swords and charged towards the Rocks pirates. Observing this, Law leapt onto the edge of the pirate ship, gazing down at the throng of Wano warriors below, a sight both magnificent and daunting. This marks Law's first encounter with an enemy force exceeding 10,000. Alas, in the world of piracy, sheer numbers have never proven effective. Now it is our turn to strike, my brothers. Whitebeard, Rox. Law proclaimed. Beside him, Whitebeard and Rox nodded in agreement, joining him at the ship's edge. In an instant, the three unleashed their conqueror's haki, creating a palpable aura that surged forth like a tempest. The invisible force emanated from them, expanding outward and enveloping the entire flower capital. In the blink of an eye, the Wano warriors caught in this haki were felled like dominoes, their eyes glazing over and frothing at the mouth as they succumbed to unconsciousness. Not merely the warriors, but the residents of the flower capital, including common folk and geishas, were also swept up in this overwhelming power, collapsing where they stood. In a mere half-minute, under the combined might of the three conquerors' haki, the once mighty army of 15,000 was reduced to a mere 5,000. What is this? What manner of pirates are these? Over 10,000 have fallen. The samurai of Wano were astounded, though they have long been isolated. They are aware of the existence of conquerors' haki in the world. Yet, to think that it could incapacitate an army of this magnitude in one fell swoop is beyond their comprehension. To think they managed to subdue so few. It reflects the martial spirit of Wano. They had assumed that only 100 would remain standing. It seems they underestimated their foe. Witnessing this spectacle, Law, Rox, and Whitebeard were equally surprised. It appears that the strength of Wano's forces truly differs from that of the ordinary soldiers aligned with the world government. Setting aside the prowess of these samurai, their staunch loyalty and willpower render them less susceptible to conquerors' haki. Remembering how the mighty Kinemon endured the onslaught of haki without perishing illustrates that this scene is not entirely outlandish. Moreover, Law, Whitebeard, and even Rox have yet to reach the zenith of their power. Simultaneously, the members of the Rox pirates, having initiated their charge, have engaged in close combat with the forces of Kazuki Sukiyaki. The Rox pirates found themselves in a precarious position, overwhelmed by the sheer number of adversaries. It was hardly surprising, given that the people of Wano were renowned for their martial prowess. How infuriating. The military strength of Wano was starkly different from that of the world government's allied nations. This was the first time they felt such strain. Several members of the Rox pirates were encircled by dozens of Wano's samurai, unable to break free. In this dire moment, a resonant voice boomed, "Dark water." Suddenly, a dark fluid materialized beneath the feet of the Wano warriors. What is this? Is it sorcery from these pirates? The samurai exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss on how to respond. Although some among them possessed the powers of devil fruits, they were unaware that such abilities stemmed from those fruits, perceiving it instead as witchcraft. However, such distinctions mattered little now. With a cacophony, the Wano warriors were swiftly engulfed by the darkness. Mere seconds later, they were released, utterly exhausted and devoid of any will to fight. Captain Rox. Witnessing their salvation, several members of the Rox pirates gazed at Rox with admiration, their eyes sparkling. Charge forward. The target is the general of Wano, Kazuki Sukiyaki. With a sweeping gesture, Rox pointed directly at the conspicuous Kazuki Oden, who sat astride his steed. Bolstered by their captain's presence, several members of the Rox pirates advanced fearlessly into the fray. Come on, brothers. Fear not. Charge with me. On the other side, Edward Newgate, commonly known as Whitebeard, utilized the powers of the Tremor fruit to shield the Rox pirates as they surged forward. After the entry of just these two formidable figures into the battle, the Rox pirates, who had previously been at a disadvantage, began to swiftly erode the defenses of Kazuki Oden's forces. Countless samurai fell, and the members of the Rox pirates drew ever closer to Oden himself. Yamato, what are you doing? Hurry and lead your men into action. At that moment, Lorne addressed the steadfast Yamato, who stood unmoving like a pillar of strength. Oh right. Yamato, momentarily taken aback by the rapid shift from despair to triumph, finally snapped to attention upon Lorne's reminder. Charge alongside the Rox pirates, warriors of the Kurizumi clan. Kill Kazuki Oden, seize the position of shogun, and claim Wano for ourselves. Should we emerge victorious, Wano shall belong to the Kurizumi clan from this day forth. With a fierce roar, Yamato unsheathed his katana, rallying the Kurizumi warriors behind him. He led his loyal retainers, including Kurizumi Mushi and Kurizumi Maru, along with 3,000 samurai, into a fierce assault against Kazuki Oden. Go, father. You're truly remarkable, cheered Kurizumi Orochi, a mere 4 years old, whose unattractive appearance was further marred by a dribbling nose. He waved a colorful windmill from a safe distance, rallying support for the Kurizumi clan. At such a tender age, he already exhibited the traits of a born schemer. Allow me to stand at the forefront, Master Yamato, with Kurizumi Maru, a user of the barrier fruit. Taking the lead, the Kurizumi clan joined the battle. Under the formidable protection of the barrier, they tore a gaping hole in Kazuki Oden's ranks, like a knife slicing through fabric. With the influx of reinforcements, the alliance of the Rox pirates and the Kurizumi clan rapidly consumed Oden's forces. Countless samurai cried out in anguish as blood spurted forth like water from a broken dam. Severed limbs, dismembered bodies, and heads rolled across the ground, plunging the flower capital into chaos. Protect the shogun. We cannot allow these scoundrels to prevail. In this moment of peril, over 10 members of the Anawabanshu, tasked with safeguarding the shogun, appeared on the battlefield. Composed of ninjas and samurai, they represented a formidable fighting force. Kawanami defense, Snowfall Slash, Kappa Strike. They unleashed powerful techniques in unison, positioning themselves as a bulwark against the advancing Rox pirates and Kurizumi clan. The average strength of these fighters was comparable to that of high-ranking officers, with some possessing even greater prowess. Their arrival somewhat hindered the advance of the Rocks pirates and Kurozomi clan, though it was merely a temporary setback. Before Rocks, the strength of the Anawabanshu was still woefully inadequate. Conqueror's Haki. With a powerful strike infused with Conqueror's Haki, one member of the Anawabanshu was sent flying, bloodied, and battered, likely with shattered organs. Damn pirates. Another Anawabanshu member, filled with rage, drew his sword to strike at Rocks, only to be caught and flung away by the captain. His weapon snapped in two. In an instant, two members of the Anawabanshu were vanquished by Rocks, creating an opening. Charge forward. Like a small crack in a dam giving way to a torrent, the momentum shifted dramatically. With only two Anawabanshu members down, a chain reaction ensued. And the samurai defending Kazuki Oden dwindled in number. The Rocks pirates and the members of the Kurozomi family were a mere few dozen meters away from Kazuki Oden. Cursed be this fate. Your Excellency, the General, we must depart at once. A few of Kazuki Oden's loyal confidants, sensing the dire situation, rushed to counsel him. Yet, he replied with a heavy heart, I cannot abandon these warriors. Kazuki Oden's expression was one of grave concern. He had never anticipated that Kurozomi Orochi would conspire with pirates to instigate a rebellion, resulting in devastating losses among the samurai of Wano. Gazing at the fallen valiant warriors, his heart bled for them. Damnable pirates! Why have you invaded Wano? This land has never provoked your kind. In a fit of rage, Kazuki Oden turned to the yet unengaged Law, his voice hoarse with fury. If a gaze could slay, Law would have perished at the hands of Kazuki Oden countless times over. A mere man is guilty for possessing what he cannot defend. Weakness itself is a form of sin. Wano, a land of abundant resources and strategic significance, is surely coveted by the powerful. Even if I do not seize it now, decades hence, Kaido will undoubtedly set his sights upon this place. The outcome remains unchanged. Lorne, uninterested in engaging in verbal sparring with Kei Gitsu Sh, willingly entered the fray. Immediately, several warriors found themselves vanquished at his hands, their fates uncertain. In terms of prowess, Lorne now undeniably stood as a senior cadre within the Imperial Corps, coupled with the power of Riwai. He possessed the capability to contend with the elite leaders of the Corps. Infuriating. Lorne's contemptuous demeanor deeply wounded Kazuki Sheshibayashi. How dare he claim that Wano was weak? With a swift motion, Kazuki Sheshibayashi unsheathed his katana, determined to confront these vile brigands. Your Highness, you must not act rashly. As the sovereign of the nation, you cannot fall into the hands of the enemy. If captured by the Kurozomi clan, your life would be in grave peril, my lord. Please, leave this place at once. We shall hold them off. His subordinates implored, their eyes glistening with tears. Do you still wish to escape at this juncture? Kazuki Sheshibayashi, I have you now. Meanwhile, Kurozomi Semimaru, utilizing his barrier fruit abilities, swiftly tore through the defensive line of Kazuki Sheshibayashi's forces, leading a contingent of Kurozomi warriors directly before him. Most of Kazuki Sheshibayashi's troops were engaged with the formidable foes Rocks, Lorne, and Whitebeard, leaving their defenses vulnerable against Kurozomi Semimaru. My lord, retreat quickly. I will hold them back. Several subordinates unsheathed their swords, positioning themselves in front of Kurozomi Semimaru. Who do you think you are? Get out of my way. Kurozomi Semimaru laughed heartily, conjuring a flexible, transparent barrier. Like a rampaging bull, he charged through, scattering all of Kazuki Sheshibayashi's guards. Without the advanced haki of the likes of Flowing Cherry, the barrier fruit was indeed difficult to shatter. Even those deemed weak could possess formidable defensive capabilities. Success, Kazuki Sheshibayashi. The Kurozomi clan has triumphed. Kurozomi Semimaru cackled sinisterly, extending a hand to seize Kazuki Sheshibayashi from his steed. At this critical moment, a booming voice reverberated across the battlefield. How dare the Kurozomi clan conspire with pirates to invade Wano? Do you truly believe there is no one to oppose you? The sound preceded the appearance of a towering figure before Kurozomi Semimaru. This individual was strikingly tall, his bare torso adorned with hair resembling blue flames, exuding an unmistakable charisma. Armed with a sharp katana and wearing sunglasses, he radiated an aura of authority without the need for anger. This was Wano's notorious gang leader, Hanazono Haigoro. In the original narrative, he would later teach Luffy the advanced haki techniques. At the height of his prowess, Hanazono Haigoro was a formidable presence. Revered as the most respected leader of Wano's underworld and idolized by many samurai. Kurozomi Semimaru, you beasts, conspiring with outsiders to commit treason. You deserve execution. Hanazono Haigoro unleashed a terrifying aura, bringing down his katana with a decisive strike. Barrier. Kurozomi Semimaru activated his shield, attempting to withstand the force of Hanazono Haigoro's blow. Do you think you can breach my barrier? He taunted, gazing at Hanazono Haigoro with arrogance. Humph. Hanazono Haigoro scoffed, his demeanor shifting as he became enraged, his presence intensifying. Coating his katana with a thick layer of haki, he unleashed the Hanazono sword style, Wrathful Light Strike. A powerful wave of sword energy, infused with flowing cherry haki, surged forth like a wild stallion aimed directly at Kurozomi Semimaru. Nearly a slash. Barrier ball. Kurozomi Semimaru dismissed the attack, conjuring another barrier in an attempt to resist the overwhelming strike. However, Hanazono Haigoro's strength was formidable, his haki having reached the flowing cherry level. Under such an all-out assault, Kurozomi Semimaru was no match. With a sound akin to shattering glass, Kurazumi Semimaru's nearly invincible barrier crumbled. How was this possible? He gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief. This was the first time anyone had managed to breach his defenses. Slash. Hanazono Higoro's blade descended, tracing a perfect arc in the air. No. Kurazumi Semimaru's pupils contracted as he felt death approaching, desperately trying to summon a barrier. Yet, the tip of Hanazono Higoro's sword was already closing in on his head. The blade sliced cleanly through, blood spraying like mist. Kurazumi Semimaru's head rolled away, his eyes wide open, fixed on Hanazono Higoro. Moments later, his lifeless body slumped to the ground. Semimaru has been slain. How could this happen? The death of Kurazumi Semimaru incited chaos among the Kurazumi clan. Semimaru was recognized as the foremost warrior of the Kurazumi family. His execution at the hands of an enemy general dealt a devastating blow to their morale. Aha. It seems they are merely a rabble. Your Highness, please remain calm. I shall swiftly bring these miscreants to justice. Hanazono Higoro laughed heartily. Charging into the ranks of the Kurazumi clan. Boss Higoro, we stand with you. Charge. Let these pirates and the Kurazumi clan pay the price for their audacity. Those fools who dared invade Wano will witness the might of our samurai. Hanazono Higoro's followers numbered in the hundreds. While their numbers were modest, they included many skilled warriors, some rivaling the famed red scabbards of the future, forming an elite unit. This elite force surged into the ranks of the Kurazumi warriors like lions among sheep, resulting in a one-sided massacre. Ah! The cries of despair echoed. Within mere minutes of close combat, hundreds of Kurazumi warriors lay dead or wounded. Their once close proximity to Kazuki Sheshibayashi's line was rapidly retreating, morale plummeting. Damn it. Rocks, Lorne. You need to act now. If you don't intervene, the Kurazumi clan will be annihilated. Seeing this unfolding disaster, Kurazumi Onigage could no longer contain his fury towards Rox and Lorne. He realized that they had not exerted their full strength in this battle, particularly Rox, who, with his near-invincible power over the Yatagarasu, could have easily broken through the samurai's blockade. Yet, he had chosen to hold back, leaving Kurazumi Onigage feeling ensnared in a scheme. You insignificant wretch! How dare you utter the names of Rox and Lorne so casually? At that moment, neither Rox nor Lorne uttered a word. Yet Newgate suddenly approached Black Carbon Cicada Maru, his gaze decidedly unfriendly. At this juncture, Whitebeard was not yet the composed and restrained figure he would later become. In his late teens, still shy of 20, he was brimming with youthful vigor and could not tolerate any disrespect directed towards his uncle and brother-in-law. Standing at an imposing height of 6 meters, his presence was nothing short of formidable. Under Whitebeard's intense stare, Black Carbon Cicada felt a chill run down his spine. Losing his earlier bravado. Instead, he timidly inquired, when will Master Rox make his move? If he does not act soon, the entire Black Carbon clan will perish. Demonstrating his ability to adapt, Black Carbon Cicada swiftly altered his demeanor. What is the hurry? This barrier fruit is indeed a rare find. Lorne approached the Black Charcoal Cicada, offering a faint smile before casting a knowing glance at his brother, Rox. The two shared an unspoken understanding. And Rox immediately grasped Lorne's intent. What do you intend to do? The Black Charcoal Cicada questioned, utterly bewildered by their exchange. Dark water. With a swift display of his power, Rox precisely absorbed the corpse of Black Charcoal Cicada Maru into the shadows. What do you plan to do with the corpse of Black Charcoal Cicada Maru? The Black Charcoal Cicada grew increasingly agitated, as the warriors of the Black Charcoal clan were still being slaughtered by the gang led by Hanazono Gore. However, Rox and Lorne offered no response. After 2 minutes had elapsed, the corpse of Black Charcoal Cicada Maru was released. What? Nothing happened. Upon seeing the corpse again, the Black Charcoal Cicada was left in a state of confusion. The body of Black Charcoal Cicada Maru had shown no signs of change. What then? Was the purpose of this 2-minute delay? Meanwhile, the toll on the warriors of the Black Charcoal clan continued to rise. Ha ha ha, it's ours now, Lorne. This fruit may not be of the highest caliber, but it will certainly bolster the strength of Rox's pirate crew. Rox chuckled lightly, revealing a devil fruit in his hand. Lord Semimaru. At this sight, the samurai of the Kurazumi clan were utterly taken aback, retreating in fear from a single man, Garo the Flower Warrior. Brothers, charge forth. Eradicate the traitorous Kurazumi clan and drive the invading pirates away. This was. Kurazumi Ashi stared wide-eyed at the devil fruit in Rox's grasp. Although he did not know it was called a devil fruit, he understood that Kurazumi Semimaru had acquired his peculiar sorcery after consuming such an enigmatic fruit. Lox has seized the dark power of the charcoal cicada. My friend, do consider retaining this fruit. It possesses quite a remarkable ability. Ron chuckled softly, remarking that while the upper limit of the barrier fruit may not be particularly high, its lower limit is impressively elevated. Even a feeble individual consuming the barrier fruit could possess the strength to contend with formidable opponents. Indeed. Ron contemplated that perhaps it would be a wise choice to reserve it for his future offspring. Alternatively, bestowing it upon the valiant warriors of the Rox pirates could also be a commendable decision. Rox nodded and, after placing the fruit into a box, the group surveyed the battlefield. At this moment, the members of the Rox pirates had withdrawn from the fray as commanded by their captain. On one side, the samurai of the Kurazumi clan were entangled in combat with the remnants of Kazuki Oden's forces and the underworld gang led by Hanazono Garo. Without the restraint imposed by the Rocks pirates, the Korazumi clan was being subjected to an unrelenting massacre. How long must we wait to strike? Korazumi Onamaru lamented, his voice tinged with despair, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the Rocks pirates. It was nearly time. Observing that the 3,000 warriors of the Korazumi clan had dwindled to less than half, Lorne and Rocks prepared to intervene, realizing that further delay could lead to utter defeat. The initial objective of the Rocks pirates was to seize Wano country, rather than to pursue the profits from Sea Prism Stone. It is important to recognize that the united front of Wano country possesses formidable strength. Lorne's scheme entails a clandestine alliance with the Korazumi family, aimed at eradicating the forces of General Kazuki Sukiyaki and several other prominent clans. Ultimately, the goal is to expel the Korazumi clan from Wano. To achieve this, it is imperative that these factions first deplete each other. Thus, at the onset of the conflict, the Rocks pirates adopt a passive stance, waiting until both sides have sufficiently weakened one another before engaging earnestly. After all, the samurai of Wano cannot allow either the Korazumi family or the Kazuki clan to remain. Those who are not of our kin are bound to harbor ulterior motives. These samurai are notorious for being traitors and spies, while the Korazumi clan is rife with treachery. They must not be permitted to remain in Wano, nor can any form of collaboration with them be considered. The Rocks pirates must claim Wano for themselves. Forward. Brave warriors of the Rocks pirates. Let the samurai of Wano understand the true meaning of the term pirate. Rocks raised his arm in a triumphant call, and soon, hundreds of members of the Rocks pirates rejoined the fray. Dark Water, Quake, the tempestuous foot of Flowing Cherry, under the leadership of the formidable trio Rocks, Law. In Newgate, the tide of battle was instantly turned. What is happening? How could the Rocks pirates have suddenly grown so powerful? Had they not been exerting their full strength until now? The forces of Kazuki Odin were left in a state of bewilderment, with Rocks, Law, and Newgate at the helm. They were utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of the Rocks pirates. It appeared that the true challenge did not lie with the Korazumi clan, but rather with the Rocks pirates themselves. Hanano Haishigor also sensed the shift. Did the Korazumi clan possess the strength to rebel? It seemed they had allied with formidable foes. Boys, follow me to confront the pirates. With that, Hanano Haishigor brandished his katana and led his underlings from the gang to charge at the Rocks pirates. This fellow is mine. I have yet to satisfy my thirst for battle. Rocks discerned that the most formidable opponent in terms of individual combat prowess was none other than the flower warrior, Garo. Throughout this conflict, he had refrained from exerting his full strength, leaving him somewhat unfulfilled. Thus, upon witnessing Goro charging towards him, Rocks boldly surged forward to meet him head-on. Simultaneously, Lorne and Newgate confronted the other strongest warriors within the gang, excluding Garo. The Flower S blade style, Fury of Blossoms, a resplendent slash, harmonized with the armament haki, propelled the flower warrior towards Rocks. Is this all you are capable of? Rocks, having discerned the formidable prowess of Hanazono Goro, found himself utterly disheartened. With a swift motion, he enveloped his hand in haki, darkening it with an ominous aura, and effortlessly caught Hanazono Goro's katana, gripping it with unwavering strength. Another strike. Hanazono Goro attempted to withdraw his blade for another attack, only to realize that the opposing force was so great that he could not extract his sword. How could this be? His eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, widened in astonishment. Conqueror's strike. Rocks grinned menacingly, his vacant hand swinging into a powerful punch. A terrifying black lightning crackled like sparks, incessantly cascading upon Rock's right fist, as if it were on the verge of erupting. This move, evidently infused with Conqueror's haki, prompted Garo the Flower Warrior to relinquish his katana and roll to the side with great effort, attempting to evade Rock's assault. Yet, the horror of the Conqueror's haki was indisputable. Even though Garo had narrowly escaped the brunt of Rock's fist, he still sustained grievous injuries. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body propelled several hundred meters away, only to come to a halt after crashing into a building, remaining motionless for an extended period, his fate uncertain. Lost Garo. The realization that their esteemed leader had been subdued in a single blow left the gang members, who were still embroiled in battle, questioning their very existence. The man who had effortlessly dispatched Korazumi Semimaru had now vanquished their leader with a mere strike. Such was the fearsome reputation of the Rocks pirates. Observing this spectacle, Korazumi Semimaru, who had been lurking nearby, couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. It seemed that aligning with the Rocks pirates was indeed a prudent choice. After this battle, the general of Wano would surely be replaced. Hey, where are you looking? Armament haki, Flowing Cherry Blossom. Just like the chain reaction triggered when Whitebeard was stabbed during the Marineford War, Garo's defeat immediately set off a ripple effect. Lorne seized the opportune moment to deliver a fatal strike. His attack, imbued with the power of armament haki, struck decisively at the heart of the warrior before him. A formidable opponent with the prowess of a senior official in the royal faction. Instantly, the warrior collapsed, eyes glazing over. Meanwhile, Newgate achieved a similar outcome. How could this be? The strongest trio fell in an instant, leaving the other gang members with a sense of foreboding. You have no time to concern yourselves with others, warriors, echoed the voice of Rocks from above. The warriors collectively looked up, swords raised in response. Conqueror's wrath. Rocks descended from the heavens, channeling his energy before unleashing a devastating punch. The shockwave generated by his fist expanded with the swiftness of a blade, enveloping an entire expanse. Terrifying black fireworks erupted in a dazzling display, captivating all who beheld them. As the shockwave detonated, the battlefield was instantly cleared, revealing a conspicuous and vast open space. This space stretched directly towards General Kagetsu Yoshiaki. At this moment, there was not a soul in front of Kagetsu Yoshiaki. What an opportune moment. Rowan seized the opportunity and leaped forward, directly pouncing upon Kazuki Oden. My lord, flee quickly. At that moment, several samurai emerged from the side of Kazuki Oden, positioning themselves between Rohan and Oden. Do not obstruct my brother-in-law. Get out of my way. Simultaneously, Whitebeard also took the chance to charge forward. With a resounding clash, he swung his massive Naginata in a sweeping arc coupled with Whitebeard's innate formidable power and the might of the Tremor fruit. The samurai were utterly unable to withstand the onslaught and were sent flying. Just in time, I shall not be easily subdued. Upon witnessing Rohan's approach, Kazuki Oden promptly drew his blade. Having slain numerous warriors from Wano country, Oden harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Rocks pirates and the Kurozumi clan. Oh, the Heavenly Feather Slash? Rowan's eyes lit up at the sight of Oden's blade. He had already mastered advanced swordsmanship, yet lacked a fitting weapon. Although the Heavenly Feather Slash was not one of the supreme great swords, it was still classified among the 21 great swords. Renowned for its ability to cleave the very heavens, it was said to have been forged by the distinguished swordsmith Kazuki Oden himself. Villain, perish. With fury, Kazuki Oden swung his sword, unleashing a simple yet powerful wave of sword energy. Armament Haki, hardened. Rohan, possessing near-peak mastery of Haki, enveloped his arm with it. With a mere lift of his hand, he nullified Oden's strike. How could this be? Oden's expression hardened as he unleashed several additional waves of sword energy. It seems your talent has been squandered on forging such a precious blade, wielded by a mediocre swordsman like you. Do you not hear the sword weeping? With a smile, Lorne approached Kazuki Shusai, the sword energy merely a gentle breeze that he couldn't be bothered to evade. How infuriating. Protect the general. Surrounding gang members and samurais hurriedly rushed to safeguard him. I dare anyone to step forward and meet their demise. Newgate brandished his great Naginata behind Lorne, his towering figure exuding a terrifying aura. With but a single utterance, many samurais hesitated, reminiscent of Zhang Yida's commanding presence that repelled the Chao army at Chamban. Meanwhile, Lorne swiftly disarmed and captured Kazuki Shusai in a mere moment. Kazuki Shusai has been apprehended. Who dares to move? Lorne gracefully utilized the moonwalk to ascend above the battlefield. One hand gripping Kazuki Shusai, the other wielding the heavenly feather blade poised against Shusai's neck, he proclaimed to the entirety of the battlefield. In the next instant, all gazes were directed skyward. Hedahe, success. The members of the Kurozumi clan, including the young Kurozumi Orochi, merely 4 years old, wore expressions of triumph. General. In stark contrast, the subordinates of Kazuki Shusai and those of the gang led by Hanazono Garo halted their actions, their faces ashen with despair. All samurais, lay down your weapons and withdraw from Wano country. I shall spare Kazuki Shusai's life. Otherwise, in Lorne's grasp, the celestial feather blade has inflicted a conspicuous wound upon the neck of Kazuki Shishiro. Please, do not lay a hand on the general. We are willing to withdraw from Wano. Whatever you require of us, we shall comply. The samurai, paralyzed by fear, refrained from resistance, prepared to heed Lorne's command. In the eyes of the warriors of Wano, the general's life holds greater value than the heavens themselves. They would never jest with the life of their leader. Swiftly, the samurai relinquished their cherished swords, casting them upon the ground, and began to retreat from the flower capital in succession. Very well, brother. At that moment, Lorne exchanged a knowing glance with Rox. Understood, brother. A wicked smile crept upon Rox's lips as he comprehended his younger brother's intent. The prowess of this band of warriors was formidable. To simply allow them to depart would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Seizing the opportunity while their fighting spirit was subdued, it was imperative to eradicate them in one swift motion. Lox unleashed his power, resting a single hand upon the ground. Instantly, the entire surface of the flower capital transformed into a dark, fluid substance. What is this? Is it yet another manifestation of Lox's abilities? Witnessing the encroaching darkness, the retreating samurai felt an ominous dread. However, Lox offered them no time to react. Dark abyss. The dark fluid immediately emitted an overwhelming gravitational pull. The terrifying force dragged the samurai directly into the shadowy depths below. It was not only the warriors, the insatiable darkness devoured trees, buildings, and entire forests alike. Like an eternal glutton, it greedily consumed all that lay within its reach. Moments later, the entity swallowed by the darkness, buildings, samurai, trees, and all manner of matter, were released once more. Yet this time, they emerged lifeless, akin to a stagnant pool, devoid of any vitality. Witnessing such a scene, Black Carbon Ghost Cicada, Black Carbon Twilight Cicada, and the members of the Black Carbon clan, including the mere 4-year-old Black Carbon Yamato, stood frozen in terror, utterly bewildered. Is this the nature of pirates? Hadn't they already surrendered? How could they still seek to annihilate them? The conduct of the Rocks pirates is truly terrifying, sending shivers down the spines of the entire Kurozumi clan. How dare they? How could they attack when their adversaries had laid down their arms? They were complying with your demands to withdraw from Wano. Why, then, did they unleash such brutality, leaving no path for survival? What could possibly justify this? Witnessing this horrific scene, Kazuki Oden shed tears, nearly grinding his teeth in rage as he confronted Lorne. Ah, Kazuki Oden, this is the harsh reality of our world. It is a realm where only the strong endure, and the weak are stripped of even the right to choose their fate. Lorne's tone was disturbingly flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Even Newgate maintained an expression as placid as a still lake, finding nothing amiss. The samurai, formidable in strength and numerous in number, were not to be allowed to depart Wano unscathed. Were they to await the day of vengeance? Although Lorne and Newgate were not inherently cruel and had sworn to spare the innocent, such principles applied only under typical circumstances. Now, with the inhabitants of Wano obstructing the path of the Rock's pirates, anyone, regardless of status or nobility, would be ruthlessly trampled by the iron hooves of the Rock's pirates. This was a responsibility owed to the crew and to Morris, Sherry, and the child yet to be born. It may be gruesome, but this is the reality of our world. We are not in an era akin to that of the future pirate, Monkey D. Luffy, playing at being a pirate. In an instant, the entirety of Flower Capital fell silent. The 30,000 warriors led by Kazuki Oden were utterly obliterated. Korizumi Oichi, lead the way. Besides Flower Capital, there should be 5 other locations in Wano: Shirahama, Lingho, Tawan, Kiri, and Heim. You are more familiar with the terrain of Wano than I am. Immediately take your men and cleanse these 5 locations of their inhabitants. Having said this, Lorne, without pause, brought Kazuki Oden before Korizumi Oichi and continued. There must be many others in the remaining areas. They must all be eradicated. Understood. I will arrange it at once. Having witnessed the true nature of the Rock's pirates, Korizumi Oichi no longer dared to voice his grievances in front of Lorne. With 30,000 fallen, the mere 3,000 of the Korizumi clan must bow their heads in submission. By the way, Kazuki Oden is of no further use. I leave him to you to dispose of as you see fit. Lorne casually tossed the shabu-shabu of Kazuki Sukiyaki to Korizumi Kinemon. The 30,000 samurai of Wano had essentially perished, rendering General Kazuki Sukiyaki a mere figurehead with no impact on the grand scheme. Another week elapsed. Under the auspices of the Korizumi clan, the Rock's pirates meticulously scoured every nook and cranny of the 6 regions of Wano, with the samurai conscripted by Kazuki Sukiyaki to confront the Korizumi clan. The remaining populace primarily consisted of the elderly, weaklings, and women. These defenseless individuals were exiled from Wano, unable to stir any significant commotion. As for the remaining men and young boys, they were all dealt with on the spot. To eradicate the roots of the problem, it was a matter of complete annihilation, either do nothing or do it thoroughly. Once the remnants of Wano were addressed, Lorne and Rox turned their attention to the final eradication of the Korizumi clan. For one such as Korizumi Kinemon, who had previously betrayed his master, Lorne and Rox could not afford to keep such a person in their midst. Kazuki Sukiyaki had suffered greatly at the hands of Korizumi Kinemon before meeting his demise. The cruelty inflicted upon his former master was intolerable to both Lorne and Rox. Moreover, as a traveler from another world, Lorne was acutely aware that Korizumi Kinemon's son, Korizumi Orochi, shared the same nefarious traits as his father. Betrayal was indeed a commonplace occurrence within this family, inscribed in their very DNA. It was likely that if Korizumi Orochi were to have a son, he too would be adept at treachery. With the Great War concluded, all samurai of Wano had been expelled. Only a mere 2,000 warriors of the Korizumi clan and the Rox pirates remained in the entirety of Wano. What do you mean by this? Upon witnessing the Rox pirates bare their fangs at the Korizumi clan, Korizumi Kinemon's face was a mask of disbelief. Korizumi Kinemon, do you truly believe that I would trust one who has already betrayed his own master? Lorne gradually approached the Korizumi family, his tone laced with disdain. Although Korizumi Ashur indeed played a role in the accomplishments of the Rox pirates during their conquest of Wano, Lorne found such acts of treachery utterly contemptible. Lorne, cease this idle chatter and eliminate these worthless beings. Rox, feeling rather decisive, deemed it a waste of breath to converse with the shameless black carbon kin. It was time to take action. Within less than a day, the Rox pirates, at the cost of several dozen injuries but without any fatalities, completely eradicated the black carbon family. Thus, the vast land of Wano was left solely in the hands of the Rox pirates. Cheers. We celebrated our conquest of Wano. This place is truly magnificent. With this island secured, we shall no longer fret over any unwise intruders attempting a surprise attack. Sherry and Molly can also rest easy as they nurture their unborn children. On the night following the annihilation of the black carbon family, the Rox pirates commenced a long-awaited feast. This celebration, unlike the hurried conclusion following the acquisition of the dark fruit, could be savored at leisure. Brother, I believe we should designate this day as the Rox Pirates' Day of celebration. Henceforth, every year on this date, we shall hold a victory festival to commemorate the grand triumph of the Rox Pirates. Lorne excitedly proposed to Rox, his face slightly flushed with merriment. After all, with the conquest of Wano, the heaviest burden on Lorne's heart had been lifted. With the strategic advantage of such a formidable island as Wano, Sherry and Molly could rest assured, not to mention the abundant resources of sea prism stone that Wano offered. The Rox pirates have indeed established a firm foothold in the world of piracy, akin to possessing an inexhaustible gold mine. Indeed, Lorne, you are absolutely correct. The name Victory Celebration is splendid. Henceforth, we shall host a grand feast on this day each year to commemorate the magnificent triumph of the Rox pirates. Rox raised a large goblet of wine and downed it in one swift motion, nodding repeatedly. Glug, glug, glug. What a delightful victory celebration this is. Newgate's face was flushed, clearly reveling in the merriment as well. Everyone, rise and raise your glasses. I hereby declare that henceforth, this day shall be recognized as the annual victory celebration of the Rox Pirates. Indulge to your heart's content. Rox raised his goblet, prompting everyone to rise. And together they indulged in a spirited toast, reveling in the merriment. The banquet lasted an extravagant 7 days and nights, only concluding once every member of the Rox Pirates had thoroughly enjoyed the festivities. After the celebration, Lorne sought out the ship's doctor, inquiring about Miss Sherry's impending delivery. To Lorne's recollection, she was likely on the verge of welcoming her first child. Approximately 3 to 4 months remain, Lord Lorne, the ship's doctor replied with utmost respect. Please ensure that you take good care of Miss Sherry, Miss Jasmine. The natural beauty of Wano country is truly remarkable. During your leisure time, take her out to explore and refresh her spirit. A generous reward awaits upon the successful completion of this task, Lorne instructed kindly. Presently, Wano country boasts an unparalleled environment, with landscapes that resemble a paradise on Earth, unlike the desolation wrought by Kaido in later times. It is adorned with forests, lakes, and vast grasslands, each more breathtaking than the last. Lorne even contemplated the construction of an expansive garden, a sanctuary for his wives to find solace amidst nature. It is well acknowledged that one's emotional state significantly influences the prospect of childbirth. Remaining cooped up indoors would undoubtedly have detrimental effects on the fetus. With this thought in mind, Lorne sought out Locke to discuss his plans, only to discover that Locke appeared to be burdened by some inner turmoil. Brother, why the furrowed brow? Is there something weighing on your mind? Lorne inquired with genuine curiosity. After all, having successfully claimed the realm of Hiziguo, one would think this should be a time of celebration. Upon seeing Lorne's arrival, Rox hastily remarked, Lorne, I have come to realize that the crew of the Rox Pirates is rather scant. The abundant resources of Wano country require extensive development, much of which entails arduous physical labor. The factory for sea prism stone and rabbit bowl alone necessitates at least several thousand individuals to maximize output. It appears we must devise a strategy to expand the ranks of the Rox Pirates, enlisting additional personnel and recruiting more crew members. Indeed, my brother, you speak wisely. I share the same sentiment. Ron nodded. The crew of the Rox Pirates is undeniably sparse. Aside from the few trusted individuals selected by Rox and Lorne when they first set sail, the only addition has been the 200 sailors brought in by Edward Newgate, famously known as Whitebeard, upon his joining of the Rox Pirates. The Rox Pirates currently boast a mere 300 crew members. For a crew that has already seized Wano and aims to overthrow the world government, such a number is woefully insufficient. As Rox himself stated, the production facility for sea prism stone and rabbit bowl alone requires a minimum of 3,000 individuals. Moreover, Wano's vast expanse holds numerous resources yet to be explored beyond just rabbit bowl. Even 3,000 personnel would fall drastically short. The Rox Pirates are in need of a substantial recruitment of crew members. My friend, since you concur, I shall now venture to the pirate black market to disseminate the recruitment information for the Rox Pirates. Rox took up the telephone book, poised to connect with the underground overlord of the black market. Wait a moment, my friend. What Wano truly lacks at this moment is not pirates, but laborers. If we were to recruit pirates, they would undoubtedly be reluctant to engage in such arduous tasks. Lorne halted the operations at Rox, recalling that in the original narrative, Kaido exploited prisoners or death row inmates for labor in the rabbit bowl quarry, rather than utilizing his own crew for such arduous tasks. This indicates the grueling nature of the work at rabbit bowl. Recruiting a band of pirates only to have them toil as laborers in a factory is akin to enlisting a group of top-tier university graduates solely to engage in menial tasks. Even if such recruits were successfully gathered, a significant number might abscond. It is crucial to recognize that these pirates do not possess the same docility as esteemed graduates. They might well incite unrest. What, then, shall be done? Upon hearing this, Rox also set down the telephone bug in his hand. Lorne made a compelling point. Recruiting a band of pirates only to have them work in a factory does seem rather unreasonable. After a moment's contemplation, Lorne smacked his thigh and broke into a smile. Who is it, brother? Locke inquired with great curiosity. The fishmen of Fishman Island. Lorne beamed. Fishmen? Indeed, the fishmen possess immense strength, their natural power being tenfold that of ordinary humans. What would be arduous labor for a human is, for the fishmen, a task of great ease. Most importantly, the fishmen have long been overlooked by the world government and have faced discrimination from the world's aristocracy, living in the depths of the ocean. In truth, they yearn to dwell upon the land, basking in the sunlight, yet they lack both the courage and opportunity. Now, the Rox Pirates can offer the fishmen an exceptional chance to live on land and under the sun, and I firmly believe they will not decline this opportunity. Lorne was quite pleased with his idea. The fishmen could not only perform factory work but also cultivate other resources. Even if they were to abandon their factory duties, they could immediately engage in battle. They were not only a valuable addition to combat strength but could also serve as laborers in everyday life. There were no more suitable candidates than the fishmen. You make a compelling point, Lorne. So when shall we depart? Naturally, the time is now. Lorne prepared to set out immediately. With the addition of Wano country, he no longer feared pirate invasions. Neptune of Fishman Island had an acquaintance with him, and he believed this proposal would be readily accepted. Upon hearing that Lorne was heading to Fishman Island, Newgate also prepared to join. He had a friendship with Neptune and was familiar with the circumstances of Fishman Island. Oh, Newgate, you have a connection with Neptune as well? Lorne expressed his surprise. In the original narrative, Whitebeard indeed shared a deep bond with Neptune. However, Newgate was only around 20 years of age, and Neptune was likely of a similar age. Had they really established a friendship so early? Don't underestimate me, brother-in-law. I set sail at the age of 10. It has been nearly a decade since then. So in terms of seafaring experience, I am a senior to both you and uncle. Newgate said with a laugh. That's a valid point, Lorne nodded. In terms of seafaring experience, Newgate certainly surpassed both himself and Rox. Let us hope this journey proceeds smoothly. Rox nodded to himself in agreement. The trio arrived at the 9-mile waterfall in Wano country, the sole entrance and exit to the land. There is only this route into Wano country, and I have stationed my most trusted individuals to guard it. Let us set forth. The three formidable forces of the Rox pirates departed from their base simultaneously for the very first time. This indeed attests to the advantages of occupying Wano country. The trio can venture forth with confidence and boldness, enabling the Rox pirates to achieve their swiftest development. They embarked on a modest vessel. Utilizing the powers of the Tremor fruit, Newgate summoned a tsunami, propelling them away from Wano. After approximately 2 days of navigation, Rox, Law, and Newgate first journeyed to the Sabaody archipelago for a coating. Although our vessel is small, the coating process will require at least 2 days. Thus, we shall linger on the Sabaody archipelago for this duration. Ahem, by the way, Law, it seems you ought to seek a new wife. Rox coughed twice and addressed Lorne. After all, with both Jasmine and Sherry now expecting, it was imperative to seek a new wife promptly to continue the legacy of the Jibek family. Ahem. Let us then visit the slave market. Lorne also felt it was about time to find a newcomer to continue the legacy. Newgate had no objections to this. In the realm of pirates, as opposed to the mundane world, it is quite commonplace for men to have multiple wives. After all, these are the notorious figures, Captain Rox D. Zebek, along with his brother Lorne and Edward Newgate. How could these three possibly be in the Sabaody archipelago? It would be wise to keep one's distance from them. Upon entering the slave auction venue, the trio was instantly recognized by the nobles of the Sabaody archipelago. Disgusted, they pinched their noses and scurried to the opposite side, desperate to maintain as much distance as possible from Rox, Lorne, and Newgate. Humph, what a tiresome bunch of nobles. Perhaps it would be better to rid the world of them entirely. Rox remarked with a hint of displeasure, let it go, my friend. We are quite close to the naval headquarters, and our purpose here is not to create a disturbance. Let us strive to maintain a low profile. Lorne intervened to halt Rox, despite his own disdain for the tedious nobility. However, the primary objective of this venture remained the establishment of diplomatic relations with Fishman Island. As for the ordinary nobles, such detritus was unworthy of the attention of the Rox pirates. Only the celestial dragons, those esteemed world nobles, merited the involvement of the Rox pirates. Soon, the auction commenced. An hour passed without anything of interest to the Rox pirates making an appearance. Esteemed guests, we have now arrived at the piece de resistance of the auction. I implore you to keep your eyes wide open and not miss this moment. With a resounding flourish, the music began and the lights dimmed, plunging the entire auction hall into darkness. As the lights flickered back to life, a collective gasp resonated through the crowd. To their astonishment, several fish tanks had mysteriously appeared on stage, each containing beautiful mermaids, all exquisite in their allure. How intriguing. Roan cast a fleeting glance over the mermaids, a subtle smile gracing his lips. For just a moment, he had spotted among them a long-lost S-rank mermaid, radiating qualities that promised prosperity. Oh, brother, have you found a woman of interest? As if attuned to Roan's thoughts, Lox immediately grasped the implication of his brother's smile, realizing that he had indeed identified a potential candidate. Indeed, there exists a woman who would be fitting as a wife. Suddenly, Lorne rose to his feet, raising 2 fingers. 200 million. I shall acquire all the merfolk upon the stage. The audacity of bidding 200 million left the assembled nobles utterly disheartened, relinquishing any thoughts of further competition. In this era, merfolk are not as rare as depicted in the original narrative. Although merfolk command a high price, a female merfolk typically does not exceed 23 million berries. Thus, 200 million for these few merfolk is undoubtedly exorbitant. However, Lorne remained unfazed. Having seized control of Wano country, money had become merely a numerical value for the Rox pirates. With the exploitation of Wano's sea stone resources, it was entirely possible for the archipelago to ascend to the status of the world's wealthiest island. In the absence of competition, Lorne effortlessly secured the purchase of all 6 female merfolk. The merfolk, now in his possession, trembled with fear. Do not fret. I shall not harm you. I will return you to Fishman Island. Until then, feel free to revel in the amusement parks of Sabaody archipelago. Lorne spoke gently to the mermaids. An amusement park? Is that truly the case? Upon hearing his words, the eyes of the mermaids sparkled with excitement. It is well known that amusement parks are a profound obsession for merfolk. In the original narrative, even the butcher-like Arlong had constructed a place referred to as Fishman Paradise. This illustrates that even in the eyes of a cruel and heartless male like the dragon, an amusement park is regarded as a sacred haven, let alone for these kind-hearted and endearing mermaids. Indeed, it is quite true. With a beaming smile, Ron spoke, causing the eyes of the mermaids to sparkle with affection. In no time, Ron fulfilled his promise, taking several mermaids to enjoy the amusement park to their heart's content. During their time together, Ron also took the opportunity to get acquainted with a particular mermaid endowed with an S-class compatibility for fortune, named Summer, who possessed flowing blue hair. This immediately reminded Ron of the fortune teller Shirahoshi from the original narrative set in Fishman Island. As for their appearances, it goes without saying that mermaids are renowned for their exquisite beauty and enchanting figures. Otherwise, they wouldn't command such high prices. Brother, the coating is complete. It's time to set forth, Rooks announced. 2 fleeting days passed, and Rooks arrived at the amusement park to find Ron. Well then, dear mermaids, our journey shall come to an end. Let us proceed. I shall escort you to Fishman Island. What? Is it over so soon? I wished for more days to play with Lord Ron. The mermaids lamented, expressing both regret and joy. This has been the most wonderful day of my life. I can't believe I rode the roller coaster of my dreams. The mermaids voiced their bittersweet sentiments, with many harboring secret affections for Ron. After all, he was the first man who had accompanied them in play, rescued them, and was undeniably handsome. These factors combined, the mermaids were utterly enchanted by Ron. Even Summer found herself overwhelmed with admiration for him. Fear not, I shall often play with you in the future, Ron replied with a grin. After all, the merfolk would soon relocate to Wano, so a matter of a day or two was of little consequence. Before long, Rooks, Ron, Newgate, and the mermaids made their way towards the depths of Fishman Island, situated a staggering 10,000 meters beneath the sea. My heavens, who is that? Am I seeing correctly? It appears to be Lord Newgate. Someone exclaimed. No, alongside Lord Newgate is that notorious pirate, Rox D. Zebek, with a bounty of 400 million, and beside him stands Ron, with a bounty of 170 million, surpassing even Lord Newgate. They whispered in astonishment. What could they possibly want at Fishman Island? Regardless of their intentions, we must swiftly inform His Majesty. In the deep sea, hundreds of leagues away from Fishman Island, a lookout station awaited their arrival. As soon as the vessels of Rox and Lorne entered the observation range of the outpost, they were promptly spotted by the Fishman soldiers. Upon sighting the 3 individuals, the soldiers immediately contacted the Minister of Fishman Island via the telephone bug, who then relayed this news to King Neptune of Fishman Island. Neptune, now just over 20 years old, ascended to the throne at a young age due to the untimely death of the previous king. What? Rox D, Jibek, Lorne, and Newgate have come to Fishman Island? While Newgate's presence is not surprising, what could Rox and Lorne possibly want here? Upon receiving this news, Neptune felt a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. The reputation of the 2 brothers, Rox and Lorne, is rather tarnished. Their heinous act of slaughtering the royal family of a nation allied with the world government has long since spread across the globe. Rox and Lorne have long been depicted by the world government as merciless demons. Your Majesty, regardless of their intentions, Rox and Lorne are figures we cannot afford to offend here in Fishman Island, remarked Minister Zwa, a catfish fishman, hastily. You are absolutely correct, Minister Zwa. Prepare promptly. I shall personally greet them and discern the purpose of their visit to Fishman Island. Neptune, not daring to delay, immediately led Minister Zwa and Minister Yu towards the entrance of Fishman Island, where they awaited their guests. One does not strike a smiling face. By extending the highest level of hospitality, the visitors would find it difficult to raise any objections. Before long, they beheld the figures of Rox, Lorne, and Whitebeard. Whitebeard, it has been quite some time. Lord Rox, Lord Lorne have traveled a great distance. We have prepared a sumptuous banquet, and I humbly invite you all to join us for a conversation. After exchanging greetings with Whitebeard, Neptune hurriedly expressed his welcome to Rox and Lorne along with his accompanying ministers. Garara, Neptune, now that you have become king, your personal effort to welcome us is truly commendable. Upon seeing Neptune, Whitebeard also greeted his old friend. Who would have thought these fishmen were so understanding? Rox observed the crown adorning Neptune's head, along with the multitude of attendants, and he comprehended the significance of the occasion. Being personally received by the king was indeed the highest form of hospitality. It was evident that Fishman Island was extending a gesture of goodwill towards him. The proceedings should unfold smoothly. Lorne also smiled with ease. Upon witnessing the smiles exchanged between Lorne and Rox, Neptune and the ministers of Fishman Island felt a sense of relief wash over them. By the way, Neptune, is it acceptable for me to bring these ladies along? Lorne intended to escort all the mermaids to the banquet. Of course, Neptune replied, his vigilance heightened at the sight of so many female merfolk. Rox and Lorne did not come to demand the mermaids from him for an extended period. After all, mermaids are in high demand these days, and nefarious individuals often abduct them from Fishman Island for lucrative auctions. Nevertheless, Neptune refrained from making any rash assumptions and instead escorted Lorne and his companions to the palace. The Fishman chef had already prepared an exceedingly lavish banquet. Neptune, I shall not mince words. We have come to Fishman Island for a matter of great importance. Lorne stated directly as the feast commenced. Please, Lord Lorne, proceed, Neptune replied attentively. It is quite simple. I wish for you to lead all the inhabitants of Fishman Island to join the Rocks Pirates. In exchange, I can offer your people a life upon the land, basking in the sunlight. What do you think, Neptune? What are your thoughts? After Lorne spoke, it was evident that the colossal form of Neptune trembled slightly. Not only Neptune, but also the ministers, including the left chancellor and the right chancellor, stood frozen in place like statues carved from plaster. Lorne's suggestion was utterly explosive, akin to detonating a nuclear bomb within the minds of each individual present. The inhabitants of Fishman Island were momentarily rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, Neptune stammered, unable to articulate even a single word. If the entirety of Fishman Island were to join the Rocks Pirates, would that not mean that the fishmen would become pirates themselves? As pirates, they would be relentlessly pursued by the Navy and the world government, living under the constant threat of having their lives precariously balanced. Moreover, Fishman Island is a member nation of the world government. It would be unprecedented for an entire member nation to align itself with a pirate crew in these waters. Should the world government become aware of such an occurrence, the 5 elders from the Holy Land would likely exact a tremendous price in their pursuit of the fishmen. Could the fishmen withstand the full wrath of the world government? Neptune, are you truly afraid of offending the world government? Newgate, as a close friend, immediately discerned the unease within Neptune's heart. As a member nation of the world government, Fishman Island joining a pirate crew would undoubtedly create a substantial uproar. Given the character of the world government, they would at the very least mobilize a large-scale military operation, possibly even more terrifying than a demon hunt decree. No. We are a member nation of the world government, and to join a pirate crew would likely be inappropriate. Neptune cautiously echoed Newgate's sentiments, choosing his words with utmost care, fearful of displeasing Locks and Lorne. While the fishmen could not afford to offend the world government, they equally could not afford to alienate the Rocks Pirates. You say Fishman Island is a member of the world government? What a grand jest, Neptune. You pay hefty tribute each year, yet the Navy and the world government have never shown concern for your well-being. I have not witnessed any member nation of the world government frequently besieged by pirates and traffickers. In fact, it seems that the number of fishman slaves in Mariehua and the auctions has only increased in recent years. Upon hearing Neptune's words, Lorne could not help but sneer. While Fishman Island is indeed a member nation of the world government, it is undoubtedly the most wretched among them. Despite the citizens often falling prey to black market traffickers, the world government and the Navy have never contemplated deploying forces to safeguard Fishman Island. Even the simple desire of its inhabitants to reside on land has been entirely dismissed. Having paid such a substantial tribute, they have received nothing in return. In the original story, they even found themselves reliant on the protection of pirates. Fishman Island is undoubtedly the most wronged nation in the pirate world. Lorne's words pierced through the hearts of Neptune and the attending ministers like a sharp blade, each sentence revealing the brutal reality of their situation. Particularly the final statement struck deep into the hearts of Neptune and his officials. But, despite Lorne's impassioned discourse, Neptune remained hesitant to concede. Were you worried, Neptune, that your people would endure a life of hardship upon joining the Rocks Pirates? You need not fret. Perhaps you are unaware, but our Rocks Pirates have already secured Wayno. We can easily allocate a portion of land for the inhabitants of Fishman Island to reside. Newgate, possessing an intimate understanding of Neptune, quickly discerned the source of his concern. As the sovereign of a nation, Neptune bore the heavy responsibility of safeguarding his citizens. If his subjects were to become pirates, living perilously on the edge of life and death, it would spell the end of his reign. Wayno. Upon hearing the mention of Wayno, Neptune and the ministers were momentarily invigorated. Although Wayno had long remained isolated, its policy had indeed garnered significant notoriety. Surviving without joining the world government was no small feat, and the island's unique geography rendered it an impenetrable fortress against both the world government and the Navy. Neptune and his ministers were not only aware of this, but also harbored a sense of envy. Is it truly so, Newgate? The mere suggestion from Newgate visibly stirred Neptune's interest. Gururara, can you doubt me, Neptune? I assure you on the foundation of our years of friendship, it is indeed true. Given Wayno's geographical advantages, even the full might of the world government and the Navy could never breach its defenses. The residents of Fishman Island will not have to endure a life akin to that of pirates, where danger lurks at every turn. On the contrary, in Wayno, they would find themselves far safer than here on Fishman Island. At least in Wayno, those pirates and human traffickers cannot intrude. Do your people not yearn to live on land, basking in the sunlight? Trust me, Neptune, this is undoubtedly a splendid opportunity. Newgate's hearty laughter accompanied his emphatic assurances. His words had indeed begun to sway Neptune. After all, the substantial annual payments made to the world government yielded only an increasing number of fishman slaves in the auction markets and Marigios, who would harbor no grievances in such a situation. Yet, the fishmen, being relatively powerless, dared not voice their discontent. If the Rocks Pirates truly secured Wayno and were willing to allow the fishmen to inhabit it, it would undoubtedly be a vast improvement over their current existence in the light-deprived depths of the ocean. If such a scenario were to unfold, it would indeed be immensely appealing to the fishmen. However, Lord Lorne, if I may speak candidly, opportunities of such magnitude do not simply fall from the heavens. You have bestowed upon us fishmen numerous advantageous conditions, yet I surmise there must be something in return that you seek. As a king, Neptune was acutely aware of this reality. He was neither a relative of Rox nor an old acquaintance of Lorne. Such benevolence could hardly be expected without cost. Collaborating with astute individuals is indeed a comfort. I require that your fishmen diligently fulfill any tasks assigned by the Rox pirates. Additionally, in times of conflict, fishmen warriors must fight alongside the Rox pirates. Furthermore, the tribute previously paid to the world government shall henceforth be directed to the Rox pirates. In exchange, we shall allocate a portion of Wayno's land for the fishmen to inhabit. You need not worry about the safety of the fishmen residents within Wayno. That shall be entirely our concern. Lorne spoke with unwavering conviction. If such are the terms, they are indeed quite appealing. Neptune pondered deeply, recognizing the allure of Lorne's proposition. After all, the gold from the heavens must be paid. Remitting it to the world government would yield nothing for Fishman Island. By contributing to the Rox pirates, they would not only ensure the safety of the fishmen, but also facilitate their existence on land. To dwell on the surface and bask in the sunlight is a cherished dream for the fishmen. The unique geography of Wayno country would undoubtedly guarantee their safety. It appeared to be a deal replete with benefits. Neptune then glanced at his trusted advisors, the left and right ministers, and noted that they shared his sentiments. However, a lingering unease remained within Neptune. After all, the Rox pirates are merely a band of pirates. Can one truly take pirates at their word? However, our migration from Fishman Island will undoubtedly provoke the world government. If Lord Lorne does not mind, I have several sisters whom I can offer to either Lord Lorne or Lord Rox as wives or concubines. Neptune addressed Lorne and Rox. After all, our visit to Fishman Island is a venture into foreign territory. Placing all our wealth and lives at risk is exceedingly unwise. We must firmly bind ourselves to the Rox pirates. How to bind ourselves? It is quite simple, through marriage. Bang! Just as Neptune finished speaking, Rox suddenly slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet in sheer excitement. Huh, Neptune, do you take us for untrustworthy scoundrels like the world government? Let me assure you, the Rox pirates will honor our commitments. Do not dare to compare the Rox pirates to that rabble of the world government. Rox exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, his imposing presence filling the room with an overwhelming aura. The opulent crystal chandelier hanging from the grand hall ceiling trembled perilously under the force of his conqueror's hockey, while the floor itself succumbed to the tremors, showing signs of distress with visible cracks. Rox discerned the implications behind Neptune's words. It was a fear that the Rox pirates would resemble the world government, merely collecting tribute without fulfilling their duties. This notion incited profound anger within Rox. While he was acutely aware that pirates were not paragons of virtue, and that he himself bore considerable blood on his hands, to compare the world government with the Rox pirates felt like a grave insult to the latter. The sudden outburst from Rox abruptly transformed the previously harmonious atmosphere into one of palpable tension. Lord Rox, please, temper your wrath. The inhabitants of Fishman Island, including Neptune, the left and right ministers, dared not breathe. The fury of a pirate with a bounty of 400 million could not be contained by the entire island. Ha ha ha, my brother, do not be so agitated. Ha ha, it's all right, it's all right. My brother is simply that kind of person, do not take offense. At this moment, Lorne also joined in, pressing Rox back into his seat and soothing the crowd. Neptune, I have already chosen a female fish person to be my wife. That is none other than Summer. As he spoke, Lorne pointed to Summer standing nearby. Lord Lorne, Summer, suddenly addressed, felt a mix of surprise and joy. To think she was chosen as the potential bride by such a prominent figure. The other fishwomen looked on with eyes full of envy. Since Lord Lorne has made his choice, we shall not speak further. We are willing to follow the Rox pirates to Wayno country. From this day forth, Fishman Island officially joins the Rox pirates. Neptune understood that he could no longer hesitate. He had already incurred Rox's displeasure, and had it not been for Lord Lorne's intervention, a grave mistake would have been made today. Excellent, Neptune, you have made the right decision, Newgate praised, giving a thumbs up. With the assistance of the fish people, Wayno would gradually prosper. Furthermore, given the fish people's innate affinity for water, having fish warriors guarding the sole entrance to Wayno, the 9-layer waterfall, would yield remarkable results. You shall have 1 week to organize all fish people and depart from Fishman Island for Wayno. Upon hearing Neptune's agreement, Rox's demeanor softened as he spoke. Very well. We shall now send someone to inform the citizens. Neptune, not daring to delay, promptly instructed his subordinates to announce the news to the residents of Fishman Island. I shall attend to it immediately. The catfish fishman, the left minister, bowed and swiftly exited the great hall to relay the message to the people. Wait, Neptune, we have acquiesced to all your demands. Fishman Island should also demonstrate its sincerity by severing ties with the world government. At that moment, Lorne stood up to speak. Lord Lorne, please instruct us on what is required. Neptune immediately grasped that Lorne intended to test Fishman Island's resolve, a so-called blood oath to signify a complete break from the world government. Having already committed to siding with the Rock's pirates, he could not afford to waver. Whatever was required of him, he must comply. Very well. Seeing Neptune's decisive attitude, Lorne expressed his admiration. The closest island to Fishman Island was the Shabandi archipelago above. All pirate ships must coat themselves at the Shabandi archipelago before proceeding to Fishman Island. Many nobles resided at the Shabandi archipelago, and these nobles had purchased numerous fish-person slaves. Let us surprise them. A faint smile graced the corners of Lorne's lips. Are we to create a ruckus in the archipelago of Shambadi? Neptune was momentarily taken aback. What? Are you burdened by apprehension? The Shambadi Islands are rife with illicit dealings. Surely, you do not harbor the illusion that the nobles who can reach Shambadi are virtuous individuals, do you? Lorne remarked casually that the actions of certain nobles were hardly distinguishable from those of the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons, as the world's aristocracy, inspired numerous lesser nobles to emulate their behavior in a bid to display their own superiority. They bought slaves, abused them, oppressed their citizens, and regarded the impoverished as mere refuse. Many nobles bore striking similarities to the Celestial Dragons, the only difference being that they lacked the backing of powerful admirals, rendering them less audacious. At their core, they were all cut from the same cloth. Among the 200 member states of the world government, there were undoubtedly some benevolent rulers and noble souls. However, those who could come to the Shabandi archipelago to purchase slaves were all of the same ilk. Neptune understood Lorne's implication and resolved to send some former slaves among the fishmen. These fishmen, who had endured the shackles of slavery, harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity. Sending them forth would undoubtedly ensure the successful execution of this declaration of allegiance. Suddenly, a flustered minister's wife, who had just gone out to inform the citizens of their relocation, rushed back in, having knocked over several precious decorations in the hall due to his panic. What is the matter that has you in such a frenzy? Neptune inquired, his expression darkening with displeasure. Something grave has occurred, Your Highness. The Celestial Dragons have arrived at Fishman Island. They are currently wreaking havoc in Mermaid Cove, sending agents to capture our citizens. Ministers would gasp, breathless from his urgency. What? Neptune exclaimed, his face paling in shock. How could the Celestial Dragons arrive at such a critical moment? It was utterly disastrous. Yet, rather than sharing in the alarm, Lorne and Rox exchanged knowing smiles. Wasn't this rather fortuitous? Their reaction stood in stark contrast to the panic exhibited by Neptune and his fellow fishmen. Lorne and Lox both displayed exceptionally malevolent smiles. The ultimate ambition of the Rox pirates is to confront the Celestial Dragons. However, prior to this moment, the crew had been preoccupied with solidifying their position and had not found the opportunity to challenge the Celestial Dragons. It is quite fortuitous that they have encountered them here. Indeed, fortune favors the prepared. The Celestial Dragons, you say? How intriguing. Even Whitebeard, usually composed, reveals a rare, cunning smile. Unlike in the original narrative, Whitebeard now has a beloved elder sister, a brother-in-law, and a nephew, or niece, soon to be born. His aspirations have shifted from merely desiring a family to protecting and expanding his kin, as well as ensuring that the Celestial Dragons, who are responsible for the tragedies of his homeland, pay the price they deserve. Neptune, now is indeed an opportune moment for you, Fishman Island, to demonstrate your sincerity. Lorne cast a sidelong glance at Neptune, and the smile he wore sent shivers down the spines of the assembled fishmen. Was he truly contemplating an attack on the Celestial Dragons? Neptune's massive form visibly trembled. After all, these were the genuine aristocrats of the world, should he dare to strike. The world government would undoubtedly dispatch formidable admirals. Nevertheless, Neptune resolved, very well, Lord Lorne, I understand. As a sovereign, he was acutely aware of the adage that one cannot have sweetness at both ends. Having decided to stand with the Rock's pirates, he needed to adopt a resolute stance. Even if it meant confronting the world's nobility. Alert the Royal Guard immediately. We must head to Fishman Bay. Meanwhile, in Fishman Island, Fishman Bay served as the gathering place for its residents. Despite being in the deep sea, the area was blessed with blue skies, white clouds, and sunlight, resembling a dreamlike underwater realm. However, the tranquility of this idyllic world was abruptly disturbed by the arrival of unexpected visitors. What in the world is that? How could a ship appear here? Is that a vessel of the world government? I can't be mistaken. It seems there are celestial dragons on the deck. What could they possibly want here? I have an ominous feeling about this. Panic ensued in Fishman Bay. The fishmen exchanged incredulous glances. For a ship bearing the world government's flag had anchored there. Upon it stood the world's aristocrats, the celestial dragons. Oh, look at all the fishmen. Is this place truly paradise? The deck was graced by a rotund figure clad in an astronaut suit, wearing a glass helmet, and possessing a face that bore the marks of Down syndrome, complete with a bubble of mucus hanging from his nose. Upon witnessing the multitude of fishmen, the celestial dragon erupted into a frenzied dance of excitement. Quickly, capture as many fishmen as possible. They are all free for the taking. I want beautiful mermaids. And my father desires strong mermen, while my mother has requested young mermaids. Do you hear me, CP0? Guards, hurry and capture them. There are rewards for those who succeed. Thus, the celestial dragon issued capture orders to his entourage. Yes, Lord Isramani. The guards, clad in black suits and sunglasses, along with the masked CP0 agents in pristine white suits, accepted the orders and commenced the apprehension. Gunfire, cannon blasts, and cries of terror erupted simultaneously. Run for your lives. They dare to attack our citizens. Are we not a part of the world government? Despair echoed through the bay as fishermen shouted, my fiancée, he has been taken. Who will save her? If she is sent to marry Geos as a slave, it will be the end. Another lamented, my young daughter has also been captured. I will fight back. The air was thick with despair as fishermen fled in all directions. Some attempting to resist only to be met with lethal force from the CP0 and the Celestial Dragon Guards. How thrilling. This is so much fun. The Celestial Dragon reveled in the chaos, completely oblivious to the suffering below. Young fishmen, do not engage the Celestial Dragons. The Navy will dispatch admirals if you do. Older fishmen desperately tried to restrain the youth. We cannot provoke the Celestial Dragons. They are beyond our reach. Even the Royal Guard dares not intervene. Must we simply stand by and watch as they wreak havoc in our homeland? The young fishmen, filled with righteous fury, knelt in anguish, tears streaming down their cheeks. Why can these aristocrats act with such impunity? Fortunately, being in the depths of the ocean, the fishmen had their domain. Though they could not confront the Celestial Dragons, they could hide. After a brief period of chaos, most fishmen concealed themselves among the rocks and coral, hardly daring to breathe. The once vibrant Fishman Bay now lay devoid of any visible fishmen. Report to Lord Isramani. We have captured 4 young mermaids and 2 strong mermen. A man in a black suit reported to the Celestial Dragon. Is that all? The Celestial Dragon's nose dripped profusely, revealing his displeasure. Yes, the man hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Due to fierce resistance from the fishmen during the capture, we sustained 22 injured mermaids, 37 injured mermen, and 85 dead fishmen. Should we take the injured into custody? Why capture the injured? It would be a waste of resources. Just inform the king to send me a few. The Celestial Dragon waved his hand dismissively, favoring a more direct approach. Yes, the man nodded respectfully, preparing to contact Neptune for more fishmen. No matter how outrageous the demands, they would be fulfilled, for the Celestial Dragons were regarded as divine beings in this world. Just as the man was about to use a transponder snail to reach Neptune, the atmosphere in Fishman Bay suddenly darkened. Looking up, they beheld a magnificent ship, drawn by a dozen swift sea beasts, appearing above the bay. It's the Royal Guard. Many fishmen hiding among the reefs instantly recognized the vessel. Who dares to intrude above me? How bothersome. The Celestial Dragon scowled, raising a jewel-encrusted pistol, ready to fire. Lord Isramani, it appears to be King Neptune's ship, the man in the black suit informed him. Oh, the king of this realm? Summon him down and have him provide me with some fishmen, the Celestial Dragon casually remarked, picking his nose and flicking the residue away. Neptune, Lord Isramani is here. You are summoned to an audience. The man in the black suit produced a telephone bug amplifier and directed his voice toward the colossal ship hovering in the sky. Having been in the service of the Celestial Dragons for so long, these guards showed utter disdain for the kings of the world government's allied nations, boldly addressing Neptune by name. Soon, the enormous vessel descended gracefully to the ground. Neptune, flanked by the left and right ministers and a multitude of royal guards, disembarked. Upon witnessing the numerous injured fishmen and the corpses strewn about, the expressions on Neptune and his companions turned grim. Simultaneously, the members of CP0 and the guards also displayed signs of anger, for Neptune and his entourage appeared unyielding, showing no inclination to kneel before the Celestial Dragons. Had today's actions truly crossed the line? No matter how egregious the transgressions, they must endure. The Celestial Dragons are, after all, the deities who forged this world. How dare Neptune stand before them without bowing? Before the Celestial Dragons could utter a word, a man in a black suit questioned him with an air of superiority. Kneel? Neptune scoffed, swiftly moving to confront the man. You dare demand I kneel after your kind slaughtered so many of my people? Die? With an unexpected flourish, Neptune drew a beautifully crafted trident and plunged it into the man's skull. The head shattered like a watermelon, and the man fell lifeless to the ground. My dear fishmen, the Celestial Dragons have always regarded us as inferior beings, suppressing us to endure a wretched existence in these sunless depths. They have seized our brethren and taken them to Mariehua to be enslaved. Time and again we have tolerated their abuses, but what have we gained? They refuse to allow us to live on land. Today, they dare to come here boldly to murder. This is intolerable. Warriors of Fishman Island, rise and take up arms in defiance. From this day forth, we shall dictate our own fate. After slaying the man in the black suit, Neptune raised his weapon high and delivered a fervent speech. Instantly, those hiding in the shadows, the mermen, were left in stunned silence. Was this truly their benevolent King Neptune? Why had he suddenly turned against the Celestial Dragons? Yet, even amidst their momentary shock, the mermen emerged from their concealment, emboldened by their king's resolve. Kill them, they cried. Avenge our fallen brothers. They killed my son. I will slay them with my own hands. My brother, my father, all have perished at their hands. My sister and my fiancé, you were also lost in the chaos. Return my daughter to me, you scoundrel Celestial Dragons. The residents of Fishman Island, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, surged forth, each filled with righteous fury, creating a truly fearsome sight. What is happening? Neptune, have you lost your mind? Are you truly prepared to confront the celestial dragons? Do you seek to sever ties with the world government? The sudden turn of events caught several members of CP0 off guard. How could they have anticipated that the usually docile and submissive Fishman Island would dare to strike back against the celestial dragons? Sever ties? Such harsh words. We have merely come to a realization. The world government has never regarded us as their own. Therefore, we shall seek refuge elsewhere. From this moment onward, the residents of Fishman Island shall ally with the Rocks pirates. Warriors of Fishman Island, eradicate these intruders. Neptune declared, brandishing his trident, and engaged the CP0 agents in combat. The elite members of the Royal Guard swiftly joined the fray, and a fierce battle ensued. The Rocks pirates. Upon hearing this name, the CP0 agents grasped the situation. No wonder Neptune had the audacity. Despicable. The fishmen have allied with the Rocks pirates. Quickly, relay this information to the world government and the Navy. We must summon the Marine Admirals immediately. Escort Saint Izuramani aboard and leave this place. We will hold the line here. In that critical moment, several CP0 agents demonstrated their professionalism. Upon understanding the circumstances, they quickly devised a strategy. Saint Izuramani, this place is perilous. Please follow us at once. The men in black suits began to drag the corpulent figure of Saint Izuramani toward the ship. Fools, why are you running? What is there to fear from a bunch of inferior beings? With so many fishmen charging at us, we should capture as many as we can. The foolishness of the celestial dragon was evident. He remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Stop dragging me. Go catch some fishmen, you imbeciles. Bang, bang, bang. Frustrated, Saint Izuramani drew his weapon and aimed it at the men in black, causing several to collapse into pools of blood. Even as the celestial dragon committed such a ludicrous act, other men in black quickly replaced their fallen comrades, continuing to escort the bloated figure of the celestial dragon. These individuals had long been brainwashed. Even in death, they believed it was their own fault. Before long, the guard successfully escorted the celestial dragon aboard the ship. Set sail. Leave this place. The black-suited guards ordered, but the ship remained motionless. What is going on? The black suits instinctively looked around and discovered that, unbeknownst to them, the slaves, shipwrights, servants, chefs, and helmsmen had all collapsed, their eyes glazed over. How amusing. The celestial dragons are indeed this pathetic. At that moment, a deep and unfamiliar voice resonated from the deck. What is this? The guards in black turned toward the source of the voice, and a chill ran down their spines. Jybeck Rocks, Jybeck Lorne, and Edward Newgate, the three formidable pillars of the Rocks pirates. When did you arrive? The black-suited guards felt their legs tremble. Even without unleashing their conqueror's hockey, the mere presence of these three powerhouses was sufficient to instill fear in these insignificant wretches. Go perish, you lackeys. Rocks and Lone wasted no time, charging directly at the members of the Celestial Dragon's Guard. In their eyes, these lackeys were as detestable as the Celestial Dragons themselves. Protect Lord Isramani. The minions, even in the face of imminent death, clung to their duty of safeguarding the Celestial Dragons. Rest assured, in the near future, this swine shall reunite with you in the depths of hell. With a derisive snicker, Rocks delivered a powerful punch that caved in the chest of one individual. The sound of shattering bones resonated clearly. You wretches, he declared, experienced the agony my parents endured in their final moments. Rocks had no intention of directly killing these individuals, as that would be far too merciful for them. He yearned to ensure they truly experienced the depths of hell. My dear friend, your approach is far too gentle. Do you know what the most sensitive nerve in a human being is? It is the fingertip. This area is abundant with nerve endings. And even the slightest prick from a needle can ignite a sensation throughout the body akin to being engulfed in flames. Lorne revealed a devilish grin, producing a 1-inch steel needle seemingly from nowhere. He seized a man clad in a black suit and mercilessly plunged the needle into the tip of his index finger. The entire needle disappeared into the man's digit. A distorted scream echoed, reverberating throughout the fisherman's wharf. This scene sent chills down Newgate's spine. The pain, connected to the very essence of one's being, was unimaginable even for him. One could be certain that this agony was profoundly excruciating. Oh, brother, do you possess such methods? Upon hearing the gut-wrenching wails, Rocks emulated his companion and procured numerous 1-inch steel needles. These instruments were remarkably easy to find aboard the Celestial Dragon ship, as they excelled in the art of torture and torment. In that moment, a cacophony of anguish screams erupted from over a dozen men in black suits. The intense pain drove them to writhe on the ground, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. At last, it is your turn, swine. After tormenting and ultimately executing those men in black, Rocks and Lorne gradually advanced toward the Celestial Dragon. Filthy commoners, do not approach. At this juncture, witnessing the annihilation of his guard, the Celestial Dragon finally grasped the perilous situation he was in. Instinctively, he raised his firearm, attempting to intimidate Rocks and Lorne. Snap! With a forceful kick, Rocks sent the firearm flying from the hands of the Celestial Dragon, simultaneously shattering the hand itself. The appendage bent at a grotesque 90-degree angle, rendering the scene utterly horrifying. The Celestial Dragon erupted into a piercing scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. In that moment, chaos ensued, with excrement and urine spraying everywhere, leaving a conspicuous stain on the crotch of his white spacesuit. The stench was overwhelming, truly more repulsive than swine or hounds, as Lorne disdainfully remarked. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. The celestial dragon begged, retreating in terror. Rest assured, we shall not allow you to meet your end so easily. After exchanging a knowing smile, Rox and Lorne approached the celestial dragons with sinister grins. Meanwhile, in Mary Geos, the Holy Land, the expressions of the 5 elders in the Hall of Authority were so grim they seemed ready to drip with water. They had just received intelligence from CP0 regarding an unprecedented alliance between the Fishmen and the Rox pirates, who were now launching an assault on the celestial dragons. The 5 elders were nearly rendered speechless by this revelation. The Fishmen, who had been so submissive they wouldn't dare defy anyone, were now bold enough to attack the celestial dragons? Was this a jest? Even if they were given 500 lives, they would not have the audacity to act so defiantly. If it were not for the direct report from the celestial dragons elite unit, CP0, the elders might have dismissed this as mere falsehood. Once again, it was the Rox pirates. The last time they had heard of a marine admiral being dispatched to eliminate them, it had ended in failure. Now, yet another scandal was unfolding. These individuals had only been at sea for a few months, yet each incident they caused was more outrageous than the last. And now, they had the audacity to target a member nation of the world government. The elders, their fury palpable, shattered the floor and windows of the Hall of Authority. The celestial dragons, as the world's nobility, were not to be desecrated. Moreover, the notion that a member nation of the world government would conspire with pirates was an affront that could not be tolerated. If this were to succeed, where would the world government's dignity reside? The previous failure in dealing with the Rox pirates had already tarnished the government's reputation. If another catastrophe were to unfold, immediately dispatch the Marines. If necessary, obliterate Fishman Island as well. Commanded the Marine Admiral at Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. Summoned the 3 admirals to my office at once. Upon receiving the news, the Admiral's countenance darkened. Report, Admiral. Only Admiral Rydon remains at headquarters. The other 2 are out on missions. Then summon Rydon at once. Yes, sir. Shortly thereafter, Admiral Rydon arrived at the Admiral's office. Raider, we have an urgent mission. You must head to Fishman Island immediately. The Rox pirates have allied with the Fishmen and are attacking the celestial dragons. The Admiral succinctly relayed the intelligence to Rydon. Once again, it's the Rox pirates? Rydon's teeth clenched in anger. Rest assured, Admiral, they escaped from me last time, but it shall not happen again. The humiliation he had endured at their hands was fresh in his memory. If he had only managed to eliminate them previously, such a crisis would not have arisen. Should they evade capture once more, he would find it impossible to hold his head high before the celestial dragons at Mary Geos. Raider, remember, the primary objective is to rescue the celestial dragons. If they are already dead, then Fishman Island has no reason to exist. The Admiral's eyes glinted with steely resolve. If King Neptune truly conspired with the pirates to kill the celestial dragons, then Fishman Island must be condemned as well. Rydon had no objections to this. While the inhabitants of Fishman Island had committed no sins, if they conspired with the pirates, it was a different matter altogether. With a swift motion, Rydon produced a golden transponder snail from his pocket, a device exclusively reserved for the demon-slaying order, accessible only to those of admiral rank. Soon, the vice admirals at headquarters began to assemble rapidly. In no time, 10 vice admirals and 15 warships were gathered. On one of the ships, hundreds of soldiers stood in perfect formation, awaiting commands. Among them were Garp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru. What is so urgent that we have initiated the demon-slaying order? Where are we headed? The 4 whispered amongst themselves. The target is Fishman Island, where the Fishmen and the Rox pirates are attacking the celestial dragons. Everyone, remember, the primary objective is to rescue the celestial dragons. If they perish, then Fishman Island must follow suit. The vice admiral addressed the soldiers with a stoic expression. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers erupted into a flurry of whispers. What? The Fishmen are attacking the celestial dragons? Surely not. Fishman Island is to be obliterated too? Is that truly acceptable? The civilians should be innocent, shouldn't they? Some young, idealistic soldiers voiced their concerns. How could the Fishmen ally with pirates? Aren't they a member nation of the world government? Garp, perplexed, questioned the command. I never expected this day to come so soon, Sengoku remarked, seemingly unfazed. Oh, Sengoku, why do you say that? Garp inquired. Tsuru interjected. Garp, are you foolish? As a member nation of the world government, Fishman Island has always paid its dues. Yet the world government has never cared for their well-being. The number of Fishmen slaves in the Holy Land has increased, and the price of those slaves has skyrocketed. The Fishmen's attempts to live on the surface have been continuously thwarted. If I were in their position, I too would revolt. I just never expected them to join forces with pirates. Tsuru's insight was profound. Zifa nodded in agreement, acknowledging the injustices faced by Fishman Island. Yet why target the innocent Fishman civilians? Even if the celestial dragons die, the culprits should be punished without harming the innocent. Garp clenched his fists, filled with indignation. Enough with the needless chatter, soldiers. Obedience is the soldier's nature. If I hear another word, you'll be out of the ranks. The cold, unfeeling voice of the vice admiral cut through the air. Despite having once dreamed of upholding justice, years of military service had left him jaded. The notion of justice was merely a fade, a slogan to deceive the masses. In an instant, silence fell upon the soldiers. Even Garp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru refrained from speaking. Soon, the forces were assembled, with Admiral Rhydon as the commander, ready to set sail for Fishman Island. What are we waiting for? Set sail at once. Rhydon commanded, noticing the ships remained still. Report, Admiral Rhydon. The ships have yet to be coded. A communications officer stammered. What? How could such a basic error occur? Rhydon exclaimed, gripping the soldier's collar in frustration. Report. It's because the Marines never assist Fishman Island. So we lack even a single coded ship. After all, no one expected the usually docile fishmen to take action against the celestial dragons. The communications officer sheepishly scratched his head. How infuriating. Upon hearing this, the Thunder Dragon reluctantly released his grip, trying to maintain his composure. The Navy had never cared about the fate of Fishman Island, which is why they had not even prepared a single coded warship in advance. Now, they were reaping the bitter fruits of their negligence, left only to wait for the coding to be completed as swiftly as possible. One could only hope that the celestial dragons would not meet their demise too soon. How long would the coding take? Even if all the craftsmen were assembled, it would require at least 12 hours. 12 hours? Absolutely unacceptable. You have 6 hours, 6 hours to complete the coding. Meanwhile, deep beneath the sea, at a depth of 10,000 meters, the CP-0 had been collectively dealt with by the enraged fishmen. The celestial dragon's escort had been entirely eradicated by Rox, Lorne, and Newgate, leaving only a solitary celestial dragon behind. At this moment, the celestial dragon was in a pitiable state, tormented by Rox and Lorne, his face smeared with blood. His glass helmet was shattered, and his spacesuit was stained with crimson. The celestial dragon, with severed limbs, resembled a grotesque human meat stick. I will have the admirals of the Navy kill all of you. Eradicate every last one, gasped the gravely injured Isramani saint, still attempting to shout threats. Soon, he found himself bound and hoisted in the center of the expansive Jalancade Square on Fishman Island, a highly conspicuous display. Damn it, the celestial dragon. Just look at his wretched appearance. How delightful. At that moment, the square was filled with the residents of Fishman Island, tens of thousands of them, bustling and brimming with excitement. All eyes were raised, gazing upon the tormented celestial dragon with exhilaration. Who would have thought that the world's aristocrats would face such a fate? Everyone, please be quiet. King Neptune has a few words to share. The voice of the left minister echoed through the square, and instantly, silence fell over the Fishman residents. I believe you all understand that today. We have taken action against the world aristocrat, the celestial dragon. The reason is simple. The celestial dragons have enslaved us for hundreds of years, and countless fishmen have perished at the Holy Land. From 800 years ago until today, we fishmen have continued to dwell in the depths of the sea. Neptune's voice resonated throughout the square, and many fishmen began to weep, for they had lived constrained lives for far too long. However, starting today, everything will change. From now on, we fishmen will venture to the land, where there is boundless sunlight, fresh air, and vast expanses of land. No longer will anyone dare to capture our kin. The holy land of the celestial dragons will never see another fishman slave again. We shall embark on a brand new life, a life we once dreamed of. At this point, Neptune's emotions surged, and tears streamed down his face. Allowing fishmen to live on land was the dream he held as a king, and he never expected it to come to fruition so soon. Seeing King Neptune in tears, the fishmen could not contain themselves, bursting into loud cries. Can it truly be realized? Living on land? Some of the younger fishmen gazed with hopeful faces. Soon, Neptune composed himself and continued, of course, this is not without reason. Today, our courage to defy the celestial dragon stems from them. They are the benefactors of Fishman Island. They are the heroes of Fishman Island. Neptune's voice surged with fervor, broadcasting his words to every corner of Fishman Island. Dear residents, I now have the honor of introducing you to our saviors. They are Lord Lorne, Lord Rox, and Lord Newgate. It is because of them that we, Fishman Island, dared to rise against the celestial dragons today. From this moment on, fishmen will bid farewell to our past history and embrace a bright future. Rejoice, my fellow kin. Neptune proclaimed with a smile, turning his massive form to face the crowd. Rox, Law, and Whitebeard appeared before the crowd. Roar. I understand, they are the Rox pirates. Without them, even if we had 100,000 times the courage, we would never dare to lay a hand on the celestial dragons. After all, attacking the celestial dragons would undoubtedly provoke the marine admirals. The marine admirals are not something we, from Fishman Island, can contend with. Moreover, they have granted us fishmen some land, ensuring our safety. In return, we merely pay the celestial dragons a tribute of heavenly gold and assist them with various tasks. Those tasks are far too arduous for humans, yet for us, endowed with tenfold the strength of ordinary humans, they are but child's play. Marvelous. Lord Law, Lord Rox, Lord Whitebeard, you are truly benevolent souls. The fishmen have already begun to cheer and celebrate. Their voices nearly pierced through the vast bubble encasing Fishman Island. After all, the fishmen are well aware of the capabilities of Neptune and the Royal Guard. Without a powerful backing, they would never dare to confront the celestial dragons. It is precisely due to the presence of the Rocks pirates that Fishman Island can hold its head high today, thus avoiding tragedy. Otherwise, the celestial dragons would undoubtedly unleash a massacre here. In an instant, the admiration of the fishmen for Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard surged like an unstoppable torrent. I swear, I will train diligently. I will join the Rocks pirates. I aspire to become a member of the Rocks pirates. Humph, so do I. I wish to follow Lord Law, Lord Rocks, and Lord Whitebeard. I too want to join. Many young fishmen have already made joining the Rocks pirates their dream to pursue. Witnessing this scene, Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard exchanged satisfied smiles. Particularly Rocks, who had not anticipated that his brother's proposal would yield such remarkable results. It seems that these fishmen now regard the Rocks pirates as their dream. The Rocks pirates are about to gain a new batch of steadfast members. I never expected the results to be so remarkably favorable. Brother, it's all thanks to you. Rocks glanced at Lorne and remarked, with the assistance of the fishmen, the land of Wano is destined to flourish. We owe our gratitude to the celestial dragons, my brother. Lorne smiled in response, acknowledging, without the celestial dragon's unexpected intrusion, such an outcome would have been unattainable. Indeed, one might say that these foolish pigs can sometimes prove quite useful. Rocks nodded in agreement. Now, my fellow comrades, this is not the time for celebration. Having struck against the celestial dragons, the Navy will undoubtedly dispatch an admiral. We must leave Fishman Island immediately and head towards Wano. Meanwhile, Neptune continued his speech. Following Lorne's suggestion, he had already dispatched fishmen to monitor the movements of the Navy headquarters in Mariewa. After all, the world government and the Navy would not remain passive after an attack on the celestial dragons. These fishmen, lurking beneath the waves, were nearly undetectable. The Navy headquarters had long neglected Fishman Island, and their warships remained uncoated. However, although the Navy was preparing to deploy an admiral, the coating process would require some time. This provided an opportunity to facilitate the escape of the Fishman residents from the island. Oh no, Your Majesty Neptune. At that moment, Minister Zwa, a catfish fishman, rushed in with a look of dire distress. What is it, Minister Zwa? Neptune inquired. The Navy's warships have arrived, and aboard one of them is one of the 3 admirals, the Thunder Dragon. Nan. Upon hearing this news, Neptune nearly lost his balance. Wasn't it said that coating required at least 6 hours? Neptune's tone grew somewhat frantic. The fishmen dispatched to monitor had reported that the coating would take at least 6 hours, leading Neptune to believe they had ample time to escape. The scouts had initially reported that there were over a dozen warships requiring coating. However, it seemed the Thunder Dragon was exceedingly anxious about the safety of the celestial dragons, resulting in only one coated warship arriving ahead of the rest. More reinforcements from the Navy would likely follow soon after. Minister Zwa hurriedly conveyed the information received from the scouts to Neptune. The Thunder Dragon, overly concerned for the celestial dragon's safety, had set out with only one coated warship leading the advance force. Curse that admiral, a lackey of the celestial dragons. Neptune could not restrain his anger and addressed the gathered crowd. Fellow comrades, we must hasten our pace. The Navy admiral has already arrived at Fishman Island. His voice echoed through the broadcast, resonating throughout the island. Nan, the admiral has come. Run. Upon hearing this, the fishmen hurriedly prepared to flee. An admiral of the Navy was not someone they could withstand. Meanwhile, several dozen nautical miles deep in the ocean, a coated warship had indeed arrived. I didn't expect an ambush here. How tedious. The admiral, Thunder Dragon, a towering figure clad in a cloak of justice, mused on the deck of the warship, activating his observation haki in the depths of the sea. Though the thunder fruit was formidable, it was not solely through the fruit that one could attain the rank of admiral. Mastery of armament haki, observation haki, and formidable physical prowess, combined with supreme fruit abilities, were the reasons admirals were regarded as the Navy's highest combat power. The Thunder Dragon's observation haki promptly detected numerous fishmen hiding among the reefs and corals surrounding Fishman Island. After all, the fishmen would not passively await the Navy's arrival. From the moment they decided to act against the celestial dragons, Neptune had, upon Lorne's suggestion, arranged for several skilled fishmen in naval combat to lie in ambush around the island. Upon sighting the warships, they were instructed to attack without hesitation. In these depths, if they could breach the coating of the warship, even an admiral would face dire consequences. With precision, the fishmen warriors lying in wait launched their assault as soon as they spotted the warship, unleashing a torrent of projectiles from the reefs and corals. A deluge of arrows and bolts surged forth from all directions. Their intent was not to inflict casualties, but to pierce the bubble coating. Despite the immense water pressure of the deep sea, the speed of the arrows and bolts remained astonishingly swift, for this was the domain of the fishmen. An ambush. The commander aboard the warship exclaimed, "Shoot down those arrows and bolts. If the coating is breached, we are doomed." Soldiers swiftly raised their weapons, prepared to retaliate. "No, do not fire." The naval officer responsible for navigation urgently intervened. "If we recklessly attack within the bubble coating, we risk breaking our own defenses before the enemy's arrows can strike. What then? Shall we merely watch as those arrows approach?" The Navy soldiers, filled with trepidation, realized the gravity of their situation. If the coating were compromised in these depths, every soul aboard would face certain doom. Watch me send them flying. I'm with you, Carp. At that moment, Carp and Zephyr, both capable fighters devoid of fruit powers, prepared to dive into the depths to intercept the incoming weapons. Be careful, Carp, Zephyr. The already fruit-powered Sengoku and Tsuru could only issue their cautions. In the water, their abilities would be rendered ineffective. This new batch of recruits is quite spirited. But allow me to handle this, Thunder Dragon interrupted Carp and Zephyr. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Unlike Enel, who required a drumbeat to activate his powers, the Admiral had mastered the Thunder Fruit to perfection. A mere gesture unleashed a terrifying Thunderbird that spread across the ocean. Although the abilities of a Devil Fruit user diminish upon contact with seawater, the power unleashed by the Admiral would not dissipate quickly. The terrifying electricity surged through the water, causing the fishman's arrows and crossbow bolts to be struck down. Not only that, but the electric field expanded to cover dozens of nautical miles. With a crackling sound, the depths of the ocean were illuminated by a dazzling display of lightning. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, the fishermen warriors, along with the marine life floating in the water, were left with glazed eyes, their fates uncertain. Truly, the Thunder Dragon is an admiral of remarkable prowess. The Devil Fruit's abilities even function within the ocean. After all, he is the pinnacle of our Navy headquarters combat strength. It is only natural for him to achieve such feats. What a formidable crew the Rocks Pirates are. This time, we shall capture them all. Following the powerful intervention of Thunder Dragon, the morale of the Navy surged dramatically. Truly impressive. It is no wonder that Mr. Thunder Dragon commands such respect. Zephyr, Sengoku, and Tsuru stood aside, equally in awe of Thunder Dragon's prowess. The admirals of the Navy truly exude charisma. One day, I shall surpass Mr. Thunder Dragon. Carp clenched his fists nearby, filled with determination. From the very first day they joined the Navy, Carp, Zephyr, and Sengoku had set their sights on becoming admirals. Full speed ahead. I can sense the presence of the celestial dragons. Though faint, they are still alive. Thunder Dragon's observation haki, combined with the powers of the Thunder Fruit, allows him to perceive great distances. He immediately sensed the presence of Saint Isramani, which filled him with joy. As an admiral of the Navy, Thunder Dragon is a staunch supporter of the world government. His sense of justice aligns with that of Green Bull in the future, believing that the celestial dragons are paramount. All nations not allied with the world government are deemed inferior species. This conviction is a significant reason for his ascendance to the rank of admiral, and a strong contender for the next fleet admiral. Boom. The warships increased their power and swiftly entered Fishman Island. The fishmen began to flee in all directions. The celestial dragons were at Galoncade Square. After disembarking from the warships, the Navy maintained formation and proceeded deeper into Fishman Island, reaching Galoncade Square. There he was, Saint Isramani. Upon arriving at Galoncade Square, the Navy immediately spotted the barely conscious Saint Isramani. After all, the celestial dragon was bound tightly in the most conspicuous spot of the square. It was hard not to notice. My heavens, how could a celestial dragon be reduced to such a state? Limbs broken and bloodied. It is truly horrifying. The sight of the celestial dragon's suffering left the Navy soldiers in shock. It was their first time witnessing the once glorious and imperious celestial dragons in such a pitiful condition. They were faring worse than the slaves in the Holy Land. Ha ha, how amusing. Carp chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the celestial dragon's brutalization. Tsuru quickly tugged at Carp's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from such remarks. The Navy has arrived. That is Admiral Thunder Dragon. Retreat quickly. Wait for me, don't leave me behind. The Navy was quickly spotted by the fishmen. Upon seeing the Admiral, the fishmen hastened their retreat. The celestial dragon's impunity stems from their backing by the admirals. It is not the celestial dragons that instill fear, but the admirals. Those vile fishmen. Those despicable Rocks Pirates. How dare they torment the celestial dragons? Witnessing the plight of the celestial dragon, Thunder Dragon was consumed by rage. One must remember that the celestial dragons are deities in this world. They are descendants of the creators. Without the celestial dragons, there would be no world government. Such treatment of the progeny of the creators is utterly unforgivable. Unforgivable. Thunder Dragon summoned 60 million volts. In his fury, Thunder Dragon raised his hand, conjuring a dragon of lightning that spanned hundreds of meters in diameter. The thunder roared, and the dragon's voice echoed as currents of electricity ravaged Galoncade Square. In the next moment, Thunder Dragon waved his hand, sending the colossal dragon toward the retreating fishmen. Wait, Mr. Thunder Dragon. Shouldn't we ascertain who harmed the celestial dragon first? Attacking ordinary civilians is unthinkable. Is he serious? Upon witnessing Admiral Thunder Dragon's indiscriminate assault on the innocent fishmen, Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Tsuru, and several new recruits were left in utter shock, their worldviews shattered. How could he target innocent civilians like this? Surely, the Navy should first identify the true perpetrators behind the celestial dragon's suffering and punish them accordingly. They have been marked. We're doomed. I'm going to die. Please take care of my children. Look after my parents and sister. Damn it, I haven't even enjoyed life on land, basking in the sun, and now I'm to die. That wretched admiral. The fishmen targeted by Thunder Dragon uttered their despairing last words. Once marked by an admiral, escape was impossible. Only death awaited them. Just at this critical moment, boom. The relentless, forward-charging dragon of lightning seemed to collide with an invisible barrier. After two anguished roars, the dragon of lightning vanished without a trace. The top-tier fighters recognized instantly that it was the clash of a devil fruit ability against the advanced hockey armor. In the next moment, Rox, Lorn, and Newgate appeared before the fishmen. Lord Rox, Lord Lorn, and Lord Newgate. They are here to save us. I almost thought we were doomed. What a close call. I thought we would perish here. The fishmen, spared from death, looked up at Rox, Lorn, and Newgate with tears of gratitude. Not only the fishmen, but even Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Tsuru, and those true-hearted Navy soldiers sighed in relief. Thank goodness it was blocked, otherwise, Admiral Thunder Dragon's strike would have claimed thousands of innocent fishmen lives. The Navy's sins would have been great. Let us depart. We will handle things from here. Lorn waved his hand at the fishmen with a smile, then turned to face the Navy before him. How ironic it is that a fleet admiral would resort to violence against ordinary citizens. Is this what is deemed justice? Lorn's tone was rife with sarcasm and mockery. Even the Rox pirates would typically refrain from targeting ordinary civilians. What a farcical notion of justice. It is nothing more than the lapdog of the celestial dragons. Rox let out a cold laugh. Unfortunately, all the ambushes they had set up had failed. After all, they had never anticipated that their enemy would behave like a rabid dog. Whitebeard was equally disheartened. Just moments ago, Rox, Lorn, and Whitebeard had devised a strategy surrounding the celestial dragons, believing that the Navy would rush to their aid, allowing them to strike unexpectedly. To their astonishment, the Thunder Dragon had furiously unleashed his wrath upon the ordinary citizens. It was truly shocking. What do these inferior pirates understand? The celestial dragons are descendants of the Creator, beings of divine nature. To slander the divine is to incur a hefty price. After being mocked by Lorn and Rox, Thunder Dragon showed no signs of anger. In his view, he had faithfully fulfilled his duties as an admiral of the Navy and felt no shame in his actions. With such thoughts, he ought not to aspire to the rank of admiral. He should instead seek to join the order of the Divine Knights. Oh, I almost forgot. He could never become a member of the Divine Knights, for his lowly bloodline renders him unworthy. Recognizing that Thunder Dragon was unlike any ordinary admiral, Lorn escalated his mockery once again. My dear brother, you speak so well. Indeed, if one cannot become a member of the Divine Knights, then one must resort to indirect means, becoming a lapdog of the celestial dragons as an admiral of the Navy. Upon hearing Lorn's words, Rox erupted into hearty laughter. The two brothers, having once been enslaved, were well aware of the existence of the Knights of God. As the name suggests, the Knights of God are an organization directly affiliated with the celestial dragons. The peculiarity lies in the fact that each of the 9 members of the Knights must hail from a lineage of pure celestial dragons. Beyond this, no matter how formidable one's powers or how deep their reverence for the celestial dragons, admission into the Knights of God remains an impossibility. The wretched pirates had narrowly evaded capture last time, but this time would be different. Die? As anticipated, Lorn's words ignited an instantaneous fury within Raijin. These words pierced his heart like a dagger. After all, to the celestial dragons, one is a revered deity. Yet, in the eyes of one's master, the celestial dragons, even an admiral of the Navy is merely a lowly laborer, a beggar at the feet of the world government. To aspire to become a Knight of God, to uphold the honor of the divine, such a base lineage ensures that the Navy's admirals are utterly unworthy. With a roar of 100 million volts, the wrath of thunder, the enraged Raijin unleashed a cataclysmic surge of electricity. A colossal pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, crashing down with tremendous force upon Rox, Lorn, and Newgate. Witnessing this, Rox's aura surged as he sprang high into the air with a powerful thrust of his legs. Dominant strike, raising his right fist. Crimson lightning crackled violently around him. He charged forward, unflinching, towards the impending lightning column. As his fist collided with the electric force, it sliced through the air with the ease of a hot knife through butter, creating a vast breach in the center of the lightning pillar. Before Rox, the vibrant crimson of his conqueror's hockey manifested as an invisible barrier. The torrential lightning cascaded down like rain, only to be effortlessly repelled as if meeting an umbrella. The conqueror's hockey continued to surge forth, and after a brief standoff of several seconds, it shattered the massive pillar of lightning with a single strike. Truly, Lord Rox is remarkable. He has withstood an assault from an admiral of the Navy. Such prowess is astounding. The citizens of Fishman Island erupted in joyous cheers at this spectacle. Neptune also exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that his decision to ally with the Rox pirates was indeed the right one. How can this be? The attack from Admiral Raijin was astonishingly blocked. Even a notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million should not be capable of such a feat. On the opposing side, the Navy soldiers wore expressions of disbelief. Many of the more seasoned soldiers had accompanied Admiral Raijin on numerous missions. A bounty of 400 million marks one as a genuine pirate in these waters. Yet such a pirate would typically falter when facing an admiral head-on. Generally, only those with bounties of at least 1 billion or more could contend with admirals. To encounter a pirate like Rox, with merely a 400 million bounty, who could withstand the full force of Admiral Rajan's assault, is an unprecedented occurrence. Thus, there exists but one possibility. The bounty on Rox D. Zebek has been significantly underestimated. His true power far exceeds 400 million berries. It seems the rumors of him defeating the notorious pirate Gade, who boasts a bounty of 500 million, are indeed true. Witnessing this scene, the Vice Admiral, Ray Long, regained his composure, no longer blinded by rage. Recently, the Navy had heard that Rox defeated Gade on some obscure island, but due to the uncertainty surrounding this claim, they had not raised the bounties on Rox and his crew. Now, it appears there is a strong possibility that the rumors hold merit. This individual truly vanquished the pirate Gade, whose bounty surpasses 500 million. The fact that he could withstand an attack from Vice Admiral Ray Long suggests the veracity of the rumors. The Navy personnel were taken aback by Ray Long's words. They initially believed they were dealing with a pirate with a mere 400 million bounty, anticipating an easy confrontation. However, it now seems the difficulty of the mission may exceed their expectations. The rumors were indeed true. Karp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru were equally astonished. Before them stood Rox. Appearing no older than 20, yet possessing such formidable strength, the four of them seemed to lag significantly behind. Is Gade truly worth a 500 million bounty? Your Navy's assessment is utterly lacking. Or perhaps, if even someone like Gade warrants a bounty of 500 million, it reflects poorly on your Navy's competence? Hearing Ray Long's remarks, Rox scoffed. This was not mere arrogance. The battle with Gade was still fresh in his mind, and it left a sour taste. Gade could only contend with Rox due to the powers of the stone fruit. Throughout the entire fight, Rox remained unscathed. Regrettably, at that time, he lacked any devastating means to eliminate Gade, allowing him to escape. Now, having consumed the dark fruit, encountering Gade again would not result in anything less than a swift resolution within 5 minutes. Utterly arrogant. How dare a mere pirate be so insolent? It is infuriating. The Navy personnel were incensed by Rox's audacity. Am I mistaken? Facing the wrath of the Navy, Rox grinned. It seems pirates are merely skilled in the art of boasting. Defeating someone like Gade must truly have inflated your pride, hasn't it? At that moment, Ray Long maintained a level of composure, retorting to Rox. Although Gade has a bounty of 500 million, he pales in comparison to the might of a Navy admiral. How amusing. The Navy admiral, Rox, rather than being angered, found amusement in the mockery, a peculiar smile creeping across his lips. At this moment, Rox was exhilarated, his body trembling slightly from sheer excitement. A Navy admiral, this was the first formidable opponent he had genuinely encountered since setting sail. What with the hungry wolf, the likes of Gade, the member nations of the world government, and Wano country, they all pale in comparison to this adversary before him. He could finally unleash his full potential and test his mettle. Brother, Newgate, you two step aside for now, I will face him. Rox stepped forward, positioning himself in front of both Lorne and Whitebeard. At this moment, the Navy Admiral, Lorne and Whitebeard are not their match. Brother, Lorne and Newgate observed the retreating figure of Rox and instinctively retreated themselves. While both Lorne and Newgate possessed unwavering confidence in their own abilities, they were not so arrogant as to believe they could contend with an admiral of the Navy in battle. Despite the unfolding narrative of the Pirate King saga, where formidable figures gradually emerge and novel concepts develop, the admirals, reliant as they are on their devil fruit powers, still hold a significant status. After all, admirals represent the pinnacle of strength within the Navy's headquarters. When faced with adversaries of the Yonko caliber, it is not merely a matter of vanquishing the opponent. At the very least, an intense struggle would ensue to determine the victor. Conversely, when confronting foes beneath the Yonko's level, the admirals possess ample assurance of victory. The principle that those beneath the Emperor are akin to mere ants still holds true. Brother, please exercise caution, Lorne advised. Rest assured, Lorne, until I witness the birth of my dear nephew, how could I possibly meet my end here? Moreover, did you not mention your desire for the Thunderfruit? As your elder brother, it is my duty to assist you in fulfilling your dreams. Rox burst into laughter, exuding an air of confidence. Rox, you are exceedingly arrogant. I have been in the Navy for over 20 years, and I have encountered countless reckless newcomers like you, who fear neither heaven nor earth. I advise you three to come at me together, or I fear you one tea last 5 minutes. As for your so-called nephew, once I deal with you, I shall take care of your brother and crew as well. I shall ensure that you all reunite in the underworld. Rox, do not forget to thank me then. Upon hearing Rox's words, Red Dragon erupted into even more boisterous laughter. To him, Rox was merely a braggart, and such individuals were often easier to handle. Red Dragon, I strongly advise you not to mention my nephew. Otherwise, your demise will be most tragic. Upon hearing Red Dragon's taunt, Rox roared in fury, his figure suddenly surging forth. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position and reappeared directly before Red Dragon. So swift, even the formidable Navy Admiral found himself momentarily taken aback by Rox's incredible speed. Rox extended his hand and grasped the head of the Thunder Dragon with an iron grip. A terrifying aura radiated outward. The crimson waves of conquerors hockey blossoming like a flower, exuding an ominous scent of death. Boom. Perish. With the might of armament hockey. He held the Thunder Dragon's head firmly, preventing its elemental transformation. In a manner reminiscent of the moment when Carp captured Akiji in the original tale, Rox forcefully slammed the Thunder Dragon into the ground. The sequence unfolded with breathtaking speed, leaving no opportunity for the Thunder Dragon to react. Crash. The tremendous impact shattered the earth, and the Thunder Dragon was driven deep into the bowels of the ground. Mr. Thunder Dragon. How could this be? To think that Mr. Thunder Dragon was thrust into the depths of the earth. Are you all right, Mr. Thunder Dragon? Witnessing this scene, the naval officers were filled with immense concern, shouting towards the gaping hole in the floor. It was the first time they had seen Admiral Thunder Dragon caught off guard by a pirate. Huh, what are you worried about? Soon enough, you will join him down there. Rox lifted his gaze towards the naval soldiers before him, grinning menacingly like a devil from the depths of hell. How infuriating. Merely being scrutinized by Rox caused the Navy soldiers to instinctively retreat. The aura emanating from him was utterly terrifying. As members of the Navy, we must not falter. Let us not forget that we have reinforcements. We must hold our ground until they arrive. Even if it means perishing here, we must buy time. At that moment, Carp, Sengoku, and Zephyr boldly stepped forward, directly confronting Rox. Heh, are you mere rookies without any ranks? Your courage is commendable, Rox remarked, a hint of admiration in his voice as he observed the trio's empty shoulders. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of lightning illuminated the ground. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air, followed by a thunderous roar. The 100 million volt thunder erupted. A tremendous noise resounded as thick bolts of lightning surged from the earth, shattering the floor beneath Rox's feet, while engulfing him entirely. The immense lightning column released a terrifying energy, rendering Rox's figure nearly indistinguishable. This was the Thunder Dragon Admiral, Mr. Thunder Dragon. The soldiers rejoiced, relieved to see him unharmed. As the lightning cascaded, the towering form of Thunder Dragon emerged before them. Upon seeing the familiar silhouette, the Navy soldiers felt their spirits lift. To their dismay, however, they noticed he had sustained injuries. I had arrived here in a state of tranquility, only to be attacked by Rox. A sensation of fluid coursed from the wound on his head. Thunder Dragon touched the blood on his forehead and sighed deeply. The amount of blood lost was substantial. It seemed his injuries were grave. After years of service as an admiral, this was the first time he had suffered such severe wounds. To think that Admiral Thunder Dragon could be injured. It was the first time the soldiers had witnessed Mr. Thunder Dragon bleed. The atmosphere grew solemn as they recognized Thunder Dragon's injuries. Brother. On the other side, Lorne and Whitebeard shared a look of concern upon seeing Rox consumed by the lightning. As the electric storm dissipated, Rox reappeared before the crowd. His clothing slightly charred and blackened marks visible on his exposed skin. It was evident that the recent strike had taken its toll on Rox as well. Truly, he was an admiral of the Navy. Rox wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, experiencing the sensation of pain and injury for the first time. It seemed that the Marine Admiral was not without merit, after all. Brother, are you all right? Lorne inquired with concern upon witnessing Rox's injury. Just moments ago, his brother could have utilized the powers of the Dark Fruit to absorb the blow. Although the Dark Fruit does not allow avoidance of attacks, Rox, with his prowess, should not have sustained any bleeding injuries. Yet, he chose to withstand the onslaught with sheer physical might. What does this signify? Lorne, understanding his brother well, realized that Rox did not wish to prematurely reveal his fruit abilities, lest the Thunder Dragon be put on guard. After all, the Marines were unaware of Rox acquiring the Dark Fruit. Even the defeat of Gabe by Rox was merely regarded as a rumor by the Navy. Fear not, Lorne. I am in splendid condition. Noticing his brother's worry, Rox turned and smiled at Lorne. To think he had only sustained a minor wound. What kind of monster is this man? That was a strike from Admiral Thunder Dragon, a staggering 100 million volts. The Marine soldiers were left in shock upon witnessing that Rox had only sustained light injuries from the ambush. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength of Admiral Thunder Dragon. The attack potency of the Thunder Fruit is certainly among the highest in the natural category. An offer of over 400 million is indeed far too low. It appears this will be an intriguing battle. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Thunder Dragon's lips. He had not anticipated that this pirate, with a bounty exceeding 400 million, possessed such formidable strength. Today, he would need to demonstrate his true capabilities. You all go and rescue the Celestial Dragons. I will handle the situation here. Once you have secured the Celestial Dragons, depart swiftly. The farther, the better. Otherwise, I may find my hands tied. Thunder Dragon instructed the nearby Marine soldiers. The presence of the Celestial Dragons indeed hindered Thunder Dragon's full potential. Were they absent, his powers could potentially obliterate Fishman Island along with its inhabitants. The Thunder Fruit is that domineering. Understood. The remaining Marines nodded and immediately set about their tasks. Accompanying Thunder Dragon were approximately 400 Marines. Excluding logistics and medical personnel, around 300 of these soldiers were combat capable. All 300 were elite, including the likes of Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru, individuals whose prowess significantly surpassed that of ordinary Marines. Lorne, Newgate, leave the admirals to me. We cannot allow them to rescue the celestial dragons before the fishmen retreat. At this moment, Rox addressed both Lorne and Newgate, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, my brother, dear brother-in-law. This matter shall be entrusted to us, and we shall handle it impeccably." Newgate and Lorne promptly drew their weapons, Newgate wielding a formidable great naginata, while Lorne brandished the renowned sword Amatsukido, one of the famed 21 blades acquired from Wano. No sooner had their declarations echoed than a thunderous clash ensued between Rox and the Thunder Dragon. The terrifying haki and extraordinary fruit abilities erupted in the air, igniting fierce sparks. The shockwaves generated by their confrontations surged outward, causing the entire Galankod square to tremble violently. The ground beneath them fractured, sending shards of stone skyward. Upon contact with the surging energy released during their battle, these rising stones were mercilessly ground to dust. The overwhelming shockwaves surged forth like a bulldozer, obliterating every structure within the square. This was the testament to the battle of sovereign-level warriors. Charge! Rescue the celestial dragons, annihilate the Rox pirates. Amidst the fierce clash between Rox and the Thunder Dragon, an unknown voice rang out, prompting hundreds of Navy personnel to spring into action. "If I cannot handle the admirals, how could I possibly deal with you?" Lorne remarked, observing the Navy soldiers as they launched their assault on the celestial dragons. He swiftly glanced at his system panel. Host, Lorne gender, male age, 18 speed, top tier, current progress, 1, 34 strength, top tier, current progress, 1, 53 stamina, top tier, current progress, 1, 97 swordsmanship, advanced, current progress, 97. For armament haki, top tier, awakened flowing cherry blossom, progress, 2, 31 observation haki, advanced, progress, 44. 54 Conqueror's Haki, Advanced, Progress, 23. 98 Devil Fruit. None other abilities. Never fatigued, golden eyes, effortless training, Devil Fruit with no side effects after days of effortless training. Lorne's attributes of strength, speed, and stamina had successfully ascended to the pinnacle. His armament haki had also reached the top tier level, while his swordsmanship was on the cusp of achieving the same. With such a significant leap in abilities, Lorne's prowess had risen to new heights, likely placing him among the upper echelons of the Emperor's cadre. Newgate, let us proceed. We shall dispatch them swiftly, brother-in-law. After exchanging glances, Lorne and Newgate shared an unspoken understanding. With a resounding roar, their conqueror's haki surged forth simultaneously. The invisible wave of energy transformed into a formidable gust, sweeping towards the advancing Navy troops. They must exercise caution. Lorne Gibbeck and Edward Newgate, both of whom commanded bounties exceeding 100 million. A commanding officer leading the group immediately cautioned his soldiers upon noticing Lorne and Newgate. However, before he could finish his warning, he succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of their haki. In the mere second following the officer's collapse, the Navy soldiers, engulfed by the powerful aura, began to topple like a row of dominoes. Within mere moments, only 4 Navy soldiers remained standing. Indeed, these 4 were Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru. In an instant, it was just the 4 of us? Truly, they are pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. I had contemplated clashing with them previously. It seems I have my opportunity now. After exchanging glances, battle fervor ignited in the eyes of Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Tsuru. Although their adversaries were formidable, they were no pushovers. Despite being newcomers, the strength of these 4 was notable, aside from Tsuru, who was slightly weaker. The other 3 possessed at least the prowess of a lieutenant colonel, if not a full colonel. Tsuru, too, held at least the strength of a major. Oh, there are still a few standing. And they are mere rookies? Observing the 4 resilient figures, Newgate's gaze flickered. It was commonplace for some to withstand the impact of haki, yet it was unexpected that 4 newcomers stood firm. It appears the Navy harbors a number of talented recruits. TSK for tender shoots. Ron gazed at the 4 stalwarts of the Navy featured in the original work and, for some inexplicable reason, felt a twinge of amusement. After all, when they made their entrance, these 4 were well into their golden years. Yet now, they appeared remarkably youthful, almost as if they were entirely different individuals from those in the source material. Particularly striking was Carp, who now shared an age with Whitebeard, resembling a sprightly 17 or 18-year-old. His likeness to the young Luffy was so uncanny that it left Ron somewhat bewildered. Admiral Sengoku, Zephyr, Tsuru, it seems we have been underestimated. The youthful Carp was fixedly observing Ron and Newgate, his fists clenched, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating crisply. Come on, everyone. We must not allow pirates to belittle justice. Zephyr echoed Carp's sentiment, feeling a twinge of irritation at being undervalued. Little did they know that their opponents were 2 notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Carp, Zephyr, we must tread carefully, Sengoku cautioned, maintaining a composed demeanor. We have but one objective, to delay until reinforcements arrive. The strategical Tsuru spoke methodically. No sooner had her words fallen than the 4 sprang into action. I hear Newgate is a power user. Allow me to handle him, Sengoku declared as an aura of golden light enveloped him. In an instant, Sengoku's form expanded. embodying the essence of his later moniker, the Buddha of Sengoku. However, he was still far from his prime, with his fruit's development remaining rudimentary. In this Buddha form, he stood at a mere 10 meters. Oh, a Zoan-type user? Newgate's eyes gleamed with a glint of combativeness as he grasped his Naginata, bracing for battle. What type of Zoan are you? Newgate, do not let your guard down, Ron interjected, momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Sengoku to be a power user at such an early point in the timeline. Ha ha ha, this is perfect. It has been ages since I had a good fight, Newgate exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he charged forward with his Naginata. With a powerful leap, he executed a downward slash, his momentum reminiscent of a legendary strike. Boom. Sengoku was no pushover. In his Buddha form, he brought his hands together, summoning all his strength to catch Newgate's strike. The floor beneath Sengoku cracked as his feet sank deeply into the ground. Perhaps at his zenith, Sengoku could have held his own against Whitebeard, but in this early stage, Newgate, having sailed for nearly a decade, clearly held the advantage. You actually caught that? Well then, how about this? Quake. Newgate's eyes widened, a broad grin spreading across his face as he activated his fruit's ability. The blade of his Naginata shimmered with a brilliant, translucent glow. What? Sengoku's eyes widened as he sensed a grave threat. Be careful, Sengoku. At that crucial moment, the youthful Tsuru rushed forward. Newgate, watch out. Do not let that woman touch you. She is also a power user. Ron urgently warned Newgate. In that moment, Tsuru appeared remarkably young, her beauty rivaling that of the renowned military flowers of later generations such as Tina, Momotaro, or Desbones. However, Ron had no time to admire her beauty. If Sengoku was already a power user, then Tsuru could very well be one as well. Despite being newcomers, they should not be underestimated. I understand, Newgate replied, swiftly retracting his Naginata to evade Tsuru's support. Sengoku, now is not the time for bravado. This is a supernova with a bounty of 160 million. You are not yet his match. We must engage together, Tsuru encouraged Sengoku. I understand, Sengoku nodded, his calm nature preventing him from being reckless. Meanwhile, Ron thought to himself, Jibek, you hardly have the time to be reminding others. Carp, with a wide grin, surged forward, his muscles bulging as he launched himself like an arrow. Carp's speed was akin to that of a human cannonball. A gust of wind that brought him before Ron in the blink of an eye. Fist of impact. A visible sphere of energy formed around Carp's fist. Carp was no power user. Rather, this shockwave emanated from his overwhelming might and haki. You are mistaken. I have all the time in the world, Carp. Ron smiled faintly, deftly sidestepping to the side, causing Carp's punch to miss entirely. At present, Ron's observation haki had ascended to an advanced level. Carp, who had only recently become a recruit, employed a rather straightforward attack strategy, which Ron effortlessly discerned. What? Exclaimed Carp, his eyes widening in embarrassment as he careened into a building, reducing it to rubble before finally coming to a halt. What on earth are you doing, Carp? This is not the time for rookie training. Zephyr chimed in from the side, his voice filled with concern. Now it's my turn. Lorne drew forth his celestial feather blade and turned to charge at the ruined edifice struck by Carp. Not on my watch. In the next instant, a figure abruptly materialized before Lorne. With arms enveloped in armament haki, he displayed a darkened exterior. Sparks flew as Zephyr successfully parried Lorne's strike. At this moment, Zephyr had yet to earn the moniker of Black Arm, yet he could still adeptly employ such a combat style. Quite intriguing indeed. With a light chuckle, Ron raised his blade once more, striking with fervor. The clashing of steel rang out as Zifa continuously met Ron's blade with his arm, producing a dazzling display of sparks and shockwaves. How infuriating. Such formidable dominance. After a relentless exchange of blows, Zifa sensed that his haki was depleting at an alarming rate. The formidable armament haki of Ron is overwhelming. With each clash against his opponent's strikes, a significant portion of his own haki is consumed. If this continues, his reserves will dwindle to nothing. Suddenly, the final straw that breaks the camel's back makes its appearance. Following this exchange, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass reverberates through the air. The armament haki enveloping Zephyr's arm is unexpectedly shattered. Indeed, he is a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. He is beyond my current capabilities to confront. Zephyr hastily employs the Marine 6 styles to create a distance of several meters, his emotions swirling within as he murmurs, Young Zephyr. It is here that I shall bring your demise. Lorne harbored no intentions of sparing them. Among the 4 naval recruits present today, 3 would inevitably evolve into formidable monarch-level powers, with at least one destined to attain the rank of a brigadier general in the future. More crucially, these 4, as members of the Navy, would undoubtedly pose a significant obstacle to the Rocks Pirates' ambitions of toppling the world government. Eliminating them here and now would undoubtedly be the wisest course of action. Even the removal of a single individual would serve to diminish a major hindrance to the future endeavors of the Rocks Pirates. Whoosh! Lorne executed a swift, slicing motion in midair, releasing a strike that surged towards Zephyr. There was no escape. Zephyr's observation haki immediately sensed an overwhelming danger. However, having expended too much of his haki and energy, his body was excessively fatigued, rendering him unable to evade the impending attack. Move aside, Zephyr. At that critical moment, Carp finally rose from the rubble. Iron block, steel. Carp instantly appeared before Zephyr, adopting a firm stance, his muscles tensing as he activated iron block. Bang! The sword aura collided with Carp's chest, producing a sharp sound. The tremendous force seemed to penetrate Carp's body. He was propelled backwards several meters, kneeling on one knee, unable to suppress a spurt of blood. Carp, are you all right? Zephyr looked at Carp with concern, fully aware of Lorne's formidable strength after their confrontation. The haki and power were beyond what he could withstand at this moment. Although Carp was slightly stronger than himself, enduring Lorne's slash head-on would surely take time to recover from. I'm fine, Zephyr. Carp rose, surprisingly wearing a smile. Truly, encountering a bounty over 100 million from a supernova pirate here was remarkable. If he wasn't apprehended, countless innocent lives at sea would surely lose sleep over it. Therefore, I shall not waver, even at the cost of my life. Carp wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his spirit rekindled with determination. Words are futile. Strength is justice. Come on, Carp. Upon hearing Carp's declaration, Lorne could not help but feel a sense of respect. Although their paths diverged, facing such an adversary ignited admiration within him. At the very least, Carp was infinitely superior to those hypocritical Navy admirals. Yeah, Lorne and Carp charged at each other simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, each landing strikes upon the other with relentless ferocity. Carp's fists collided with Lorne's body, while Lorne's blade cleaved through the air towards Carp. Neither was willing to yield an inch. After exchanging dozens of blows, both were finally sent flying apart. However, Lorne quickly regained his footing. Despite numerous wounds adorning his body, his breathing remained steady, indicating that his bones were unscathed. Carp, on the other hand, struggled to rise. Gasping for breath, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, his forehead, and his nostrils. Though Carp was hailed as a prodigy among the new recruits, facing Lorne, who possessed the strength of a top-tier cadre within the Imperial ranks, proved to be an overwhelming challenge. Would he be able to stand again? Lorne spoke with a hint of admiration. He had not held back in that last strike, treating Carp as a genuine opponent. Lorne had unleashed his full power, employing the pinnacle of armament haki. Carp must be gravely wounded. Humph, justice will never falter. Carp said intermittently, clearly at the brink of exhaustion. It seems you have yet to grasp the notion that power equates to justice, Carp. Nevertheless, it matters not. The final blow is forthcoming. Lorne's observation haki detected that Carp's aura was fading. It seemed that the final blow was imminent. Damn you, Carp, don't hold on any longer. Zephyr cried, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, he was not in a much better condition. His haki was completely exhausted, and it would take some time to recuperate. Don't be absurd, Zephyr. I am a Marine. How can I fall here? Carp retorted with a fierce glare directed at Lorne, fully prepared to face death. If I eliminate you here, perhaps the seas will undergo a tremendous transformation in the future. Rouen gazed at Carp with keen interest. Should Carp truly meet his demise at his hands here, the seas would inevitably lose a multitude of formidable figures. To speak of nothing else, the disappearance of both Dragon and Luffy, individuals of monumental significance to the future world, would create a profound void. Indirectly, the temperaments of Sengoku and Zephyr, who have been influenced by Carp, would certainly undergo drastic transformations. Furthermore, whether Carp's arch-nemesis, Roger, could still ascend to the title of Pirate King remains uncertain. Not to mention, the absence of Dragon and Luffy would irrevocably alter the destinies of countless others. The Revolutionary Army and the Straw Hat Pirates, one of the four emperors, would dissipate into oblivion, rendering any discussion of them moot. However, such considerations were not within Rouen's purview. Lorne must contemplate solely the prosperity of the Jaibeck family and how to bring down the celestial dragons of Mariawa. Were you not my adversary, I would genuinely wish to share a few drinks with you. Alas, such is not the case. Thus, farewell, Carp. Lorne raised the celestial feather blade, enveloping it with an overwhelming aura, and struck towards Carp. It seemed that trouble had arisen on Carp's side. How vexing. I know. Despite the strong desire to assist over there. Sensing the danger that loomed over Carp, Sengoku, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Whitebeard, along with Crane, were equally filled with apprehension. For a brief moment, my focus wavered. Hey, how can one be concerned about another side while trying to halt me? Enough already. Navy recruits. Whitebeard grinned widely, swinging his sword with force. The armament haki harmonized with the Tremor Fruit's abilities, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. This sword energy had the formidable presence to cleave through a warship. Not good. Sensing the impending peril, Sengoku and Crane swiftly withdrew to defend themselves. Yet, they were still sent sprawling by the fierce sword energy, flying a considerable distance. As they regained their footing, both of them found blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Meanwhile, it was a final farewell to Carp. Lorne raised the heavenly feather slash and struck towards Carp. Crack! At a critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Carp. A military sword, designated for naval use, intercepted Lorne's heavenly feather slash. Reinforcements have arrived. Carp, Vice Admiral Clea. They are here. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zephyr exclaimed with tears glistening in his eyes. Indeed, the arrival was none other than an elite Vice Admiral from the Navy headquarters. Ah, how wonderful, they made it just in time. I truly appreciate your efforts, Zephyr, Carp. I apologize for the delay in my arrival. If anything were to happen to you, I would be a sinner to the Navy. Vice Admiral Clea spoke with a tone of regret. Zephyr, Carp, these individuals are the promising talents that the Navy has nurtured. They represent the future of our forces and must not come to harm. Zephyr, quickly take Carp for treatment. I will handle this. Vice Admiral Clea positioned himself to block Lorne, turning to Zephyr. Understood. Though Zephyr's vigor had diminished, he still possessed some strength. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly embraced Carp and retreated to a safer location. Not so fast, Lorne growled, swiftly retracting the heavenly feather slash, intent on delivering a finishing blow. Have I underestimated the Navy's Vice Admiral? Clea scoffed coldly, brandishing his sword to firmly obstruct Lorne's advance. Currently, Lorne's strength is at a middling level among the elite leaders of the Royal Corps, still a considerable distance from genuinely attaining the rank of a sovereign. In the original narrative, whether it be the three calamities, the four commanders, or the captains under Whitebeard, the disparity in power between these top-tier leaders of the Royal Corps and those of sovereign rank is indeed vast. The only individuals capable of contending with the sovereign are the likes of Ben Beckman or Rayleigh, who were truly esteemed vice-captains of the Royal Corps, or top-tier second-in-command figures such as Marco. At present, Lorne's capabilities are only on par with the elite cadre of the Royal Corps. Confronting the formidable vice-admirals of the Navy headquarters certainly grants him the strength to engage in battle. However, to determine a victor, a fierce struggle is inevitable. As for the notion of circumventing the elite vice-admirals of the Navy headquarters to eliminate Carp and Zephyr, Lorne is not yet capable of such audacity. Is this the essence of a protagonist halo? Lorne does not feel anger. Rather, he speaks with a hint of self-deprecation. After all, he has not held back, but has exerted his utmost effort, leaving no room for regret. Moreover, it could very well be the manifestation of the protagonist halo of the yet-to-be-born Luffy. For if he were to succeed in vanquishing Carp here, Luffy would undoubtedly never grace this world. Lord Lorne, beware of the Navy behind you. At that moment, the fleeing fishmen suddenly warned Lorne. Spear of the Lion. A voice erupted from behind him. Iron block, Jade. Upon regaining his composure, Lorne swiftly activated the iron block, effectively shielding himself from the ambush behind. He then rapidly stomped the ground several times, creating a considerable distance between himself and his pursuers. Damn it, he managed to escape. The frustrated naval rear admiral exclaimed. Meanwhile, Whitebeard found himself in a precarious situation as well, having been ambushed by reinforcements from the Navy, forcing him to withdraw from his battle with Sengoku and Tsuru. The Navy's reinforcements are increasing. Whitebeard expressed his concern as he retreated to Lorne's side. Indeed, Lorne felt a sense of foreboding as he observed the continuous influx of Navy personnel into the Geelong Code Square. The naval forces were growing, and it seemed increasingly unlikely that they could withstand them. After all, the Rocks pirates were still merely seedlings, lacking the strength to confront the Navy headquarters head-on. Continuing the fight like this would be detrimental to their cause. Whitebeard was acutely aware of the current circumstances. Understood. How's the retreat of the Neptunians progressing? Lorne turned to Neptune and inquired, is it nearly time? Neptune promptly responded, indeed, my lord. The advantage of the fishmen became evident in this moment. After all, at the depths of the ocean, they could traverse directly to the New World without the need for vessels. This eliminated a series of cumbersome preparations associated with boats, thus enabling an astonishingly swift retreat. The fishmen simply utilized their inherent prowess to swim towards their destination. Excellent. Let us commence preparations for the retreat. Lorne nodded. Since the fishmen had completely retreated, there was no longer any reason for his group to remain. However, in order to withdraw, they first needed to secure the Celestial Dragon in their grasp. Lorne immediately cast his gaze upon the Celestial Dragon, still bound in the square. With the Celestial Dragon in their possession, the Navy dared not overstep their bounds. Such was the case in the current struggle between Rye Dragon and Rocks. Rye Dragon found himself at a significant disadvantage, his body marred by numerous wounds both large and small. In stark contrast, Rocks maintained a steady upper hand, even without employing the powers of his devil fruit. This was primarily due to Ray Dragon's inability to fully unleash his potential, fearing the repercussions on the Celestial Dragon. After all, the Celestial Dragon was on the brink of death, and should they become embroiled in the clash between Rocks and Rye Dragon, their demise would be inevitable. Thus, Rye Dragon hesitated to unleash his full power, wary of the consequences. Rocks, emboldened by the ongoing conflict, established a formidable stance of offense under Rocks and defense under Raylong. At last, had reinforcements arrived? They were determined to save the Celestial Dragons at any cost. In this moment, Raylong sensed the arrival of the naval reinforcements and promptly issued orders. He could not unleash his full potential until the Celestial Dragons were rescued. The feeling of constraint was utterly suffocating. Admiral Raylong. The newly arrived reinforcements were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Admiral Raylong. They had assumed he had already dispatched the Rocks pirates with ease, yet they found him entrenched in a fierce battle and seemingly at a disadvantage. It was a sight the Navy had never before witnessed, Admiral Raylong in a precarious position. All hands, heed my command. Devote your utmost efforts to rescue the Celestial Dragons. Though the Navy members were briefly startled, they swiftly sprang into action. At that moment, two warships arrived, led by Rear Admiral Clay and another Rear Admiral, accompanied by 800 elite soldiers. Under the command of the two Rear Admirals, the Navy commenced their rescue operation for the Celestial Dragons, resolute in their mission to prevent the abduction of these esteemed figures. I understand, brother-in-law. Lorne and Newgate immediately charged towards the Celestial Dragons. Klein, there are only two adversaries. Let us unite to thwart them. If we can stop them, all will be well, remarked a Vice Admiral from headquarters to Vice Admiral Klein. Klein nodded in agreement, and the two faced off against Newgate and Lorne. As long as they could delay these two, rescuing the Celestial Dragons would be a mere formality. Shatter. Flowing Cherry Blossom. Moonlit Slash. Lorne and Newgate wielded their formidable weapons, the Great Cleaver and the Heavenly Feather Slash, respectively, with a swift crack. Two Rear Admirals of the Navy headquarters immediately intercepted them, halting their advance. The detestable Rear Admirals, while it is quite likely that they would struggle to defeat Lorne and Newgate in combat, they could certainly delay their progress. Faced with these two Rear Admirals, Lorne and Newgate found themselves unable to break through, helplessly watching as the remaining Navy soldiers charged towards the Celestial Dragons. If the Celestial Dragons fell into the hands of the Navy, the situation would become dire indeed. Once the Celestial Dragons are rescued, your fates will be sealed. Indeed. At that point, Admiral Raijin will no longer hesitate. The Rocks pirates will perish alongside Fishman Island. Rear Admiral Clay and another Rear Admiral spoke in hushed tones, as if victory were within their grasp. Prince Neptune, it is now our turn to strike, is it not? Indeed, we had vowed to face this together. At that moment, the residents of Fishman Island had all dispersed. Neptune and the Royal Guard glanced at the unfolding situation and resolved to assist the Rocks pirates. After all, it was agreed that in times of battle, the Fishmen had an obligation to fight alongside the Rocks pirates. Now, with Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate providing support to fend off the Navy admirals, the Fishmen had ample time to retreat. It was time to repay the favor. The king commanded, Royal Guard, drive these lackeys of the world government from Fishman Island. With a raised trident, Neptune bellowed, out you go, Navy. The lackeys of the Celestial Dragons shall not save them. Brothers, let us expel these Navy intruders. The families of the Fishmen had already departed from Fishman Island, preparing to embark on a new life. The valiant warriors of the Royal Guard, unburdened by concerns for their kin, charged fearlessly at the Navy. The strength of the Fishmen far surpassed that of ordinary humans, being approximately tenfold greater. Moreover, the members of the Royal Guard were even stronger than the average Fishman, with their numbers exceeding 2,000. They quickly gained the upper hand against the Navy. My Lord Lorne, my Lord Newgate, I am here to assist you. Simultaneously, Neptune, utilizing his immense stature, raised his trident and joined the fray alongside Lorne, Newgate, and the two Rear Admirals. Fishman Martial Arts, Ocean Current Whirlpool. Neptune harnessed his colossal form, swiftly creating a vast whirlpool that spun at a dizzying pace. Those ensnared by this vortex would meet a grim fate. Danger. Rear Admiral Clay and the other Rear Admirals sensed the peril and hastily employed the Navy's six powers to evade Neptune's ambush. What an opportunity. With the two Rear Admirals momentarily distracted, Lorne seized the chance to depart the battlefield, racing towards the Celestial Dragons. Damn it, stop him. Rear Admiral Clay charged forward, blade drawn, intent on slaying Lorne. However, the other Rear Admiral found his path obstructed by Newgate. In a moment of desperation, Rear Admiral Clay pounded the ground repeatedly, pursuing Lorne. Your opponent is me. With his trident in hand, Neptune accurately tracked Rear Admiral Clay's movements and struck fiercely, blocking his advance. Neptune, have you thought this through? Are you truly willing to oppose the Navy and the world government to the bitter end? Rear Admiral Clay threatened with a countenance as cold as ice, astonished that Neptune would stand alongside pirates. As a Rear Admiral, you should know better than anyone. We do not wish to oppose the world government. Yet they have consistently been at odds with Fishman Island. The number of slaves in the Holy Land has surged, and the black market is overflowing with fishmen. Yet your Navy has turned a blind eye. Today, the Celestial Dragons have come to my Fishman Island to abduct our kin and have slain hundreds of our brethren. Since you show no mercy, do not expect us to show justice. Neptune's fury escalated with each word, and he raised his trident to strike at Rear Admiral Clay's head, as if piercing a watermelon. Damn it! Aware of his predicament, Rear Admiral Clay ceased speaking and instead evaded Neptune's trident, attempting to press forward once more, only to be blocked by Neptune's massive form. Don't even think about escaping. Neptune and Rear Admiral Clay clashed fiercely in battle. Well done, Neptune. Lorne, perceiving everything through his advanced observation hockey, could not help but feel a sense of relief. Swiftly, he made his way towards the location of the Celestial Dragons. At that very moment, the air behind the Celestial Dragon Isramani began to stir. An invisible force manifested itself, abruptly opening a grand gateway. From within this portal, a figure swiftly emerged, seizing Isramani and retreating back through the entrance. The individual was none other than a member of CP9, a user of the Dordor fruit. For clarification, this is not Bruno from the original timeline. Esteemed readers may interpret him as a former, or even a prior, member of CP9. CP9 had intervened. The celestial dragon was saved. The Navy observed this scene with expressions of delight. With the celestial dragon rescued, they could engage in battle without reservations. Trying to flee? I have long since taken note of your movements. Under Lawrence's superior observation Haki, the actions of CP9 could not remain concealed. As long as the Haki was sufficiently formidable, it could nullify the powers of the devil fruit. Despite Lawrence's observation Haki being merely advanced, it was more than adequate to contend with the likes of CP9. Lorne, however, has been patiently awaiting the emergence of the CP9 that lurks in the shadows. Flowing Sakura. Lorne concentrated his mind and, with a swift motion, unleashed a soaring slash. The power of this strike was astonishing, capable of severing steel and iron. Damn it. The CP9 agent, suspended in midair alongside the celestial dragon, found himself unable to fully execute his abilities. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively shielded the celestial dragon with his body and activated Iron Block. Swish. The slash pierced through the CP9 agent's form, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the agent's vision blurred, and he succumbed to unconsciousness in the air. Saru. Lorne swiftly propelled his body, activating the moonwalk technique. And with a single hand, he firmly grasped the celestial dragon. With the celestial dragon now in my grasp, who dares to make a move? Lorne utilized the moonwalk to suspend himself in the sky, positioning the heavenly feather blade upon the neck of the Saint Ramani, his voice resonating throughout the arena. As anticipated, the moment his words fell, the entire naval assembly stood as if petrified, ceasing all actions at once. How infuriating. The celestial dragon was in peril. Even Admiral Thunder Dragon found himself momentarily flustered upon hearing Lawrence's declaration. Hey, are you lost in thought? What an opportune moment. Rox grinned wickedly. How could he possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Hey, are you lost in thought? With a keen sense, he seized the perfect moment. Rox unleashed his right fist with the force of a cannonball. The crimson hue of his conqueror's Haki stirred a tempest, accompanied by flashes of red lightning, as if heralding a resplendent demise. Damn it, this is bad. With a thunderous impact, Rox struck, and the Thunder Dragon barely had time to react, shifting his position slightly to evade the blow. Yet it was too late. Rox's fist descended like a hammer, driving a nail, crashing into the muscle of the Thunder Dragon's left shoulder. Had the Thunder Dragon not reacted swiftly, that punch would have struck his heart below. Blood erupted forth like a fountain. General Thunder Dragon. The Navy suddenly realized, with horror, that the Thunder Dragon's body had been pierced. He had failed to evade the attack through elemental transformation and was now bleeding profusely. It was evident that this blow had inflicted serious injury. Damn it. The Thunder Dragon, with his left shoulder pierced, attempted to transform and escape, but Rox's armament Haki held him firmly, rendering him unable to break free. It's over. Die, Thunder Dragon. With a sinister grin, Rox unleashed a terrifying aura from his very being. The Conqueror's Haki coiled and surged into his right fist. Moreover, within this formidable Haki, Rox infused the destructive power of the armament Haki, capable of wreaking havoc from within an opponent's body. Once Rox released his formidable will, the lightning dragon ensnared in his grasp would undoubtedly face defeat. The direst outcome could very well be the shattering of internal organs, leading to immediate demise. You madman! The lightning dragon's pupils dilated in horror, as a chilling sense of mortality rapidly enveloped his heart. If he did not act decisively, he would surely perish. With a swift resolve, the lightning dragon, a formidable marine admiral, unhesitatingly severed his own right arm, finally liberating himself from Rox's grasp. With a flash of lightning, he reappeared several dozen meters away. At that moment, his left shoulder and entire arm had been completely severed. The freshly detached limb twitched on the ground, vibrant and alive. The lightning dragon, undeterred, remained silent and fixated on Rox, even after sacrificing an arm. Mr. Lightning Dragon had indeed severed his own arm. What on earth was happening? How had the situation escalated to this point? The Marines were utterly astounded. To dispatch a Marine admiral to capture a pirate with a bounty of 400 million, only for the admiral to end up losing an arm. This operation had surpassed all expectations of the assembled Marines. It appeared that the Celestial Dragon proved to be quite useful after all. To his surprise, capturing the Celestial Dragon inadvertently aided his brother in incapacitating the Lightning Dragon's arm. Lorne remarked with intrigue. Damn it. The Lightning Dragon internally lamented, realizing he had placed too much importance on the Celestial Dragon. This had led him to be caught in such a passive predicament. Ha ha ha. What is there to regret? The Marine Admiral is, after all, merely a lapdog to the Celestial Dragons. When the master is struck, the dog will naturally become anxious. Rox seemed to peer into the depths of Raiden's soul, mocking him with a sardonic laugh. Return the Celestial Dragons to me. At this juncture, Raiden had come to a resolution, setting his sights squarely on Lorne. The Celestial Dragons must be rescued by his own hands. As for Rox, he would have to be set aside for the moment. Even if Rox unleashed carnage upon the Navy, Raiden would remain indifferent. With 2 vials of poison before him, he could choose but one. If faced with a choice between the Navy and the Celestial Dragons, Raiden would undoubtedly choose the latter. After all, he had no reason to sacrifice an arm out of his profound concern for the Celestial Dragons. You desire the Celestial Dragons, do you? Very well. I shall grant you that. Without uttering a word, Lorn hurled the Isramani saint high into the sky. What? The Thunder Dragon did not anticipate such an action from Lorn and instinctively transformed into lightning, soaring upwards to catch the Isramani saint securely in his grasp. Immediately, a thunderous roar erupted above Fishman Island, loud enough to shatter eardrums. What the hell? Beast, are you toying with me? The celestial dragon is already dead. The enraged Thunder Dragon glared at Lorn with bloodshot eyes, filled with murderous intent, wishing nothing more than to rend Lorn into 1,000 pieces. Indeed, at this moment, the celestial dragon had ceased to exist. He was nothing more than a lifeless corpse. Ha ha ha, sacrificing an arm for a dead man, truly a loyal lapdog. Lorn paid no heed to the gaze of the dragon, scoffing lightly. The tremendous force of the blade he had just wielded against CP9 had not only pierced through their body, but had inevitably also struck the celestial dragon. The once feeble celestial dragon was, of course, left lifeless. Upon catching the celestial dragon, Ron immediately discerned that the figure was lifeless, merely feigning a semblance of life to deceive the Navy. Such an unforeseen turn of events was utterly fascinating. The death of a celestial dragon? Did this not imply a failure of the mission? The assembled Navy personnel, upon hearing the words of Leilong, quickly grasped the situation. It became clear why Ron had unceremoniously cast his Romani Saint aside. He was indeed a corpse. Given this revelation, it was imperative to execute the second objective, to utterly obliterate Fishman Island alongside the Rocks pirates. At this moment, Leilong was teetering on the brink of losing his sanity. After all, the celestial dragons were revered as the deities of the world. The murder of a celestial dragon before his very eyes left him grappling with the shame of facing the celestial dragons and the 5 elders in the future. His position as a Marine Admiral felt utterly inadequate. It was conceivable that he might even have to relinquish his aspirations for the role of Fleet Admiral to another. As a result of these compounding factors, Leilong's eyes began to glow a menacing red, his body trembling with uncontainable fury. A palpable dark aura enveloped him, exuding a sense of violence and foreboding. One could liken the current state of Leilong to a rabid dog on the verge of attacking. Boom, boom. The very next moment, the already shattered Galongkod Square was besieged by a multitude of thunderous pillars. Leilong was irrevocably enraged. With the celestial dragon no longer present, he was prepared to unleash a massacre. Boom, boom. The merciless lightning fell like a torrential downpour, enveloping Galongkod Square in a tempest of electric fury. At this juncture, Leilong was beyond caring. He initiated indiscriminate bombardment. His targets were the fishmen of the Royal Guard and the Rocks pirates. However, should any Navy personnel find themselves too close to the enemy, Leilong would show no mercy in unleashing his thunderous wrath. He resolved that not a single fishman or member of the Rocks pirates could escape. Even if it necessitated the sacrifice of some Marines, it was of no consequence. War, by its very nature, entails sacrifices. This was Leilong's current mindset. In a fleeting moment, numerous fishmen from the Royal Guard, and even some Marines, fell victim to the lightning strikes, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated and uncertain of their fate. Mr. Leilong, please wait. There are still Marines engaged in combat with the fishmen. Many had already been struck by your lightning. Please allow them to withdraw before proceeding. Leilong's actions left the Navy in a state of shock. They could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before them. To combat the fishmen, he was bombarding his own comrades? Had Admiral Leilong utterly lost his wits? In response to the pleas of these Marines, Leilong opted to reply with a thunderous roar. 2 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking down the very Marine who had spoken. Following the blinding flash, those Marines lay charred and lifeless upon the ground. Run for your lives. Admiral Leilong is furious. Evacuate Fishman Island immediately. Leave this to Admiral Leilong. As someone who had followed Admiral Leilong for a considerable time, Major Cly understood that his superior had completely lost his reason. Thus, he promptly began organizing the remaining Marines to prepare for their escape from Fishman Island. Newgate, Neptune. We must depart. Here, my brother cannot unleash his full potential. Upon witnessing this scene, Lord Lorne decisively chose to retreat. To him, the Emperor and all beneath were but mere insects. Even the highest-ranking officials of the Emperor's faction would falter in mere moments before the wrath of a sovereign-level powerhouse. Whether it was Kaido rendering the 5 Emperors unconscious with a single blow, or Queen confronting Charlotte Linlin, or even the fierce battles against Green Bull, the evidence is irrefutable. The chaotic clash during the Marineford War, where numerous commanders faced the bloodthirsty Akainu, further illustrates this truth. My Lord Lorne, is this truly without consequence? Neptune hesitated. For that was an admiral driven to madness by fury. Can His Excellency Rocks truly face this alone? Fear not, Neptune. Since you have chosen to ally with the Rocks pirates, you must place your faith in the captain's formidable strength, Neptune. Lorne displayed a radiant smile. Rocks has yet to unleash his most formidable abilities. He is currently engaging in combat with the Thunder Dragon solely through his mastery of hockey and physical prowess. With the Celestial Dragons now fallen, the Thunder Dragon harbors no reservations. What lies ahead is a genuine battle of swords and might. The clash of sovereign powers may very well lay Fishman Island to waste. It would be prudent to depart swiftly, lest we hinder our esteemed allies' performance. Lorne, Newgate, Neptune, and the Royal Guard were preparing to depart. You wish to leave? How could the already crimson-eyed Thunder Dragon allow Lorne and the others to escape? In an instant, He transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards Lorne and his companions. Hey, do you truly underestimate me? Rox swiftly positioned himself to intercept the Thunder Dragon. Get out of my way, you wretched creature. The Thunder Dragon bellowed, unleashing a terrifying surge of thunderous power. His remaining left arm transformed into a formidable bolt of lightning, shimmering with blue radiance as it struck towards Rox, akin to a ferocious dragon emerging from its lair. With a resounding crack, Rox extended his arm, enveloped in the color of armed hockey, to block the Thunder Dragon's electric assault. However, he was still scorched by the energy and searing heat, leaving a trail of blood across his skin. How could one so severely injured still exhibit such arrogance? Rox let out a derisive laugh, seizing the Thunder Dragon with an additional arm and then forcefully smashing it into the ground. With a resounding crash, the Thunder Dragon was driven deep into the earth. Now, Lorne, depart from this place. The rest is entrusted to me. Lox turned to urge Ron and the others. I understand, my brother. Lorne, accompanied by Newgate, Neptune, and others, prepared to depart. Suddenly, the ground beneath them crackled and roared with thunderous lightning. In an instant, the earth before Lorne and his companions shattered, and a lightning dragon emerged from the depths, standing before them. Awaken, Thunder God. In the next moment, the lightning dragon unleashed its awakened form. A magnificent display of lightning flashed before Lorne and the others. The dragon's stature surged dramatically, its height expanding from approximately 3 meters to several dozen meters. Not only that, its colossal form resembled the fabled Thunder God, radiating electricity and crackling with thunder, even its hair taking the shape of lightning. It appeared as a gigantic generator, pulsating with wild bolts of electricity. This was the ultimate form of the lightning dragon, the Thunder God. The lightning dragon declared its might. Fortunately, they had retreated in time. At that moment, the Navy, having successfully withdrawn from the Geelong Code Square, boarded their armored ships and arrived at the outer perimeter of Fishman Island. Observing the spectacle, the skies above Fishman Island erupted with thick bolts of lightning, each spanning several dozen meters in diameter, akin to nuclear weapons, leaving the Navy in awe. The lightning dragon seethed with fury, suddenly conjuring a spherical lightning orb in its hand. 500 million volts, Thunder God. The moment the orb detached from the dragon's grasp, it began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the orb expanded to a diameter of several hundred meters, large enough to engulf an entire town. Crackling with energy, the orb surged towards Lorne and the others at an alarming speed, threatening to consume them entirely. Aha! Perish! You scoundrels of the Rocks Pirates and Fishman Island. No one can survive this attack. The lightning dragon laughed maniacally, seemingly confident of victory. Dark water. Just then, a voice rang out, Rox himself. Suddenly, a strange darkness materialized. It began as a minuscule singularity, then expanded like ink in water, rapidly growing to an unfathomable size, resembling an abyssal black hole. The 500 million volts of the Thunder God, upon contact with this dark void, seemed to touch the gateway to another dimension. Instantly, it was devoured by the black hole, not producing even the slightest sound or ripple. The immense power of the Thunder God, capable of obliterating a town in an instant, vanished without a trace. How could this be? Are you also a wielder of powers? Witnessing this astonishing scene, the lightning dragon's eyes quivered violently, and it stumbled back several steps. Its Thunder God had been so effortlessly countered, vanished silently, without causing any destruction, into that darkness. Such an eerie force could only be wielded by a true ability user. Is it truly the case that Rox possesses extraordinary abilities? This implies that from the very onset of battle, he has not unleashed his full potential? How amusing it is to come to this realization now. Is it not somewhat belated? Prepare to meet your demise, Ride-Dragon. Rox wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his grin malevolent, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Enduring an excruciating 500 million volts, even with double the damage, it was inconceivable for Rox to remain unscathed. However, for someone endowed with Rox's inherently formidable physique, such damage was merely a transient inconvenience. Whoosh! Lox's figure surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself beside the Thunder Dragon, his right fist imbued with the enigmatic powers of the dark fruit. In an instant, the moment Lox made contact, the Thunder Dragon's God of Thunder form abruptly vanished, revealing its true appearance. How can this be? The Thunder Dragon exclaimed, bewildered as his eyes widened in shock. His ability, the Thunder fruit, seemed to have been completely siphoned away, rendering him incapable of utilizing it. Is it possible that your power nullifies fruit abilities? The Thunder Dragon pondered, gazing at the strange dark energy enveloping Lox's right fist, his mind racing with conjecture. Snap! Rox did not respond, but instead unleashed a powerful punch enveloped in Conqueror's haki, striking fiercely at Thunder Dragon's neck. Whoosh! Thunder Dragon was sent flying, crashing into several buildings before finally coming to a halt. Infuriatingly, it felt as though his neck had been broken. Rising once more, Thunder Dragon gingerly touched his neck, inwardly lamenting his predicament. Barely had he thought this when Rox appeared beside him, as if teleporting. The sound of continuous strikes echoed, slap, slap, slap. Thunder Dragon was no pushover. As an admiral of the Navy, he represented its utmost strength. Beyond his fruit abilities, he possessed boundless stamina and formidable dual haki. His martial prowess was equally commendable, reaching an elite level. In a fleeting moment, Thunder Dragon managed to parry Rock's relentless barrage of fists. Boom, boom, boom. The two commenced a fierce contest of hockey and physical skill. Without the enhancement of their abilities, Thunder Dragon was no match for Rocks in a pure brawl. Moreover, he was now reduced to using only one hand. In mere minutes, Thunder Dragon found himself bloodied and battered, with several ribs fractured. It appears your abilities are akin to Sea Prism Stone. Upon contact, they can suppress the powers of other Devil Fruit users. However, your ability is not without its imperfections, as it bears significant side effects. While you may nullify my powers, you must first make contact with me. The two had now distanced themselves by several dozen meters. Gasping for breath, bloodied, with multiple broken ribs, Thunder Dragon had nonetheless gleaned a rough understanding of Rock's abilities during their recent skirmish. After all, having served as an admiral for so many years, he had encountered numerous formidable pirates. This level of combat intelligence and experience was not to be underestimated. But what does it matter? You are now at your limit. I have said it before. Today, you shall perish. The Thunder Fruit must be mine. Rocks gazed at Rhydon with a playful interest, sensing through his observation hockey that Rhydon's stamina was waning and his vitality diminishing. Today, he was determined to kill him and seize his fruit. Ha ha. Rocks, do you truly believe you can accomplish this? Rhydon laughed heartily before continuing. I have deciphered your abilities. Your powers possess a significant flaw. Even if your darkness can absorb my lightning does not vanish. It will still inflict damage upon you. You cannot evade physical harm like other Logia fruit users. After uttering these words, Rhydon seemed to have made a resolute decision, and his expression turned solemn. I pondered your histories, from setting sail and defeating the hungry wolf pirates to actively attacking the world government's allied nations. Now you have allied with Fishman Island, slain celestial dragons, and brought shame upon the world government. I must admit, Rocks, your pirate crew, though not yet vast, possesses an astonishing potential. In merely a few months at sea, you have grown to this extent. If I were to continue to disregard you as before, in due time, you would undoubtedly bring unimaginable calamities to the world government, the celestial dragons, and the navy. Thus, today, even if it costs me my life, I will take you down with me. With a crackling sound, Rhydon exclaimed, his body surrounded by lightning as if a captive dragon had broken free, flashing wildly and striking out in all directions. The brilliance of the lightning was so intense it was blinding. Upon awakening his fruit, he shouted, Thunder welcomes. With a resounding boom, in the next moment, the ground, buildings, streets, palace, and forests of Fishman Island transformed into a tumultuous sea of rolling lightning. It was as if one was in a bizarre extraterrestrial realm. Everywhere the eye could see, all matter had transformed into dancing arcs of electricity. The entirety of Fishman Island appeared to have morphed into an unrestrained ocean of lightning. The thunderous roars threatened to rupture one's eardrums. The raging lightning erupted from the surface of the sea, creating bubbles that surged like molten lava, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Had the very landscape of Fishman Island been altered? Was this the manifestation of awakening? Was this the might of an admiral? Upon witnessing this scene, Neptune stood frozen in shock. Even in his weakened state, Rhydon could unleash enough power to obliterate Fishman Island. My heavens, look at that. What on earth is that? Such a magnificent spectacle, utterly unbelievable. Is Admiral Rhydon truly prepared to annihilate Fishman Island? Simultaneously, the navy surrounding Fishman Island gaped in disbelief, murmuring to themselves. Before their eyes, the beautiful Fishman Island had transformed completely into a spectacle of lightning. Undoubtedly, this was Admiral Rhydon's awakening power. Moreover, hovering above Fishman Island, a colossal sphere of terrifying electricity had materialized. Its sheer size rivaled that of the entire island. The sphere was slowly descending, and once it touched down, it would obliterate Fishman Island entirely. Was Admiral Rhydon forsaking his own life? At this depth of 10,000 meters beneath the sea, if Fishman Island were destroyed, he too would be caught in the devastation. What on earth is happening? Some Navy personnel clasped their heads in anguish, utterly bewildered by the chaos unfolding within Fishman Island. Did Mr. Rhydon truly find it necessary to go to such lengths? Vice Admiral Clay, who had followed Rhydon for a long time, also widened his eyes in shock, murmuring to himself. It was the first time he had seen Rhydon pushed to such extremes. It was evident that, should this sphere of lightning descend, Fishman Island would be reduced to rubble. In this 10,000-meter deep sea, without Fishman Island as a refuge, even Admiral Rhydon would be left with no place to rest. Had the Rock's pirates reached the point where Admiral Rhydon must sacrifice his life to eliminate them? Nearby, Sengoku and Tsuru, both brilliant strategists, discerned the gravity of the situation and said in astonishment, Admiral Rhydon intends to perish alongside the Rock's pirates. At this moment, within Fishman Island, it was already a sea of lightning. Above, the lightning sphere, comparable in size to Fishman Island, was slowly descending. Should it land, the island would be instantly flattened. This man is truly a madman. At a depth of 10,000 meters, should Fishman Island sink, he too would perish. It appears he intends to take us all down with him. Newgate, gripping his bicento firmly, stood tall and resolute, speaking in a deep voice. Even in such dire circumstances, Newgate remained remarkably composed. Truly, he would become the strongest man in the world. What shall we do, Lord Lorne, Lord Newgate? If this continues, we will all perish, and Fishman Island will indeed sink. Neptune was in a state of utter panic. Not only was Neptune still in his 20s, but he was also not a pirate. Having never faced life and death struggles, it was his first time witnessing such a spectacle, making it difficult for him to accept. Neptune, why are you panicking? In this situation, franticness serves no purpose. The reality is as it is, and what we must do is calmly accept it. Moreover, we must trust in our elder brother. Lorne sheathed the heavenly feather blade, his breathing steady, his visage as tranquil as a placid lake, as if he were not amidst the tumultuous thunder sea, but rather surrounded by a sea of blossoms. Lord Lorne. Lorne's words perhaps illuminated something for Neptune. Thus, he ceased to panic, finding calm instead. Oh, have you finally grasped the situation and decided to abandon your resistance? Observing Lorne, Newgate, and Neptune, who remained utterly unperturbed, the Thunder Dragon erupted into a triumphant laughter. Excellent. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Savor the final moments of your lives alongside me, as we meet our demise beneath the waves. With what remained of his singular arm, the Thunder Dragon forcefully gestured downward. The descending thunder surged in velocity, swiftly making contact with Fishman Island. The first to succumb to the onslaught of thunder was the tallest edifice of Fishman Island, the royal residence known as Ryugu Palace. Constructed from grand coral reefs, shells, and other precious materials, the opulent palace crumbled as though it were made of mere paper upon contact with the thunder. Following this, the Hardshell Tower, a prison tower slightly lower in elevation than Ryugu Palace, met the same fate. These seemingly indestructible structures shattered like fragile paper upon encountering the thunder. Soon, the thunder descended upon the plaza of Giancato, where Lorne, Rox, and others stood. Dark Cavern. Upon witnessing the chaos, Rox bellowed, instantly activating his devil fruit ability. A strange, dark mist spiraled into the air from behind him. As the darkness ascended, the thunder rapidly descended. In no time, the dark mist collided with the oncoming thunder. The sound crackled ominously, and indeed, upon contact, the thunder was drawn in as if a celestial body were succumbing to a black hole. In that moment, the thunder was consumed, its size visibly diminishing at an alarming rate. What was this eerie darkness? Something felt amiss. At that moment, the naval forces surrounding Fishman Island also observed the enigmatic black smoke. It was truly uncanny. A foreboding sensation arose within many of the sailors. Rox, even if you can absorb my lightning, you shall still endure multiplied damage. The Thunder Dragon declared, unperturbed and brimming with confidence. He had long comprehended the weaknesses of Rox's abilities. As expected, when the thunder had shrunk to a third of its original size, blood began to flow from Rox's mouth. After all, unlike other Logia-type abilities, the dark fruit could not completely evade harm. Meanwhile, the darkness continued its relentless consumption of the thunder. As the thunder was gradually devoured, Rox simultaneously suffered damage. With a sickening sound, blood oozed from Rox's nose, eyes, and ears. The cracking of bones echoed from within his body, enduring the mightiest strike of an admiral. Compounded by the nature of the dark fruit, was akin to withstanding the strength of 2 admirals. Even Rox's naturally formidable physique struggled under the internal damage. By the time the thunder had dwindled to a third of its size, Rox found his legs buckling, forcing him to prop himself with one hand while kneeling with a single knee on the ground. His once formidable presence began to wane. The struggle before death is truly amusing. The Thunder Dragon had completely relinquished all restraint. If he could take down Rox's crew and Fishman Island with him, sacrificing his own life would be worthwhile. Die? Don't be ridiculous, fool. The celestial dragons are not all dead, and I have yet to meet my unborn nephew or niece. How could I possibly perish in a place like this? Perhaps he was reminded of unfulfilled dreams. Or perhaps he thought of the unborn child. The waning will of Rox has once again coalesced. With a powerful push of his palm, he rose from his previous kneeling position, standing tall and resolute. Meanwhile, the encroaching darkness devoured Rayang with increasing swiftness. In a mere few minutes, the entity comparable in size to Fishman Island was utterly consumed by the shadows. Yet, Rox, bloodied but unyielding, remained steadfast in his position, his aura undiminished. How could this be? Witnessing this scene, the Thunder Dragon appeared frozen, a smile frozen upon his face. Soon, that rigid expression transformed into one of palpable fear. Indeed, it was fear, a sensation that even struck terror into the hearts of marine admirals. No, this is impossible. To have endured the full brunt of Rayang, sustaining immense damage, how could he still be alive? The Thunder Dragon roared in a frenzy. He had exhausted all his strength with the recent awakening technique. The power capable of obliterating a town or even an island had failed to remove the Rox pirates. No, the Thunder Dragon refused to accept this. Yet, the sight before him compelled him to acknowledge the truth. He had resolved to fight to the bitter end, yet could not take down his opponent? Did this not imply that such a formidable pirate crew would continue to flourish? I have told you, Thunder Dragon. I shall not perish in a place like this. The one who will meet his end today is you. Rox's grin twisted into a malevolent smile, the dried blood on his features rendering him even more terrifying than the Grim Reaper of the underworld. Thus, prepare to meet your demise, Thunder Dragon. Rox's figure surged with power, instantaneously appearing before the Thunder Dragon. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon, having exhausted all its strength, found its body completely rigid. In the face of Rox's movements, the Thunder Dragon could offer no resistance, standing frozen in place, its pupils constricting in shock. Dominance, sovereign of the skies. Rox clenched his right fist, its striking hue reminiscent of blood, embodying the flamboyant power of the Conqueror's haki, and fiercely struck towards the heart of the Thunder Dragon. Conqueror's dominance. Rox, channeling the might of his Conqueror's haki, unleashed a powerful strike aimed directly at the heart of the Thunder Dragon. You wretched creature. The Thunder Dragon yearned to resist, yet he found himself utterly powerless, forced to watch as Rox's fist hurtled toward his chest. Boom. The punch pierced through, and a mist of crimson erupted forth. A round, fleshy object fell with a thud. It was a heart. The naval justice cloak behind him lay in tatters, reduced to a single character, justice. The punctured righteousness aligned perfectly with the location of the heart. Before he could utter a final word, the Thunder Dragon drew his last breath. In his final moments, his eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, his body frozen in a posture of retaliation. He appeared to be a soul unwilling to depart. After all, the Rumble fruit possessed a formidable ability, the power to electrify one's own heart. Regrettably, Rox had severed the Thunder Dragon's heart. He could not revive himself, as Enel did in the original tale. With a thud, mere seconds after being struck, the Thunder Dragon remained in the stance of a counterattack, his eyes still bulging, before crashing heavily to the ground. Is he truly dead? Neptune remarked, his disbelief palpable. The Vice Admiral, one of the three most formidable forces of the Navy headquarters, a figure who instilled fear in countless hearts, the Thunder Dragon, had been slain by Rox? It felt surreal. Surely, he must be dead. Newgate's observation haki swept across the scene, confirming that the Thunder Dragon had indeed ceased to breathe. Brother, how are you? Lorne hastened to Lox's side at once, assessing the extent of his injuries. I'm fine. Lox deliberately suppressed his voice, fearful that Lorne might detect something amiss. Yet, in the next moment, Lox could no longer hold on and fainted in Lorne's embrace. My brother is gravely wounded. Lorne's expression was a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Lorne was acutely aware of Rox's remarkable resilience. Throughout his life, his brother had rarely sustained any injuries, with blades and axes leaving no trace upon him. His physique rivaled that of Charlotte Linlin's steel balloon. In his youth, Rox once fell from a height of several dozen meters and merely required a day's rest to fully recover. The fact that Rox succumbed and fainted demonstrates the immense damage inflicted by the Thunder Dragon. After all, the properties of the dark fruit doubled the damage received by its wielder. To consume the most powerful technique of an admiral at the peak of awakening and bear that burden doubled was no small feat. Coupled with the might and destructive force of the Thunder fruit, which ranked among the most formidable of the Logia-type fruits, the cumulative factors were overwhelming, even for Rox. It is essential to note that his brother had only just embarked on his journey at sea a few months prior, qualifying him entirely as a supernova. The fact that he had not perished could only imply that his brother possessed a protagonist's aura, albeit not as potent as that of the future Monkey D. Luffy. Therefore, it was prudent to retreat. Fishman Island was alarmingly close to the Navy headquarters, and I feared reinforcements might arrive. At that moment, Newgate also advised. The ships have been prepared for everyone. Please follow me. Neptune nodded, and soon Lorne, along with Rox and their companions, set off to return. Meanwhile, at the periphery of Fishman Island, several coded warships were stationed. Vice Admiral Clay, Zifa, Sengoku, and Crane exchanged grave glances, their expressions laden with concern. What on earth happened at Fishman Island? Why does it still exist? That enormous lightning ball has already struck. And what was that eerie darkness? I have a foreboding feeling. They exclaimed. What has become of Mr. Thunder Dragon? This is infuriating. We are utterly in the dark. Soon, a flurry of inquiries erupted among the Navy forces, all deeply worried about what had transpired within Fishman Island. Why had the colossal lightning strike, capable of obliterating the island, left it unscathed? And what of the ominous darkness? Most importantly, what was the current condition of Admiral Thunder Dragon? All these uncertainties left the Navy personnel in a state of anxious distress. Vice Admiral Clay, what should we do now? Sengoku inquired, his head and body wrapped in thick bandages as he approached Clay. With Thunder Dragon absent, Vice Admiral Clay naturally assumed command. For now, we should report to headquarters and await reinforcements, Clay replied, a bitter smile crossing his face. The situation was too peculiar for him to advance recklessly. After all, they were deep in the ocean, and one misstep could lead to irretrievable consequences. While his own safety was of little concern, the futures of Sengoku, Zifa, Garp, and Crane could not be jeopardized. Ultimately, after enduring nearly an hour of anxious waiting, 10 coded warships from the Navy finally arrived, led by a few elite vice admirals. They once again descended into Fishman Island. By this time, the island lay in ruins. Ryugu Palace, the hard-shelled tower, and the prison tower were reduced to rubble. Only a few locations, such as Giant Cod Square and Fishman Harbor, remained intact. As the Navy stepped on a Giant Cod Square, they were immediately taken aback. For there lay the lifeless body of Admiral Thunder Dragon. Mr. Thunder Dragon. They gasped in disbelief. Many in the Navy widened their eyes, questioning if they were dreaming. Yet, upon seeing the tattered naval cloak and the corpse's visage, they confirmed it. The deceased was indeed Admiral Thunder Dragon. In the immediate aftermath of confirming the body, some new recruits faltered, collapsing to their knees in tears. Several vice admirals also succumbed to their grief, shedding silent tears. Many of these vice admirals were directly promoted by Thunder Dragon himself. The unexpectedness of such a tragedy was overwhelming. This mission, intended to confront a rookie pirate crew, had turned into a farewell with Admiral Thunder Dragon. Damn it, I am so weak. If I had only been stronger, perhaps I could have saved the Celestial Dragon sooner. And Thunder Dragon would still be. Sengoku and Zifa lamented, kneeling and pounding the ground in anguish, tears streaming down their faces. Memories of the battle flooded their minds. If only they had been a bit stronger, they might have rescued the Celestial Dragon from Lorne and Newgate, potentially preventing Thunder Dragon from being distracted and losing an arm to rocks. Had both arms remained intact, perhaps Thunder Dragon's fate would have been different. Even the usually composed Crane found herself covering her mouth, leaning against a broken stone, trembling uncontrollably from overwhelming sorrow. Tears silently cascaded down her cheeks. The news of Admiral Thunder Dragon's death sent shockwaves throughout the Navy, the world government, and indeed the entire world. When this news reached Navy headquarters, the then Admiral was left questioning his own senses. Thunder Dragon, dead? The response from Marineford was nearly stammered. Despite his high position, having weathered countless storms, the man, now over 50, trembled upon hearing the news of Thunder Dragon's demise. Yes, yes. On the other end of the transponder snail, Vice Admiral Clay struggled to suppress his tears, striving to steady his voice. Yet, the expression and quivering tone were enough for the Admiral to sense Clay's profound sorrow. Not only Clay, but tears also streamed down the face of the Admiral, who had once considered Thunder Dragon to be the most promising candidate for the next Marine Admiral. A man he had personally nurtured. To think he had fallen in battle against the Rocks pirates. It was utterly unexpected. No one could have anticipated that this seemingly straightforward mission would result in the death of Admiral Thunder Dragon. After all, the Rocks pirates were merely a rookie crew that had set sail just months prior. They must pay for this. The eyes of the Admiral burned with fury. He immediately summoned the other two admirals on duty and commanded all high-ranking officers of the Navy to cease their current tasks and convene for an urgent meeting. Simultaneously, intelligence regarding the Fishman Island battle was relayed to Mariewa. Upon receiving the news, the 5 Elder Stars, the celestial beings, were left in stunned silence. As if struck by a bolt from the blue, Thunder Dragon is dead. He perished in battle against the Rocks pirates? Upon receiving the precise response, the 5 elders were struck by profound astonishment, coupled with an overwhelming sense of threat. The demise of the Sea Dragon did not evoke any sorrow among them. In the eyes of the world government, particularly for those high-ranking celestial dragons, the Navy is merely a superficial faade. Although an admiral possesses remarkable strength at the core, he is still of common origin. This humble background inevitably precludes any genuine regard from the world government, especially from the celestial dragons. To put it bluntly, he is akin to a rather useful dog, obedient and capable of inflicting pain. The death of such an individual hardly warrants grief from the 5 elders. Their sole reaction upon hearing the news was a realization of the formidable threat posed by the Rocks pirates. Captain Rocks D. Zebek commands a bounty of 430 million berries, while his first mate, the captain's own brother, Lorne D. Zebek, has a bounty of 170 million berries. Additionally, there is the third-in-command, Edward Newgate, with a bounty of 160 million berries. In the Rocks pirates, there are merely these 3 notorious criminals. Judging by their bounties, it seems implausible that they could defeat an admiral of the Navy, let alone terminate one. The distinction between killing and defeating is substantial. One must recognize that with the might of the Thunder Dragon and the swiftness of the Sound Thunderfruit, it would not be a simple task to bring about his demise. Yet, the fact that the Thunder Dragon perished in this battle indicates that the world government and the Navy have grossly underestimated this emerging pirate crew. Alternatively, this newly formed pirate band, having ventured into the seas for merely a few months, has escalated in strength at an alarming rate. Either scenario stirs a profound unease within the 5 elders. Such rapid growth portends great calamity for the world government and the celestial dragons in the future. By the way, what is the status of Isramani? He ventured into the depths of Fishman Island and lost an admiral. Surely he must be rescued by now. At this moment, one of the 5 elders inquired about the report from the CP personnel. The recent mission of the admirals was primarily to rescue the celestial dragons. While the death of an admiral is regrettable, they can be trained anew. However, should a celestial dragon perish, the ensuing chaos from their family would be a far more pressing concern for the 5 elders. Report to the 5 elders. Saint Isramani has been confirmed deceased. The CP agent paused for a significant moment before daring to disclose this information. What? As anticipated, the expression on the transponder snail's face was close to shattering. The 5 elder on the call appeared to be on the verge of distortion. A celestial dragon has died? Losing an admiral is one thing, but to fail in protecting a celestial dragon? The Navy is indeed a bunch of incompetents. One of the 5 elders could no longer contain his fury and let slip a curse. What a troublesome situation this has become. The Rocks pirates. In a mere few months, the bounty of their captain has skyrocketed to 400 million, with the first mate and other cadres surpassing 100 million. This growth rate is exponentially more terrifying than that of other pirates. Now, they have directly killed an admiral and a celestial dragon. Such a potent pirate crew must be accorded greater attention. What news from the Navy? If memory serves, the Thunder Dragon was seemingly nurtured by the Navy's fleet admiral. The five elders shifted their discussion to the Rocks pirates, recognizing the necessity for heightened vigilance regarding this rapidly evolving threat. Report to the five elders. The father of Saint Isramani is exceedingly furious and demands accountability from the five elders. Report to the five elders. The Knights of God have also received news of Saint Isramani's death and expressed their deep regret, hoping for an explanation to be provided to his family. A series of notifications swiftly reached the five elders in the Hall of Authority. Even the Knights of God are aware of this? What a headache. Upon hearing this news, the five elders felt the weight of their predicament. While addressing the family of Saint Isramani was manageable, the fact that the Knights of God were informed necessitated a thorough response. In terms of status, the five elders are technically above the Knights of God. After all, they represent the highest authority in the world, the rulers of the world government. If one were to draw an analogy, if him is the emperor, then the five elders serve as the cabinet, primarily responsible for external affairs and governing the world government. The Knights of God, on the other hand, are Im's direct retinue, tasked with handling matters concerning the celestial dragons, akin to eunuchs, with functions similar to the Imperial Household Department. In terms of rank, the Imperial Household Department pales in comparison to the cabinet. However, in terms of their relationship with the Emperor, the Imperial Household Department is far more intimate than the cabinet. The Knights of God, consisting entirely of celestial dragons, share a closer bond with him than the five elders do. Hence, despite the five elders' overt superiority, they must heed the Knights of God's words. After all, in a certain sense, the Knights of God represent Im's will. Just as every action of the Imperial Household Department reflects the Emperor's intent, given that the Knights of God have spoken, regardless of whether Im is aware of the situation, the five elders must provide an explanation. Therefore, the matter of Fishman Island cannot be concealed any longer. The world must be informed and the bounties of the three must be issued. Immediately notify the fleet admiral to deploy all possible forces. The Rocks pirates must be eradicated. Report to the five elders. The fleet admiral has received the notification. Upon learning of this matter, he is exceedingly enraged and is currently recalling the other two admirals on duty, assembling numerous senior officers of the Navy for an urgent meeting. The Navy reports that they are preparing to orchestrate a large-scale cleansing operation, aiming to completely eradicate the Rocks pirates and avenge Admiral Thunder Dragon. Soon, the Navy headquarters plans were communicated to the Holy Land. After receiving the notification, the five elders appeared quite satisfied. This aligned perfectly with their intentions, even before they had indicated. The fleet admiral had already anticipated this course of action. After all, the appointment of the fleet admiral must have the five elders' direct endorsement. Typically, the fleet admiral rises from the ranks of admirals. If one does not take the protection of the world government and the celestial dragons as their duty, the five elders would never allow them to ascend to the position of fleet admiral. If the admirals are the lackeys of the celestial dragons, then the fleet admiral is the high-tier version of that lackey. Inform the fleet admiral that this operation has the full support of the world government. Additionally, at least two, if not three, admirals must be deployed. The Rocks pirates must be eradicated. At the very least, Locks, Lorne, and Newgate must be eliminated. A day later, the deeds of the Rocks pirates were exposed to the entire world. Fishman Island was expunged and removed from the ranks of the world government's member states. The Rocks pirates have enlisted the Fishmen. Neptune, the king of Fishman Island, has betrayed the world government, with the most notorious Fishman carrying a bounty of 230 million berries. Admiral Ryulong has perished in battle, and Celestial Dragon Isramani has been slain. All these calamities stem from the Rocks pirates. Captain Rox D. Zebek of the Rocks pirates, with a bounty of 285,000,000 berries. Locks pirates second in command, Lorne Jibek, has a bounty of 465 million berries. The third in command of the Rocks pirates, Edward Newgate, boasts a bounty of 450 million berries. A series of sensational headlines has left the world in utter shock. The Admiral Rayleigh perished in battle, a celestial dragon was slain, and Fishman Island has been incorporated into the pirate crew. Each of these events alone would be monumental news capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. Yet, on this singular day, they were accomplished by the same pirate crew. One of the three admirals of the Navy has fallen, and nearly 1 million residents of Fishman Island, including close to 100,000 Fishman warriors, have all joined the Rocks pirates. These two occurrences represent colossal events that could reshape the world order. Posterity would come to refer to this battle that altered the world as the War of Fishman Island. In an instant, the name of the Rocks pirates echoed throughout the globe, unmatched in its prominence. Captain Roxty Jibek ascended to the status of a top-tier pirate with a bounty surpassing 2 billion berries, standing shoulder to shoulder with other elite pirates of the seas. Concurrently, the bounty of his subordinate, Law, surged nearly threefold, reaching 465 million berries. Edward Newgate's bounty too has successfully crossed the 400 million berries threshold. A single ship now hosts 3 pirates with bounties exceeding 400 million berries, coupled with the 10,000 Fishman soldiers, each possessing strength tenfold that of ordinary humans. The Rock's pirates have undeniably established themselves as a super-large pirate crew. In the current era of piracy, the title of the Four Emperors has yet to be established, otherwise. With the configuration of the Rock's pirates, they would undoubtedly claim one of those esteemed positions. In a certain maritime region of the Grand Line, aboard a sailing vessel, Rayleigh, the second-in-command of the Roger Pirates, with a bounty of 137 million berries, sits comfortably on a deck chair, savoring a fine bottle of wine while basking in the sunlight. Thoroughly relishing this rare moment of leisure, a seagull, coincidentally flying overhead, drops a newspaper. Oh, is there a new paper? Rayleigh flicks a berry into the air. And moments later, a copy of today's newspaper lands before him. As he picks it up and glances through the pages, he freezes in place, unable to react for an extended period. Hey, Rayleigh, what is the matter? Why are you just standing there? Is he dazed from the drink? Jabba, the third-in-command, sporting sunglasses and also just 19 years old with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, notices Rayleigh's odd demeanor and teases him. Yet, Rayleigh remains unresponsive, maintaining his rigid posture. What is going on? Jabba approaches Rayleigh, unceremoniously snatching the newspaper from his grasp. Instantly, he too becomes statue-like, stunned into silence. Hey, what are you two doing? Jabba, Rayleigh. Finally, the unusual behavior of the second and third-in-commands catches the attention of Captain Roger, who is around the age of 20. With his iconic dark beard yet to fully grow in, his bounty has surpassed 300 million, making him one of the highest bounty holders at sea aside from rocks. The news today is simply, Rayleigh and Jabba exchange glances with Roger, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the news in today's paper is extraordinarily explosive. So explosive, in fact, that they begin to doubt the authenticity of the newspaper. Oh, it's just a newspaper. What is there to be so alarmed about? Roger chuckles lightly, taking the paper from Jabba. However, as the future Pirate King reads the headlines, his mouth drops open in shock, forming a perfect shape. Tears stream down his face as his eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. Nanny, at this moment, this scene is not merely unfolding aboard the Roger Pirates ship. Throughout the Grand Line, anyone paying attention to the news is utterly astounded by today's headlines. My goodness, they actually incorporated Fishman Island? How terrifying. The Rock's pirates. They've only been at sea for 2 months longer than us, yet they've left us far behind. A bounty of 2 billion. Their officers also have bounties of 400 million? Is it really that exaggerated to kill an admiral and a celestial dragon simultaneously? This is truly shocking. In an instant, the reputation of the Rock's pirates spreads virally across the globe. Among the contemporaneous supernovas of the sea, Shiki, John, Wang Zhi, Silveraxe, and many others, along with seasoned pirates, upon seeing today's newspaper, all display expressions akin to Roger's astonishment. Killing an admiral, slaying a celestial dragon, and incorporating Fishman Island. Each of these feats is sufficient to alter the world order. A newly emerged supernova pirate crew, having been at sea for just a few months, has simultaneously accomplished these 3 incredible acts. In that moment, the Rock's pirates have become the most dazzling pirate crew across the vast ocean. Their brilliance overshadowing all supernovas and even long-established top pirate crews. The Rock's pirates have etched their name into the annals of history. Consequently, they have ascended to become the most fearsome pirate crew in the eyes of countless ordinary citizens. The notorious reputation of the most vicious pirate crew has begun to circulate across the seas. 3 days have passed since the battle at Fishman Island. In the New World, the land of Wayno basks under a clear sky. In the flower capital, within the general's estate, this realm has become the dominion of the Rock's pirates. A bed crafted from the finest timber, adorned with intricately designed golden trimmings, stands prominently in the surroundings. Rock's has finally awakened. In a world of pirates where one can bounce back to life as long as they are not deceased, it is astonishing that Rock's, with his extraordinary constitution, remained unconscious for a full 3 days. One can only imagine the immense struggle it took to emerge victorious from that fierce battle. Brother, you have finally awakened. Upon seeing Rock's open his eyes, Lorne, Whitebeard, Sherry, and Molly rushed to his side, their expressions filled with concern. After regaining consciousness, Rock's first turned his gaze towards Lorne, before shifting it to Sherry, Molly, and Whitebeard. Thank goodness, Lorne, you are all safe. I truly walked through the gates of death, Rock's remarked, a note of relief in his voice. Had it not been for the memories of his unfulfilled dreams and the unborn child, he might not have persevered. However, such life and death battles lead to profound transformations within a person. Indeed, reflecting on that day feels like a distant dream, Whitebeard mused, still haunted by the memories of that fateful encounter. Doctor, please conduct a thorough examination for my brother, Lorne promptly instructed the ship's physician. Yet, before the doctor could begin his assessment, Rock's rose from the bed with determination, tearing away the thick bandages that enveloped his body, including those on his head and legs. What are you doing, brother? Lorne asked, bemused. These things are too bothersome, Lorne. Rest assured, my body is in excellent condition. I wouldn't fear a marine admiral at this point. With that, Rox threw his head back and let out a triumphant roar to the sky. His exuberance reminiscent of a mighty gorilla, his movements animated and lively, having faced the life-threatening battle with the Thunder Dragon. Rox was acutely aware that his strength had ascended to new heights. Moreover, he was elated to find that his dear brother Lorne, Whitebeard, and the others remained unscathed. The Rock's pirates have achieved a momentous victory, elevating their power to unprecedented heights, with no injuries among family members such as Lorne and Newgate. There is nothing more delightful than this. All right, I understand. Please stop jumping, brother. You might reopen your wounds. No, I must jump. I am overwhelmed with excitement. Lorne. Sigh, there's no reasoning with you. Seeing their brother so spirited, Lorne, Newgate, and Jolin felt a sense of relief. Once Rox had finished expressing his exuberance, he suddenly turned to Lorne. By the way, Lorne, have you arranged accommodations for the residents of Fishman Island? Yes. I have designated the areas of Kuro, Shime, Lingho, and Baiwu for their habitation. They will have the freedom to construct homes and plan the land according to their preferences. The remaining flower capital will be reserved for us, the Rox pirates. Of course, both sides will be interconnected. The fishmen can freely enter the flower capital, and we, the Rox pirates, can easily access the areas inhabited by the fishmen. Furthermore, the Rabbit Bowl factory has commenced operations, and as we initially envisioned, the labor at the factory is hardly burdensome for the residents of Fishman Island. The production of sea prism stone has even doubled compared to when we were in Wano. And soon, a steady stream of wealth will flow in. The 100,000 warriors of Fishman Island have also joined us, bringing our forces to a staggering total of 100,000. Additionally, I have taken charge of ensuring that the elite fishmen guard the sole entrance to the Kuro waterfall in Wano, with the inherent advantages of the fishmen's race. Not even the mightiest of foes could breach Wano. As Lorne spoke, he found himself becoming increasingly animated. The battle at Fishman Island had indeed been a tremendous boon for the Rox pirates. The spoils reaped were nothing short of extraordinary. Not only had they garnered the unwavering support of all the island's inhabitants, but they had also directly acquired an army of 100,000 fishmen soldiers. It is worth noting that these soldiers would serve the Rox pirates with absolute loyalty, remaining steadfast unto death. After all, the Rox pirates had rescued numerous residents of Fishman Island from the clutches of a marine admiral during the battle, and they had facilitated the successful migration of the fishmen to the surface, allowing them to bask in the sunlight freely. However, these 2 points alone do not account for the fishmen's profound allegiance to the Rox pirates. The most significant factor was that the Rox pirates had bestowed upon the fishmen a sense of respect. They felt treated as equals, rather than being subjected to the indignities of slavery or discrimination as outsiders. They were genuinely regarded as equal partners. This kind of respect is far more precious to the fishmen than sunlight or dry land. This is the reason why the Rox pirates have secured the unwavering loyalty of the soldiers from Fishman Island. In fact, many young fishmen have even vowed to dedicate themselves to training, viewing entry into the Rox pirates as the ultimate aspiration. Ha ha ha, how splendid. Upon hearing this, Lorne burst into another fit of exuberant laughter. With so many devoted members, they had taken a significant stride closer to realizing their dreams. Ah, but what about our bounty? After all they had accomplished, it surely must have increased. Rox places considerable importance on his bounty, for it symbolizes a pirate's reputation. Just take a look. Lorne tossed a newspaper to Rox. Has the bounty risen to 2 billion? Haha. Splendid. I am now a man with a bounty of 2 billion. Upon seeing the headline on the front page, Rox erupted into laughter once more, even causing his injury to reopen. Truly, my friend, if only you would heed my advice and refrain from reckless behavior. Lorne could no longer bear it and firmly restrained Lox, while the ship's doctor promptly tended to his wounds. Once the bandaging was complete, Lox's expression suddenly turned grave as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Lorne. Ah, I recall something of utmost importance. What is it? It was a rare occasion to witness his elder brother emphasizing a matter with such earnestness, causing Lorne to momentarily pause before inquiring further. Having achieved such a significant victory as a pirate crew, how could we possibly forego a celebration? Let us hasten to organize a feast. You shall not. Lorne wished to firmly restrain Rox, for his elder brother had yet to recover. Moreover, Lorne was acutely aware that this recent conflict had claimed the life of an admiral and a celestial dragon. Neither the Navy headquarters nor the world government would let this transgression go unpunished. A comprehensive war against the Rox pirates was undoubtedly on the horizon, one that could rival the scale of the legendary Marineford War. This was no time for festivities. Vigilance against the impending retaliation from the Navy and the world government was imperative. Just as Lorne contemplated this, he remarked, dear brother, your speed pales in comparison to mine. Rox, indifferent to the circumstances, slightly tilted his body to evade Lorne and swiftly dashed out of the room. Newgate, come with me to apprehend him. We must prevent his escape. Lorne urgently beckoned Whitebeard to join in the pursuit of Rox. Understood, brother-in-law, Newgate replied with a nod, hastening forward. Yet, it was all in vain. Before Lorne and Newgate could catch up, Rox eagerly produced a transponder snail and proclaimed to the entirety of Wano, members of the Rox pirates and inhabitants of Fishman Island, to celebrate our monumental victory. I hereby declare the commencement of the feast. The voice of Rox swiftly resonated throughout the land of Wano via the loudspeaker insect. Is the banquet commencing? Has Lord Rox awakened? Splendid. I have eagerly awaited this banquet for so long. Has it finally arrived? After a battle, it feels somewhat incomplete without a celebration. Indeed. I too have long anticipated this. Wonderful. Let us hasten to the flower capital and indulge in revelry. We must arrive early to secure our places. The fishmen and members of the Rock's pirates, upon hearing the announcement of the banquet, unanimously set aside their tasks and hurriedly made their way to the bustling region of the flower capital. In an instant, nearly 1 million inhabitants of Fishman Island surged toward the flower capital, clogging it to the brim. Given such fervor, it seems we shall indeed hold the banquet. Witnessing the enthusiasm of the people, Lorne could only acquiesce. After all, deep within Lorne's heart, he too yearned for the celebration. As a pirate, it would be utterly incomplete to forego a feast after securing a significant victory in battle. And as for any counterattack from the Navy headquarters and the world government, should they dare to come, let them regret it. Wow, Lord Lorne, Lord Rocks, Lord Whitebeard, the heroes of Fishman Island. So magnificent. Lord Lorne, Lord Rocks, Lord Whitebeard. As Rocks, Lorne, and Newgate made their grand entrance, they were met with a resounding chorus of cheers from the residents of Fishman Island, the volume almost shattering eardrums. The eyes of the mermaids sparkled with heart-shaped delight. Ladies and gentlemen, let us revel in the joyous festivities here in Wano. Let us celebrate our momentous triumph. I hereby declare the banquet to commence. With this proclamation, the magnificent celebration unfolded. Fireworks illuminated the night sky, succulent meats sizzled, fine wines flowed, and enchanting music accompanied graceful dance. The entire flower capital transformed into a sea of exuberance. Revelers sang and danced, lost in sheer delight. The festivities continued unabated for 3 full days, showing no signs of waning. By the way, Lorne, do you know what day it is today? Rocks, already tipsy, suddenly sidled up to Lorne, draping an arm around his shoulder, and spoke with an air of mystery. What day is it? Lorne, feeling the effects of the drink himself, blushed crimson. You can't possibly have forgotten. Today is your birthday, you foolish brother. Rocks unexpectedly delivered a sharp blow to Lorne's head. Oh, is it really my birthday? I had completely forgotten. Lorne chuckled heartlessly. How long has it been since his birthday? He had never known. After all, since the moment of his birth, he had never celebrated a single birthday. The Holy Land was a different matter altogether. There, his entire family was enslaved, rendering any notion of a birthday celebration utterly impossible. After escaping from the Holy Land, poverty consumed his thoughts, as he struggled daily to satisfy his hunger, making the idea of celebrating a birthday even more distant. Over time, Lorne had entirely forgotten his own birthday. He coughed lightly, reflecting on how his elder brother had never allowed him to experience a single joyous moment throughout his childhood. Now that they had finally found their footing, his brother was certainly determined to make amends. As Rock spoke, a glimmer of tears unexpectedly sparkled in his eyes. His younger brother had endured far too much suffering. Why should the day of his elder brother's joy be marred by such deep grievances? Lorne, however, adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Little brother, I still remember your last wish for the thunder fruit. Since today marks your birthday, as your most respected and beloved elder brother, I am duty-bound to fulfill this desire. With that, Rocks broke into a joyous laugh, his heart brimming with happiness. He had specifically chosen this day to surprise Lorne. Suddenly, Rocks produced a devil fruit adorned with spiral patterns, placing it before Lorne. What is this? The thunder fruit, exclaimed Lorne, his eyes widening as he recognized the fruit at once. After all, this fruit had been documented in the Sacred Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. In terms of destructive power, the thunder fruit ranked among the top 3 of the natural type, possibly second, only slightly inferior to the magma fruit. Regarding speed, the power of lightning was only surpassed by the future Admiral Kizu's Pika Pika no Mi, making it second in rank among the natural fruits. No other natural fruit boasted a swifter capability than the thunder fruit. As for aesthetics, the thunder fruit was undoubtedly one of the most striking devil fruits. With a mere gesture, one could summon thunder from the skies, and in moments of fury, unleash a storm of lightning. Armed with a mighty hammer, one could rival the legendary figure of Thor, the god of thunder. Strength may be fleeting, but style is everlasting. Moreover, the thunder fruit possessed an almost immortal ability. As long as the heart remained unpierced, one could harness powerful electric currents to rejuvenate it, achieving full revival. When considering its formidable attributes, the thunder fruit stood among the elite of the natural-type devil fruits. Yet, it was not without its vulnerabilities. Excluding the protagonist Luffy's unique advantages, the thunder fruit proved ineffective against insulators and was particularly susceptible to seawater. These were its critical weaknesses. Especially the inability to affect insulators was a fatal flaw. Otherwise, even the relatively weak Enel in the original story would not have been defeated by Luffy, who lacked haki. However, Lorne possessed the innate talent to overcome these shortcomings. It could be said that in Lorne's hands, the thunder fruit could unleash capabilities far more terrifying than those of Admiral Kizaru. What do you think, Lorne? Are you satisfied with this birthday gift? Your elder brother certainly has his methods. Observing Lorne's astonished expression, Rocks felt a profound sense of accomplishment. At long last, he had fulfilled his younger brother's wish. This sense of achievement and fulfillment surpassed even the exhilaration of defeating the mighty Kizaru. Well then, I shall not hold back. Lorne had no intention of being polite with Rocks any longer. He seized the thunder fruit and began to consume it without hesitation. In truth, Lorne had pondered whether to indulge in the thunder fruit, for one could only partake of a single devil fruit, unless one possessed a unique physique. Consuming a second would lead to self-destruction. It is essential to acknowledge that, in the later stages of One Piece, the natural type of devil fruits had become somewhat outdated. The most formidable category was that of the animal-type fruits, particularly the mythical Zoan, whether it be Kaido's fish fruit in its azure dragon form, Sengoku's human fruit in its great Buddha form, or the yet-to-be-discovered bat fruit in its mythical Zoan form of a vampire. Their abilities and potential far surpassed that of the thunder fruit. Particularly noteworthy was Luffy's human fruit in its mythical Zoan form as the sun god Nika, whose prestige rendered other fruits pale in comparison. However, after a moment's hesitation, Lorne resolved to consume the thunder fruit. Firstly, his current strength was not particularly impressive. He was merely at the level of a top-ranking officer within the Emperor's crew, having already slain a Marine Admiral and a Celestial Dragon. It was certain that the world government and the Marines would soon take action against the Rocks Pirates. The scale of the impending conflict could very well eclipse that of the previous battle at Fishman Island. It was imperative for him to grow stronger. By consuming the thunder fruit, his power would undoubtedly experience exponential enhancement, potentially elevating him to the level of an emperor or even a quasi-emperor. Furthermore, the thunder fruit would compensate for Lorne's most pressing deficiency, a means of large-scale destruction. In summary, at this juncture, the thunder fruit was undoubtedly the most suitable devil fruit for Lorne. What if he were to encounter a superior devil fruit in the future? Quite simple. He would seek out several S-rank women and strive to bear numerous children with SSS-level talents, thereby possibly attaining dual or even triple devil fruit abilities. Never mind. No more dwelling on this. Where there's a will, there's a way. Hesitating and second-guessing was hardly the demeanor of a pirate. What was there to fear? Just consume it. How dreadful it tastes. Lorne felt as though he were consuming something repugnant, a visceral reflex compelling him to expel it. Yet, he resolutely suppressed the urge and swallowed it down. No sooner had it settled in his stomach than he experienced a remarkable transformation within his body. It was as if an indescribable energy surged and radiated, dancing through every corner of his being. This extraordinary energy appeared to communicate and merge with each cell throughout his entire form. Lorne felt a gentle warmth enveloping his body, a sensation of exquisite comfort that prompted him to close his eyes and fully immerse himself in this wondrous experience. Hey, Lorne, have you noticed any changes after consuming it? In observing Lorne's blissful state with his eyes shut, Lux couldn't help but inquire with curiosity. Brother-in-law, summon some lightning for us to see. Nougat, who was on the verge of inebriation, had regained much of his senses and eagerly urged. I understand. Upon finishing his words, Ron opened his eyes, which gleamed with brilliance. Immediately afterward, he proclaimed 3,000 thunderous movements. With a mere flicker of his thought, Lorne gracefully lifted his index finger toward the heavens, his movements imbued with an elegant fluidity. In the next instant, a resounding crackle echoed through the air as myriad bolts of lightning erupted across the sky above Wano, illuminating the night as if it were day. This extraordinary celestial phenomenon immediately captivated the revelers of the Rocks Pirates and the inhabitants of Fishman Island. Millions from the flower capital raised their gazes in unison, awestruck. Suddenly, with a series of crackling sounds, the bolts of lightning seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, cascading down from the firmament. In the lofty heights, these electric arcs intertwined, exploding like fireworks, unfurling resplendent forms that ignited the entire night sky. What breathtaking fireworks! Have the thunder and lightning come to celebrate with us? How splendid indeed! Ha ha ha! How wonderful it is to live on land! Yes, I never imagined such a day would come. Long live the Rocks Pirates! Long live Lord Lorne, Lord Rocks, and Lord Whitebeard! Witnessing such a magnificent spectacle, the million citizens of Fishman Island erupted with heartfelt exclamations of admiration. Thus, their gratitude towards the Rocks Pirates deepened. Amidst the chorus of cheers, the celestial fireworks in the sky appeared to respond to the call of the people. As Lorne's fingers danced with agility, the sky erupted in a dazzling display of electric fireworks, the scattered lightning not dimming but swirling majestically in the air, ultimately inscribing the grand words "Long live the Rocks Pirates" in a luminous script. In that moment, the atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, everyone raised their glasses in exuberance. Laughter resounded throughout Wano country. Meanwhile, below Wano, an inconspicuous small vessel cautiously approached, moving with utmost care. On the deck of the boat, several men donned peculiar masks, their physiques varying, meticulously observing their surroundings. Among them stood a tall figure clad in a white suit, evidently the leader, who raised his right hand to communicate via a snail phone bound to his wrist. It was evident that this was an intelligence agency directly affiliated with the world government, CP. This group was incessantly relaying information back to the Navy headquarters in Mariawa. They reported to the Gorosei that they had detected the whereabouts of the Rocks Pirates. Now, they were in Wano. Or perhaps it could no longer be referred to as Wano. The Rocks Pirates had seized control of the island. However, the entire crew was currently engaged in a feast. Their defenses remarkably lax. Should the Navy headquarters launch a surprise attack? Please advise. At Mariewa, the Gorosei were taken aback. Had Wano indeed been conquered? Upon receiving the news from CP regarding the Rocks pirates' occupation of Wano, the gravity of their expressions deepened. They were acutely aware that Wano was a treasure trove. However, due to prolonged isolation, the world government's intelligence regarding Wano was far from comprehensive. They only knew of the legends surrounding its formidable warriors, which had deterred them from taking any action. Who could have anticipated that the Rocks pirates would seize it? Wano's terrain was notoriously treacherous, easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. If the Rocks pirates truly held dominion over it, the challenge of eradicating them would undoubtedly escalate exponentially. Are you certain their defenses are lax? To be prudent, the Gorosei inquired once more. Report to the Gorosei. The locals appear to have gathered for the feast, and have indeed lowered their guard. This is undoubtedly the most vulnerable moment, CP affirmed confidently. Immediately notify the Navy headquarters to launch an assault upon confirmation. The Gorosei promptly issued the command. The geography of Wano was exceedingly difficult to penetrate. It was best to strike while the Rocks pirates remained unaware. This was indeed an opportune moment. Otherwise, should the Rocks pirates become alert, the Navy would find it exceedingly arduous to invade Wano. To breach its defenses would require incalculable sacrifice. After all, Wano's topography was nearly flawless, with only a singular waterfall serving as the entry point. This time, the aim must be to obliterate the Rocks pirates entirely. However, just as the Gorosei finalized their orders, circumstances took a sudden turn. No, something was amiss. What was that? A panicked voice from CP echoed through the snail phone. The next moment, a deafening rumble erupted. The sound of thunderous lightning resonated from the other end of the line. Even the Gorosei at Mariewa felt their eardrums threatened by the cacophony. The thunder continued to reverberate for several minutes before finally dissipating. What had transpired with CP? What was happening? The Gorosei, sensing something was amiss, urgently inquired through the snail phone. However, the only response was the incessant busy signal. A return call yielded no answer. Has something gone awry? The Gorosei, infuriated, hung up the phone. CP would never dare to ignore a call from them. The emergence of such a situation could only imply one thing. CP had likely compromised their position and been silenced by the Rocks pirates. Furthermore, what heightened the sense of peril for the Gorosei was the thunderous sound that had echoed through the phone. This sound was all too familiar to them. It was the sound of thunder. Could it be? Had the Rocks pirates acquired the powers of the rumble fruit? An ominous premonition surged within the hearts of the Gorosei. Simultaneously, at the banquet in the flower capital of Wano. What is wrong with you, brother? Rocks inquired curiously as he observed Lorne directing a beam of lightning towards the sole entrance of Wano, the 9-mile waterfall. Brother, are you not aware? The rumble fruit possesses a remarkable utility. When combined with observation haki, it can expand the range of perception to an astonishing degree. At this moment, my observation haki, in conjunction with the rumble fruit, envelopes all of Wano within my perceptive grasp. Every movement and utterance of every individual cannot escape my vigilant surveillance. Lorne chuckled lightly and explained to Lox. So, there was indeed a dog just now. Lox immediately grasped the implication. It was highly likely that the world government's hounds, the CP, had come to surveil the movements of the Lox pirate crew. After all, having slain an admiral and a celestial dragon, the world government and the Navy headquarters would not simply let this go unpunished. Indeed, but fear not, for I have already dealt with the dog. Lorne raised a colossal goblet filled to the brim with beer, downing its contents in one swift motion. What are you all discussing, brother-in-law, big brother? Whitebeard looked on in bewilderment at Lorne and Rocks. Ha ha ha, never mind that, Newgate. Come, drink. At Marine headquarters, in Marineford, the largest conference room was bustling with the presence of the Marine Admiral, 2 Marine Generals, a Vice Admiral candidate, and 16 Rear Admirals, all assembled. The Navy stood poised for action, eagerly awaiting commands from the world's highest authority, the 5 Elders. Once orders were issued, aside from the Admiral responsible for guarding Marine headquarters, the remaining senior officers would swiftly depart Marineford to execute the most significant surprise attack in Navy history against the Rocks pirates. Soon, the snail phone rang, and the Marine Admiral answered. The generals and the Vice Admiral candidate wore solemn expressions, while the Rear Admirals nervously swallowed, palpable tension filling the air. Damn it, has the operation been called off? Before long, the officers observed the Admiral's face contort with frustration, which gradually transformed into a state of shock, ultimately culminating in disbelief. Minutes later, the call ended. What transpired, Admiral? A commanding Rear Admiral inquired as the Admiral hung up the phone. The surprise operation is temporarily cancelled. Our surveillance team has been annihilated. The Rocks pirates have seized control of Wano. The Admiral spoke with evident irritation. Wano? One officer remarked, recalling its formidable geography, notoriously difficult to conquer. Indeed, the island possessed but a single entry point, a rapidly flowing waterfall. One must traverse the waterfall to reach Wano. However, With the fishmen now allied with the Rocks pirates, their expertise in aquatic warfare would undoubtedly complicate any attempts at an incursion. It was unthinkable that the Rocks pirates had stealthily captured Wano. Upon hearing this news, the marine officers furrowed their brows in concern. The geographical advantage, coupled with the fishmen's inherent strengths, posed a daunting challenge. If a surprise attack was unfeasible, a frontal assault would be the only option, which could exact a heavy toll on the Navy. Moreover, the five elders mentioned that the Rocks pirates might have acquired the powers of the Thunder Dragon. The Admiral's next statement sent shockwaves through the conference room, leaving the senior officers in utter disbelief. The Rocks pirates may have indeed seized the powers of the Thunder Dragon. As soon as the words left his lips, the room erupted with commotion, with the two generals, the vice admiral candidate, and the 16 rear admirals expressing their astonishment. Among them was Sora, who had just been promoted from captain to rear admiral. What? The Thunder Dragon's abilities have been taken by the Rocks pirates? Is that true? How did they manage such a feat? My heavens, does this mean we must now contend with the terrifying powers of the Thunder Fruit? Admiral, is this really the case? The senior officers found it hard to believe. As members of the Navy, none understood better than they the sheer power and terror of the Thunder Fruit. The thought of such a formidable ability falling into enemy hands left some rear admirals feeling their skin crawl. Without the Thunder Fruit, the Rocks pirates had already dispatched Admiral Thunder Dragon. Now that they possessed the Thunder Fruit, the Rocks pirates were undoubtedly stronger than when they were at Fishman Island. In summary, due to the defeat of the CP, the Navy currently lacked detailed intelligence on the Rocks pirates, and the surprise operation had to be suspended. However, despite the cancellation of the ambush, the Navy would not relent in their pursuit of the Rocks pirates. I have already communicated with the five elders, the Admiral declared. Since a surprise attack is not feasible, we shall launch a full-scale assault. All personnel will undergo intensive training for a month, during which no one is permitted to perform duties outside the headquarters. The technology department will utilize this time to urgently manufacture a new batch of specialized weapons. Let us not forget, while the Thunder Fruit is powerful, its weaknesses are glaringly evident. By targeting these vulnerabilities, the threat posed by the Thunder Fruit can be significantly diminished, even to the point of being rendered nearly non-existent. Ultimately, this confrontation with the Rocks pirates must end in victory. Failure is not an option. After all, this is a conflict known worldwide. As the forces of justice, we must uphold the honor of the Navy and the world government. The Admiral leaned on the conference table, delivering an impassioned speech. Indeed, it was common knowledge that following the battle at Fishman Island and the losses of a Marine Admiral and a Celestial Dragon, the Navy and the world government would not rest until retribution was exacted. A fierce battle is destined to occur between the Rocks pirates, the Navy, and the world government. Consequently, nations across the globe, including pirates and various underworld factions, are keenly observing the movements of both sides. This impending conflict, it is no exaggeration to assert, will determine the fate of the entire world. Such declarations have ignited fervor among the senior commanders within the conference room. The Marshal spoke truthfully. Although the Thunder Fruit is formidable, its vulnerabilities are glaringly apparent. Indeed, we are the Navy, and there is nothing we should fear. Following the overwhelming victory of the Rocks pirates at Fishman Island, where Admiral Raijin was slain, the Navy's reputation has plummeted to unprecedented lows. It is imperative that we restore our military prestige through this war. The Rocks pirates should brace themselves for their demise. The spirits of the Navy's vice admirals and admirals were fervently ignited. Soon, news from the conference room spread, indicating that the Navy would deploy at least 2/3 of its strength, leaving only 1/3 to guard the headquarters. This announcement was posted in the Bay Square of the Navy headquarters, drawing nearly all soldiers and officers to halt and observe. Among them were the Navy's 4 prodigies, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru. At this moment, Sengoku, Zephyr, Tsuru, and Garp had all recovered and were brimming with vitality. Moreover, although still relatively new recruits, the 4 had significantly enhanced their ranks due to their remarkable performance in the Fishman Island battle, successfully holding off Newgate and Law. Garp, having suffered the most injuries during the battle, was exceptionally promoted multiple ranks to the position of lieutenant. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru also ascended multiple ranks, achieving the rank of second lieutenant. The surprise attack had been cancelled. It seems that CP has been compromised. However, what was truly unexpected was that the Rocks pirates had seized Admiral Raijin's abilities. How infuriating. Upon reading the news from the Navy headquarters, the 4 were momentarily taken aback. The report clearly stated that the Navy might face the threat of the Thunder Fruit. All personnel were urged to prepare mentally and implement special defenses. With only a month at our disposal, there is no time to squander. I refuse to witness a repeat of the tragedy at Fishman Island. With this thought, Garp did not exchange further pleasantries with the other 3. He promptly turned and departed the square, heading to the Navy headquarters training grounds for rigorous practice. Observing Garp's retreating figure, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru hastily followed suit. They all understood that had their strength been even slightly greater during the Fishman Island battle, enabling them to defeat Law and Newgate, the tragedy could have been averted. Such a catastrophe must never recur. They resolved to train with utmost intensity. Even a modicum of strength would enhance their odds on the battlefield. A month swiftly passed. During this time, the sea remained remarkably tranquil. The entire Navy engaged in urgent training, delegating troublesome security incidents to the Navy's branch bases, with the headquarters refraining from dispatching personnel for any missions. The entire Navy headquarters committed itself with unwavering determination and resolve to confront the Rocks pirates. In the past month, the Rocks pirates have remarkably refrained from causing any disturbances. This restraint is partly due to the impending childbirth of Shirley, necessitating attentive care. On the other hand, the Rocks pirates are acutely aware that a fierce confrontation with the Navy is inevitable. The Rocks pirates are tirelessly fortifying the defenses and guardianship of Wano country. Hundreds of thousands of fishmen soldiers are relentlessly training day and night. Throughout this month, the world government, undeterred, has continued to dispatch CP agents in pursuit of further intelligence regarding Wano, yet they have been systematically thwarted and sunk by the Rocks pirates. The Rocks pirates had also dispatched several fishmen to infiltrate the harbor of Marineford in pursuit of intelligence, yet their efforts were thwarted by the naval headquarters. The two factions engaged in clandestine skirmishes on several occasions, all of which ended in failure. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the arrival of the ultimate showdown. Of course, during this month, Lorne has not been idle. Both Shirley and Molly are now with child, and Lorne has also taken his third wife, the mermaid Summer. It must be said that the sensations of interacting with different races are indeed unique, almost exhilarating. One can only wonder if there will be other S-rank women from different races in the future. Lorne felt as though he was straying further down a perverse path. My dear husband, I sense a stirring in my abdomen. One morning, Summer was jolted awake as if something had kicked her in the belly. Is this true? Summer, I shall promptly summon the ship's doctor to examine you. Upon hearing the news, Ron was filled with immense joy, rushing out of his room without even donning his shoes to summon the ship's doctor. Indeed, diligence is rewarded. The summer has brought forth a stirring. He pondered what kind of talent this would bestow upon him. Congratulations to Lord Ron, for Miss Summer is also with child. Soon, under the thorough examination of the ship's doctor, it was confirmed that Summer was indeed pregnant. Splendid, Ron exclaimed, overwhelmed with happiness. In that moment, he was met with a series of system notifications resonating in his mind. The detection revealed that the host was about to welcome a third offspring, and rewards were being granted. Progress towards advanced observation hockey, 50. Progress towards advanced conquerors hockey, 30. Progress towards the pinnacle of armament hockey, 10. The host's swordsmanship, stamina, strength, and speed were all enhanced. Proficiency in the 6 powers of the Navy increased. The host was awarded an SS-level talent, future sight observation hockey. The cascade of system prompts was music to Ron's ears. At last, the third talent had arrived, and unexpectedly, it was the ability to foresee the future through observation hockey. This was an exceedingly practical ability. The relationship between future sight observation hockey and regular observation hockey is akin to that of flowing cherry blossoms and armament hockey. It represents an advanced application of observation hockey. Only those who have cultivated observation hockey to its zenith can hope to gain the fleeting ability to glimpse the future. Unlike ordinary observation hockey, which merely predicts an opponent's next move, future sight observation hockey allows one to clearly foresee certain future events. This means that the enemy's subsequent actions are entirely within one's grasp. One can even anticipate what the adversary's next words will be. In actual combat, the ability to foresee the future is undoubtedly an SS-level skill. With the joyous news of Summer's pregnancy, Ron immediately sought out Rox and Newgate to share this wonderful tidings. Soon, he found them in an open area. During the past month, Whitebeard had not been idle either. He had actively sought Rox's guidance on the techniques of hockey. After all, Newgate had a clear understanding of his own capabilities, acknowledging that he was not yet equipped to confront an admiral-level adversary alone. While he might manage to delay the confrontation for a time, engaging in a protracted battle against a sovereign-level powerhouse would almost certainly end in his defeat. Given that a fierce battle was inevitable between the Rocks pirates and the Navy, as well as the world government, it was imperative to swiftly enhance their strength. The means to accelerate their power was straightforward. Either engage in a life-and-death battle to force out their full potential through desperation, or find a suitable mentor for instruction. While a life-and-death battle was not readily available, a fitting teacher was right before their eyes, Rox, with the ability to single-handedly defeat an admiral. Could there be a better mentor in this world? Rox, of course, welcomed the opportunity for Newgate to seek his counsel. After all, Newgate had become akin to family. Thus, over the course of the ensuing month, Rox wholeheartedly imparted all his knowledge regarding the technique of conqueror's hockey to Newgate. In terms of instructional prowess, Rox stood on par with the esteemed teacher of later generations, each technique demonstrated with meticulous care and guidance. He generously shared insights into various complexities, doubts, and critical points, leaving no stone unturned. The precision of his teaching far surpassed that of mediocre mentors like Rayleigh. However, the caliber of the instructor is merely one aspect. The innate talent of the student is paramount. If one's aptitude is lacking, Even if rocks were to painstakingly break down the techniques and feed them directly, a dullard would remain just that. But who is Newgate? He is the strongest man in the world as depicted in the original narrative, a legendary pirate capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Pirate King. Following Roger's demise, he was widely regarded as the sovereign who surpassed the throne of the Pirate King. Newgate's talent is on par with Roger's, placing him among the most elite of the elite. If Monkey D. Luffy could rapidly master Flowing Cherry Blossom, Conqueror's Haki, and the awakening of his Devil Fruit, ascending 3 levels in a remarkably short span, then it stands to reason that the formidable Newgate would have no difficulty grasping the technique of Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, this period afforded him ample time, an entire month. After dedicated training throughout this month, Newgate had essentially mastered the technique of Conqueror's Haki, resulting in a terrifying enhancement of his strength, akin to a qualitative transformation. Particularly, his command of Conqueror's Haki significantly amplified his destructive power. At this juncture, Newgate had effectively crossed the threshold into the realm of the Emperor-level warriors. Yet, this was merely the initial step. Below the Emperors, all are but ants. To truly attain the stature of an Emperor-level warrior, one must possess no weaknesses in any aspect, be it endurance, strength, speed, or mastery of all 3 types of Haki. Each must be cultivated to the utmost pinnacle. Consider the peak of Whitebeard's prowess. Even in slumber, he could thwart ambushes. Newgate, my brother, I bring you splendid tidings. Upon spotting Newgate and Rocks, Lorne greeted them with exuberance. Gulalala, brother-in-law, you have arrived. Just in time to witness my newly mastered Conqueror's Haki. The moment Newgate caught sight of Lorne, he eagerly brandished his massive Naginata, eager to showcase the fruits of his month's training. The aura of Conqueror's Haki swirled around him, stirring up a tempest in the air, while Newgate's resplendent golden hair danced wildly in the gusts. On the blade of his Naginata, dark lightning of Conqueror's Haki crackled menacingly. The black lightning flickered with wild abandon, its sheer force enough to instill trepidation in the hearts of the weak. With a flourish, Newgate swung towards Lorne, truly leaving him at a loss for words. With a light chuckle, Lorne fully sensed Newgate's impending action through his observation Haki. Before Newgate could swing his massive Naginata, Lorne's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of lightning that swiftly darted behind Newgate. As Lorne landed behind him, Newgate finally unleashed his weapon. The air was filled with the terrifying roar of Conqueror's Haki, a force as fierce as a rampaging tiger. The sword energy sliced through the air, and even in areas untouched by the blade, the chaotic aura of Conqueror's Haki wreaked havoc, leaving destruction in its wake. This exemplified the formidable nature of Conqueror's Haki, capable of striking from a distance. Though it appeared as a mere ability to hit from afar, the deeper truth lay in the fact that the energy density of Conqueror's Haki far surpassed that of armament Haki. When compressed and wrapped around one's fists or weapon, the release of this high-density Conqueror's Haki unleashed a power exponentially greater than that of armament Haki. If armament Haki could be likened to inner strength, then Conqueror's Haki represented a realm of power many times more formidable. Well done, Newgate, you've grasped Conqueror's Haki so swiftly, Lorne's voice resonated at that moment. But you still have much to practice, Newgate. I've been standing here for a whole second. Yawning, Lorne emerged behind Newgate, drawing the Tianyu Yuzhan from his waist. Sparks of lightning crackled along the blade of the Tianshu Yuzhan. If this were a genuine battle, you would have already sustained injuries. As he spoke, the Tianshu Yuzhan was poised directly at Newgate's waist. Indeed, as Lorne stated, had this been a true confrontation, the Tianshu Yuzhan would have pierced Newgate's vital point by now. Brother-in-law, when did you? Newgate stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by Lorne's swiftness, realizing he had unwittingly arrived at his back. So, Newgate, have you conceded? After all, I am your brother-in-law. How could I claim that title if I were to lose to you? Lorne's lips curled into a faint smile, his tone laced with playful mockery. Indeed, a brother-in-law is still a brother-in-law. Newgate sighed, acknowledging the reality. Though he had mastered the Conqueror's Haki and significantly increased his destructive power, he had spent the past month solely focused on its mastery. The training of observation and armament Haki had undoubtedly lagged behind. To truly transform into a formidable Emperor-level powerhouse, one must hone the 3 forms of Haki: Conqueror's, observation, and armament, alongside speed, stamina, and strength to their utmost pinnacle. Newgate had originally intended to surprise Lorne. However, the speed of the Thunder Fruit was indeed quite remarkable, brother-in-law. Newgate believed that Lorne had evaded him due to the speed granted by his Devil Fruit abilities. Yet, it was not merely a matter of speed, Newgate. Before your blade had even swung, Lorne had already positioned himself behind you. Your movements were entirely anticipated. Rocks articulated the enigma that had just unfolded. Oh, so, the brother-in-law had sensed my intentions in advance. Newgate stroked his chin, reflecting on the events that had transpired. It was not merely a matter of sensing. It was a matter of foresight. He anticipated your every move, confirming that you would act as such, which enabled him to evade preemptively. After elucidating this to Newgate, Rocks turned to the side, addressing Lorne with palpable astonishment. Lorne, your observation Haki has developed remarkably. Have you already attained the ability to foresee the future? There is no doubt, My younger brother completely discerned Newgate's impending actions, which is why he appeared behind him before Newgate even drew his blade. This is undoubtedly the manifestation of future sight through observation hockey. Rox possesses such extraordinary abilities himself. He is acutely aware of the advantages that this exceptional observation hockey brings in real combat. His younger brother is growing increasingly powerful, which is splendid. Indeed, brother. I can now glimpse fleeting visions of the future, Lorne conceded with a nod. So, that is how it is. It seems the observation hockey is at play. It appears I must also dedicate time to honing my observation hockey, Newgate realized with enlightenment. Relying solely on Conqueror's hockey and its entanglement is far from sufficient. All three types of hockey must be enhanced. Thus, Newgate prepared to train in observation hockey right then and there. Wait, Newgate, brother, I have come to share joyous news. Summer is also expecting. I will soon have a third child. Lorne hurriedly conveyed his purpose for being there to the two. Really? Lorne, brother-in-law? The two exclaimed in delightful surprise. Although there was no blood relation between Xia Ri and Newgate, in Newgate's heart, Lorne had long been considered family. Even without a biological connection, Newgate felt as though he was about to gain another little nephew. Of course it's true, Lorne affirmed. Splendid. Haha. Gulalala, this is truly marvelous. Both Newgate and Rox laughed heartily towards the sky. One must say, Lorne is indeed quite capable. Within just about a month, he could ensure a hit rate, making him a veritable marksman of impeccable accuracy. By the way, Lorne, how long until Sherry gives birth? About a month or so. It seems the day is not far off. I truly look forward to it. Rox and Newgate are filled with anticipation for the impending arrival of the newborn. What on earth are the Navy and the world government scheming? Their sluggishness is exasperating. I am growing impatient as we await their advance. Surely they wouldn't choose to strike precisely when Sherry is in labor. Newgate pondered this unsettling possibility, feeling a twinge of concern. The Navy and the world government are notoriously cunning, and if they were to launch an assault during Sherry's delivery, it would spell trouble. However, it is unlikely that all the CP agents dispatched by the Navy and the world government have been dealt with by us. They remain unaware of the exact timing of Sherry's labor. Perhaps they are concocting some other insidious plot. Lorne stroked his chin, engaging in a serious analysis. Regardless of the machinations they might be plotting, there would only be one inevitable outcome, a dead end. Rox's gaze suddenly turned fierce. The world government and the Navy sought vengeance against the celestial dragons. These were formidable adversaries. Those who dared to invade Wano must inevitably pay a bloody price. Captain Rox, Lord Lorne, and esteemed Lord Newgate, I have been searching for you for quite some time. At that moment, several male fishmen rushed in, breathless and agitated. These fishmen were members of the Royal Guard. Previously, they had been responsible for intelligence operations on Fishman Island. This time, Lorne had assigned them their original task of monitoring the Navy headquarters. Oh, has something occurred at the Navy? Lorne inquired upon seeing the fishmen. Indeed, the Navy headquarters has begun to assemble. The fishman gasped, evidently having rushed to deliver the news without regard for his own safety. Approximately how many personnel have they mobilized? Rox asked. The precise details remain unknown. The Navy's security is exceedingly vigilant. Our operatives, upon nearing their vicinity, are detected almost immediately, leaving us unable to gather more accurate intelligence. As it stands, we know that at least 2 admirals, 1 admiral candidate, along with a dozen mid-ranking officers, and nearly 40 warships will be deployed. As for the soldiers, I fear they will mobilize no fewer than 50,000. The fishman presented all the information he had gathered. Very well, I understand. You have worked hard. Inform the Fishman Guard members to intensify patrols and security measures over these days. Not only should they monitor the 9-layered falls in Wano, but also conduct patrols in the surrounding waters for dozens of nautical miles. Should they detect the Navy, they must report immediately. After a moment of contemplation, Ron gave his orders. I understand, Lord Ron. Rest assured, with our Fishman Guard present, the Navy will never breach the defenses of the 9-mile waterfall and enter Wano, declared the male fishman, pledging his loyalty. How reassuring, Ron smiled, offering his praise. The allegiance of Fishman Island indeed alleviated many concerns for the Rox pirates. Brother, we should prepare a grand welcome for the impending arrival of the world government and the Navy. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the square was teeming with people. 2 admirals, a vice admiral, along with 16 elite rear admirals, 5 giant rear admirals, and 60,000 sailors had all assembled, ready for action with nearly 45 warships. In the crescent-shaped square of Marineford, thousands of elite sailors had gathered. The presence of 2 admirals and a vice admiral was formidable, complemented by the 16 elite rear admirals and 5 giant rear admirals, representing the Navy's most powerful lineup. It was truly breathtaking. The sheer force was almost overwhelming. This was the first time I had witnessed so many rear admirals and admirals congregating together. Indeed, rear admirals typically serve on missions elsewhere. The 60,000 elite sailors, drawn from across the globe, were equally astonished by the Navy's impressive assembly. It was daunting, a vice admiral, 2 admirals, and such a multitude of elite rear admirals gathered for a single long-distance assault on a pirate crew. This was undoubtedly the largest and most astonishing mobilization in Navy history. Regardless, this conflict would determine the fate of the world. At that moment, the fleet admiral stood on the observation deck of the Navy building, a symbol of justice, overlooking the entire Marineford Square. From this vantage point, one could see the square in its entirety, and likewise, from any position within the square, the observation deck was visible. The fleet admiral held a din-din mushy, amplifying his robust voice to echo throughout Marineford. Ladies and gentlemen, the town beneath our feet, Marineford, is the center of the world. Our stationing here holds profound and significant meaning. We stand guard so that the weak need not suffer sleepless nights in fear of losing their loved ones. Remember, behind us lies justice. The significance of this war requires no elaboration. In this conflict, we, the Navy, shall demonstrate to the world that evil can never triumph over justice. Justice shall prevail. The fleet admiral gazed down at the multitude of sailors, delivering an impassioned speech. In the next moment, the fleet admiral was correct. Justice shall prevail. This simple four-character maxim reignited the initial dreams that had inspired the sailors to join the Navy. The chant of justice shall prevail resonated throughout Marineford Square. Set sail for Wano. The fleet admiral bellowed, prompting the sailors to spring into action. In an instant, the two admirals, the vice admiral, and all the elite rear admirals boarded their warships. The sailors proceeded to transport boxes of supplies aboard the vessels. The engines of the warships roared to life, ready for departure. At this critical moment, suddenly, figures emerged beside the fleet admiral within the Navy headquarters. This unexpected scene caused the perceptive admirals, vice admirals, and rear admirals to halt and turn their gazes toward the fleet admiral. The other sailors, noticing the sudden pause of the admirals and rear admirals, followed their line of sight to the fleet admiral's position. The individuals beside the fleet admiral were none other than CP0. What could they possibly want here? The sailors immediately recognized these figures clad in white suits and peculiar masks as members of CP0, the organization known as the strongest shield under the celestial dragons of Mariawa. CP0, what brings you to Navy headquarters? Upon their arrival, the fleet admiral turned to CP0 with a cold gaze, his expression filled with wariness. Despite being fellow minions of the celestial dragons, the fleet admiral harbored a semblance of justice in his heart for the sake of the people. In contrast, CP0 was entirely subservient to the celestial dragons. Naturally, CP0 harbored disdain for the Navy's hypocritical proclamations of justice. Both parties looked down upon each other. The Navy's morale is quite high. I trust you understand the implications of this operation against the Rocks pirates. The leader of CP0 regarded the fleet admiral. A somewhat frivolous expression concealed beneath the mask, yet his tone remained amiable. Feel free to speak candidly. The fleet admiral, feeling somewhat impatient but compelled to suppress his irritation, responded amicably. After all, the presence of CP0 likely signified the will of the highest echelons of the world government. Very well. The fleet admiral was acutely aware that for the sake of the government's reputation, this war could only result in victory, not defeat. Therefore, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, the command of this operation will be entrusted to us. The leader of CP0 spoke kindly, yet his words sent a chill down the fleet admiral's spine. What did you say? The fleet admiral clenched his fists, an aura of fury emanating from him. His eyes bloodshot as if ready to strike the CP0 leader at any moment. He was all too familiar with the ruthless methods of these celestial dragon lackeys. CP0, a terrifying organization capable of annihilating a nation at the behest of the celestial dragons. Their modus operandi was one of ruthless determination, willing to pay any price to achieve their goals. The Rocks pirates already held dominion over Wano, a fortress that was difficult to breach. It was easy to imagine that if they were indeed allowed to command this war, they would recklessly order the Navy's soldiers into perilous assaults. The resulting casualties would likely far exceed any expectations. Fleet Admiral, you do not possess the right to refuse. This is a direct order from the Gorosei. As he spoke, CP0's tone grew assertive, and the leader nonchalantly produced a din-din mushi, placing it before the Admiral of the Navy. Damn it. Gazing at the din-din mushi connecting directly to the five elders, the Admiral hesitated for a moment before relinquishing his resistance. After all, the Navy was merely a branch of the world government. Though he appeared to be the highest authority within the Navy, basking in glory, before the supreme power of the five elders, he was no more significant than a mere insect. Nonetheless, as the Admiral, I must lead by example and partake in this war. Although I dare not directly express my dissatisfaction to the five elders, I have decided to join the battle. The presence of another admiral will hasten the conclusion of this conflict. Perhaps, the casualties within the Navy will be minimized. This, too, is a contribution I can make as an admiral. Oh, is that so? If you all leave this place, the forces stationed at Marineford will certainly be left vulnerable. CP0 stroked his chin, contemplating the implications of the admiral's involvement. After a moment's reflection, CP0 concluded that he lacked the authority to determine this matter and subsequently relayed the message to the esteemed five elders. Upon completing the call, CP0 lifted his gaze to the admiral, a smile creeping beneath his mask. Excellent. The five elders have granted approval for your request. Then let the operation commence. Now, everyone, listen closely. The battle plan has been altered. The Admiral will fight alongside us. Furthermore, the 5 elders have authorized that this war will be under the full command of CP0. All Navy personnel heed the command. Set forth immediately towards Wano. CP0 seized the Den Den Mushi, typically reserved for the Admiral, and issued the orders before the incredulous eyes of all Navy members. The command of this war is, astonishingly, in the hands of CP0. The Admiral is to join us. Does this not leave Marineford alarmingly exposed? What on earth is happening? The rank-and-file soldiers were utterly bewildered by the sudden and drastic changes to the well-established battle plan. Enough chatter. Move out. However, the higher-ranking officers, such as admirals and vice-admirals, remained composed, directing the stunned soldiers to spring into action. They were all too familiar with such occurrences. Any situation involving CP0 invariably became exceedingly complicated. Yet, the Navy had no choice. CP0 was the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons. Even the Admiral must yield to their authority. As soldiers, executing orders was their duty. Although some within the Navy held CP0's actions in disdain, given the circumstances, they had no recourse but to obey. Boom. Boom. Finally, after this seemingly trivial interlude, the Admiral had no choice but to engage in battle. At this juncture, the might of the Navy was nothing short of terrifying. The Admiral himself would lead, accompanied by 2 admirals and 1 vice-admiral. The sheer power of these top-tier commanders amounted to an impressive 4, at a time when the Rocks pirates had yet to fully materialize. It was likely that only the Navy could muster such a formidable assembly of strength across the seas. 45 warships had already set sail from Marineford, heading towards Wano. Meanwhile, within hours of the Navy's deployment, the world had learned of their actions. After all, with such a massive force, the Navy could not hope to conceal their movements. It was far more advantageous to boldly advance towards Wano, showcasing their unwavering determination to triumph before the entire world. Has the Navy truly set out? The fact that even the Admiral is mobilizing is astonishing. My heavens, what a terrifying scale this is. This is indeed the Navy's full-scale mobilization. As expected, the moment the Navy took action, the populace worldwide began to anticipate the outcome. The upheaval and impact caused by the Rocks pirates had been utterly unimaginable. Their aggressive assaults on the affiliated nations of the world government, the annexation of Fishman Island, and the slaying of admirals and celestial dragons. All these heinous acts were unprecedented in the eyes of the public. Until the Rocks pirates were eliminated, countless citizens would be unable to rest easy at night. Bartender, bring me the finest wine. If I don't drink today, who knows if I'll have the chance again. Indeed, I must indulge myself. Within the taverns, the inebriated patrons began to contemplate the impending apocalypse. Oh dear God, please bless us, bless this world. Victory is essential, Navy. Countless nuns and priests engaged in fervent prayers. The populace silently observed this monumental conflict, while the ever-watchful pirates were equally focused on the impending clash. With the Navy mobilizing such an overwhelming force, the Rocks pirates are surely facing dire straits. Who knows? They are a crew known for their miraculous feats. Yet, even with their legendary prowess, facing an all-out Navy offensive may prove insurmountable. Regardless of who emerges victorious from this war, the world is destined for a profound transformation. Ha ha ha. Come forth. Let the war rage on with even greater ferocity. I wonder how much treasure will remain after the collapse of the Rocks pirates? The anticipation is palpable. In an instant, countless pirates across the seas turned their gazes towards this impending grand battle. Roger, Shiki, John, Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, and other supernovas of this era, along with many well-established pirates like Kaido, awaited in hushed anticipation. Once this monumental clash reaches its conclusion, the chaotic era will be upon us. A day swiftly passed. In the New World, in Wano, the Rocks pirates have meticulously laid a formidable trap, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Navy. 100,000 elite fishmen warriors stand ready for battle, staunchly guarding the sole entrance to Wano country, the Ninely Waterfall. Furthermore, surrounding this waterfall, the Rocks pirates have invested heavily in the installation of no fewer than several hundred artillery pieces. The sheer density of these cannons instills a chilling sense of dread. The firepower of Wano's artillery is in no way inferior to that of the Navy's headquarters, Marineford. Ever since they subjugated the Fishman residents, Wano's production of sea prism stone has surged dramatically. As the monopoly holder of 90 of the world's sea prism stone resources, even a significant increase in output cannot diminish its value, like a money printing machine. The current wealth of the Rocks pirates is undoubtedly on par with that of any nation affiliated with the world government. This immense fortune has been utilized by Lorne and Rocks to bolster Wano's armament. Firstly, the weapons and armor of the Fishman warriors have been entirely upgraded. Additionally, they have procured various exquisite cannons, biochemical weaponry, and terrifying advanced technology. When the time comes, the Navy will undoubtedly be met with a tremendous surprise. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Wano's Ninely Waterfall, Rocks, Neptune, the Fishman soldiers, and the members of the Rocks pirates stood at the fringe of Wano, awaiting the arrival of the Navy. Their eyes caught sight of the naval fleet. Shortly thereafter, from atop the towering lookout of Wano, the Fishman soldier responsible for vigilance proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating enough to be heard by all at the 9 Mile Waterfall. A total of 45 warships, According to the intelligence from the previous day, there were 2 admirals, 1 vice admiral, 16 elite rear admirals, 5 giant rear admirals, and tens of thousands of Navy soldiers. Upon spotting the Navy, the vigilant fishman immediately began to assess the enemy's strength. There were slight discrepancies compared to the prior intelligence received, but such variations were understandable. As long as there were no discrepancies regarding the admiral-level strength, it was acceptable. However, the fishman's voice suddenly faltered. What was happening? Neptune's eyes narrowed. A foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. No, it can't be. The fleet admiral has also mobilized. On the warships, CP-0 was present as well. The fishman responsible for vigilance exclaimed in astonishment. It was unexpected. The Navy had truly mobilized their entire force. Even the fleet admiral had come in person. How could this be? Doesn't that mean they possess at least 4 admiral-level powers? Neptune stood petrified, as if struck by lightning. Such feelings were understandable for Neptune. For fishmen, there exists an innate and profound fear of admirals, as any assault against the celestial dragons would invoke the wrath of the Navy's admirals. Thus, whenever fishmen were captured by the celestial dragons, they dared not resist, fearing the retaliation of the admirals. Now, with 4 admiral-level powers mobilized at once, it was entirely normal for Neptune to be terrified. Rest easy, Neptune. We hold the absolute advantage. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Rox, Law, and Whitebeard remained unchanged. Instead, they grew increasingly exhilarated. Then let us commence. Warriors of the Rox pirates. Let us present the Navy with a grand gift. Rox sneered, raising his hands to declare, the war begins. The war begins. At his command, the members of the Rox pirates raised their arms in fervent cheer, exclaiming, the war has commenced. Take this, you foolish Navy. Quake the seas. In a swift motion, Whitebeard stepped forward, grounding himself in a solid stance. His hands tightening with great force. His bulging muscles rose like mountains, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. With an aura of power, a tempest swirled around him, causing his golden hair to dance wildly. In the next moment, a translucent energy shield materialized around his fists. Whitebeard is about to unleash his might. Here is something for the Navy. Ha ha ha, their doom is imminent. At that moment, the members of the Rox pirates and the soldiers of Fishman Island bore triumphant smiles. Though they lacked foresight through observation hockey, the familiar posture of Whitebeard made it clear what was about to transpire. Gasping for breath, Whitebeard summoned all his strength, his fists coiling with energy before he struck outward, seemingly hitting the very air itself. With a resounding thud, the world appeared to fall silent for an instant. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed in everyone's ears. The invisible air, like a glass wall, cracked in response to Whitebeard's fists, revealing a web of fractures. At that moment, the air, or rather, the space, shattered. The currents of air surged, the cracks blossoming outward, and after a brief silence, the thunderous roar reverberated, as if the distant sea was alive with chaos. The Navy, wide-eyed, remained oblivious to the unfolding calamity. Everyone, beware. The bounty of 450 million berries on Edward Newgate. He is the wielder of the Quake fruit, capable of summoning earthquakes and tsunamis. Suddenly, a Navy vice admiral, who had previously clashed with Whitebeard, recalled something with a start. His bloodshot eyes widening as he shouted to the entire fleet. In the next moment, the earth-shaking sound grew ever closer. What is that? Is it a mountain? How could mountains arise from this sea? The Navy realized, to their astonishment, that 2 towering peaks had inexplicably emerged from the ocean's depths. Those are not mountains. They are tsunamis. Soon, keen-eyed sailors recognized the monstrous formations for what they truly were, gigantic tsunamis rising hundreds of meters high. In an instant, thousands of Navy personnel fixated on the colossal waves, trembling with fear. If left unchecked, this tidal wave would surely engulf their 45 warships. All hands, prepare for defense. At that moment, CP-0 members beneath their masks exhibited expressions of shock at the sight of the towering waves. Faced with such a deluge, CP-0 could offer no meaningful command. Only the dry utterance of a defensive order. How do we defend against this? Hearing such an empty instruction left the Navy in a state of disbelief. They understood the need to defend, yet how could they possibly do so? Everyone, follow my lead. Advance without fear. Black Hawk, White Horse, this tsunami is yours to handle. At that moment, the fleet admiral, unable to tolerate CP-0's ineptitude, boldly took charge. Understood. The 2 named officers nodded. They were none other than the admirals Black Hawk and White Horse of the Navy headquarters. The man known as Black Hawk stood towering at nearly 3 meters, exuding a formidable presence, his face and body marred by terrifying sword scars. He was recognized as the world's greatest swordsman of this era, wielding one of the 12 legendary swords, the Demon Slayer. In contrast, the other, resembling the future Yellow Monkey, exuded a languid demeanor, Admiral Whitehorse. With a swift leap, Whitehorse ascended into the air, utilizing the skywalk technique to hover above, his hands extending outward. Deluxe sword. The Admiral unleashed violet beams from the tips of his fingers. A miraculous scene unfolded. The massive tsunami struck by Whitehorse's rays slowed to a crawl, appearing almost suspended in midair. That took little effort, but it will only hold for a minute. Black Hawk. After performing this feat, Whitehorse landed gracefully and stretched lazily, addressing his fellow admiral. Could you not hold it a bit longer? Black Hawk replied, somewhat exasperated. That would be quite taxing. White Horse sighed, as if drained of energy. Understood. Leave it to me. Black Hawk nodded and drew the Demon Slayer from his waist. As he unsheathed the blade, the swordsmen among the Navy held their breath, unable to dare make a sound. After all, the world's strongest swordsman was about to strike. Slash through. With a flick of his wrist, Black Hawk swung his sword. The seemingly ordinary motion unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy, extending hundreds of meters, capable of cleaving a mountain in two. In the next moment, the sword energy sliced effortlessly through the tsunami peaks created by Whitebeard. As the waves cascaded down like torrential rain, the Navy soldiers breathed a collective sigh of relief, their expressions reflecting the joy of having survived a near catastrophe. I never anticipated that a mere wave could sweep you away, Navy. Whitebeard chuckled. The tsunami was merely a feint. The true attack lies beneath the sea. With this revelation, Rock's smile grew even more pronounced. It was inconceivable that a tsunami alone could bring down the Navy's fleet. The Rock's pirates had long since laid an intricate web beneath the sea. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Rock's conveyed his intent, and in an instant, the fishmen understood his command. In the next moment, the assault from the depths of the ocean commenced. The fishmen surged forth. With a deft snap of his fingers, Rock signaled the thousands of fishmen lurking hundreds of meters beneath the sea to commence their operation. A formidable force of 1,000 fishmen warriors emerged, each wielding a specially crafted spear. These weapons had been procured by the Rock's pirates from the underbelly of the pirate black market a month prior. Infused with the technological prowess of the Germa family, the spearheads possessed an extraordinarily unique explosive capability. Upon striking a target, they would unleash a violent detonation. Such weaponry was particularly effective against naval vessels, including warships and sailing ships. Indeed, in the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The multitude of fishmen warriors swiftly ascended to the location of the naval fleet, seizing the opportunity while the admirals were distracted by the tsunami conjured by Whitebeard. These warriors drove their spears forcefully into the ship's propellers. The ocean floor reverberated with dull thuds, reminiscent of firecrackers detonating underwater. What on earth is happening? Are sea kings colliding with us? One might wonder. Yet, it was inconceivable. Our ships were fortified with sea prism stone technology, impervious to such assaults. The Navy paid little heed to the muffled sounds from below. However, it wasn't long before an unexpected event unfolded. With a series of crackling noises, one of the warships began to spin uncontrollably in place. Following another loud thud, the engine of that ship catastrophically exploded, leading to its swift submersion. Damn it. This is bad. We need to rescue the devil fruit users. Thousands of naval soldiers were pulled beneath the waves with the sinking vessel. Some soldiers frantically called for help. For among them were several devil fruit users, whose fate in the sea was dire. Just as they finished their desperate cries, the submerged Navy personnel were met with a shocking revelation. Lurking beneath were thousands of fishmen. Before they could react, one of the hidden fishmen swiftly pierced a soldier's vital point, leading to his immediate demise. Following this, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, akin to a fireworks display. As 1, 2, 3, 4, 20 warships met the same fate as the first, shattering in an instant. The Navy had deployed a total of 45 ships. And in a mere blink, nearly half were lost to the depths. Close to 20,000 naval soldiers plunged into the water with the wreckage. Yet, almost immediately, these soldiers began to resurface. Thank goodness we prepared with specialized equipment from the technology department. One exclaimed. Indeed, it's a blessing we had these, or we would have sunk. The Navy personnel marveled at their fortune. The decision to launch a campaign against the Rock's pirates after a month was not without reason. During this time, the Navy's technology department had integrated numerous insulating materials into their equipment, designed specifically to counter the thunder fruit. Little did they expect that such preparations would prove advantageous. It seems they were quite thorough in their preparations, Rox mused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The Navy isn't as simple as one might think. But ultimately, it is a futile endeavor. Lorne smiled faintly, confident in his abilities to disregard any weaknesses. Not even the formidable Monkey D. Luffy could pose a challenge. Onward. Annihilate the Navy. The valiant warriors of Fishman Island stood resolutely, defending their territory in the Rock's pirates. Meanwhile, as the Navy succumbed to the sea, a multitude of fishmen emerged from the depths, their numbers surpassing 30,000. A fierce battle erupted between the fishmen and the Navy, though it was less a conflict and more a one-sided massacre. Fishmen possessed strength tenfold that of ordinary humans. And the ocean was their domain. What could the Navy possibly wield against such might? Some rear admirals, and even colonels managed to evade the fishmen's grasp due to their mastery of the Navy's 6 styles, allowing them to utilize the moonwalk to ascend. However, the ordinary soldiers and those of lower ranks or abilities were not so fortunate. In an instant, tens of thousands of Navy personnel were mercilessly slaughtered, staining the sea crimson with blood. The Navy's attention was fully diverted by the tsunami created by Newgate. Failing to anticipate that the fishmen had laid an ambush so far from Wano, the Marine Admiral furrowed his brow in dismay, lamenting the oversight that allowed the Rock's pirates to position fishman warriors at such a distance. The Navy was caught off guard. The vile fishmen were beyond their reach. In this chaotic moment, both admirals and even the fleet admiral found themselves at a standstill. It was not that they were incapable of dealing with the fishmen, but the sheer number of individuals, both fishmen and Navy combined, created a tangled mass within the confined waters, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. They dared not act recklessly. A single strike from an admiral could result in a greater loss of Navy lives than fishmen. The situation left the admirals paralyzed with indecision. What is the Navy doing? Eliminate these fishmen at once. Can the admirals and the fleet admiral not defeat a handful of fishmen? At that moment, CP0 erupted in furious exclamations. In the brief span of time, 5 warships had sunk, with their own vessel showing signs of distress. Faced with CP0's accusations, the admirals and fleet admiral chose to disregard the outburst. They could not prioritize the lives of ordinary sailors over dealing with the fishmen. After all, they were not CP. A bunch of worthless fools, CP0 muttered. Since you refuse to take action, I shall intervene personally. With that, the leader of the CP0 squad, a figure of considerable prowess akin to that of a top cadre, launched into action. 6 styles, gale foot. 6 styles, round break. With each strike, he unleashed colossal shockwaves exceeding 100 meters in diameter, crashing into the ocean and staining vast stretches of water red. In the aftermath, countless bodies floated to the surface, revealing that the Navy's casualties were far greater than those of the fishmen. CP0, you scoundrel. The fleet admiral, feeling a surge of frustration, seized the CP0 leader by the collar, his eyes ablaze with anger. The recent attacks had claimed hundreds, if not thousands, of Navy lives. To perish at the hands of the enemy was one thing, but to fall victim to CP0 was an egregious injustice. Your incompetence has left us at the mercy of these mere fishmen. Do not forget, this is war against the Rocks pirates. This battle must end in victory, not defeat. You know this better than I. Despite being grasped by the fleet admiral, the CP0 leader maintained a tone laced with derision, his masked face betraying contempt. These pathetic Navy forces cannot even handle inferior fishmen. With the strength of an admiral, one could easily dispatch these thousands of fishmen. Yet, you dare question me? Unbelievable. After this war, regardless of the outcome, I will report the situation to the GOR-CI and ensure these inept Navy officers are held accountable. You. The fleet admiral raised his fist but hesitated to strike, for CP0's words rang true. A defeat in this war would indeed lead to dire consequences from the GOR-CI, jeopardizing his position. After years of toil to ascend to fleet admiral, the thought of being ousted before he could even settle into the role was unbearable. Look at your incompetence, fleet admiral. If you wish to retain your position, you must swiftly eliminate the fishmen and advance towards Wano. Do not forget, I am the supreme commander of this war, Admiral. CP0 relished the sight of the fleet admiral's frustration, particularly as he hesitated to act. The GOR-CI had been right. The Navy was a collection of useless incompetence. Damn it. After a brief internal struggle, the fleet admiral released CP0's collar and leaped to the side of Admiral Black Hawk. Let us act, Black Hawk. Quickly eliminate these fishmen. The fleet admiral's voice was resolute and commanding. Are you serious, Admiral? Black Hawk's eyes widened in disbelief. The Navy had already lost 30 warships and over 30,000 personnel, though many still fought valiantly against the fishmen. Further intervention by high-ranking officers would undoubtedly lead to more casualties. His reputation as the world's greatest swordsman was not merely bestowed upon him. What other choice do we have? Shall we simply wait here? Remember, this is war. Our objective is to eradicate the Rocks pirates. Failure is not an option. Upholding justice may sometimes require bloodshed and sacrifice. As an admiral, you should understand this well. The tone of the admiral grew increasingly resolute. In truth, even he, the admiral, hardly believed this rationale. Yet it escaped his lips nonetheless. After all, having ascended to the rank of admiral, he had covertly engaged in numerous unsavory deeds for the 5 elders. It is crucial to understand that each time the Navy enacted the demon-slaying order, an island would vanish from existence. As for the number of civilians and the innocent lives lost on those islands, the admiral had utterly relinquished any contemplation of such matters. Reflection would only ensnare him in hesitation. Indecision is the hallmark of the weak. This was how the admiral justified his actions to himself, though morally reprehensible. It proved remarkably effective. At this moment, Black Hawk also nodded, being a general and a subordinate directly under the celestial dragons. He undoubtedly comprehended the admiral's justification. However, the prospect of turning against his own kin truly weighed heavily on him. Just moments of hesitation passed, and then the sharp sound of a blade being drawn resonated. Black Hawk unsheathed one of the supreme blades, the black sword of demon slaying, and with a powerful push of his legs, soared into the air. He then swung his sword toward the sea. This simple motion had been rehearsed countless times before. The formidable aura enveloped the demon-slaying blade, its already refined and obsidian-like blade appearing even darker. With a swift motion, a wave of blue sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at the chaotic battlefield below. Teeming with both fishmen and Navy personnel, the diameter of this sword energy stretched for thousands of meters, its ferocity palpable. As if it could obliterate a mountain in an instant. Should this strike land, it would undoubtedly claim the lives of nearly 10,000 fishmen warriors. Of course, the price would be the sacrifice of at least several thousand Navy soldiers as well. Mr. Blackhawk, what are you doing? There are so many Navy personnel down there. How many will perish with this strike? Why resort to such measures against us? Witnessing this scene, the mid-ranking and lower-ranking Navy officers maintained a calm demeanor, while figures like Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane, along with the ordinary sailors engaged in combat with the fishmen, were left bewildered and astonished. The intervention of an admiral in such chaotic circumstances would undoubtedly incur heavy casualties. While the fishmen would suffer losses, the Navy would not escape unscathed either. An admiral dares to act? Are they not concerned about the repercussions for their own men? It was utterly unforeseen, feeling the suffocating pressure. The fishmen looked up and were equally shaken by the sight of Admiral Black Hawk taking action in such a situation. They had never anticipated that an admiral would dare to strike under these circumstances. Goodness, the Navy truly is a band of madmen, attacking their own kind? How intriguing. It seems the Navy is merely a group of hypocritical justice seekers. Simultaneously, standing at the edge of Wano country, Newgate, Neptune, and Rocks observed this scene, unable to suppress their derision. Though they were pirates, entirely disconnected from the notion of justice, they would never commit such a frenzied act against their own comrades. The unwritten code among pirates forbids turning against one's companions. To them, such an act is unforgivable. Yet the Navy tramples upon this principle without hesitation. How laughable. Why should this surprise anyone? The Navy has always been composed of such individuals. Lorne's expression remained unusually calm. As a traveler from another world, he found the Navy's actions entirely predictable, for, in the original narrative, they had committed similar atrocities time and again. The Judicial Island's demon-slaying order, where Vice Admiral Spider opened fire on ordinary soldiers, a kind of mercilessly annihilating civilian refuge vessels at O'Hara, and the Marines' aggression against civilians in the film Red. While the red-haired pirates shielded the innocent, such farcical events were a recurring theme, ultimately revealing that the Navy was nothing more than the lapdogs of the world government. However, we cannot stand idly by and watch our subordinates be slaughtered. Such actions would surely fracture morale. It is time to intervene, brother. At that moment, Lorne leaped into action. Ready to make his move, Lorne leapt from the cliffs of Wano, transforming into a streak of lightning. After a tempest of dazzling thunder, he manifested beneath Admiral Black Hawk of the Navy. His velocity was so astonishing that the majority of the naval elites present were rendered speechless. It is Lord Lorne. Upon witnessing this figure, the previously despondent mermen suddenly found a glimmer of hope. Indeed, you have seized the thunder fruit, detestable Rocks pirates. The sudden appearance of this radiant flash elicited a grave countenance from Fleet Admiral and Admirals Black Hawk and White Horse alike. Undoubtedly, only the powers of the thunder fruit could facilitate such swift travel from Wano to a location several dozen nautical miles away. This invocation of the thunder fruit inevitably reminded them of their former comrade, Admiral Thunder Dragon. This power, once a bastion of the Navy, had now fallen into the hands of pirates. What a monumental blunder. Swish. Lorne offered no response. Instead, he drew forth the celestial feather blade, which crackled with rampant lightning, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. A profound aura enveloped the blade, staining its surface a deep black before it unleashed a tempestuous release. The air crackled with the sound of thunderous energy as Lorne was engulfed in a whirlwind. In the next moment, with a swift motion, he advanced fearlessly towards the strike of the world's foremost swordsman, Black Hawk. As the electrified blade met the illustrious strike of Black Hawk, it halted the legendary blow in its tracks. Then, with fervor, he declared, "Perish before me." With a furious roar, Lorne's muscles in his right arm bulged with an overwhelming sense of power. As he rotated his wrist in conjunction with the rampant lightning, two forces collided, creating a sonic boom in the air. Sparks of metallic fire flickered in the atmosphere, continuing for a full half-minute. At last, Lorne managed to resolutely neutralize the strike of the world's foremost swordsman. The audacity of this man to withstand the slash of General Black Hawk, the world's greatest swordsman, was astonishing. How infuriating. It appears that after the battle at Fishman Island, he has indeed grown significantly. Witnessing this scene, many of the Navy members were momentarily stunned. Particularly Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Crane, all of whom had previously clashed with Lorne. Just over a month had passed since the battle at Fishman Island. When Lorne's bounty was a mere little over 100 million, his strength hardly comparable to that of the Navy admirals. Yet now, he effortlessly neutralized General Black Hawk's strike. This remarkable surge in strength left Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Crane feeling utterly embarrassed. Although they had trained diligently over the past month, their own progress seemed insignificant in comparison to Lorne's, as if the gap in their strengths had not only failed to narrow, but had widened further. Lorne Jaibeck, the second in command of the Rocks pirates, with a bounty of 465 million. How infuriating. It was not just Carp and Sengoku who felt the shock, even Admiral Black Hawk, General Whitehorse, and the Fleet Admiral were equally astounded. To be able to neutralize the strike of the world's greatest swordsman without sustaining any injury, Lorne's strength was undoubtedly several times greater than it had been at Fishman Island. Haha. All of this is thanks to the thunder fruit bestowed upon me by your Navy. At this moment, Lorne cast a sweeping glance over Carp, Sengoku, Black Hawk, Whitehorse, and the Fleet Admiral, before bursting into laughter. With the enhancement of the thunder fruit, his strength had undeniably crossed the threshold into that of a formidable emperor-level powerhouse. The ability to firmly withstand the strike of the world's greatest swordsman served as the best testament to this fact. Do not be too complacent. You scoundrel of the Rocks pirates, prepare to meet your end. Lawrence's words provoked General Blackhawk. In an instant, General Blackhawk leaped forward like a cannonball, appearing before Lorne in the blink of an eye. With the supreme demon-slaying blade in hand, he swung it fiercely, unleashing a beautiful yet lethal blue blade aura. Lawrence displayed no fear as he brandished the heavenly feather blade, engaging in a fierce battle with Admiral Blackhawk. The air resonated with the clang of metal, accompanied by an overwhelming display of power, thunder, gust of wind, and sword energy surged forth. Their clash resembled the eruption of magnificent fireworks, each strike sending forth a terrifying shockwave that swept everything in their vicinity aside. Lawrence had truly grown formidable enough to contend with an admiral of the Navy. Below, Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane were left in stunned silence. In just a month's time, he had achieved such remarkable growth. Whitehorse, assist Blackhawk. In the Swiftly, the Navy Marshal commanded the other admiral, urgency evident in his tone. It was imperative to conclude the battle without delay, now that Lawrence had taken the offensive. The Navy could not squander this golden opportunity. Alas, though it may lack martial decorum, it is indeed an effective strategy for securing victory, Whitehorse drawled lazily. His tone relaxed as if he were in the comfort of his own living room rather than on a battlefield. The two admirals engaging a mere pirate with a bounty of 400 million would undoubtedly attract criticism, yet as long as they emerged victorious, all disgrace could be erased. This encapsulated the true essence of justice. The victor defines righteousness. Slow. In the next instant, Whitehorse extended his right hand, his index finger swiftly unleashing a beam of purple light akin to a laser, reminiscent of the later generation's Kazara's light. However, unlike Kazara's destructive beam, Whitehorse's laser lacked any damaging capacity, instead bestowing a debilitating effect. It was the ability of the slow fruit. Anyone struck would find their movement slowed by dozens, even hundreds of times, appearing as though they were frozen in time. In a battle between such powerful adversaries, if one side's movements were to suddenly slow, the outcome could be decided in an instant. Do not harm my brother-in-law, you scoundrel of the Navy. Suddenly, a giant figure leaped into the sky, wielding a massive naginata. Gliding through the air with the grace of a moonlit step, his voice boomed like thunder, filling the battlefield with its resonance. The newcomer was none other than Edward Newgate, the third in command of the Rocks Pirates, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 450 million berries. Newgate's eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light, his gaze ablaze with intensity. He raised his naginata high, summoning winds that howled around him, the tip of his weapon enveloped in an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Scoundrel of the Navy, do not harm my brother-in-law. Newgate descended, his golden hair flowing majestically as he swung the naginata down upon Admiral Whitehorse with the force of a mountain. Danger. The previously languid expression of Admiral Whitehorse transformed as a sharp glint appeared in his eyes, his posture straightening with newfound determination. Just moments ago, his formidable observation haki had sensed a perilous threat rapidly approaching. The notorious pirate, Edward Newgate, with a bounty exceeding 400 million. Boom. In the next instant, Whitehorse retracted the fruit ability he had intended to unleash, propelling himself sideways with tremendous force. Swish. Newgate's massive blade sliced through the naval vessel beneath Whitehorse, cleaving it in two. The cut is smooth and pristine as a mirror. Not only that, but Newgate had employed a high-tier technique of conqueror's haki, known as haki infusion. Beyond enhancing power, haki infusion could inflict harm on an enemy without direct contact. Thus, although Admiral Whitehorse appeared to have evaded Newgate's strike, a horrific gash marred his pristine naval coat. Admiral Whitehorse. The Navy personnel erupted in confusion, questioning how he could sustain injury after seemingly dodging Newgate's attack. Is this haki infusion? Whitehorse surveyed his wound, feeling the residual power of haki deepening the cut. His demeanor shifted from lethargy to seriousness. Haki infusion was an advanced technique, arguably the pinnacle of conqueror's haki. It was well known that the conqueror's haki was a rare ability awakened in one among a million, akin to a spirit of leadership. Its primary function was intimidation, serving to clear out weaker foes. In a one-on-one duel between masters, it often proved ineffective compared to armament haki. Yet, this was merely superficial. Across the seas, there existed individuals endowed with unparalleled innate talent. Through relentless combat and training, these titans had grasped the true potential of conqueror's haki, akin to armament haki. They could infuse it into their fists, blades, or various weapons. The resulting power surpassed even that of armament haki by several folds. If conqueror's haki merely indicated one's potential to be a ruler, then haki infusion marked the true path toward kingship. However, what astonished Admiral Whitehorse was that haki infusion was a technique typically reserved for the most elite warriors of the seas. He had faced numerous pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion, yet few possessed the knowledge of haki infusion. Edward Newgate, a supernova whose bounty had barely surpassed 100 million just a month ago, had mastered haki infusion in such a short span? Was his talent truly so formidable? Do not think you can escape, Whitehorse. Newgate's crescent-shaped grin widened as he charged at the admiral, engaging in a fierce battle atop the already damaged naval vessel. Swish, swish, swish. Naginata, vibrations, beams of slow energy, and haki clashed incessantly, the ships succumbing to the ferocity of their duel, ultimately sinking into the depths of the ocean. However, for warriors of their caliber, this posed no significant challenge. Both were masters of martial arts, utilizing moonlit steps to battle in the air, momentarily reaching an equilibrium of strength. Could Newgate truly match Admiral Whitehorse in this contest? He had grown significantly, much like Lawrence. How infuriating. Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane were once again struck with profound shock. Just a month prior, Newgate could barely hold his own against Sengoku and Crane. Now he was capable of battling an admiral. This rate of growth was nothing short of monstrous. It seemed the only solution was for me to intervene personally. The Navy Marshal's countenance darkened to an extreme, his fury palpable. A month ago, both Lorne and Newgate were mere supernovas with bounties hovering around 100 million berries. Yet, after a mere month of fierce battles, they have astonishingly acquired the strength to contend with the might of an admiral. Such rapid growth and potential instill a profound sense of dread within the heart of the Marine Admiral. If the Rock's pirates are not eradicated here, who can fathom the monstrous entity this pirate crew may evolve into in the future? They must be annihilated without mercy. Whitehorse, hold him off. I'm coming. The Marine Admiral bellowed, rolling up his sleeves to reveal powerful, muscular arms, ready to intervene in the clash between Newgate and Admiral Whitehorse. Ha ha, Marine Admiral. Your adversary is me. Just as the Admiral's words fell, a deep voice resonated in the ears of the onlookers. The next moment, a wave of impenetrable darkness surged forth, enveloping the warship where the Marine Admiral stood, reminiscent of a monstrous beast from the world of Cthulhu. What is this? Upon witnessing the encroaching darkness, the Marine Admiral, several CP-0 agents, and a Rear Admiral swiftly utilized the Marine 6 Styles moonwalk to ascend and escape. Trying to flee? Is it so simple? At this moment, unbeknownst to them, Rox had already descended upon the deck of the warship. Behind him, an eerie black smoke billowed, morphing into claw-like shapes reminiscent of Satan's grasp, lunging towards the fleeing crowd in the sky. Damn it. Quickly, stop Rox. Observing this, several CP-0 agents, gripped by terror, frantically employed their moonwalk, wishing they had 2 more legs to escape. Allow me to intervene. A resolute Rear Admiral, seemingly determined, halted his moonwalk midair, drawing his marine sword in an attempt to quell the ominous darkness. In an instant, however, the Rear Admiral was consumed by Rox's dark power. Following his battle with Marine Admiral Rydon, Rox had subtly transcended the realm of the Emperor-class warriors. A mere Rear Admiral was no match for him. In mere seconds, the Rear Admiral who sought to halt Rox was entirely devoured by the force of darkness. Moments later, he re-emerged from the abyss of Rox's dark power, but this time, his eyes were glazed over, covered in blood, and he fell lifelessly into the sea, his fate uncertain. Rear Admiral Ryan was actually slain in an instant? What on earth is happening here? Does he possess no resistance whatsoever? Just how terrifying is this Rox fellow? Witnessing Ryan's utter inability to defend himself left the assembled Marines in shock. This was a premier Rear Admiral of the Marine headquarters. In terms of strength, a premier Rear Admiral should at least be capable of putting up a fight. After all, anyone appointed as a Rear Admiral must be proficient in both observation hockey and armament hockey, as well as adept in the Marine 6 Styles. According to intel from Chapter 1087 of the manga, the Cross Guild has placed a bounty of 1 billion berries on the Rear Admirals, indicating a level comparable to the top cadre of the Emperor's crew, such as the 3 calamities for commanders and division leaders. Though there may be some discrepancy in strength compared to the second-in-command of the Emperor's crew. Yet, he was instantaneously annihilated? Is this the true worth of a pirate with a bounty of 285 billion berries? Even the elite Rear Admirals of the headquarters are utterly defenseless against him. Damn that Rox. Not only the Marines, but the sight also weighed heavily upon the Marine Admiral's heart. The Marines had lost yet another reliable comrade. Of course, aside from the Marine Admiral, several CP-0 agents were now fleeing in sheer panic, their legs flailing as they utilized moonwalk, desperate to escape the clutches of Rox's dark power. The lackeys of the Celestial Dragons shall not escape. Rox stood upon the deck, a sinister grin adorning his face, his eyes ablaze with a seething hatred. With the presence of foes, it was only fitting to strike at the hounds first. In a swift motion, he consciously commanded the forces of darkness, causing the malevolent claws to relinquish their pursuit of the Marine Admiral, instead surging with fervor towards several members of CP-0. What the hell? Why are they charging at us? The Marine Admiral poses the greatest threat. This lunatic, this scoundrel, witnessing the darkness abandon its chase for the Admiral and instead launch an onslaught against them. The enraged members of CP-0 could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, regardless of their vehement protests, they could not alter the impending reality of the darkness drawing near. How amusing. The Marine Admiral, observing Rox's intent, shifted his thoughts and chose to utilize moonwalk. Suspending himself in midair, arms crossed, adopting a stance of passive observation. These bothersome flies of CP-0 were simply too irritating. Why not let Rox eliminate these nuisances on his behalf? What on earth are you doing, Marine Admiral? Hurry and stop that vile pirate. If I perish, the Gorosei will not spare your pathetic navy. CP-0, noticing the Admiral's detached demeanor, could not restrain their vitriol. How amusing indeed. Rox also perceived that the Naval Admiral appeared to adopt a stance of indifference, seemingly harboring discontent towards this group of CP-0, wishing to eliminate them through his own means. In light of this, Rox was undoubtedly eager to become the instrument of vengeance. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. An eerie black mist continuously approached CP-0, now merely inches away. At this moment, Rocks traversed through the inky smoke, arriving instantaneously before CP0. Detestable scum of the sea. He roared. Ardent foot, cannon, finger gun, flying shot, six styles, lotus. Realizing that the Marine Admiral would not come to their aid, CP0 knew they had to fend for themselves. Thus, this group of CP0 launched a counterattack against Rocks. Dogs of the Celestial Dragons, perish. With unabashed ferocity, Rocks allowed their assaults to rain upon him, his body seemingly fortified with steel. Unscathed, he stood like a mountain, his skin merely emitting wisps of smoke. With a swift motion, Rocks extended his massive hands, seizing the heads of two CP0 agents as if they were mere chicks. Lifting them effortlessly, the remaining three CP0 agents found themselves ensnared within Rocks' dark power. In a swift breath, he captured all five of them in one fell swoop. Die. Without a trace of superfluous dialogue, Rocks tightened his grip. Crack. Crack. The two CP0 agents caught in his grasp had their heads crushed like watermelons, blood mist erupting violently, scattering in a gruesome display that was profoundly unsettling. Well done. The Marine Admiral silently commended the display, recalling the myriad indignities he had endured. Had he not been the Admiral, these wretched CP0 would have met their demise long ago. You scoundrel of an Admiral, should I survive, I shall report your crimes to the Gorosei. Witnessing the effortless slaughter of their comrades, the remaining three CP0 could no longer restrain their fury, hurling curses at the Admiral. With the Admiral's strength, he could have easily thwarted Rocks, yet he chose to remain an observer. It was evident he was using them as pawns. Ha! Do you still cling to the hope of survival? The Admiral taunted, finally relishing a moment of vindication. In keeping with Rocks' merciless nature, he ensured that the three remaining CP0 met gruesome fates, their heads exploded, bodies bisected, and limbs torn asunder. These agents, who had committed countless atrocities alongside the Celestial Dragons, were granted a swift end, which, in truth, was a mercy. Having dispatched the five CP0 without a hitch, Rocks hovered in the air, casting his gaze towards the Marine Admiral. Now, it is time for us to settle our scores, Rocks, vowed the Admiral, shedding his coat of justice and exposing his bare torso. Despite being in his 50s, with streaks of gray in his hair, the Admiral's physique remained peak. Every muscle sculpted with the precision of a masterwork, each bulge concealing immense power. The then Marine Admiral was a master of physical combat, having honed his skills to their zenith, possessing the finest prowess in these seas. It was precisely this excellence that enabled him to rise above his peers, earning the title of Admiral. Then let us see you try. Upon hearing this, Rocks erupted into laughter, his demeanor reflecting an eagerness to engage. Ever since his battle with the King of Dragons, he felt that he had transcended to a higher echelon of power. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to test his mettle against the Fleet Admiral. Mere pirates, how audacious. Come at me with your lives. The Fleet Admiral, unable to suppress the fury at Rocks' audacious expression, bent his legs at a 90-degree angle and propelled himself into the air, rocketing towards Rocks like a human cannonball. In his right hand, a palpable and terrifying stream of energy coalesced, visible to the naked eye. Not only was it a powerful airflow, but it also crackled with eerie black lightning, wreaking havoc around it. Undoubtedly, this was the black lightning that could only be unleashed through Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki, is it? How intriguing! Upon witnessing this spectacle, Rocks immediately recognized it as the Conqueror's Haki that only the elite of the sea could master. The ensuing battle promised to be quite captivating. Rarely encountering a master of martial arts, Rocks decided against utilizing the powers of the dark fruit. Instead, he resolutely concentrated his formidable Conqueror's Haki into his fist. His clenched fist erupted with crackling sonic booms as he charged forward. Whoosh! Before their fists could collide, a spherical energy orb materialized at the center of their fists. This was a unique ability of Conqueror's Haki, capable of unleashing power without direct contact. And the energy sphere was the perfect testament to that. In the next moment, a ferocious whirlwind arose around them, generating pulse-like waves of terrifying energy. The range and might of this energy were astounding, as it swept the very sea beneath their feet, conjuring towering waves that soared hundreds of meters high, reminiscent of a tsunami unleashed by the tremor fruit. Of course, this was not a tsunami, but merely waves conjured by their sheer presence. Yet, it was evident how powerful they were, as even the nearby warships were pushed back hundreds of meters by the ferocity of the waves. The sailors aboard the warships clung desperately to anything they could grasp to avoid being swept away by the surging tide. Below, the multitude of fishermen and sailors were also cast aside by the colossal waves. This was the might of a battle between sovereign-level warriors. Each move was sufficient to alter the very landscape. Boom, boom. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate for at least 10 minutes. Suddenly, the energy sphere hovering between them erupted, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rippled outward. Quickly, flee from their battle. Do not get caught in the crossfire. If you do, there will be no escape. Both the Navy and members of the Rocks pirates hastily retreated from the battlefield between Rocks and the Fleet Admiral. Once the energy sphere's explosion subsided, the two reappeared before the onlookers. The Fleet Admiral bore no visible wounds, yet sweat poured from his brow, and he gasped for breath, his chest heaving dramatically. In stark contrast, Rocks appeared completely unscathed. Few a mere sheen of sweat graced his forehead, and his breathing remained far more composed than that of the Fleet Admiral. One punch, and the disparity was clear. The fleet admiral had found himself at a disadvantage. How could this be? Just how formidable was Rox? Witnessing this, the expressions of the Navy personnel turned to one of sheer horror, as if they had seen a ghost. Although neither had sustained injuries from that last exchange, the reactions of the fleet admiral and Rox made it evident that the admiral was on the back foot. It is known that the fleet admiral must emerge from the ranks of the admirals. And while there may not be a categorical difference in strength between an admiral and a fleet admiral, the latter is certainly slightly stronger than his contemporaries. Do not underestimate this minor distinction. For top-tier warriors, even the slightest gap can lead to a catastrophic downfall. Though the admirals are hailed as the pinnacle of the Navy's might, the true apex of power lies with the fleet admiral. Typically, the fleet admiral does not leave headquarters and engage directly, but only under extraordinary circumstances, such as this, would he take to the field. Truly, Rox is formidable. Haha. The fleet admiral is merely this. Brothers, charge. Annihilate the Navy. Let the name of the Rox pirates resound throughout the world. This spectacle bolstered the morale of all members of the Rox pirates present, while no victor had emerged between Rox and the fleet admiral in such a battleground. The actions of these top-tier warriors would capture everyone's attention. The recent display was enough to diminish the Navy's morale while propelling the spirits of the Rox pirates to new heights. In an instant, the fishermen once again engaged in a frenzied battle against the Navy, seizing the upper hand entirely. Not only that, but the admiral had. This scene was also witnessed by the two admirals, Black Hawk and Whitehorse, who were embroiled in their own battle. They too were taken aback by Rox's astonishing prowess. Able to gain the upper hand against the fleet admiral. Hey, you seem to have lost focus for a moment. 3,000 Thunderblades. Seizing the moment when Admiral Black Hawk was momentarily distracted, Lorne swiftly wrapped his hand with electric energy and unleashed a strike with his Heavenly Feather Slash. Whoosh. Alongside the top-tier armament hockey, Lorne's Heavenly Feather Slash cut across Admiral Black Hawk's left chest. Oh no, Black Hawk thought to himself. Realizing too late that he should have raised his weapon to block Lorne's strike. Whoosh. The Heavenly Feather Slash descended, leaving a terrifying scar across Admiral Black Hawk's left chest. Meanwhile, Gulalala. Whitehorse, how dare you lose focus while fighting me? Are you eager to meet your end? Newgate seized the fleeting opportunity presented by Admiral Whitehorse's lapse in concentration, raising his Naginata high, wrapped in Conqueror's haki. With a swift stroke, he struck deeply into Admiral Whitehorse's right flank, creating a grievous wound. Admiral Blackhawk was injured. This was the first time he had sustained a wound. After all, he was the world's foremost swordsman. Even Admiral Whitehorse, the fleet admiral, found himself at a disadvantage, and both admirals had sustained injuries. The continuous tide of bad news plunged the Navy present into deep despair. The injuries of two admirals left the remaining Navy personnel engulfed in hopelessness. After all, they had initially believed this would be a straightforward and effortless battle. The Navy has indeed mobilized an immense force, comprising 2 admirals, a vice admiral, 16 elite rear admirals, along with tens of thousands of sailors and numerous warships. The might of the naval headquarters has been fully unleashed. Even the fleet admiral himself has taken to the field. In terms of strength, the Rox pirates cannot yet be compared to the Navy. Yet, unexpectedly, they find themselves embroiled in a fierce battle, with the Navy suffering heavy casualties. The disparity between this conflict and prior expectations is staggering, plunging the Navy's morale into a dire state, with doubts cast upon their victory. Fear not, valiant warriors of justice. Justice shall never falter. The Rox pirates are merely a disorganized rabble. Follow me into battle. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed across the battlefield. The onlookers turned to see another formidable figure from the Navy, Rear Admiral Jin Shi. Due to the limited ranks of admirals, which are filled to capacity, Jin Shi can only act under the title of Rear Admiral. Furthermore, as the death of Admiral Lei Long was abrupt, the Navy has not yet had the opportunity to promote him, leaving him still as a Rear Admiral. While Jin Shi's strength may not match that of a true admiral, it is not far behind. If the current admirals are akin to the legendary figures in the original tale, Jin Shi's prowess is comparable to that of Green Bull. He indeed possesses the capabilities of an admiral, though the sense of pressure he exudes pales in comparison to his stronger counterparts. Nevertheless, his abilities still fall within the realm of the formidable, maintaining a significant advantage over those below the rank of admiral. Even in the original tale, the seemingly weak Green Bull triumphed effortlessly against top-tier commanders like Queen and King, illustrating this principle clearly. We still have Rear Admiral Jin Shi on our side. True. The Rox pirates have only 3 principal commanders, but we possess Rear Admiral Jin Shi. Hope for victory remains. Indeed, upon seeing Rear Admiral Jin Shi, the Navy's spirits reignited with fervent flames of justice. After all, the premier forces of the Rox pirates are limited to just 3, Lorne, Rox, and Newgate. Currently, these 3 are engaged by the Fleet Admiral, Black Hawk, and Whitehorse Admiral, leaving the rest as mere rabble. Moreover, behind Jin Shi stands a cadre of elite rear admirals, their strengths varying greatly, with some on par with the highest-ranking commanders. While the weakest still boast the prowess of captains, together, they form a considerable force. To eradicate the Rox pirates, charge with me. Rear Admiral Jin Shi bellowed as he led the charge towards the Rox pirates. Fishmen warriors, brave members of the Rox pirates, prepare for battle. Simultaneously, Neptune once again led nearly 10,000 fishmen warriors and members of the Rocks Pirates into combat alongside Jin Shi. These mere fishmen, a race that has betrayed the world government. A disdainful glimmer shone in Jin Shi's eyes. While fishmen possess strength tenfold that of ordinary humans, in the face of true power, such as that wielded by an admiral, they are no different from mere mortals. Let me take you down first, the most notorious fishman. Neptune. Currently, Neptune has been labeled the most notorious fishman by the world government. As king, his betrayal of the world government to join the pirates has incited their utmost ire. Now presents a prime opportunity to eliminate him. Ocean current vortex. Neptune raised his trident, summoning tumultuous waves that surged towards Rear Admiral Jin Shi. With a mere release of his haki, Jin Shi dispersed the waves effortlessly. The gap in strength is too vast. Although Neptune is strong, he pales in comparison to an admiral. Die, Neptune! Jin Shi snarled as he charged at Neptune. At that crucial moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Neptune, intercepting Jin Shi's attack. It was the user of the barrier fruit. After the battle in Wano, the barrier fruit was claimed by Rocks and awarded to a member of the Rocks Pirates. While the barrier fruit lacks offensive power, its defensive capabilities are astonishing. Even during his peak, Kazuki Oden struggled with the barrier fruit's powers. Curse those pirates. So close to capturing the most notorious fishman, Neptune. Jin Shi seethed, frustrated that a mere unknown had thwarted his strike. I am a member of the Rocks Pirates, shouted Darl, a member of the Rocks crew, displaying remarkable courage. This is the benefit of the selection process that Rocks and Lorne implemented when they set sail from their homeland. Those chosen are filled with valor and will not falter even against a rear admiral. Foul rodent, perish. Jin Shi renewed his assault. Barrier, protect. Darl resolutely stood his ground against Jin Shi, his abilities and haki unable to penetrate Darl's barrier. Neptune, you go elsewhere. I will hold this man off. While maintaining the barrier, Darl called to Neptune. Despite the geographic advantage held by the Rocks Pirates, they cannot match the Navy's raw power. Although he can block this rear admiral, there are still 16 elite rear admirals to contend with. Understood. Be careful, Darl. He is a rear admiral. Neptune nodded, gripping his trident as he engaged in combat with a rear admiral from the Navy. Charge. Eradicate the Rocks Pirates. Justice will not falter. Defeat the Navy. The Rocks Pirates shall prevail. Protect our homeland. This is a hard-won opportunity to live on land. We must withstand the Navy's assault. At that moment, the Rocks Pirates and the Navy clashed fiercely, engaging in a tumultuous battle. Under the leadership of the 16 elite vice admirals, the Navy showcased their formidable prowess. Various long-range artillery, sword energies, finger guns, storm kicks, and other martial techniques bombarded the surface of the sea. Some of the Navy's capable individuals utilized moonwalk techniques to ascend, striving to maximize their inherent advantages. A dazzling array of abilities was unleashed upon the ocean's expanse. The fishmen endeavored to exploit their advantage in home waters, hoping to draw the Navy into the depths for combat. However, despite the fishermen's superiority in naval warfare, they faced formidable opponents like the Navy's vice admirals, as well as masters such as Garp and Zephyr. Even submerged beneath the waves, the fishmen found themselves relegated to a position of passive endurance. At this moment, the fishman race had yet to produce renowned figures akin to Tiger or Jinbe in later times. The decline of the Rocks Pirates is becoming increasingly evident. After all, the mid-level officers represent a significant weakness within the crew. Although the pirate group boasts a considerable number of members, abundant manpower, and an imposing presence, it is devoid of mid-level officers with bounties exceeding 100 million. While the top-tier powers include Rocks, Law, and Whitebeard, the Navy has even mobilized the Fleet Admiral this time to withstand the Fleet Admiral, 2 admirals, and a prospective admiral. The strength of the Rocks Pirates can indeed be regarded as one of the foremost pirate crews on the high seas. It appears that continuing down this path is no longer viable. Lorne's observation haki discerns subtle shifts in the dynamics of the battlefield. The enhancement provided by Lorne's Thunderfruit significantly amplified his perceptive abilities, allowing him to grasp the evolving situation with clarity. At this moment, the circumstances appeared rather grim for the Rocks Pirates. Under the relentless assault of the Navy, the Rocks Pirates were beginning to show signs of fatigue. Initially, leveraging their home advantage and the inherent strengths of their fisherman lineage, they had decimated a considerable portion of the Navy's active forces, claiming the lives of no fewer than 10,000 elite sailors. However, the Navy's might was formidable. Not only did they boast a plethora of powerful admirals, but they also commanded 16 elite vice admirals and numerous rear admirals. Among them were naval prodigies such as Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, and Saru, all of whom had already attained the rank of rear admiral. The Rocks Pirates are currently facing a significant shortage of mid-level officers, rendering them unable to contend with the rear admirals and vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. Most critically, the intelligence originally relayed by the fishmen indicated that the Navy would only deploy 2 admirals from the headquarters, accompanied by a candidate for the admiral position. The Rocks Pirates believed they could manage against 3 formidable powers of the admiral level. However, it was unforeseen that the fleet admiral would take the field personally. Consequently, the Navy headquarters has now mobilized 4 powers of the admiral level. It is important to recognize that these admiral-level figures are utterly terrifying entities on the battlefield. No matter how overwhelming the numerical advantage may be, it holds little significance in the face of such might. One admiral-level powerhouse is equivalent to an army of 100,000 or even more. The Rock's pirates were able to withstand the onslaught, largely owing to the elder brother's acquisition of the barrier fruit, which barely sustained their defense. Otherwise, they would have already succumbed to a state of utter defeat. You rascal. It seems you have become somewhat distracted, Lorne Jibek. Meanwhile, the admiral of the Navy headquarters, the world's foremost swordsman, Black Hawk, also perceived Lorne's momentary lapse in focus. Without hesitation, he raised his renowned blade, striking with lethal intent towards Lorne. Sizzle. Lorne's foresight, a manifestation of his observation hockey, accurately discerned the intentions of the Black Hawk, allowing him to preemptively elementalize into a crackling bolt of lightning that materialized several dozen meters away, deftly evading the lethal strike. What an irksome opponent. The Black Hawk, visibly displeased, scoffed at the sight before him. Though the bounty on this individual was a mere 465 million, his strength far surpassed that meager reward. For the time being, he found himself utterly unable to gain the upper hand. Continuing this battle would yield no meaningful results. Taking advantage of the moment, Lorne cast a glance at the battlefield, his eyes betraying a deep-seated concern. His brother, Rox, was currently in a favorable position against the Marine Admiral. Yet the outcome remained uncertain for the time being. Meanwhile, Newgate and Admiral Whitehorse were evenly matched, and it would require at least 3 days and nights, if not longer, to determine a victor. However, Dar, who had consumed the barrier fruit, found himself at a disadvantage against the Marine Admiral candidate, Golden Serpent. Under the relentless assault from Golden Serpent, Dar could only defend, unable to mount an offense, and his barrier was beginning to weaken. After all, maintaining such abilities demanded stamina from the user, and against an opponent of the Admiral candidate's caliber, Dar's endurance was already extraordinary. Additionally, Neptune led thousands of fishman soldiers against the remnants of the Marine forces, led by 16 elite vice-admirals. Although the casualties for the Rock's pirates had not yet reached alarming levels, a sense of decline was already evident. Should the battle continue to drag on? The circumstances for the Rock's pirates would inevitably worsen, particularly at the Golden Serpent's front. Once Dar exhausted his stamina and could no longer withstand Golden Serpent, the intervention of a sovereign-level powerhouse would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic losses for the Rock's pirates, creating an irretrievable defeat. Are you afraid, Lorne? But it's too late. After your Rock's pirates have slain the Thunder Dragon and the Celestial Dragons, committing such heinous crimes, your fate is sealed, death awaits. Black Hawk, noticing the worry in Lorne's eyes, burst into laughter. It seemed that the outcome of this war was already determined. The righteous Navy would emerge as the ultimate victor. Afraid? Have you misunderstood, Black Hawk? It is your Navy that should be afraid. Even the Admiral has been mobilized. The defenses of Marine headquarters at Mariewa must be severely depleted by now. So, how about this for a headline tomorrow? The Rock's pirates successfully capture Marine headquarters at Mariewa. What do you think of that news? Roan's eyes brightened as a rather audacious idea suddenly surfaced in his mind, to seize Marineford. Given Roan's understanding, the Navy had mobilized nearly all their forces, including their most formidable admirals. It was quite probable that the strength left to guard Marineford was alarmingly feeble, as the headquarters of the Navy. If it were to be conquered by a pirate, one could only imagine the widespread panic that would ensue, and the subsequent plummet of the Navy's reputation. The mere thought was exhilarating. What do you mean by that? At that moment, Black Hawk seemed to have grasped the implications of Roan's words, his tone shifting. The ramifications of Marineford truly falling to pirates would be unfathomably dire, drastically tarnishing the Navy's image in the eyes of the public. Even Admiral Black Hawk could not fathom the extent of chaos this event would unleash upon the world. After all, the Navy headquarters was the very bastion of the Navy. Historically, it had never been breached. Should it truly be captured by pirates, how could the Navy ever claim to represent justice? If they could not even safeguard their own stronghold, how could the populace trust that the Navy could ensure their safety? Do you not yet comprehend? Roan continued with a smirk. The fleet admiral has personally taken action. Marineford must be in a state of utter vulnerability at this moment. Any formidable pirate could easily invade Marineford and seize it. Just imagine the predicament that the Navy would face then. It is a fascinating thought indeed. A sardonic smile tugged at Lawrence's lips as he meticulously scrutinized the expression on the face of General Black Hawk. In truth, Lorne could not assure himself that this audacious idea, which had unexpectedly surfaced, would succeed with absolute certainty. After all, it indeed entailed considerable risk, particularly given the extraordinary nature of this era, which lay several decades away from the original narrative. Roan remained uncertain whether there were other formidable beings within the Navy of this era. If the Navy still harbored admirals to safeguard Marineford, his plans were likely to falter. Thus, Roan fixated intently on Admiral Black Hawk, striving to glean any valuable information from the subtle shifts in his demeanor. Regrettably, Black Hawk exhibited little in the way of expression. Do you truly believe that by stating such, we would release you? You should be far more concerned about the fate of your Rock's pirates. The affairs of the Navy headquarters are beyond the purview of a mere pirate like yourself. With a mocking laugh, Admiral Black Hawk lunged at Roan, wielding his sword, Demon Slayer. The clash of the Heavenly Feather Slash and Demon Slayer erupted in a dazzling explosion of energy and sword light, creating a vacuum around them. It was not that Black Hawk was unconcerned about the potential for a pirate ambush on Navy headquarters. In fact, the Navy's forces were presently quite sparse. Should a formidable pirate set their sights on it, the headquarters could easily fall. However, this very vulnerability compelled the Navy to deploy numerous troops to continuously patrol the vicinity of Marineford. Should any pirates attempt to invade, they would promptly receive an alert from Navy headquarters. The absence of such a warning left Black Hawk entirely untroubled by the prospect of a pirate assault on Marineford. At that moment, Roan was oblivious to the thoughts coursing through Black Hawk's mind. His own intellect raced as he contemplated ways to repel the Navy. After all, if the confrontation continued, the Rocks pirates would undoubtedly struggle to endure, while Roan, Rocks, and Newgate might evade danger. The Fishman warriors and other members of the Rocks pirates faced perilous odds. Soon, Roan conceived a brilliant plan. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from the battlefield and reappearing several hundred meters away. "You cowardly pirate, are you so afraid of death?" Black Hawk exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. "The speed of Lorne's Thunderfruit is truly remarkable, and I find myself struggling to keep pace. How noisy, given the current state of the Navy headquarters, which is in such a weakened position. This presents an excellent opportunity. Within your ranks, there is no one capable of matching the velocity of my Thunderfruit." Thus, Lorne fixed his gaze upon Admiral Black Hawk, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In that instant, Lorne transformed into a streak of lightning, flickering and tracing a comet-like tail through the air as he swiftly departed the battlefield, hurtling towards the Marine headquarters. Simultaneously, Lorne activated his observation hockey, granting him a fleeting glimpse into the future. Indeed, within the scope of his foresight, Admiral Black Hawk's expression shifted dramatically as he discerned his own path leading to the Marine headquarters. Without hesitation, Black Hawk exchanged a few words with the fleet admiral present on the battlefield before hastening after Lorne with utmost urgency. Beyond this fleeting glimpse of the future, Lorne could see no further. Nevertheless, within this brief moment, he had already deduced that the Marine headquarters was devoid of any excess forces. All combat power had been deployed to this very sea. If he were to launch a surprise attack on the Marine headquarters at this juncture, the outcome would undoubtedly exceed his expectations. With this thought in mind, Lorne quickened his pace. In the next moment, just as Lorne's foresight had predicted, Admiral Black Hawk's countenance shifted as he witnessed Lorne abandon the battle, racing towards the Marine headquarters with lightning speed. A sense of dread gripped Black Hawk as he realized the implications of Lorne's intentions. Was he truly planning to assault the Marine headquarters directly? A troubling notion invaded Black Hawk's mind. Given their recent encounter, he recognized Lorne's formidable strength, already teetering on the threshold of an Emperor-level powerhouse. Coupled with the terrifying abilities of the Thunderfruit, should Lorne succeed in his surprise attack, the stationed forces at the Marine headquarters would be utterly incapable of mounting a defense. It would indeed be as Lorne had forewarned. The headlines the following day would not proclaim the annihilation of the Rocks pirates, but rather, the devastating news that Marine headquarters, Marineford, had fallen to the hands of pirates. The ramifications of such an event across the globe were beyond Black Hawk's imagination. Particularly, Marineford stood as the epicenter of the world. If it were overtaken by pirates, the Navy would be rendered unable to lift its head ever again. Cursed wretch. In an instant, Black Hawk envisioned the calamity that was about to unfold. Thus, he too propelled himself forward, utilizing the moonwalk technique to pursue Lorne's trajectory with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, he bellowed at the top of his lungs towards the battlefield. "This is bad. Lorne intends to directly assault Marine headquarters, Marineford. Nanny, what is happening? What the hell?" In an instant, upon hearing Black Hawk shout, the fleet admiral, General White Horse, and Vice Admiral Golden Snake, who were engaged in fierce combat, immediately withdrew from the fray. They turned their attention towards Black Hawk, their expressions reflecting profound concern as they beheld Lorne, now transformed into a rolling surge of lightning, departing the battlefield, his trajectory unmistakably directed towards Marine headquarters, Marineford. At that very moment, in the waters surrounding Wano, the fleet admiral, General White Horse, and Vice Admiral Golden Snake gazed up at the thunderous silhouette in the sky, their faces etched with terror. Is that fellow Lorne planning a long-distance assault on the Navy headquarters at Marineford? Marshal, what should we do next? At that moment, Admiral White Horse and the candidate Admiral Golden Serpent turned their gazes toward the Navy Marshal. Lorne's sudden decision has completely placed the Navy in a passive position. The reason is quite simple. At this moment, the defensive forces of Marineford are severely depleted. Should a formidable pirate like Lorne invade Marineford, it would be utterly impossible for the remaining forces to halt his advance. If he is not obstructed, Marineford will inevitably face destruction. This is the very heart of the world, the Navy's headquarters. If it were to be obliterated by a mere pirate, the Navy would become the laughingstock of the entire world, leaving them with no face for the future. However, at present, the Rocks pirates are an enemy that must be eradicated. Particularly in this instance, the Navy has mobilized an unprecedented number of troops, akin to a full-scale deployment. with even the fleet admiral personally taking command. The eyes of the entire world are fixated on the outcome of this war. It can be said that this conflict will determine the fate of the world to come. Should the Navy choose to retreat at this juncture, the five elders and the world government would find it utterly unacceptable, and the notoriety of the Rocks pirates would soar. Thus, it is evident that both advancement and retreat are fraught with difficulty. In this dilemma, neither Admiral Whitehorse nor the prospective Admiral Golden Serpent possesses the authority to determine the Navy's subsequent course. Only the highest commander of the Navy, the Fleet Admiral, is entitled to make such a decision. Accursed pirates! Damn them! The Fleet Admiral fixed his gaze intently on Lorne, while Admiral Blackhawk was already in hot pursuit. Though he was unlikely to catch up, Lorne, the wielder of the Thunder Fruit, possesses a speed comparable to lightning. The only ones capable of keeping pace with him are likely other natural-type fruit users or mythical Zoan-type abilities. The Marine Admiral is acutely aware that whether retreating or continuing the offensive, the Navy would incur tremendous costs. Charge, my comrades! Leave no opportunity for these Marines. Just as the Marine Admiral hesitated, Rocks and Whitebeard seized the moment to launch a ferocious assault on the Navy. During this moment of indecision, numerous Marines fell victim to the Rocks pirates. Damn it! The Marine Admiral realized that further hesitation was unthinkable. This is wartime. A single second of indecision could lead to dire consequences. Retreat. Should there be any repercussions from above, I shall bear full responsibility. Swiftly, the Marine Admiral made a decisive choice, a retreat to safeguard Marine headquarters at Marineford. He understood the principle of opting for the lesser of two evils. Remaining in battle would not guarantee the complete annihilation of the Rocks pirates. If Lorne were to execute a successful ambush, the Rocks pirates might survive while the Marine headquarters perished. Such a scenario would lead to the Navy being scorned by the world government and the global populace. Thus, the most prudent course was to protect Marine headquarters. As long as everyone retreated swiftly, the headquarters could be secured. One path offered the chance to continue the battle with uncertain outcomes, while the other assured the protection of Marineford. It was a choice even a fool could make. Retreat. The Marine Admiral's command reverberated across the battlefield. Were they truly retreating? They had just gained the upper hand, and persisting would surely lead to victory. Carp, having struck a fishman warrior who now lay bloodied and dazed, surveyed the battlefield in confusion upon hearing the order to retreat. Lorne had utilized the Thunder Fruit to launch an attack on Marine headquarters. If they did not return, the headquarters would be lost. Sengoku, transformed into a golden Buddha, swiftly seized Carp by the collar and flew back to a warship, canceling his fruit ability. He pointed toward the lightning in the sky and addressed Carp. It was indeed regrettable that such a substantial force had failed to eradicate the Rocks pirates. Zifa was right. The inability to eliminate the Rocks pirates would surely displease the world government. Meanwhile, Zifa and Tsuru also returned to the warship, sighing in unison. The decision to retreat rather than annihilate the Rocks pirates effectively signaled the Navy's failure in this operation. Both the world government and the global citizenry would undoubtedly question the Navy, and the repercussions would be significant. However, if Marine headquarters were to fall, the consequences would be even graver. One could only say that the Marine Admiral had made the least detrimental choice at this juncture. The Navy had, without a doubt, been thoroughly bested by Lorne. Who could have anticipated that he would attempt a long-distance assault on Marine headquarters, forcing the Navy into retreat? It is foreseeable that failing to completely eradicate the Rocks pirates would elevate their notoriety worldwide, possibly allowing them to swell into a formidable terrorist organization that would cause considerable distress to the world government. Captain Rocks, the Marines are retreating. Shall we pursue? Neptune inquired of Rocks as he observed the continuous withdrawal of the Navy. Upon hearing this, Rocks surveyed the fishmen below. Without the resistance of mid-level officers, the fishmen had managed to withstand the onslaught of the 16 elite Marine vice admirals and numerous rear admirals through sheer numbers. Nevertheless, they had suffered significant losses. Stand down. Rocks contemplated for a moment before deciding against pursuing. The fishmen were heavily wounded and required time to recuperate. Further casualties must be avoided. Meanwhile, Whitebeard unleashed the tremors of his fruit ability, creating a tsunami that troubled the Navy immensely. Get back to your homes, you scoundrels of the Navy. Whitebeard roared with delight, admiring his handiwork. Concurrently, Rocks dialed a Den Mushy, a white, secure communication snail designated for contacting Lorne. Little brother, the Marines have retreated. You should return swiftly as well. The Admiral, Black Hawk, White Horse, and Golden Serpent have all made their way back. As soon as the connection was made, Rock's concerned voice resonated. In truth, Lorne's decision to retreat had been entirely spontaneous, even unbeknownst to Rocks. Retreat? It seems the objective has been achieved. At this moment, Lorne continued to soar through the skies at an astonishing speed, one hand cradling the phone bug, a smile gracing his visage. It appeared that his efforts had borne fruit. However, dear brother, since the Navy has dared to launch such a large-scale assault against us, they will undoubtedly return with a vengeance. What do you imply? Rocks discerned the underlying meaning in Lorne's words. It is imperative that they understand that a full-scale mobilization comes at a cost. Lorne's tone was resolute. If the Navy did not pay a heavy price, would his surprise attack not be in vain? It was imperative that the Navy be made to suffer consequences. Lorne's conviction was unwavering. I understand, Lorne, one must prioritize personal safety. After this great battle, I too intend to deliver a small shock to the celestial dragons. Please, do not get hurt. In 3 days, it will be the time when the celestial dragons exact their tribute from the heavens. Upon hearing this, Rox hastily cautioned him. He was aware of his younger brother Lorne's temperament. At such a moment, persuasion was futile. After giving some instructions, Rox hung up the phone and turned to Neptune beside him. Neptune, please take some men to assist Lorne. Understood, Your Excellency, Neptune replied with a nod. Promptly leading several elite fishermen warriors into the depths of the sea, swiftly swimming towards the naval headquarters. Meanwhile, a few hours later, Lorne had arrived near the naval headquarters. From a distance, he could see the waters surrounding Marineford, where naval patrol ships were constantly surveying, their searchlights sweeping across the sea. At the same time, Lorne activated his observation haki, which, in conjunction with the powers of the Thunder Fruit, allowed his perception to expand rapidly. Centered around Lorne, his haki extended over an area as vast as an island, instantly encompassing all the naval patrol vessels and station troops at the Marineford port. He chuckled softly, noting that only a few thousand Navy personnel and a rear admiral, along with a few brigadier generals, were stationed at Marineford. The Navy certainly left no room for error. With this information gleaned, a smile crept onto Lorne's lips. The power of the Thunder Fruit was indeed formidable, enabling him to easily grasp the strength of the Navy's stationed forces. Could there be an ambush? Yet, Lorne was also curious as to why the Navy did not inform the world government of his impending attack, considering even he, as a transmigrator, knew little of the true strength of the world government. The king of the world, needs no introduction, and the 5 elders, each known as a martial god, surely comprise at least 5 emperor-level powerhouses. Coupled with the mysterious Knights of God, totaling 9 in number, the strength of these individuals remained enigmatic. Yet their ability to execute celestial dragons and refer to them as trash implied that at least a few among them were also emperor-level strong. In terms of power, the emperor-level combatants of Mariewa were certainly not inferior to the Navy, and might even be more terrifying. It is worth noting that Mariewa is quite close to Marineford. Even with the Thunder Fruit in his possession, Lorne knew he could not reach Marineford faster than Mariewa could. If the Navy were willing to seek assistance from the world government, there should at least be a member of the Knights of God or a formidable elder stationed here. So why was there not a single emperor-level powerhouse in Marineford? This left Lorne profoundly intrigued. Could it be that an emperor-level powerhouse was indeed stationed at Marineford, but their presence was concealed, eluding his perception? With this thought in mind, Lorne grew cautious. However, he soon utilized his observation haki alongside the Thunder Fruit to overhear the scattered conversations of the patrolling Navy below. This was one of the abilities of the Thunder Fruit. It allowed him to eavesdrop on discussions within the range of his haki through the medium of electric waves. This technique was referred to as the Heart Network by Enel on Skypea. Damn, if that notorious pirate Lorne with a bounty of 400 million really comes, how could we possibly withstand him? One voice lamented. We should request assistance from the world government. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold our ground. Request aid from the world government? Impossible. Are you trying to get us killed? Another voice retorted. We are the Navy. We are subordinates of the world government. They would never send troops to protect us. Exactly. Even the Admiral wouldn't dare to ask the world government for support, came another voice. Everything depends on us. Everyone. Let's put in extra effort and remain vigilant to detect the enemy at the earliest opportunity. The cacophony of hushed whispers fell into Lorne's ears. Roan suddenly comprehended the situation. It turned out that the Navy had not sought assistance from the world government at all. Seeking help would yield no results. Instead, it would invite the scorn of the world government. After all, they were the celestial dragons, the deities who governed the world. The Navy was merely the lapdog of the celestial dragons, their enforcers. What sense would it make for a master to personally guard the kennel of a dog? Realizing this, Roan nearly burst into laughter. To endure a position within the Navy, one must possess extraordinary resilience. At the very least, Roan himself could not tolerate the indignities imposed by the celestial dragons. With this understanding, he decided to present the Navy with a modest surprise. With that thought, Roan transformed into a bolt of lightning and appeared instantaneously on the deck of a warship. Who was this fellow? It was none other than Roan Jibek, the second in command of the Rox pirates, with a bounty of 465 million. He had arrived so swiftly. Immediately, alarms were sounded. Upon seeing the newcomer, the hundreds of Navy personnel aboard the warship fell into disarray, hastily raising their firearms and unleashing a barrage of shots towards Roan. Alas, these bullets posed no threat to Roan whatsoever. He effortlessly evaded them through his elemental transformation. This was the power of Mr. Thunder Dragon. Roan had seized the capabilities of Mr. Thunder Dragon. The Navy was taken aback in astonishment. What good would sounding the alarm do? Could the Navy headquarters possibly thwart me now? Lorne let out a chilling laugh, and with a graceful gesture of his right hand, pointed towards the heavens. In the next moment, a deafening roar erupted, as if the sea surrounding the Marine headquarters at Marineford had exploded. The thunderclaps echoed so violently that they threatened to rupture eardrums. The clouds in the sky thickened ominously, swirling together to form a massive vortex. Simultaneously, this spiral-shaped cloud seemed to be accumulating some immense power, with flashes of lightning flickering within. Then, Lorne spoke slowly, thunderous 3000. The clouds above responded as if summoned by a divine force, rumbling ominously. Dozens of bolts of lightning cascaded down in an awe-inspiring display, reminiscent of a deity's descent. Each bolt, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, could easily engulf a warship. The thunderous roars continued as each bolt corresponded to a naval vessel, annihilating the numerous warships patrolling the vicinity of Marineford in an instant. After several minutes of relentless bombardment, no warship remained afloat in the surrounding waters. 30 patrol vessels had been reduced to mere remnants, floating amidst the waves, while the sailors aboard were charred by the terrifying thunder, some drifting on the surface, others sinking to the depths, their fates uncertain in a scene of utter devastation. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, Marineford, the highest authority was the elite Vice Admiral, Clay. Upon witnessing the sudden onslaught of lightning surrounding Marineford, which resembled an apocalyptic vision, Vice Admiral Clay immediately rose to question the nearby sailors. However, before he could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning shattered the glass of his office, manifesting before them Lorne Jybeck. Upon seeing Lorne and that familiar power, Vice Admiral Clay's expression turned pale, his pupils trembling in disbelief. Although he had been informed by the Admiral that Lorne had seized the power of the Thunder Fruit, witnessing it firsthand left him profoundly shaken. After all, he was a direct subordinate of Mr. Thunder Dragon. The abilities of his superior had fallen into the hands of a pirate, causing Clay immense heartache. Vice Admiral Clay, it has been a long time. If it weren't for you, Carp would likely be no more. Lorne was taken aback to encounter an old acquaintance in this place, letting out a light chuckle. How audacious of this rogue pirate to launch a surprise attack on the Navy headquarters, seeking death. Rear Admiral Clay, consumed by fury, drew his sword and charged towards Lorne, enveloped in the fierce aura of hockey. Such a direct approach. Clearly, I have been underestimated. Ron deftly unsheathed the heavenly feather blade, imbuing it not only with the armament hockey, but also channeling the currents of the Thunder Fruit along its edge. With merely a few exchanges, lasting no more than 2 minutes, Rear Admiral Clay was incapacitated, succumbing to the electric shocks that coursed through him. It was time for the Navy to pay the price they rightfully owed. After dispatching Rear Admiral Clay, Ron activated his observation hockey once more, enveloping the entirety of Marineford within its reach. I have found it. Ron's eyes sparkled with realization as his observation hockey captured the desired information regarding the Navy's supply storage location. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from his original position. Within mere seconds, Ron boldly arrived at the site of the Navy's supplies. Enemy attack. It was none other than Ron Jybeck. How infuriating. He must not be allowed to wreak havoc here. The moment Lorne appeared, the naval colonel and nearly 100 sailors present immediately spotted his figure. Upon recognizing Lorne, the naval personnel swiftly drew their sidearms and cannons, directing their fire towards him. Without uttering a word, Lorne unleashed his conqueror's hockey, causing the guards to collectively faint, their eyes turning white. Thunder judgment. After dispatching the naval guards, Lorne summoned terrifying lightning, obliterating the massive steel doors of the naval supply depot. Upon entering the warehouse, he was greeted by an abundance of supplies piled high like small mountains. The warehouse, nearly the size of half an island, housed over 100 naval vessels, not to mention countless firearms, swords, uniforms, fresh water, food, ammunition, communication devices, and various other equipment and weaponry. The estimated value of the items within this warehouse conservatively reaches several hundred billion, if not over 1 trillion berries. Truly, the Navy is extravagantly wealthy. Lorne gazed at the warehouse, unable to suppress the gleam of avarice in his eyes. The Navy, as the foremost military force under the auspices of the world government, undoubtedly allocates the largest portion of military expenditure to forge this righteous army. However, with such substantial funding comes an inherent obligation. The Navy must adhere to the directives of the world government, even stooping to become the enforcers and lackeys of the celestial dragons. As he beheld the towering mounds of supplies, a cunning smile crept across Lorne's lips. Although the Navy possesses an abundance of funds, the destruction of assets amounting to several hundred billion, nearly 1,000 billion berries, would surely inflict considerable pain upon both the Navy and the world government. As he ventured deeper into the warehouse, Lorne stumbled upon several devil fruits. How intriguing. Could it be that among these fruits, there lay the magma fruit, ice fruit, or lightning fruit? The sight of those devil fruits ignited a spark of excitement in Lorne's eyes. It is worth noting that the original narrative never disclosed the origins of the Navy's future 3 admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru. Perhaps they were entrusted by the Navy itself. If this were the case, then these devil fruits could conceal 3 exceptional Logia-type fruits. The strength of the Rocks pirates would be significantly enhanced. If only that were true. Regardless, the priority is to seize them first. Lorne meticulously prepared the devil fruits and then unleashed a torrent of lightning upon the mountainous supplies before him. 3,000 volts. Thunder King. The cacophony of crackling electricity erupted within the warehouse, as arcs of lightning rampaged and ignited the surroundings. The searing heat, explosions, and flames persisted for several minutes, ultimately obliterating the entire stockpile, leaving naught but ashes in their wake. Moreover, upon the annihilation of the supplies, Lorne turned his destructive capabilities toward the more than 100 warships that lay quietly anchored. 50 million volts, raging thunderstorm. 100 million volts, wrath of the thunder god. Heavenly thunder cataclysm. Thunder dance array. A relentless barrage of lightning ensued, consuming another half-hour as Lorne systematically dismantled each vessel. Such a monumental sacrifice should certainly serve as a stern reminder for the Navy. Observing the warehouse reduced to mere smoldering remnants, Lorne couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Nearly $1 trillion in resources had vanished in an instant, truly a staggering loss. One could only imagine the expressions of dismay on the faces of the Navy's fleet admiral, White Horse, Black Hawk, and even the 5 elders upon learning of this devastation. It was a pity that he could not witness their reactions firsthand. With this thought, Lorne nearly burst into laughter. However, he sensed that the Navy would soon be on his trail. He promptly activated his observation hockey, extending its range to the maximum. Sure enough, he could faintly perceive several powerful presences hastening toward Marineford, likely the fleet admiral, Black Hawk, and White Horse utilizing their formidable physical prowess to return swiftly. After all, to chase after the warships would require at least an entire day. With a bit of time still at his disposal, Lorne resolved to destroy the Navy headquarters as well. Lorne departed from the supply depot with a smile, arriving outside the grand edifice of the naval headquarters. It appeared he had made it just in time. He had yet to take action. What a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, the naval admiral, along with Black Hawk and White Horse, who were soaring through the skies with fervent urgency, immediately recognized Lorne's presence upon his appearance. However, they were oblivious to the fact that Lorne had obliterated all supplies. Instead, upon witnessing the intact naval headquarters building, a wave of relief washed over the trio. It seemed Lorne had not yet inflicted any significant damage. All was still salvageable. Splendid, everything was still within reach. The sight of Lorne along with the unscathed naval headquarters spurred the Admiral, White Horse, and Black Hawk to quicken their pace. Had he returned? Very well. A grand gift awaits you. Lorne also sensed the presence of the three, and a wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips. Thunder Emperor, Chelan. Lorne erupted with a surge of thunderous power, as the skies above the Navy headquarters swirled into a tornado-like formation, creating a colossal and menacing vortex of clouds. From the eye of the storm, bolts of lightning sporadically lashed out, while the surrounding clouds reverberated with the roar of thunder. What could this fellow be planning? Witnessing this scene, the 3 high-ranking officers, Admiral White Horse, Admiral Black Hawk, and the fleet admiral, felt a tightening in their chests. In the next moment, a startling spectacle unfolded. The swirling clouds began to dissipate, revealing a massive sphere of pure, high-temperature lightning descending from the heavens. This gigantic electric orb, with a diameter exceeding several thousand meters, was comparable in size to an island. Almost immediately, a terrifying roar seemed to emanate from within the lightning, sending chills down the spines of the 3 men. The colossal sphere of lightning appeared to awaken, morphing into a fearsome creature with a gaping maw, a manifestation of the legendary divine beast, the Chelan. Roar! Roar! The Chelan's furious cries echoed throughout Marineford, as its form expanded rapidly, plummeting towards the ground with alarming speed. Should this Chelan crash down, it could spell doom for half of Marineford. Farewell, my esteemed Navy, enjoy the show. Lorne, admiring his masterpiece, waved a casual greeting to the swiftly approaching fleet admiral, White Horse, and Black Hawk. Facing such formidable adversaries, direct confrontation was not his intention. Unleashing a grand spectacle and retreating was the prudent course of action. Without delay, Lorne transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished from Marineford. Damn it! Black Hawk attempted to pursue, but was halted by the fleet admiral. No. We must first address this pressing threat. If it reaches the town, the consequences could be catastrophic. The fleet admiral quickened his pace, flames igniting beneath his feet. Hearing this, Black Hawk regained his composure and joined the admiral in a frantic sprint, with White Horse also accelerating in unison. As they raced forward, the Chelan's lightning struck, making contact with the highest structure of Marineford, the Navy headquarters. With a thunderous crash, the building, a symbol of justice, could not withstand the devastation and began to crumble. Damn it! With renewed vigor, the fleet admiral, Black Hawk, and White Horse propelled themselves forward with a force akin to a small cosmos. X-ray. Just as the Chelan threatened to descend upon the civilian quarters, White Horse unleashed his powers, significantly diminishing the Chelan's speed. Following suit, Black Hawk, utilizing his exceptional swordsmanship alongside the fleet admiral's formidable martial prowess, succeeded in dispersing the lightning-infused Chelan. Thank goodness we made it in time. Indeed, if only the Navy headquarters had been destroyed, they could have coped with such a loss. White Horse and Black Hawk exchanged relief glances, grateful that the damage had not escalated further. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered. They immediately began scanning Marineford for additional losses. The fleet admiral, however, felt no relief. An ominous premonition gnawed at him. Given Lorne's capabilities and speed, Would he truly be satisfied with merely demolishing the Navy headquarters? With most of the Navy personnel rendered unconscious by Lawrence Conqueror's hockey, the remaining forces had yet to return. Thus, the three high-ranking officers, rarely engaged in such direct action, began a thorough search of Marineford. Before long, they arrived at the warehouse containing the Navy's supplies. Damn scoundrels! Those cursed pirates! Lorne Jiebeck must pay dearly for this. The warehouse echoed with their furious shouts, filled with hatred and a desire for vengeance against Lorne. Over 100 warships, countless supplies, firearms, and equipment, all obliterated in an instant. The loss amounted to no less than 1,000 billion berries, a staggering blow that incited their wrath. These resources were not obtained lightly. They had endured the ire of the five elders, served the world government dutifully, and even acted as bodyguards and enforcers for the celestial dragons. All in exchange for these provisions. Now, all that hard-earned capital lay in ruins. How could the Navy possibly continue? Especially with the destruction of 100 warships, compounded by the loss of dozens of patrolling ships at Lorne's hands. In truth, only 10 usable warships remained for the vast Navy headquarters, which boasted a personnel count in the thousands. 10 ships, for an organization of such magnitude, rendered them nearly defenseless. Without ships, the Navy was as impotent as a swordsman without his blade, or a fisherman unable to swim. How were they to proceed? After orchestrating a globally anticipated operation, deploying so many formidable warriors to eradicate the Rock's pirates, they found themselves in a situation where the Rock's pirates remained unscathed while their own resources lay in ruins. How would they explain this debacle to the five elders? Moreover, with their resources decimated, the Navy would have to humbly approach the five elders for aid once more. What contemptuous expressions awaited them then? As these thoughts coursed through the fleet admiral's mind, his hair and beard seemed to turn white with dread, and a sense of despair enveloped him. Blood even trickled from the corners of his mouth, indicative of the internal turmoil he felt. Blackhawk and White Horse, both in their prime, were similarly afflicted, their lips stained with blood from the stress. In this conflict, the Navy had suffered grievously, losing both manpower and resources, a crippling blow to their vitality. In the days to come, they would face the ire of the world, the discontent of the five elders, the world government, and the scorn of pirates worldwide. On the following day, in the holy land of Mary Geos, the atmosphere within the Hall of Authority was palpably tense. The five elders, the highest authority overseeing the world government, gathered in the hall, each striking a distinct pose, yet all sharing a commonality in the fury reflected in their eyes as they regarded the fleet admiral, whose hair and beard had turned white overnight. After spending so much on your upkeep, it turns out we have merely nurtured a pack of useless fools, Fleet Admiral. The scornful rebuke rang out, voiced by the elder responsible for finances, showing no regard for the presence of other soldiers in the room. Faced with such scathing criticism, the Fleet Admiral lowered his head like a chastised student, unable to retort or even meet the elder's gaze. Not only had they failed to eradicate the Rock's pirates, but they had also allowed Lorne to obliterate nearly 1,000 billion berries worth of resources. Are your naval officers truly a bunch of fools? How could they commit such a catastrophic blunder? A cadre of imbeciles. Though the finances are primarily overseen by the financial warlord, the other elders could not restrain their rebukes. I shall take full responsibility for this matter, the admiral murmured, his head bowed like a schoolboy, his voice weak and lacking conviction. You will take full responsibility? Can you bear such a burden? Or is your life valued at 1,000 billion berries? The financial warlord rebuked him mercilessly, a hint of murderous intent lacing his tone. Indeed, it is rare to find a vice admiral of such caliber, and nurturing an admiral is no easy feat yet, when compared to nearly 1,000 billion berries. Even an admiral seems inconsequential. After all, in terms of the value of devil fruits, the most expensive surgical fruit is merely worth 50 billion berries, and no other powerful fruit exceeds that value. Accumulating 1,000 billion berries could conservatively ensure the world government trains 34 vice admirals without issue. If my life holds any value, feel free to take it, the admiral gritted his teeth, preparing to shoulder the entire responsibility. Upon hearing this, the elders' furious expressions softened slightly. After all, were they to continue their tirade, they would feel embarrassed themselves. Very well, it has come to this. Further punishment would serve little purpose. The crux of the matter is that the Navy must not falter, nor must the destruction of resources be allowed to leak out. Otherwise, it would severely tarnish the world government's credibility among its allied nations. As for the failure to eradicate the Rock's pirates, concoct some excuse, claiming that we have eliminated nearly half their members, and that the next operation will truly bring their downfall. After all, the world remains unaware of the true outcome of this war. In this moment, the remaining elders began to mediate. As the highest authority, the elders are not driven by impulsive emotions. The situation has transpired, no amount of regret can amend it, and the most critical task is to address the immediate dilemma. The world government still relies on the Navy as its enforcers. As their superior, a combination of both carrot and stick is essential. The relentless suppression will only yield contrary results. With the stick already wielded, the next step is to employ the carrot to win hearts. Henceforth, all information must be sealed. This incident must not be allowed to surface, lest it jeopardize the credibility of both the government and the Navy. Soon, The elders issued their orders. What about the Navy? They are now devoid of resources. They have merely 10 ships left, the admiral spoke softly, as if treading on thin ice. What else can we do? Are we truly to abandon you? A few days hence, when the annual Sky Gold collection is due, we shall notify them that this year's Sky Gold has increased. Let the additional Sky Gold cover the Navy's military expenses. The financial elder shot the admiral a fierce glare before returning to a placid demeanor. I understand. On behalf of the entire Navy, I thank the elders. The admiral was taken aback by the unexpected outcome, his expression brimming with joy. He even lowered himself to address the elders as sirs. Observing the admiral's fervent response, the corners of the 5 elders' mouths curled into an imperceptible smile. Though this incident is profoundly embarrassing, as long as it remains concealed, it will not significantly impact the government's reputation. Conversely, while the world government has sustained losses, it has further secured the loyalty of the Navy, ensuring they will evolve into an even more obedient force of justice in the future. Thus, a loss may indeed yield a gain, mitigating damages to the greatest extent possible. You need not linger here. Return to Marineford and reassure the troops. Inform the Navy that supplies will arrive in a few days. The elders urged with urgency. As you command, I shall depart immediately. The admiral expressed his gratitude before hastily exiting the Hall of Power. Just as the admiral stepped out, a commotion erupted. Elders, this is grave news. A communications officer rushed into the hall, panic evident in his voice. What could possibly cause such haste? One elder inquired, a hint of irritation in his tone. Please, you must see this for yourselves. The officer hesitated, struggling to articulate his response, before finally producing a stack of newspapers and placing them neatly on the table. This is today's news. The elders' gazes converged on the stack of newspapers, and one of them reached for a copy. Merely a minute later, boom, 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 boom. 5 fierce oars erupted within the Hall of Power. In an instant, the floor, windows, ceiling, opulent chandeliers, and exquisite furniture were all shattered to smithereens. The cause was none other than the front-page headline declaring that the Navy's undefeated myth had been shattered, announcing the Rocks Pirates' resounding victory. A new maritime sovereign has emerged. The Rocks Pirates have ascended. The sheer audacity of the headlines was staggering. What incensed the elders further was the revelation of the Navy's catastrophic defeat. Tens of thousands of naval personnel had been annihilated by the Rocks Pirates. Even the destruction of naval supplies was disclosed. Additionally, as the elders grasped the newspapers, the same news had already been disseminated by countless messenger birds across the globe. Wait, this cannot be true. Surely this is a jest. Am I dreaming? What on earth is happening? The Navy had deployed 2 admirals, 1 admiral candidate, 16 vice admirals, 45 warships, and tens of thousands of elite sailors. Even the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, CP-0, had joined the fray, and the admiral himself had personally led the charge. Yet, they failed to eradicate the Rocks Pirates? Not only that, but the Navy emerged as the side suffering significant casualties, having fallen into an ambush by the Rocks Pirates, resulting in at least 30,000 naval deaths during this battle. These were elite soldiers. Furthermore, 45 warships had been destroyed, leaving only 10 vessels remaining. To make matters worse, the Navy headquarters had also fallen victim. It was none other than the second-in-command of the Rocks Pirates, Wang Zhi, who had launched a surprise attack on the Navy headquarters. Vice Admiral Clay, a distinguished officer, had perished, and the Navy's supplies had been decimated. A total of 100 warships, countless firearms, ammunition, swords, and other equipment had been obliterated by Wang Zhi. The total value of the destroyed supplies exceeded 1,000 billion berries. This is utterly terrifying. Moreover, Wang Zhi has acquired the abilities of the deceased Admiral Lei Long, having consumed the Thunder Fruit. My heavens, is this the end? What on earth is happening with these brothers? While Rocks might be one thing, his brother Lorne is equally monstrous. At this very moment, on an unremarkable morning, the extraordinary archipelago of Sabaody, positioned at the confluence of the Grand Line, serves as a bridge between the New World and the first half of the Grand Line. As the newsbirds scatter today's edition of the newspaper, gasps of astonishment continuously resonate across the island. After absorbing the full scope of the news, the island's inhabitants are left as if struck by lightning, their bodies frozen and expressions filled with dread. This scene unfolds not only in Sabaody, but also in various locales such as Water 7, Alabasta, and Drum Island in the first half of the Grand Line, as well as Dressrosa, Flower Country, and the Kingdom of Luculia in the New World, along with the nations of the Four Seas like the Kingdom of Goa and Provence. Upon reading today's news, expressions of profound terror are etched on everyone's faces. It is as if they have been caught in an explosion, and every strand of hair stands on end. The result surpasses all expectations. The Navy has mobilized an overwhelming force, deploying 4 admirals alongside numerous elite vice admirals, 45 warships, and tens of thousands of sailors. Such a formidable assembly could obliterate any pirate crew on the seas. After all, in this era, 4 admirals can dominate the vast oceans. It is important to note that we are not yet in the era of the great pirates as depicted in the original narrative. No pirate crew has yet attained the scale of the future emperors of the sea. Indeed, the collective strength of the Navy, when faced with a single pirate crew, represents an absolute annihilation. Initially, everyone anticipated that the Navy would undoubtedly achieve victory in this conflict. However, the outcome left all astonished. Not only did the Navy fail to eradicate the Rocks pirates, but they also suffered the loss of 30,000 sailors, with all supplies at their headquarters obliterated. The Navy's main base is now reduced to a mere 10 warships, entirely bereft of mobility. Such a result plunges the entire world into a state of extreme panic. Without warships, how can the Navy protect the numerous nations allied with the world government? While there are scattered naval bases across the globe, can they truly deter pirates without the support of the Navy's headquarters? Can the Navy still ensure the safety of the populace and uphold the so-called justice? These questions remain shrouded in uncertainty. In fact, many pirates, upon witnessing the news, have already sensed an opportunity, with the Navy stripped of its ships. Is it not the perfect time for plunder? Consequently, pirates worldwide are seizing the moment, launching invasions against prosperous allied nations. Some audacious pirates even plan assaults on the Navy's branch bases. For without the support of the Navy's headquarters, these bases are like trees without roots, water without a source, utterly incapable of standing firm. The world is thrown into disarray. The credibility of the world government suffers a catastrophic blow. All of this chaos can be traced back to one man, Wang Zhi, Beck. It is he, through his singular prowess, who breached the Navy's stronghold and successfully repelled their forces, safeguarding the Rocks pirates. Following this battle, Lorne's name reverberates throughout the world, now standing alongside Rocks himself. In the aftermath, the bounties for the members of the Rocks pirates soared to unprecedented heights. Captain Rocks G. Beck commands a bounty of 2,985 billion berries. His first mate, Wang Zhi, Beck, sees his bounty surge to 365 billion berries. The third in command, Edward Newgate, whose power rivals that of the admirals, witnesses his bounty leap from 400 million to 178 billion berries. The notorious fishman Neptune's bounty reaches 395 million berries. In a stunning turn, the cadre member Dar, capable of stalling the admiral candidate, now boasts a bounty of 215 million berries. Thus, the first pirate crew in the vast seas to possess two members with bounties exceeding 2 billion emerges, the Rocks pirates. Not only do they boast dual bounties over 2 billion, but they are also the first crew to possess 3 members with bounties surpassing 1 billion berries, a truly terrifying pirate faction. In an instant, the moniker of Sea Overlord spreads like wildfire, and the Rocks pirates are now regarded as the most fearsome, the most ruthless, and the most dreaded crew upon the seas. Remarkably, all of this transpires within a year of the Rocks pirates setting sail. Ha ha ha, what an astonishing feat, the Rocks pirates. Have they truly vanquished the Navy? This is indeed unexpected. The title of Sea Overlord? How intriguing. A pirate crew boasting dual bounties exceeding 2 billion. This is a first, indeed. The hype surrounding them is extraordinary. And I am eager to encounter this Rocks pirates. Meanwhile, news of this fierce battle reaches the ears of aspiring pirates. Roger, Shiki, Wang Zhi, Silveraxe, John, and others of the same generation are all astonished by the outcome of this monumental clash. Simultaneously, on the day following the grand revelation, Lorne successfully returns to Wano. With Lorne's speed, the journey from the Navy headquarters to Wano is swift. However, after departing the Navy headquarters, Lorne makes a detour to the underground world, seeking out the influential figures who control the news, leading to the emergence of a story that the world government could not suppress in time. Ha! You are truly remarkable, Lorne. In a bid to prevent the world government from concealing the information, you thought to seek out the news king in advance. Upon encountering Lorne, Rocks eagerly approaches. Clutching a newspaper, his face alight with excitement and a broad smile. The exposure of this grand event has catapulted the Rocks pirates to worldwide fame, their prestige soaring. And they are increasingly referred to as the most vicious pirate crew, the overlords of the seas. Indeed, having triumphed over the Navy, the Rocks pirates can rightfully claim the title of overlord. Absolutely, and with the Navy's supplies so severely depleted, it is certain that the Navy and the world government will find themselves in a precarious position. Lorne nodded, his excitement palpable. This raid had gone remarkably smoothly, even beyond Lorne's expectations. The new bounty had been announced, and at last, he had surpassed 1 billion berries. However, dear brother-in-law, your bounty has already exceeded 2 billion berries. Newgate burst into laughter beside him. A bounty of 1 billion berries marks a significant threshold for pirates. In this era, a bounty exceeding 1 billion signifies a capacity to contend with admirals. Once one surpasses 1 billion berries, increasing the bounty becomes exceedingly challenging, unless the threat to the world government escalates dramatically. Just like Lorne, whose bounty skyrocketed from a little over 400 million to an astonishing 2 billion berries. In truth, the disparity in strength between Lorne and Whitebeard is not as vast as 10 billion implies. Yet, the level of threat they pose to the world government is incomparable. Even my bounty has increased. Neptune chimed in, somewhat exhilarated. His bounty had surpassed 300 million berries and was on the verge of breaching the 400 million mark. However, Neptune's bounty is more a reflection of his betrayal of the world government. What are we waiting for? Let us hold a feast. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Newgate exclaimed with unbridled enthusiasm. Having won a significant battle, it felt amiss not to celebrate. Ha ha ha, Newgate, don't rush. We have another monumental task at hand before the feast. We can celebrate afterward, Lorne replied. What task, dear brother-in-law? Newgate inquired, curious about what significant endeavor could not wait until after the celebration. Of course, it's the heavenly gold. At that moment, the brothers, Rox and Lorne, spoke in unison. Heavenly gold? Indeed, the heavenly gold refers to the protection fee that allied nations must pay to the world government each year, and according to the calendar, the time for this payment is fast approaching. Rox and Lorne were once enslaved in the Holy Land, and they possess a vivid recollection of all matters pertaining to the celestial dragons. Moreover, with the naval supplies depleted, there is an urgent necessity for the so-called heavenly gold to compensate for these losses. Let us prepare to astonish the entire world once more. A wicked smile crept across the corners of Rox's mouth. Since they had already begun to be subtly referred to as the most notorious pirate crew in the world, the new maritime overlords, it was only fitting to surprise the world government once more. It was fortuitous that the news reported the destruction of over 100 naval vessels, thus rendering this operation free from naval interference. Nefton, standing nearby, was equally exhilarated. Indeed, our target has been firmly established. It is none other than the wealthiest member state of the world government, the Steel Kingdom of Waldre. Upon hearing the name of the Steel Kingdom, the eyes of those present sparkled with intrigue. Waldre is renowned as a prosperous nation, aptly named for its abundant production of steel, in a world where piracy reigns. With an array of firearms, weapons, blades, and warships, what could possibly be crafted without steel? Consequently, Waldre has amassed great wealth, earning the title of the richest country in the world. In terms of finances, after seizing the land of Wano, the Rox pirates were hardly lacking in funds. However, the intentions of Rox and Lorne in becoming pirates were not driven by mere monetary gain, but rather by their disdain for the celestial dragons. Thus, capturing the heavenly riches of the world's wealthiest nation would undoubtedly cause great discomfort to the despicable inhabitants of the Holy Land. Yet, it seemed that Waldre was somewhat distant from Wano. Nearby, Newgate stroked his chin. He too had heard of Waldre and recognized it as an exceedingly affluent nation. Indeed, with the naval fleet completely dismantled, the navy now rendered powerless, we can strike with confidence and audacity. Lorne is not particularly concerned about this issue. That's good. The land of Wano is approximately a day and a half's journey from the Iron Kingdom, Valdre. If we set off now, we shall arrive just in time. Rox calculated the time, realizing that there were less than 2 days left until the collection of gold from the heavens. With determination, he and his companions decided to depart from Wano country. Thus, Rox, Lorne, and Neptune, accompanied by over 1,000 members of the Rox pirate crew and fishermen warriors, set sail from Wano. Newgate and Dar remained behind with nearly 100,000 fishermen warriors. Given the precedent set by the Navy, Lorne was intent on avoiding their blunders. What? Such a significant operation without me? This is utterly outrageous. Brother-in-law, dear brother. Upon learning that he was to stay behind in Wano, Newgate expressed his vehement dissent, his nose nearly crinkling in indignation. Isn't this to prevent a situation similar to what the Navy faced? Lorne remarked, amused. I don't care. You're not taking me with you. I insist on going. Newgate, incensed, leaped onto the ship, refusing to budge. All right, Neptune. You stay in Wano and swap places with Newgate. Seeing the situation unfold, Lorne had no choice but to rearrange the personnel. Now that is more like it, Newgate exclaimed, satisfied. Although Neptune's strength was merely that of a rear admiral, the presence of Dar, a user of the barrier fruit, would serve as a formidable deterrent. Even a powerful admiral would find it challenging to infiltrate. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Lorne could swiftly return to offer support, thanks to the capabilities of the Thunder Fruit. With the arrangements finalized, the Rox pirate crew set forth. Captain Rox, we can already see the Steel Nation, Valdre, in a mere day and a half. The lookout from the Rox pirate crew relayed the news to Rox. However, it seemed that someone had already gotten ahead of them. The voices of the members of the Rox pirates shifted dramatically. Oh, who goes there? Upon hearing this, Rox and Lorne hastily inquired. Reports indicate not just one group. Present are the notorious supernova, Captain Wang Zhi, with a bounty of 295 million berries, Captain John, with a bounty of 267 million berries, and Silver Axe, boasting a staggering bounty of 321 million berries. In addition to them, the crew of Amazon Lily is also present. It appears that these 4 factions have set their sights on the heavenly gold. The lookout of the Rox pirates reported the situation to Rox and Law. In truth, the pursuit of the heavenly treasure was not limited to merely these 4 factions. There were also some reckless pirates, with bounties merely in the hundreds of millions, eyeing the prize. However, when faced with CP0, these lesser pirates were woefully inadequate. The primary forces capable of posing a threat to the heavenly treasure were indeed these 4 pirate crews. It was quite intriguing. Who would have thought that Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, and John would appear here? A faint smile graced Law's lips. He had initially believed that it would be at least another decade before encountering the Rocks Pirates. Yet here they were. In the future, these three would also rank as formidable leaders within the Rocks Pirates. While their strength might fall slightly short of the peak prowess exhibited by figures such as Whitebeard, Roger, Shiki, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, those who attained the rank of captain within the Rocks Pirates surely possessed the potential to reach the threshold of the Emperor level. One could only wonder if this moment in time could allow for the incorporation of these three into the ranks of the Rocks Pirates. It is worth noting that what the Rocks Pirates currently lacked most was indeed mid-tier combat power. Amazon Lily, isn't that the land of women? It was unexpected to encounter it here. Rox showed no interest in the three supernovas, his fascination solely resting on the Amazon Lily pirate crew. After all, Amazon Lily is renowned as the land of women, rumored to be a realm inhabited entirely by females, devoid of any men, making it a dream destination for all men. However, due to the fierce nature of its inhabitants, who are all warriors, ordinary individuals dare not venture into Amazon Lily to explore its wonders. Since his time on Fishman Island, my brother had not considered marriage, so encountering the denizens of this land of women was indeed a fortuitous twist of fate. Nevertheless, the guards dispatched by the world government were anything but ordinary. Nearby, Newgate stroked his chin, his observation hockey revealing that the world government's escort was concealing combat prowess rivaling that of a marine admiral. Meanwhile, at the port of the Iron Kingdom of Walderay, a colossal transport vessel adorned with the world government's flag lay anchored. Surrounding the transport ship were at least 5 warships, each flying the same flag, with several masked CP-0 members diligently scanning the area for any unexpected occurrences. It is noteworthy that no Navy personnel were present, as the current Navy resembled a crippled frog, utterly immobilized. At the same time, numerous bare-chested workers were tirelessly loading massive crates onto the transport ship. These crates were laden with treasures of gold and silver meant to indulge the celestial dragons, and undoubtedly contained numerous rare artifacts and devil fruits. After what seemed like an eternity of labor, the workers finally ceased their efforts, and the cargo bay of the transport vessel was sealed shut. Report to the commander. This year's celestial gold has been successfully transported for your inspection. Shortly thereafter, a senior official from Walderay presented a thick ledger to the world government official with utmost reverence. After a cursory glance at the ledger, the official nodded in satisfaction, confirming its accuracy. Without further ado, let us depart for Mariewa. With no time wasted, a command was issued, and the massive transport ship roared to life alongside the warships. Charge! Eliminate these guards and seize the celestial gold. Our fortunes await. The pirates, eager and determined, surged forward, knowing that any delay could cost them everything. Boys, give it your all. Completing this haul will secure our futures. Seizing the moment, the pirates lurking around the Iron Kingdom of Walderay sprang into action, launching themselves at the transport ship with fervor. In an instant, at least a dozen pirate crews converged from all directions, the sounds of cannon fire echoing through the air. I anticipated the arrival of some petty thieves, overestimating their worth. With a snort, several formidable CP-0 members employed the Six Powers technique, moonwalk, leaping high into the air to intercept the cannonballs soaring toward them, effortlessly deflecting the incoming artillery. Kill. Taking advantage of the chaos, the members of various pirate crews swiftly maneuvered around the warships, boarding them with haste. Spear of Flowers, Blade of the Storm, Spear of the Break. Some less capable pirates met their demise at the hands of the ruthless CP-0 upon boarding the warships. While the CP-0 showcased their overwhelming strength against lesser pirates, they found themselves at a disadvantage against the legendary supernovas. Furthermore, the captains commanded elite subordinates, overwhelming the CP-0 with sheer numbers. Cursed those supernovas for banding together. A CP-0 officer, pushed back relentlessly, cursed vehemently, astonished that these proud supernovas would unite. Do not be mistaken, fool. I have no intention of allying with anyone. It is merely that no single pirate crew can claim the celestial gold alone. I am simply leveraging the strength of these other fools. Silver Axe chuckled, licking the gleaming handle of his long-handled axe, his expression brimming with arrogance. As Silver Axe stated, the supernovas did not form an alliance, yet they exhibited a remarkable understanding, refraining from infighting and instead channeling their collective power against CP-0 and the guards of the celestial gold. Humph, if these pathetic rabble cannot be dealt with, do I need to intervene personally? CP-0. Just as CP-0 began to falter, a booming voice resonated through the chaos. With a swift motion, a flash of cold steel cut through the air, and blood erupted like a geyser. In a single stroke, Silver Axe, with a bounty exceeding 321 million berries, was slain instantly, collapsing into a pool of blood. Captain Silver Axe. In shock, the members of Silver Axe's crew gasped in horror at the unexpected turn of events. How could he be taken down in one blow? Who could possibly be responsible? Upon hearing the commotion, the captain of Amazon Lily, as well as Wang Zhi and John, turned in disbelief to witness Silver Axe lying lifeless in his own blood. They soon beheld a peculiar sight. As this figure emerged, the other CP-0 members immediately knelt on one knee, displaying profound reverence. We beg for your forgiveness, Lord Figuranteri, for our inadequate performance. The moment the man appeared, all CP0 members knelt in respect, their words dripping with humility. CP0 kneeling? Terry? Could it be? Is this person a celestial dragon? Witnessing this scene, Wang Zhi, John, along with their respective crew members, and the warriors of Amazon Lily were taken aback. Given the CP0's devout demeanor, it was clear this individual was indeed of noble birth, especially when CP0 addressed him with the honorific Terry, as all male celestial dragons are referred to with the title Saint, while females are adorned with Lady. However, what intrigued those present was the presence of such a formidable being among the celestial dragons. The aura exuded by Figurant Terry, coupled with his capability to dispatch silver axe effortlessly, suggested that his strength surpassed that of anyone else present, rivaling even that of a marine admiral. Aren't the celestial dragons merely a collection of gluttonous, hedonistic parasites? Could it be that they harbor such powerful beings among their ranks? In an instant, Wang Zhi, John, and the captain of Amazon Lily stood frozen in place, utterly astounded. After all, they were still novices, entirely unaware of the world's harsh truths. The Navy, a band of incompetents, had failed miserably. Had it not been for them, why would I need to personally intervene in the collection of the heavenly gold? The five elders. What sort of useless naval officers have they raised? It is imperative to swiftly eliminate these lowly, contemptible pirates. The lofty voice of Figurant Terry echoed, dripping with disdain for the Navy, and even casting scorn upon the five elders. Clearly, the Knights of God, being much closer to Lord Im than the five elders, bore the brunt of this disgrace. If the five elders hadn't nurtured such a pitiful navy, how could a disreputable crew like the Rocks Pirates have triumphed? Necessitating the personal involvement of a member of the Knights of God in the collection of heavenly gold? It is worth noting that the 9 members of the Knights of God are all comprised of world nobles, the celestial dragons. The knights typically handle matters related to the celestial dragons, while the rabble of pirates is left to the Navy and CP. Why should the noble Knights of God deign to intervene personally in such trivial matters? This was a first. All of this is the fault of the worthless Navy and, of course, the Rocks Pirates. Understood. The CP0 agents immediately sprang into action. No one shall lay a hand on my crew. Wang Zhi, John, and the captain of Amazon Lily rose up to resist. Fools, do not waste your efforts on futile resistance. At that moment, Figurant Terry made his move. He wielded a striking black blade, radiating a chilling and ominous aura, known as the Divine Execution, one of the 12 supreme swords in existence. Terry stood tall, his presence rivaling that of the world's strongest swordsman, the Marine Admiral Kurohige. Suddenly, an invisible wave of energy surged around Figurant Terry, rolling outward like the tides of the sea, culminating in a spectacular burst of black lightning. In an instant, the wavering wills of the weaker members of the 4 pirate crews succumbed, collapsing and frothing at the mouth. Conqueror's Haki? I possess that as well. Seeing this, Wang Zhi and John unleashed their own Conqueror's Haki to clash with Terry. For aspiring commanders like John and Wang Zhi, possessing Conqueror's Haki was a matter of course. Yet, their Haki paled in comparison to Terry's. After all, they were merely fresh out at sea, aged only 17 or 18, far from their peak potential. Meanwhile, Figurant Terry was a paragon of the celestial dragons, a member of the elite Knights of God. His power at a level that rivaled the royal elite. In a moment, as their Haki clashed, Wang Zhi and John's will shattered, sending them staggering back several dozen meters before they managed to halt. No matter how they struggled, they remained mere rabble, even with Conqueror's Haki. Their essence as trash could not be altered. Terry's tone dripped with arrogance, his gaze and words revealing his utter contempt for these lowly beings. Perish, you wretches. With 2 swift slashes, the black sword energy sliced through the air with unparalleled ferocity, potent enough to cleave a mountain in 2. Damn it! Wang Zhi and John, who had just regained their footing, widened their eyes in horror. Faced with such overwhelming force, one wielded a blade while the other grasped a sidearm in a desperate attempt to retaliate. However, against a strike that nearly matched that of the world's foremost swordsman, their efforts crumbled effortlessly. With a sickening sound, the sword energy swept past them, instantly erupting in a torrent of blood. They fell to the ground, consciousness fading, their vision blurring. The scene mirrored the original tale of Kizaru striking down supernovas in Sabaody Archipelago. These supernovas were akin to ants before the Knight of God, Figurant Terry, who dispatched them with ease. Now it is your turn, Amazon Lily's rabble. After effortlessly dispatching Wang Zhi and John, Figurant Terry turned to face the current king of Amazon Lily. With a single stroke, he executed him as well. The king collapsed into a pool of blood. Captain Wang Zhi, Captain John, Your Majesty. In less than a minute, the captains of the 3 pirate crews were all vanquished, and the remaining crew members were left in disarray. All the men present were sentenced to death, while the women would be spared and taken to marry Ahua as slaves. Figurant Terry sheathed his sword. To engage with supernovas was already a humiliation for the noble Knights of God. With the 4 captains defeated, he saw no need to continue. The subsequent actions were to be entrusted to CP0. Understood. Following the command, CP0 nodded slightly. Without the restraint of Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the king of Amazon Lily, CP0, descended upon the members of the 4 pirate crews like lions in a flock of sheep, unleashing a merciless slaughter. In an instant, cries of battle, pleas for mercy, and screams of agony filled the air. Blood stained the sea, and the sunset bled into the sky. Damnable world government. Do not harm my crew. Flee with all your might, as far as you can. Warriors of Amazon Lily, never allow yourselves to be captured and taken as slaves to Mariehua. That place is more terrifying than hell itself. Run with all your strength. Do not worry about me. At this moment, Silver Axe, Wang Zhi, John, and the king of Amazon Lily, still clinging to consciousness, yearned to resist. Yet, gravely wounded, they could scarcely stand. All they could do was listen to the sounds of combat, the cries of slaughter, and the wretched screams of their crew. They watched helplessly as CP0 ruthlessly executed their subordinates, tears streaming down the faces of Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the king of Amazon Lily. Though they were pirates, they held deep affections for their comrades. These were companions forged through countless battles, having survived life and death together, now lost to this fate. An endless torrent of hatred surged from their hearts, directed towards the world government and the celestial dragons, filling the chests of the 4 with rage. Yet they were powerless. All they could do was lay on the ground, consumed by their impotent wrath. In that moment, they lamented their insignificance and weakness. After an hour, the battle swiftly concluded. The port of the Steel Kingdom Waldre ran red with blood, with thousands of pirate corpses strewn across the ground, a scene of carnage that Wang Zhi, John, Silver Axe, and the king of Amazon Lily would never forget. Report to Lord Fegalanteri. The battle has concluded. In accordance with your command, all male members of the 4 pirate crews have been annihilated, while the female members have been apprehended, destined to be transported alongside Tenryubito Gold to the Holy Land, serving as slaves to the celestial dragons. A commander from CP0 approached St. Figurland Tully, kneeling on one knee with utmost reverence, and spoke earnestly. It seems that the 4 captains, Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the king of Amazon Lily, are still alive. Should these 4 also be sent to the Holy Land as slaves alongside Tenryubito Gold? As if a realization struck him, the CP0 commander spoke with trepidation. After all, some celestial dragons have grown weary of ordinary slaves and occasionally seek excitement, preferring to capture bountiful pirates as slaves or steeds. The prospect of capturing a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million would undoubtedly thrill the celestial dragons. Wang Zhi, Silver Axe, John, and the captain of Amazon Lily are all pirates with bounties nearing 300 million, making them particularly desirable to the celestial dragons. As for the outcome of this matter, have I not already stated it? Do you wish for me to repeat myself? Fool. St. Figurland Tully spoke with palpable anger, causing the CP0 commander to tremble and bow his head in fear. All the men are to be killed, and the women taken back to the Holy Land as slaves. I understand. It is all my fault. Please, St. Figurland Tully, I implore you to quell your wrath, the CP0 commander said, repeatedly slapping his own face in a fervent plea for forgiveness. Even when being berated as a fool, he felt no anger. Rather, he recognized his shortcomings in adhering to the commands of the celestial dragons, nearly inciting their ire. CP0, execute Wang Zhi, John, and Silver Axe, and bring the king of Amazon Lily back to the Holy Land. After delivering the reprimand, the CP0 commander issued the orders. Following the command, the members of CP0 utilized their abilities to arrive before the 4 captains, who lay incapacitated in a pool of their own blood. So then, perish. Except for the king of Amazon Lily, Wang Zhi, John,